Chapter 1. Hey, stop right there. In a dimly lit, dilapidated alleyway, a group of ill-mannered ruffians clad in outlandish attire brandish machetes and clubs, their fierce gazes fixed on a young man approaching from the opposite end of the alley. The young man, bare-chested and adorned only in floral beach shorts, wore flip-flops on his feet, a handheld fan swaying rhythmically in his grasp. Engrossed in his own thoughts, he paid no heed to the ruffians, continuing his leisurely advance. As he stepped fully into the shadows of the alley, the voice rang out once more. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The young man's indifference evidently incensed the gang. The ringleader, wielding a machete nearly half his height, hoisted it from the ground and pointed its blade at the young man, bellowing, "Brat, we were merely looking to relieve you of some cash, but if you seek death, then let it come." No sooner had he finished speaking than his henchmen, taking a step back, raised their weapons with raucous laughter and charged into the darkness. The contrast between light and shadow resembled two distinct realms. Both behind the ruffians and the young man lay bustling streets, vibrant with life, yet not a single passerby dared to venture into the alley. Even when witnessing robbery or violence, the most they could muster was a fleeting glance of sympathy before returning to their own affairs. Is this indifference? Indeed, it is cold-hearted. Yet such is the reality. After all, this world has never known peace, only the brutal law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, where conflict is perpetual and oppression reigns, particularly on this island. The blade moved slowly, the club swung leisurely, and even the laughter echoed at a deliberate pace in the young man's eyes. The world itself seemed to crawl. Thus, when the ringleader surged ahead, brandishing his machete to strike, the young man appeared oblivious to the imminent threat of death. He kept his head bowed, obscured by shadows, and continued onward. At that moment, it was unclear whether the blade aimed for his skull or if the young man was intentionally courting death, inviting the blade to meet him. Thud! The sound resonated like a colossal bell tolling, deep and reverberating, instantly permeating the entire alley, stirring up dust from the aged walls on either side. The echo of the bell ascended along the wall, soaring into the sky, but as it exited the alley, it was as if a river had "Fa-ha, it is nothing of great consequence, really." Kesi did not look back instead. He maintained control of the steering wheel with his left hand while scratching his head with his right hand raised above. "Isn't it that Dolina is about to give birth? You know, both Dolina and I are orphans, lacking in education. We were hoping you could bestow a name upon the imminent new life." Is Kesi clever? Certainly. Otherwise, he would not be living a modestly comfortable life in this brutal world, nor would he have married the beautiful Dolina. From the very first moment he encountered Shizhou, he sensed that Shizhou could not possibly be an ordinary person, and with each subsequent interaction, his suspicions were further validated. A formidable being, an exceptionally powerful individual in the span of over 20 years of his life, nearly 30, no one had ever imparted upon him the same sensation that Shizhou did. In this world, for ordinary folk to survive peacefully, they must either retreat to remote islands, far from civilization, leading a life devoid of conflict, or they must rely on the strength of others. Regrettably, both he and his wife Dolina are ordinary people. Though they are associated with Feiyu Company, which itself is weak, they have no grounds to hope for a better life on this island, where the strong abound. His thoughts were singular, focused solely on the desire for his unborn child to grow up in safety and stability. Accidents and calamities are not anomalies on this island, they are inevitable. He has spent his entire life here, witnessing countless corpses and tragedies. In the past, he thought little of it, but upon learning of Dolina's pregnancy and the impending arrival of fatherhood, that indifferent demeanor had vanished entirely. Shizhou could sense Kesi's tension, yet he refrained from responding hastily. Having traversed this world for over 2 decades, he has visited many places and endured hardships too numerous to recount to outsiders. His understanding of this world far exceeds Kesi's limited perspective. Thus, he would not easily grant Kesi's request, even if they could be considered friends. Yet, precisely because they were friends, he found himself at a loss for how to accept Kesi's plea. Though naming may seem trivial, it carries a deeper significance. Kesi desires to provide his soon-to-arrive child with an additional pillar of support. Shizhou remained silent, and Kesi did not inquire further, leading to a profound stillness. Only the occasional cascade of golden rays filtering through the towering trees, alongside the myriad of colorful bubbles dancing in the amber sunset, bore witness to the enchantment of their journey. Just as Kesi's heart threatened to plummet into despair, the Feiyu vehicle sped past the colossal tree numbered 13, revealing the bar perched on the distant hillside, and Shizhou finally spoke. "Il y en tous à nous," said. "What?" Kesi's hand trembled slightly. Momentarily taken aback, though he did not turn around, the disappointment etched on his face began to dissipate rapidly. "I said Helianthus annuus L, which translates to sunflower. Fate's sunflower. If it's a new life, it should greet the sun like the morning sun, striving upward, living joyfully and safely for a lifetime." Shizhou, though averse to trouble, was not intimidated by it. He need not constantly attend to sunflower, merely extending a helping hand when challenges arose. Perhaps this was Kesi's gift for Sunflower, his Suntoba-born child, and the reason for his request to Shizhou. After all, they were merely friends. Shakky's bar, a humble yet extraordinary establishment, located on the island numbered 13, and the destination of the Feiyu was precisely here. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In truth, Shiz's home was not here, but in a small house adjacent to the bar. However, Kesi knew that Shizhou would always visit this bar upon returning. After numerous visits, it became a habit for Kesi to park the Feiyu at the bar's entrance each time he accompanied Shizhou. As soon as the Feiyu came to a halt, Kesi eagerly leapt from the vehicle, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Shizhou as he disembarked. "Thank you. Thank you. All right, Kesi, this is merely a small matter." Observing the humble man before him, Shizhou felt no excess emotion. Kesi was simply a weaker individual, bowing to a stronger one for the sake of his child. Raising his fan, Shizhou glanced at the bar sign before stepping forward, ascending slowly. As he walked, he softly remarked, "Return home. Kesi Dolina is waiting for your candlelight dinner." At this juncture, Shizhou halted, turning to look down at the still-bowed man before him. Smiling as he said, "Be happy. I hope you remain as joyful as ever. For after all, we are friends, are we not?" With that, Shizhou turned and leisurely stepped into the bar, vanishing from Kesi's sight. Hope that as long as there is hope. Even the most humble of individuals finds the motivation to persevere. Kesi's face flushed crimson, his body trembled slightly, an unmistakable sign of excitement. For although the name was simple, the one who bestowed it was anything but "Mr. Shizhou, I shall await you at our usual spot tomorrow," he called out towards the bar's entrance, and only upon hearing a muffled acknowledgement from within did he turn and leap onto the flying fish vehicle. Swiftly steering towards home, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon his back, rendering him almost luminescent, brimming with hope. Yet the path he traversed was shrouded in darkness. The Shakky's bar was modest in size, neither too large nor too small. Furnished with 4 or 5 tables, 2 sofas, and a bar counter, which encapsulated the entirety of the establishment. Before Shizhou set foot inside, the sounds of laughter and boisterous drinking echoed within. But as he entered, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Mr. Shizhou, the patrons, upon catching sight of his familiar silhouette, shuddered as if awakening from a stupor induced by alcohol. They all rose in unison to greet him, clearly recognizing Shizhou. Many perhaps having suffered at his hands, not personally, but through acquaintances. After all, in Shizhou's presence, no one lived to tell the tale. Ignoring the pirates flanking him in a manner akin to sycophants, Shizhou strode directly to the bar. "Welcome back." Behind the counter stood a tall, slender woman with short black hair and clad in a spider-patterned top, exuding an air of middle-aged maturity. She lifted her gaze from the newspaper strewn across the bar and regarded Shizhou. "I visited the amusement park today, took a stroll around the bubble park." And no sooner had he settled than a blue bottle of liquor soared from behind the bar, landing neatly in Shizhou's right hand. He uncorked it and took a hearty swig, then remarked, "Truth be told, no matter how many times I see it, it still feels extraordinary. Extraordinary indeed." Extracting a cigarette, Shakky placed it between her lips with a gentle flick of her lighter. The orange flame illuminated her skin, smooth and youthful despite her advancing years. Drawing in a deep breath, she gazed through the smoke at the young man outside the bar and smiled. What truly is extraordinary? The scenery. Or the people? Both are extraordinary, Shizhou replied without a moment's hesitation, evidently not surprising Shakky. The landscape is wondrous, but the celestial dragons are even more so. Damn it. What bad luck. How did I lose track of time today? The pirates lamented. Typically, they frequented the bar in the morning or afternoon, always ensuring to leave before Shizhou, the monster, returned. However, today, elated by a recent windfall, they had unwittingly forgotten the hour and encountered the devil himself. Indeed, he was the devil that on this peculiar island. Shizhou's reputation was well entrenched. Those who dared to cross him had vanished without a trace, as if they had never set foot here. Among them were several pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The unknown often breeds fear, which is why Shizhou's name resonated among pirates with a diabolical aura. That one, a pirate, clearly not a captain, shuffled forward under the oppressive gaze of the pirate chief. Settle the tab, and be on your way. Shizhou did not look back. It was Shakky who spoke. She observed the pirates' reactions, accustomed to their fear, and with a hint of reproach, redirected her gaze to Shizhou. All right, the pirates, as if granted a reprieve, hastily dug into their pockets for berries, not inquiring about the total. Confident their funds sufficed, they left a table strewn with coins and hastily exited the bar. Eager to escape. Look at how much business I've lost during your years here, especially in the last 2. You must know that after dusk, the bar thrives, yet since your arrival, my clientele has dwindled during this time. Shakky's complaints fell on deaf ears, as Shizhou typically let them flow in one ear and out the other. The state of business mattered little to him, of course. He only dared to voice this thought internally. Never aloud. Though this woman appeared youthful, resembling someone in her 30s or 40s, she was in fact over 60. The exact number was a mystery to Shizhou. After all, women are often sensitive about their age. What about Uncle? After Shakky finished her tirade and lit a new cigarette, Shizhou finally inquired him. She held the cigarette between her right hand's index and middle fingers, exhaling a plume of smoke, her gaze drifting outside. Same old story. He insists I shouldn't support him, yet he runs off to play the slave, selling himself for drink money. Still at the auction house? Shizhou was well acquainted with the old man's antics. Where else would he be? A flicker of anger crossed Shakky's face. It was unclear whether she genuinely did not know or was feigning ignorance. Each time the old man went, he donned the same disguise. And somehow, he always managed to sell himself. Perhaps he knows? Raising the bottle, Shizhou drained the last drop of liquor. This blue-bottled drink was reputed to be the most potent from the West Sea, though in truth, it was merely slightly stronger than beer. With his tolerance, he could consume 10 bottles without blushing. Setting the bottle down, another flew from behind the bar, and he opened it, downing it in one go. Everyone knows that place is under Turkey's control. Given that guy's power and cunning, he must have figured out the old man's true identity long ago. Turkey, Shakky paused, then bent over the bar, bursting into laughter. Didn't you just call that fellow Firebird? Why the sudden change to Turkey today? Ha! Shizhou chuckled lightly. Regardless of whether he was a Firebird or a turkey, that fellow's pink feathers made no difference. They were essentially the same. True enough, Shakky nodded in agreement. Forget about the old man. Take a look at this. She slid the newspaper before Shizhou, her countenance unusually grave amidst the haze of smoke. Without needing to glance, Shizhou was already aware of the unfolding events. However, he still set down the bottle, reached for the paper, and unfolded it. The headline that met his eyes announced the Navy's intention to publicly execute Portgasty Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. In Marineford, the bold letters, especially highlighted in red, conveyed the weight of this news at a glance. When did this happen? Shizhou laid the paper down, his gaze momentarily lost in thought as he looked at the woman behind the bar. Others might be unaware of Ace's true identity, but he was not. Should he inform Shakky? Should he tell the old man? This noon, Shakky said, her serious demeanor returning as she took a deep drag from her cigarette. Now, their essay show to watch. From what I know of Sengoku, this is a blatant trap aimed at the Whitebeard pirates. Given Whitebeard's protective nature toward his family, he would undoubtedly fall into the snare. Even if he knows it's a trap, despite his age, his strength remains formidable. Regarding the Navy, Shakky paused to reflect, taking another drag of her cigarette. Knowing Whitebeard would come, they still chose to execute him publicly. Even broadcasting it worldwide, it seems the Navy is resolute in shattering the world order and utterly annihilating the Whitebeard pirates. She did not assert that the Whitebeard pirates would emerge victorious. As a retired legendary pirate and an informant who survived through intelligence after retirement, she possessed a deeper understanding of the formidable strength of the Navy and the terrifying nature of the world government than 90% of the populace. Although she was uncertain about how many naval forces Sengoku intended to sacrifice to bury Whitebeard, one thing was clear: barring any unforeseen events, if the Whitebeard pirates ventured forth, they would not return. Unforeseen events. Shakky thought of Lin and Kaido. Those two were unlikely to intervene. She shook her head. If there were to be any unexpected occurrences, it would likely be Shanks. That rascal had been maintaining the balance of the New World. But what was he contemplating? What indeed? Shakky concluded her daydreaming and lifted her gaze toward Shizhou. If one were to speak of monsters, the individual before her was equally monstrous. Moreover, he was a being who, if unleashed, could thoroughly disrupt the entire world. Gazing at Shizhou, Shakky's eyes revealed an unreserved admiration. I am contemplating whether to share a secret with you. Shizhou shook his head and took a hearty swig from the bottle. He was indifferent to Ace's fate, yet deeply concerned for the old man. The old man was not only his mentor, but also his savior. That a secret. Shizhou's words instantly piqued Shakky's interest. You little rascal. Ever since that old coot brought you back, aside from the occasional outings, you've been living with us. How is it that I was unaware of your secrets? You don't know much, Shizhou pouted. What did you say? Noticing Shakky's rising ire, Shizhou quickly added, A secret. Don't you want to know? Despite Shakky's usual composed demeanor, when angered, even the old man would find a reason to retreat, let alone himself. Speak. After a penetrating glance at Shizhou, Shakky raised a cigarette and took a gentle puff. Actually, it's not a significant matter, Shizhou mused, contemplating before continuing. I know the true identity of Ace, Fire Fist Ace. True identity? Setting down her cigarette, Shakky leaned forward, drawing closer to Shizhou. His true identity relates to me. Not you, but it concerns that old coot, Shizhou affirmed. Fire Fist Ace's real name is Ace. Does that name sound familiar? However, his other name, Joel D. Ace, I'm certain you're even more familiar with. Shizhou emphasized it with particular weight. Joel is not special, but adding the changes everything. Joel D. Shakky was momentarily stunned. How could she not be familiar? Especially given it? Wasn't that the surname of that rascal Roger? In her murmurs, Shakky seemed to recall something, shivering involuntarily, then looked up at Shizhou with a face full of disbelief. Impossible, this can't be true. The old man said Roger had no descendants. Moreover, if even the old coot was unaware, how could you possibly know? She was acutely aware that Shizhou could not be lying about this matter, nor did he have any reason to do so. She further understood what it meant if Ace were indeed Roger's descendant. Given Rayleigh's character, upon learning Ace's true identity, he might well venture to Marineford and wade into that turbulent waters for a moment. The woman, who was usually unfazed by calamity, revealed a rare hint of panic. After all, she knew Rayleigh and understood the Navy. Even with Rayleigh's involvement, the Navy's strength would still make it nearly impossible for Whitebeard to rescue Ace. Unless that old coot carp were to defect on the spot. Furthermore, there were the 7 warlords, Sengoku and Zephyr. The current 3 admirals were all monsters, and who knows what lay beyond them in the world government. After Roger disbanded his pirate crew, he vanished for a year before surrendering, and it was during that year that Ace was conceived. Shizhou explained while drinking. Port Gasti Carouge, Ace's mother, was a remarkable woman. She endured the agony of childbirth for 20 months to prevent the Navy from exterminating the last remaining bloodline of that bastard Roger, who had come to investigate. At this point, Shizhou paused. Roger was indeed a scoundrel. Knowing he was destined to die, he still sought to find a woman to continue his lineage. With his intelligence, he could not have been oblivious to the fact that the world government would thoroughly investigate his whereabouts over the entire year he vanished. Had it not been for Carp, had Carp not intentionally concealed it, Ace would never have been born. This was a scheme that Roger had long since orchestrated. He and Carp were enemies in reality, but also friends. He understood Karp's character all too well. That I recall now. Shakky set down her cigarette, directing her gaze at Shizhou. More than 20 years ago, after Roger was executed, the Navy launched a unique island encirclement operation at Batterilla Island, which was also where Roger had last resided. Others may not know where Roger went during that year, but as someone intimately acquainted with Rayleigh and as a competent informant, I was fully aware. I always believed the Navy was searching for Rayleigh and his crew, but it turns out they were after that unborn child. In response to Shakky's words, Shizhou merely nodded and lowered his head. He knew that the Navy was indeed searching for Ace, and that countless pregnant women had perished during this upheaval. While none of this could have been Roger's intention, and he was not the one wielding the blade, it was indeed a consequence of his actions. Thus, Shizhou had harbored a certain disdain for Roger from the outset. It wasn't due to a sense of moral superiority, but rather because that old coot was truly a scoundrel. He could die without a care. Yet never considered how many would accompany him to the grave. That, of course. Shizhou himself was a cold-hearted and selfish being, thus he could only silently critique without passing judgment. After all, in the eyes of many, Roger was a hero. Indeed, in the eyes of even more, he was a thoroughgoing scoundrel, a villain, a demon. Next, Shizhou recounted everything he knew about Roger, Karp, Ace, and Port Gasti at Root. He then lifted the bottle, fanning himself as he exited the bar. How to convey this to the old man was Shakky's concern. How to choose was also her affair. Standing outside the bar, Shizhou raised his gaze, peering through the vast canopy of leaves towards the setting sun on the horizon. A glimmer of excitement, a trace of bloodlust, and a hint of exhilaration flickered in his dark pupils. Old man, I hope you won't let me down. The old man had grown old. This was an undeniable truth. Engaging with Kesi was manageable for a brief performance, but to engage in prolonged and intense combat was utterly impossible, even if his strength remained formidable, potent enough to restrict his own ventures. He could not extricate Ace from the Navy's encirclement. After all, he could never engage in a true life-and-death struggle with the old man, but the Navy was a different matter altogether. However, if he were to join the fray, it would alter the equation. Not only he, but Shakky and the old man were acutely aware of this. Retracting his gaze, Shizhou lowered his head, extending his tongue to lick his lips as excitement radiated from his eyes. Spreading to his face and throughout his entire being. No, I must hurry back. Otherwise, I shall be unable to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Old man, this time you won tea, be able to prevent me from going out. Ha 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 ha. With this thought in mind, Shizhou turned and briskly walked towards the right, heading home beside the in the early morning. As nature awakened, the cool sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a patchwork of warmth. An old man, with a full head of white hair, a white beard adorning his chin, glasses perched upon his nose, draped in a white cloak and donning slippers, staggered as he clutched a bottle of liquor. He appeared on the verge of toppling over, yet somehow managed to remain upright as he pushed open the bar's grand door. Creak! The old wooden door creaked with a harsh, grating sound, reminiscent of the unyielding brutality of an aging man. In the stillness of the early morning, this noise acted as a switch, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings. Soon followed the melodious chirping of birds, the gentle buzzing of insects, the calls of mythical phoenixes, and the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. Everything, indeed, was bustling with life. Yet this lively scene was merely a manifestation of nature, untouched by the revelers within the bar. So early, upon entering the bar, Rayleigh first waved his hand to disperse the thick haze of smoke that nearly obscured the figures within. He then proceeded to the right, flinging open a window. That moment, the smoke, like a torrent released from a dam, rushed out in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Once the haze had sufficiently cleared, Rayleigh approached the bar and, after taking a seat, turned to the bleary-eyed Shakky, who had not slept a wink through the night. How long has it been since you stayed up late? What has transpired? Is it about Amazon Lily? The only significant event he could associate with Shakky was the matter of Daughter Island. It is not about Amazon Lily, Shakky replied, her bloodshot eyes lifting to meet his gaze. It was evident that she had spent the night deliberating on whether to confide in Rayleigh or not. Cursing a certain slumbering instigator in her mind, she thought, if it's not about Daughter Island, then what could it be? Well, take a look. just as she had done the previous day with Shizhou. Shakky pushed a newspaper towards Rayleigh. As he perused its contents, she lit a cigarette, her impatience palpable. A public execution. Rayleigh was only mildly surprised by the news printed on the paper. The inevitable clash between the Navy and the four emperors of the New World was hardly shocking, especially to someone of his retired status. Clearly, this matter was not significant enough to warrant Shakky waiting for him at the bar all night. Thus, he set the newspaper down and silently observed her, awaiting an explanation. Not making Rayleigh wait long, Shakky inhaled the last of her cigarette and stubbed it into an already overflowing ashtray. She then recounted everything Shizhou had shared with her about Ace from the previous day. All right, I've kept you waiting all night, and I've told you everything you need to know. That if there's anything else you wish to uncover, go seek that little rascal Shizhou. With that, Shakky yawned and turned to head towards the staircase. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed her face as she considered Shizhou's impending fate. Having gone a night without sleep, she felt the need to rest. If it weren't for the connection to Rayleigh, she wouldn't have been so tangled in her thoughts. Now that she had spoken, how Rayleigh chose to proceed was entirely his concern. After all, they were no longer children, and the power of choice lay with him. Once Shakky ascended the stairs, Rayleigh remained seated at the bar, lost in contemplation. The revelation that Ace was Roger's son was indeed significant, yet not of monumental consequence. After all, he and Roger were brothers bound by life and death. Not with Ace. However, at that moment, Rayleigh, who typically exuded calmness, suddenly sprang to his feet, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration, cursing the fool, before storming out to the right. Though Ace had little direct connection to him, he was nonetheless Roger's last bloodline, and the boy's true name was Kesi. He must go, but not to seek death. Now he understood the reason behind Shakky's sleepless night. It wasn't merely because of Roger's son Ace, but rather due to the impending war, and Shizhou's involvement in it. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In truth, regarding Ace's identity, Rayleigh had his suspicions long before Shizhou's reminders, but today those suspicions had been confirmed. He recalled a fine day, during a sunset, when he and Roger had chatted at the bow of their ship. Roger had once told him that if he had a son, he would name him Ace, and if he had a daughter, she would be called, and Rayleigh remembered laughing at Roger back then, asserting that he would never have a son. Now, that moment seemed as vivid as if it had occurred yesterday. Standing outside Shizhou's modest abode, Rayleigh felt an unusual hesitation. Should he truly allow Shizhou to go? Regarding Shizhou's strength, Rayleigh had always been uncertain of its limits. Moreover, the boy's formidable abilities, which seemed to stem from some unknown source, remained mostly a mystery to him even after all these years. However, one thing was clear. If he were to unleash Shizhou to wreak havoc, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Over the years, he had come to understand the boy he had unwittingly adopted, grasping the terrifying nature of his bloodthirst and indifference towards the world and humanity. Were it not for Rayleigh's continuous, albeit subtle, suppression of these tendencies, and Shizhou's bloodlust being concealed deep within, combined with his outwardly sunny demeanor, Rayleigh could not be certain what Shizhou would become in that moment. Would he turn to a figure that instills fear in all? Would he become the harbinger of destruction for the world? All these speculations were mere conjectures, and there was no need for excessive worry. At least for now, Shizhou had not left the Sabati archipelago of his own accord, remaining true to the promise made when he had pledged himself to Rayleigh as his mentor. However, it was evident that Shizhou was eagerly anticipating the matter of Ace. Shaking his head, Rayleigh dismissed his thoughts and forcefully kicked open the door. The future belongs to the successors. These old fogies, having already retired, should completely withdraw from the stage of history and leave the world to the younger generations. Let them not rob the youth of their joy. Those are the last words Roger had shared with him over drinks. If he could not prevent it, then he must let go. After all, it was merely a matter of time. The young eagle had grown and could not be caged. It would be unfortunate if kin turned to enmity in the end. Moreover, Shizhou's past was evidently not without its shadows that he could not, nor should he, obstruct Shizhou from avenging his past. The room was small but adequately furnished, with a desk, wardrobe, lamp, and bed. Yet the most striking feature was the enormous weapon rack immediately visible upon entry. There, resting on the blackened crimson wood, lay a sword as dark as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing souls, lying silently in repose. In the moment the door swung open, the blade, glistening under the sunlight, shimmered with a blood-red light. Gazing at the sword, Rayleigh paused momentarily, pondering how the boy had achieved what many believed to be the most difficult feat in the world at just over 20 years of age. After all, there were only two known black blades in existence, one wielded by Mihawk and the other enshrined in a temple in Wayno. Of course, this was only what he knew. Whether other black blades existed in the world remained uncertain. Shaking his head, Rayleigh redirected his gaze to the bed behind the desk. With a swift motion, he yanked the covers aside, revealing Shizhou sprawled out in a large shape on the bed. Rayleigh calmly stated, "Get up, little rascal. We need to talk." This moment, Rayleigh had regained his composure. After speaking, he did not check whether Shizhou was awake or not, but simply turned and seated himself on the other side of the desk. The chair was remarkably comfortable, a recliner crafted by Shizhou himself, and positioned by the window, illuminated by the morning light. It compelled Rayleigh to exhale deeply, gradually closing his eyes and swaying gently. The creaking of the rocking chair echoed like ants crawling up his skin, especially in the early morning when one craved sleep the most, forcing Shizhou to sit up. "What the hell, old man? You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Knowing full well I despise waking up early. Everyone has their own morning irritability, and it was clear that Shizhou particularly detested being disturbed so early. Were it not for the presence of Rayleigh, he might have entertained thoughts of violence. "Why don't you mention that Shakky didn't sleep a wink last night?" Rayleigh shot a glance at Shizhou, continuing to rock. All right, stop rocking. That creaking sound is driving me insane." Shizhou, having grappled with the theories of Rayleigh, was evidently suppressing a simmering anger. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he descended from his bed. Ignoring the elder, he slipped on his slippers and exited the room, taking a detour to the right side of the house. There, standing at the edge of the cliff, he released a stream of cherished liquid towards the sun, a sight that would undoubtedly provoke scathing remarks from any onlooker about his lack of decorum. Indeed, it was rather uncouth, but who could blame him when this place was devoid of other residents? Even if someone did witness this act, they would hesitate to chastise him and might instead offer effusive praise. "Mr. Shizhou, you appear even more robust today. Look at that rainbow. It seems ready to arch over the hill." "Ah, a discerning individual has arrived," he thought, glancing down at a passing pirate. Shizhou chose not to respond, feeling no embarrassment. Instead, after finishing, he shook himself off and nonchalantly adjusted his shorts, turning to wash at the sink nearby. The pirate, accustomed to Shizhou's indifference, scratched his head and hastily departed, his retreating figure resembling one pursued by some unseen demon. Caught in a comical yet awkward flight, that he recalled hearing from a senior, the notorious pirate captain once passed through this area and caught sight of Shizhou. That captain merely cast a glance, doing nothing more than harboring a fleeting disdain. Yet this slight was enough to ensure he never returned. As for how the senior knew of this encounter, it was because he had been the captain's subordinate at the time. Had their distance been shorter, he too might have vanished without a trace. He was the first to witness Shizhou's unrefined behavior and yet emerged unscathed, praising him for it. Shizhou paid no heed to the fleeing pirate. He held little interest in these feckless brigands, as long as they did not provoke him. He was indifferent to their departure, much like one might tread over an ant without pausing to consider it. Regarding the infamous pirate captain, he indeed existed, but it was not merely a glance that had caused his absence. On that particular day, he had merely laughed when he saw Shizhou relieving himself. Such an affront was intolerable. What was to be done? Naturally, they would be sent to hell, where they could laugh to their heart's content. Having completed his morning routine, Shizhou did not return to his bedroom, but instead ventured into the kitchen. He heated a pot of water and prepared flour, mixing it with water and a pinch of salt, in a manner akin to practicing Tai Chi. He kneaded the dough until it was smooth yet firm. The water began to boil, and he placed the dough on the cutting board, angling it against the pot at a 45-degree incline. With a swift motion, he drew a knife, and in a flurry of gleaming steel, the pot was filled with pristine noodles. After a few minutes, he ladled the snowy strands into bowls, drenching them with the pre-prepared red tomato and beef stew. Garnishing with chopped scallions, 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles were ready to serve. Removing his apron, unperturbed by the heat, he carried the bowls toward the main house. The elder had been absent all night. Surely, he must be ravenous. Here, whatever the matter, let us eat first. After all, man is iron. And food is steel. No matter the gravity of the situation, one must first fill their belly to muster the strength to face it. Observing Shizhou eat with abandon, Rayleigh swallowed hard, despite their simplicity. The boy's culinary creations were irresistible. Sitting upright, he gazed at the fragrant, visually appealing noodles before him. His previously empty stomach began to churn, urging him to hurry and partake, producing soft, gurgling sounds. There was no need for pleasantries. The noodles, white with a hint of red, were silky on the outside, yet chewy within, becoming ever more delectable with each bite. A S1 bowl was quickly emptied. Both men savored the last drops of broth, simultaneously exhaling in satisfaction. They leaned back in their chairs as if in silent agreement, collapsing into their seats, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, who was now preparing tea. Shizhou playfully remarked, "Old man, aren't you being a bit inconsiderate? I cook, you wash the dishes. This has been our arrangement for quite some time, hasn't it?" The elder paid no mind to Shizhou's words. Lifting his teacup, he blew gently across the surface of the amber liquid before taking a sip. The sweet aroma of the tea flooded his mouth, causing him to involuntarily squint in delight. It was evident he intended to remain obstinate. With no alternative, Shizhou slowly stood, collecting the empty bowls, and lethargically exited the room. Squinting slightly, Rayleigh observed Shizhou's departure, then set down his cup and shifted in his seat for greater comfort. Why should he be obliged to wash the dishes when he had asked Shizhou to cook? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for he knew that uttering them would result in Shizhou refusing to prepare meals in the future. The mere thought of Summer Chi's decades-long culinary endeavors sent a shiver down his spine, explaining his preference for dining out rather than returning to the bar. Moments later, Shizhou had finished tidying up. Looking at the now-reclined figure of the handsome youth, Rayleigh straightened his demeanor and inquired, "Now, could you enlighten me on how you discovered Ace's true identity?" It was not that he doubted Shizhou, but rather that his immense trust made him eager to understand how Shizhou had come by this knowledge. When he had rescued Shizhou, the boy had been around 11 years old. Silent and filled with hatred, his body marred by wounds, exuding an aura reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Rayleigh had never pried into Shizhou's past, respecting the boy's silence. Yet his lack of inquiry did not equate to ignorance. 13 years prior, during the era of a world-shattering event, Shizhou had been found upon Rayleigh's return from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that Shizhou was likely one of the individuals involved in that incident. Although there was no direct evidence, nor any mark denoting him as a celestial dragon, the transformation from his initial state of countless injuries to their eventual disappearance suggested how such a mark might vanish. It was rather straightforward. Shizhou contemplated, pouring himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat before speaking. "In truth, I hail from Badarara Island." Badarara Island? Rayleigh turned to face the now-sitting Shizhou, who narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Though I was but a child then, I vividly recall the Navy's search efforts. I may have been only 4 years old, but the visage of that scoundrel Roger remains etched in my memory." As he spoke, a slight twitch crossed his lips, his gaze filled not only with disdain, but laced with a hint of animosity. "Do you harbor a grudge against Roger?" Shizhou had previously mentioned Roger with mere disdain, but Rayleigh, noting the widespread contempt for Roger, had dismissed the idea of Shizhou being an exception. Yet, hatred was a different matter entirely. It was an emotion Shizhou had never revealed in Rayleigh's presence before. "Indeed, I bear a grudge," Shizhou replied, his gaze shifting from Rayleigh to the void above, his dark pupils resembling black holes as his thoughts transcended time, spiraling back over 20 years. Mother, 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 flames, screams, oppression, and the brutalities of slaughter. Had he not been so young, and had the Navy not retained a sliver of justice, perhaps he would have already succumbed to the abyss. Rayleigh, witnessing the palpable shift in Shizhou's demeanor, hesitated before asking, "Could you share the nature of this animosity, from what I know of Roger?" He did not seem the type to commit heinous acts, especially against someone so young. Though Roger's demeanor sometimes appeared unreliable, he generally refrained from harming the weak. Rayleigh's words interrupted Shizhou's reverie, causing his eyes, which were on the verge of becoming black holes, to revert to their usual clarity. Touching his nose, Shizhou exhaled deeply and calmly stated, "Roger and I do not harbor any direct enmity, yet the root of all that transpired originates from him." Without waiting for Rayleigh to inquire further, Shizhou continued, "Do you recall the extensive search on Batarilla Island following Roger's demise?" "Yes, they were searching for us," referring to the remnants of the Roger pirates. "Of course not." Shizhou shook his head. "Though you have vanished, many others have concealed themselves quite adeptly. However, numerous individuals have remained under the watchful gaze of the world government, just like you did. Rayleigh found himself at a loss for words. For what Shizhou said was fundamentally true. The lower-ranked navy, including the vice admirals, excluding Garp, as well as most members of the world government CP organizations, were oblivious to his presence hidden within the Sabaody archipelago. Yet, the high-ranking officials of the navy and the ancient figures of the world government were undoubtedly aware. What could be the reason? If the world government is not pursuing you, then who else could they be after? Casting a sidelong glance at Rayleigh, Shizhou lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. "You mean?" A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Rayleigh's eyes. "Indeed, just as you suspect, they are hunting for the bloodline of that scoundrel Roger." Shizhou's tone shifted as he continued. "If they were to find it, that would be one thing, but they are utterly incapable of doing so. If they cannot find it, given the nature of the world government, what actions might they resort to?" At this juncture, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from Shizhou once more. Rayleigh opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Though reluctant to believe it, Shizhou was undeniably a first-hand witness to those events. Given his understanding of the world government, he knew they were indeed capable of heinous acts, including murder against pregnant women. Thus Shizhou's animosity must stem from the loss of a loved one amid this turmoil. Who was it? Regardless of the circumstances, Rayleigh was determined to seek clarification. "Why, Mother," Shizhou's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. "She was my only family in this world. Indeed, she was his sole kin, for that wretched man he referred to as father had abandoned them to join a band of pirates when his mother was merely pregnant and Shizhou's eldest sibling was only 4 or 5 years old. Even with the memories of his past life, the meticulous care of that woman and the unwavering maternal love that remained vividly etched in his mind ensured that Shizhou had always kept her image deeply ingrained in the recesses of his memory." Of course, Shizhou shook his head and turned to Rayleigh with a smile. "With you and Shakky, she is no longer my only family." While Shizhou smiled, Rayleigh did not reciprocate. He gazed at Shizhou, a flicker of sympathy passing through his eyes. It was undeniable that Roger bore some responsibility. It would be unjust to place the entire blame upon him. After all, no one could have anticipated the lengths to which the world government would go for the fictitious bloodline of Roger. Shaking his head, Rayleigh reclined back in his chair, his vacant gaze swirling with thoughts. Given this context, what reason did he have to prevent Shizhou from setting sail? It was crucial to note that Shizhou was prepared to venture forth to rescue Roger's son. Shizhou indeed harbored dissatisfaction toward Roger, even a touch of hatred. Regardless of whether that man had truly considered the consequences, the source of it all remained unchanged. He was not deserving of Shizhou's forgiveness. Yet, that distinction aside, Shizhou was not a true local and held a profound admiration for that woman. Thus he bore no ill will toward Ace. After all, Roger was Roger, and Ace was Ace, despite their blood ties. They were, in essence, complete strangers with his rationality intact. Shizhou was capable of discerning this fact, and his true adversary remained the world government. He would not break the agreement he had made with the old man. However, this did not preclude him from using this matter to convey to Rayleigh that the time had come for him to venture forth. This was an unspoken understanding between him and the old man. And in truth, it had little to do with rescuing Ace. Time, noon, location. In a small room adjacent to Shakky's bar, listening to the unique yet familiar sounds of revelry emanating from the bar. The young man reclining on a lounge chair while reading appeared momentarily lost in thought. The protagonist has arrived. Following discussions with Rayleigh, they had decided to save Ace, but not immediately. It could only happen a week later. Coinciding with the execution date that in truth, the simplest and safest way to rescue Ace would be to follow Luffy to Amazon Lily, then board a naval ship to impel down. However, this method hinged on one condition: Bartholomew Kuma. For employing conventional means, it would take approximately 4 days to travel from the Sabeti archipelago to Amazon Lily, a time frame that would be utterly insufficient, without the opportunity to board a Navy vessel bound for impel down. Locating that place amidst the vast ocean would be an impossibility. Thus, this approach was entirely unfeasible. Even if it were viable, Shizhou would not employ it, for his primary aim in this venture was not to rescue Ace, but to confront the very war itself. Old man, someone is looking for you. Understood. Rayleigh slowly rose from his bed, donned his glasses, draped a cloak over his shoulders, approached the desk, and drained the tea Shizhou had just poured for him. After breakfast, he had rested briefly at Shizhou's place, only to find that time had swiftly slipped away, now reaching midday. "Why haven't you gone out today?" Casting a glance at the youth, who seemed at peace with the passage of time. Rayleigh expressed a hint of surprise. Like him, Shizhou often wandered this island like a restless specter, engaging in life's pleasures while simultaneously earning a bit of money for drinks. As for Shizhou, he had inquired and received the response that he was merely playing. "Playing?" Rayleigh mused. "I suspect you are simply itching to go out in search of prey. Do not think I am unaware of that devil moniker." Of course, the two of them were akin to brothers, each seeking their own form of amusement, albeit through different means. Taking advantage of these few free days, Shizhou intended to rest and recuperate. He set aside his book and replied to Rayleigh as he made his way to the wardrobe. He picked up a patterned floral shirt, donning it leisurely. Though the nearby company was a mermaid, it was still prudent to wear some clothing. Creak. The jarring sound of the wooden door sliding open silenced the bar's chatter in an instant. The straw hat lad, who had been merrily indulging, suddenly stiffened as if ensnared by countless steel needles, instantly alert to the perceived danger. Luffy turned his head, furrowing his brow, his dark pupils locking onto a pair of even darker eyes. Danger, although the young man, entering from outside, emitted no discernible aura. His unique intuition informed Luffy that this individual was perhaps the most formidable adversary he had encountered since setting sail. That blue-haired fellow did not count. "What is the matter, Mr. Luffy?" Brook was the first to notice Luffy's unusual demeanor, having been positioned right before him. "Nothing, this is Shizhou." Shakky, noticing Luffy's tension, displayed a hint of surprise, then reached out to pat Luffy's shoulder, reassuring him not to be alarmed. "Truly, you are indeed the grandson of that old coot Garp. Your instincts are remarkably sharp." Retracting her hand, Shakky turned to Shizhou and inquired, "Where's Rayleigh?" "He's just gotten up and is currently in the restroom." Shizhou's gaze shifted away from Luffy, smiling as he nodded at Shakky. "Hi, Hachi. It's been quite some time." You are?" Hachi pondered briefly before exclaiming loudly, "You are Shizhou." "Indeed. Who would have thought that after 10 years apart? You would have grown so much." Hachi dashed over to Shizhou, circling him excitedly, flailing his 8 arms animatedly. "Wow. 8 arms are quite impressive." "What? So you're friends?" Clearly, the reactions of Xiaoqi and Xiaoba allowed Luffy to completely lower his guard. "Hi. I am Luffy. I know you, Straw Hat Kid." Sitting outside the bar, Shizhou smiled at Luffy and said, "I often see news about you, especially regarding your declaration of war against the world government. I must say, your courage is truly remarkable." With a hearty laugh, Luffy took Shizhou's words as a compliment. "Hello, Mr. Shizhou. I am Brook, the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates." Brook, sitting beside Shizhou, stood up and performed a hat tip towards him as he noticed Luffy's tension had eased. "Greetings, Mr. Skeleton." "Not Mr. Skeleton, it's Brook." Brook replied, putting his hat on, and momentarily stunned by Shizhou's dark pupils. He spun around and exclaimed, "Yo-ho-ho. Though I am indeed entirely a skeleton, yo-ho-ho." "It's Brook." Shizhou nodded and burst into laughter. Indeed, whether it was Luffy or Brook, there was an inexplicable aura about them that inspired trust and joy in others. This is the protagonist group. I am Tony Chopper." Seeing Luffy and Brook introduce themselves, Chopper also decided to jump onto the bar and greet Shizhou. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of Chopper, Shizhou was slightly taken aback and playfully remarked, "Hello, Mr. Raccoon. Not a raccoon. Not a raccoon. It's a reindeer, you scoundrel." "Little master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Watching the flustered chopper, Shizhou stifled a laugh, nodding repeatedly, yes, yes, not a raccoon, not a raccoon. Ha 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 ha. Shizhou himself was unaware that after encountering Luffy and the others, his laughter had increased compared to usual. Of course, just because he was oblivious did not mean that Shakky, who was quite familiar with him, was equally unaware. Observing Shizhou, Shakky extinguished the cigarette in her hand, a smile creeping on her lips, and she felt an unbidden sense of relaxation and joy. Just then, Rayleigh arrived fashionably late. Oh, it's Xiaoba. Long time no see. As was his custom, Rayleigh first greeted Xiaoba before plopping down beside Shizhou. This is the coding craftsman you are looking for. Though Rayleigh spent most of his time wandering the island, he held another identity, the coding craftsman. If he couldn't find a gullible target, he would head to the shipyard, and upon encountering a pirate he found appealing, he would accept a job, work for 3 to 5 days, and then resume his carefree lifestyle. After hearing Luffy's request and the specifications of the Thousand Sunny, Rayleigh pondered for a moment and offered a timeline of 3 days. 3 days, the fastest time considering Xiaoba's reputation, and of course, the familiar face of the Straw Hat Kid. Although uncertain before, the moment he laid eyes on Luffy, he was convinced that Luffy was indeed the successor chosen by Shanks for Roger. He was also the protagonist who, under Roger's regret, had to wait. Years ago, Shanks had visited Sabeti Archipelago and discussed Luffy with him. Go for it, Straw Hat Kid. What did you say, Uncle Rayleigh? It seemed as though Luffy had heard someone calling him, as he lifted his head from the food. Looking at Rayleigh in confusion. Nothing. Watching Luffy's adorably naive expression, Rayleigh couldn't help but smirk. You truly resemble him, Roger. Rayleigh gathered his tools and, based on the address Luffy provided, made his way to Island No. 41. The Thousand Sunny was not excessively large, but it was also not small, and with its distinct features, coupled with Zoro and the others still on board, Luffy and his companions did not follow. Instead, they happily rode the bubble car under the guidance of Xiaoba and Cammy to explore the islands that piqued their interest. Given Luffy's nature, this was hardly surprising. Standing outside the bar and watching the bubble car drift away, Shizhou pondered deeply. His appearance had already altered history as of yesterday, at least changing the course of events on Sabeti Archipelago. He was uncertain if Cammy would still be captured, but the celestial dragons should have descended by now. Contemplating the celestial dragons, Shizhou instinctively extended his right hand, his fingertips gliding over the thin fabric of his clothing across his back, finally resting on his shirt. It hurt. The pain was excruciating, as if etched into his very soul, lingering as vividly as yesterday. With this thought, Shizhou's left hand clenched tightly, a layer of red now swirling within his dark pupils. Casting his gaze toward Island No. 1, Shizhou felt a tumult of conflict within. To go, or the not to go. He feared losing control. Striking a celestial dragon would attract an admiral, and killing one would bring not just an admiral, but also the world government's CP0. At this moment, he could only match an admiral evenly, not yet capable of killing one. Did he want to go? Unbeknownst to him, Shakky had quietly appeared at his side, smoking a cigarette and gazing skyward, her pupils illuminated by the myriad bubbles overhead, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors that obscured her thoughts. All these years, you have been hiding. Every time a celestial dragon descends from Mary Geos, you choose to evade. For ordinary people, this is certainly prudent, but you are different. Even if only from a distance, you must confront it. With that, Shakky reached out, pulling Shizhou's right hand down from his back. The reason why the strong are deemed strong is that they possess the courage to face any adversary. I am not lacking in courage, Shizhou replied, averting his gaze and smiling at Shakky. I simply fear losing control after witnessing such repulsive beings and going on a killing spree. Gazing into Shizhou's eyes, Shakky sensed the madness lurking beneath that red mist. She paused for a moment before smiling and stating, whether it be a killing spree or remaining calm. As long as you do what you believe is right, that is sufficient. She was not Rayleigh. While she could sense Shizhou's bloodlust, it was not as profound. She understood that over the years, Shizhou's hands had been stained with the blood of countless individuals. Yet she did not mind, for she was not a good person herself. Was she? Island number 2, Shizhou still came. But he did not hasten directly to the slave auction house on Island No. One that instead he strolled leisurely along the way. As he made his way there, he encountered no celestial dragons, suggesting that the two pigs were currently seated within the auction house. However, it remained uncertain whether Cammy would still be captured as in the original storyline. Suddenly, the street ahead erupted into chaos for an unknown reason. What had been a lively crowd, bustling with people, abruptly dispersed as if confronted by something terrifying that a man, clad in the Fishman Island uniform, staggered toward him from the end of the street. Behind him, a group of tall, black-clad, masked figures were closing in at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Kex was filled with despair. He realized that the abyss of death had already enveloped him the moment he laid eyes on the celestial dragons. Seeing the lifeless body at their feet. Life is so unfair. The world is so unjust. Despite his relentless efforts to survive, just as he was about to step into a new chapter, this damned world played a cruel joke on him. All because he had turned his back for a fleeting moment while buying something in a store. It had led to the final farewell between him and his wife that he loathed himself, hated himself for leaving his wife, and despised the celestial dragons even more than it was because of those loathsome beings, and due to his wife's pregnancy, that she was brutally killed for kneeling 1 second too late. No, I cannot die yet. If I die, I will lose everything. Even if I have to gamble on my next life, I must escape. Only by fleeing can I avenge my wife. It is precisely this unwavering belief that has enabled him to persevere until now, allowing him to behold that familiar figure on the other side of the street. With bloodshot eyes fixated on Shizhou, Kesi hesitates for a fleeting moment. He understands that with Shizhou's assistance, the hunting hounds at his back would be rendered powerless. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he makes his decision, turning without a moment's hesitation to flee into the alleyway to the right. Indeed, Mr. Shizhou could save him, but such salvation would inevitably attract the ire of the celestial dragons. He is uncertain of Mr. Shizhou's strength, yet he knows it pales in comparison to that of the celestial dragons, a truth universally acknowledged. This choice ultimately seals his fate, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope for survival. In the narrow alley, as Shizhou stands at the entrance, Kesi's form lies lifeless in a pool of blood. Despite his remarkable speed and formidable abilities, the world is rife with irremediable regrets. This moment. He cannot teleport, cannot instantaneously appear at Kesi's side, nor can he compel the CP0 member, imbued with a menacing aura, to halt his advance or sheathe his blade. Silently observing Kesi's fallen form, a palpable aura of murderous intent envelopes Shizhou, so potent that the air around him seems to boil as if heated to its breaking point. Withdrawing his blade from Kesi's corpse, droplets of blood cascade to the ground. The masked CP0 agent diverts his gaze from Kesi, turning to face the alley's entrance. Although his instincts warn him that the figure at the alley's mouth is exceedingly dangerous, his ingrained habits, coupled with the colossal presence behind him, embolden him to address Shizhou with cold indifference. The world government is conducting business. We advise bystanders to vacate the premises. Were it not for his instincts indicating that Shizhou was beyond the capabilities of these lower-tier CP0 members, they would have charged forth without hesitation to eliminate him. CP0, abbreviated from CP0CP, Aegis 0, operates under the auspices of the Celestial Dragons and is heralded as their most formidable shield. IT is the world's most powerful intelligence agency, primarily tasked with the protection of the Celestial Dragons. Though they occasionally engage in unsavory clandestine activities, they represent the dark underbelly of the world government, a nightmare for the vast majority of kingdoms. To be pursued by them is akin to being marked by a demon, with no respite until death. This fate befalls not only the nobility of these nations, but even their kings. In the alley, the youth remains silent for an extended period. The black-clad CP0 agents standing by the corpse make no move, aware that while the world government grants them confidence, they face an inevitable demise. Typically, upon uttering the phrase regarding the world government's business, even those with grievances would discreetly withdraw. However, the youth at the alley's mouth does not budge. Moreover, the chilling aura emanating from him does not dissipate. Instead, it seems to lock onto them, rendering them motionless with fear. They harbor no doubt that a slight movement would provoke the youth's merciless retaliation. At last, the young man stirs, his right hand gradually grasping the hilt of the blade at his waist as he strides forward, unhurriedly entering the alley. His footsteps, though soft, resonate like the tolling of a bell, echoing in the hearts of the CP0 agents. Synchronizing their pulses with his approach, we cannot delay any longer. They silently agree, exchanging glances before resolutely stomping their right legs against the ground and, with a swift whoosh, appearing before the youth, each raising their blades to strike at him. Fleeing is not an option, especially when faced with a predator. Such an attempt would only expedite their demise. Thus, in that shared moment of understanding, they have collectively resolved to strike first. For them, death is not an insurmountable concern. After all, they are not truly human, but rather human-shaped weapons, forged by the world government. The sound of swords being unsheathed pierces the air, accompanied by fleeting glimmers of cold steel, reverberating throughout the alley. When the blinding light fades, the youth stands beside Kesi's lifeless body. Meanwhile, the CP0 agents, mere steps behind him, appear suspended in midair as though ensnared by a binding spell. Their movements, expressions, and even the very essence of life have been stripped away, leaving them devoid of vitality. With a subtle clang, Shizhou stands adjacent to the corpse, not bothering to glance back. The moment he sheathes his blade, the sound reverberates through the air like a stone cast into the tranquil waters of the void, sending ripples that sweep across the lifeless body on the ground and the suspended CP0 agents, engulfing the entire alley. In an instant, both the corpse and the CP0 figures begin to disintegrate, as if eroded by the passage of time, rapidly turning to sand before vanishing completely. Aside from the bloodstains on the ground, it is as if no hunt ever transpired, no life was lost. As the CP0 agents dissipate, an ethereal energy, invisible to all but Shizhou, begins to manifest, swirling around him. When this energy fails to penetrate his body, it flows into his right hand, coursing along the hilt of his blade and into its sheath. The knife remains unchanged, yet after absorbing the energy, it appears to have been reforged, its surface darkening. However, the transformation is subtle, imperceptible to anyone but its master. Rest in peace, Shizhou murmurs, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground. Suffering through the cycles of life and death is a familiar ordeal for him. The thought of never again witnessing Kesi's radiant smile or the sight of the flying fish car at the intersection weighs heavily on his heart. In this world, the only beings who evoke sorrow within him are the old man Shakky and, perhaps, Chochio. Although Kesi regarded him as a friend and chose to divert his path to avoid entangling him, their bond was merely that of friends. Had Kesi not turned at the last moment, Shizhou might not have felt such profound lamentation. He is, indeed, cold-hearted, yet compared to the hell he has endured, Kesi's demise is a dignified one. With that thought, Shizhou calmly exits the alley. The delay of the CP0 agent signals that more will soon arrive, that he does not fear them, but he detests complications. The individuals within this organization have long ceased to be human. They are mere emotionless machines, weapons that, if entangled, swarm like ants. Endless and relentless, a true nuisance at this moment. He is unprepared to confront the world government, the 5 monstrous entities, or Emu. He is not yet strong enough. Standing at the alley's mouth, he raises his gaze skyward, peering through the branches toward the horizon, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment. Soon, very soon, with sufficient resources, he shall achieve another breakthrough, that time. Even if he cannot entirely vanquish those accursed beings or defeat Emu, they will be powerless against him, and he shall finally attain true freedom in this world. Lowering his head, Shizhou strides forward into the bustling crowd, disappearing from sight on Island 1 at the population auction site. 550,000 berries, 560,000 berries, 600,000. This gentleman bids 600,000. Is there anyone willing to offer more? For mere 600,000, this gentle and beautiful human girl can accompany you home at your every whim. Shizhou, like a specter, stealthily evades the guards and slips into the auction house. The auction hall is fan-shaped, elevated at the edges and lower in the center. He casts a casual glance around at row, Kid, killer. Familiar faces he's seen frequently in the newspapers lately, the latest generation of supernovas. Shizhou finds them uninteresting, mere children who have yet to mature, possessing only brute strength .600,000 for the first time, 600,000 for the second time, 600,000 for the third time. The auctioneer on stage, brimming with excitement, raised the small hammer in his hand and struck the little table before him twice. The bid of 600,000 berries was secured below. The man who had placed the bid wore a broad smile. Yet the beads of sweat glistening on his plump cheeks revealed that 600,000 was no trifling expense for him. Nevertheless, he soon cast aside these concerns, his gaze fixated with fervor on the pitiable young girl trapped within the cage on stage. Were it not for the remnants of his dwindling noble decorum, he might have transformed into a beast, pouncing upon her without hesitation. Perhaps the sheer scale of the human auction house stifled his burgeoning desires, keeping them at bay. Shizhou cast a sidelong glance at this beastly figure before calmly shifting his steps and taking a seat beside Law. This fellow occupied the last row, and perhaps due to the presence of his weapon, there was an empty seat beside him. Law merely glanced at Shizhou before quickly averting his gaze. A mere ordinary individual was hardly worthy of further attention. Trafalgar Law, full name Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, captain of the Heart Pirates, user of the Ope Know Me, and nicknamed the Surgeon of Death, bore a bounty of 200 million berries. The moment Shizhou uttered his full name, Law's right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, his posture straightening as he distanced himself from Shizhou. Upon hearing his complete name, Law's typically composed demeanor shattered, revealing an unusual flicker of panic in his eyes that the din's name was a secret, one that had never surfaced in this world. Aside from himself, even Don Quixote da Flamingo was likely unaware of it. Thus, to hear his full name from the lips of someone who appeared so ordinary, casually seated beside him, was utterly shocking and unnerving. "Who are you?" Law demanded, his eyes locked on Shizhou, the veins in his hand visibly straining against the grip on his weapon. In that moment, he resembled a spooked hedgehog, bristling with wariness and aggression. Behind him, his crew members, including Beepo, instinctively rose to their feet, ready for confrontation. "A bounty hunter," he mused, only to dismiss the thought before Shizhou could respond. "No, that cannot be. Bounty hunters cannot possibly know my full name. Are you affiliated with Doflamingo, or perhaps a member of the world government? If anyone in this world were to know his true name, it would be Doflamingo, and the world government, with but a modicum of diligence, would certainly be aware. After all, his homeland had always been under the control of the world government, though it lay in ruins. Traces of its existence remained. Do not be alarmed," Shizhou said, reclining comfortably against the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding Laws. "I am neither a subordinate of Doflamingo nor a representative of the world government, and certainly not a bounty hunter at this juncture." He shifted his attention from the celestial dragon seated in the prime location to Law, smiling as he added, "I am merely an ordinary person." "Ordinary? What nonsense!" Law retorted in disbelief. "If you are ordinary, then what am I?" The moment Shizhou's gaze fell upon him, Law realized he had misjudged. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. His tumultuous childhood, rife with violence, had rendered him acutely sensitive to danger, and the intensity of Shizhou's scrutiny felt akin to being locked in the sights of an unbeatable beast, an utterly disconcerting sensation. Though not equating Shizhou with Doflamingo, Law recognized that the shadow Doflamingo had cast over him was so profound that it made him aware that the man before him was significantly more powerful. After all, when he had encountered Doflamingo, he had been a frail, sickly child, while now he stood as a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, asserting dominance across the first half of the Grand Line. "Ah, your perceptiveness is commendable," Shizhou remarked with a chuckle, shaking his head at Law's growing tension. He had not anticipated that two individuals could discern the strength within him within a single day, both of whom bore the letter D in their names. Of course, Luffy was the more impressive of the two. After all, he was the protagonist, endowed with the mysterious ability to hear the voices of all things, an ability he himself was unaware of. Thus, he leaned towards the notion that Law's acuity was a product of his experiences, much like his own, where encounters with the strong, even those devoid of any overt aura, could still elicit an instinctual recognition of their exceptional nature. Sensing that Shizhou bore no ill intent, Law gradually relaxed, exhaling deeply as he reclined against the sofa. Behind him, his more carefree crew members followed suit, returning to their seats. "What brings you to me?" Law inquired, his breath regained, leaning closer to Shizhou and speaking in a hushed tone that a figure of your stature would not seek out a fledgling pirate like myself without reason. "Surely there is something you require." Law regarded Shizhou with a firm gaze, confident in his abilities yet aware of his limitations. Although uncertain of the extent of Shizhou's prowess, he surmised that he was indeed more powerful. Thus, he could not have come merely for a demonstration of strength. After a brief pause, a look of realization dawned upon Law's face that it must be my devil fruit that has drawn your interest. "Is someone in your family unwell?" Shizhou sighed, casting a bemused glance at LW. It seemed that this man, once assured of his safety, had developed a touch of a comedic streak. Wasn't he supposed to be the aloof and enigmatic figure? Noting Shizhou's silence, Law grew increasingly certain of his hypothesis, a smile creeping onto his lips as he said, "Speak freely. While my medical skills may not be the pinnacle of excellence, they are still commendable due to my devil fruit ability. As long as your loved one has a breath left, I can surely pull them back from the brink of death." With that declaration, a hint of pride flickered across Law's face, a testament to his confidence in his medical expertise. It was not that he wished to rush to Shizhou's aid, but rather that the inexplicably terrifying figure beside him urged him to conclude matters swiftly and distance himself from this imposing presence. "However, it's not for medical treatment," Shizhou finally responded after a prolonged scrutiny of Law. "Not for medical treatment." Law's smile froze, for healing was the least of the costs he anticipated. If it was not for that, it implied that Shizhou's request might exceed his expectations, a notion fraught with peril. Before defeating Doflamingo, he had been most fearful of falling into danger. "Indeed," Shizhou nodded, ignoring Law's renewed tension as he turned his attention back to the rotund figure adorned in a transparent glass helmet. Resembling an astronaut, seated in front of him, It was uncertain whether this family had grown accustomed to arrogance or if their proximity to the Navy headquarters and Marineford had imbued them with a false sense of security. But they had not even brought a single CP0 member for protection. The strongest among the CP0 operatives accompanying this family were the very individuals he had previously dispatched, fixing his gaze upon the back of the Roswald family. Shizhou felt a myriad of images flashing through his mind. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The colossal circular arena was packed with onlookers, resembling gluttonous swine, their faces flushed with excitement as they fixated on the spectacle within. Akin to a pack of elegantly dressed wolves eagerly eyeing their prey, that a palpable air of disdain and unmasked malice enveloped the atmosphere. Indeed, emotions are contagious, and the malevolence emanating from above surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing both contenders in its wake. Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? For two individuals, the desire to live is undeniable. Life, even when ensnared in the depths of hell, demands an ambition to ascend. Only through perseverance and relentless striving can one glimpse the sun and hope on the horizon. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The resounding cries surged like tumultuous waves, not merely urging, but compelling the two combatants at the center of the arena to engage in battle. Blood spattered, flesh flew. The more brutal the encounter, the greater their exhilaration. Meanwhile, the two fighters seemed oblivious to the cacophony around them, their bloodshot eyes locked onto each other, their scarred bodies adorned with bulging veins. Akin to serpents swiftly coiling and uncoiling, point one was a child, the other a robust middle-aged man. Paradoxically, it was the seasoned warrior who felt the tension more acutely, for the child, nicknamed the Little Demon, had reportedly spent nearly a year in this arena. Undefeated, a year to lose here meant to join the ranks of the dead in the vast grave beneath the arena, a fate no one desired. Least of all him. Even in this infernal pit, where death was an inevitable specter, he was unwilling to perish so soon. Gripping the massive blade tightly, the man, whose body was as red as a boiled shrimp, charged toward the child the moment the whip cracked behind him. There was no choice but to charge, for the guards of the arena, dubbed the servants of the gods, were in fact masked demons, towering beasts devoid of reason. Governed solely by instinct, should the two fail to clash, these creatures would intervene, tearing both combatants apart. "Forgive me, I wish to live, so you shall die." The enormous blade, wielded with unparalleled force, descended violently upon the child. The wind generated by the blade swept aside the child's disheveled, filthy hair, revealing a tender face marred with dirt yet unmistakably youthful. Gazing at the impending strike, the child's ebony eyes reflected no fear, as if the descending steel were nothing more than falling leaves. Just as the blade was about to cleave the child in two, an astonishing moment occurred. The child stepped back, evading the massive blade with perfect timing. Clang! The clash of metal against the ground echoed like iron colliding with iron, or rather, steel against steel, for the entire arena was constructed of steel for durability. Amid the shower of sparks, the strong man felt a jolt in his hands, his body momentarily stiffening under the blade's recoil. It was this fleeting moment of rigidity that provided the child with an opportunity. He swiftly advanced, stepping onto the back of the giant blade, bending his legs and leaping upward in an elegant backflip, landing squarely on the robust man's back. With his feet planted against the back of the man who towered over him, the child extended his left hand, fingers piercing like daggers into the man's eyes. Ignoring the man's agonized screams, the child's right hand, clutching a sharp dagger, slid beneath the man's chin and, without hesitation, sliced to the right. The screams abruptly ceased as blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe from the man's neck. Moments later, the man, as if a building with its foundation excavated, knelt forward and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Well done, splendidly done. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, the surrounding spectators, resembling gluttonous pigs, erupted in excitement. Yet, some among them slumped in their seats, drained of energy, their eyes filled with disappointment. For them, the arena was not merely a place of amusement and spectacle, but also a venue for gambling. In gambling, some win, and undoubtedly, some lose. Ha! Poor Poolming, it seems luck has not favored you today. From a privileged position, Saint Roswad observed with smug satisfaction the slumped figure of Saint Poolming. Do not be too smug. The child is indeed formidable, but I will find an even more powerful slave. With that, Poolming rose swiftly and headed for the exit. This was the final match of the day. Though he regretted losing money, he felt only a tinge of resentment. For to the celestial dragons, money was as abundant as dirt, easily acquired. Did he care for money? Of course not. His concern was for his reputation. That slave boy, indeed impressive, would have been his choice were it not for Roswad's repeated selections. Alas, his pride was wounded. The thought of Roswad's triumphant expression stirred in Poolming a fierce discontent. He gritted his teeth, silently vowing to venture to the Chambord Islands and procure a powerful slave at any cost. Once the celestial dragons in the stands had mostly departed, Saint Roswad finally rose. He approached the edge of the stands, his gaze greedily fixed upon the child still standing atop the corpse. This greed was pure, akin to a child spotting a beloved toy, or a lecherous man beholding a beautiful woman. Yet alongside his greed, there was also indifference. Though the child had brought him wealth, it mattered not. A slave was merely a slave, regardless of possessing qualities and strengths surpassing many. Catch another glimpse of him was a privilege for the child. Were it not for the fact that the arena's slaves belonged to all celestial dragons, managed by the Izambaron family, he would have seized the child and indulged himself until boredom set in. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What a pity! Before the child could look his way, Roswad turned and waddled away that moment, as if sensing the lingering greed left by Roswad. The child lifted his head, his emotionless ebony pupils locking onto the back of Roswad like a hawk eyeing its prey. In that instant, it felt as if time had transcended. The human auction house. The back he remembered coincided perfectly with the one before him, causing Shizhou's eyes to shimmer crimson as the buried desire for destruction within his soul surged forth, a yearning to annihilate everything surrounding that figure. Alongside the shift in Shizhou's gaze, an invisible force began to awaken within Luo and Kid, as if something deep within them had been stirred, slowly yet resolutely coming to life. The changes in Luo and Kid brought Shizhou back to his senses. He glanced at the frozen figures of Kid and Luo, a flicker of inexplicable emotion passing through his dark pupils. Then, he withdrew his gaze, leaning back and slowly closing his eyes. Ha! Woo-woo! Clap, clap, clap. 800,000. 800,000. This gentleman bids 800,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, for 800,000, this beautiful princess shall accompany this gentleman home. 900,000. I bid 900,000. As if nothing had happened moments before. The world came back to life as Shizhou closed his eyes, and everything resumed its course. Hey, did something just happen? Luo felt a strong intuition that something terrible had transpired, and his heart felt as if it had just plummeted from a great height, leaving him inexplicably uneasy. I am not Hey. I am Shizhou. If you insist on a title, you may call me Shizhou or Mr. Shizhou. Very well, Mr. Shizhou. I sense that something occurred just now, but I have no memory of it. Do you know what it was? Luo inquired, bewildered. Nothing happened. Shizhou kept his eyes shut, as the murderous intent still lingered within. You might simply be hungry or startled. Really? With his head tilted and his squinted eyes filled with confusion. Luo absent-mindedly rubbed his belly. His surprise. After Shizhou's remark, he indeed felt a slight hunger pang. Could it merely be an illusion? Luo pondered for a moment, unable to discern a reason, and ultimately decided he was overthinking it. He then leaned closer to Shizhou and inquired, Mr. Shizhou, you have yet to divulge the purpose of your summons. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. He merely wished to request that when chaos ensues here, Shizhou could seize the opportunity to extract the hearts of those rotund pigs adorned with bubble helmets for him. The bubble-helmeted pigs? Luo turned his gaze towards the celestial dragons, a flurry of question marks swirling above his head. No. Not daring to contemplate why Shizhou would desire the hearts of celestial dragons, Luo hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, Mr. Shizhou, I implore you, spare me. Those are celestial dragons, although they possess little strength akin to ordinary people. And perhaps even less, they occupy the pinnacle of power in this world. Merely offending them could provoke an admiral, let alone extracting their hearts. Are you not sending me to my doom? It was evident that Luo understood the might of the celestial dragons and had no intention of acquiescing to Shizhou's request. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon hearing this name from Shizhou, Luo's demeanor shifted. What are you implying? Luo fixed his gaze on Shizhou, a glimmer of insight sparking in his eyes. He harbored a suspicion that, if true, could bring him a profound sense of calm and hope that his long-cherished desire might soon be realized. I am referring to Don Quixote da Flamingo, Shizhou replied, his now clear eyes locking on Luo's as he stated calmly. Let us strike a deal. The request I have made is already clear, and I am aware of what you seek. If you procure the hearts of those 3 pigs for me, I shall deliver da Flamingo into your hands. At this juncture, he paused, averting his gaze to the stage where the auctioneer, Disco, was energetically performing, and continued, As for whether they are dead or alive, that is entirely up to you. You cannot be serious. Luo's eyes widened as he stared intently at Shizhou, his previously bent spine now straightening. It was imperative to recognize that Da Flamingo was not merely an individual. He was the figurehead of the formidable Don Quixote pirates and the Da Flamingo family. Are you certain you can capture him? While Luo was aware that Shizhou was stronger than the Da Flamingo he had encountered in his youth, he could not ascertain how much Da Flamingo's strength had grown over the years. That man's influence had expanded exponentially, and it was unlikely that his power had stagnated. Thus, Luo harbored doubts about Shizhou's ability to triumph over Da Flamingo. That is not for you to concern yourself with. What I require is a simple answer. Do you accept or decline this deal? Luo deliberated for an extended period, long enough for Nami and the others to enter and for several items to be auctioned, before finally arriving at a decision. I am sorry, Mr. Shizhou, but I cannot accept this transaction. Despite a fervent desire to immediately fulfill his ambition, after all these years, he still wished to confront Da Flamingo personally, even if it meant merely participating in the endeavor. He did not want to entirely entrust it to another. After uttering this, Luo felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing back into his chair. His original plan was to wait here for the Straw Hat Kid, so they could face the challenge together. After all, taking on such risks alone was daunting. Though he possessed confidence, he had not yet become arrogant enough to believe he could stand toe-to-toe with Doflamingo. The reason he sought the Straw Hat Kid was that the name bore the signifying his membership in the D-Clan. Unlike Luffy, he understood some of the implications of that. If he were to engage in a transaction with Shizhou, he would entirely forfeit his sense of agency. Even if Shizhou were to successfully capture Doflamingo, what significance would it hold for him? What would be the worth of all his struggles and persistence over the years? Thus, after much contemplation and suppressing his impatience, he chose to reject Shizhou's offer. Moreover, another reason lingered. While Shizhou was formidable in his eyes, he had yet to reach a point where Luo felt emboldened to provoke the Celestial Dragons. After all, the Celestial Dragons represented not merely themselves, but the strongest and most violent organization in this world. Upon Luo's refusal, Shizhou said nothing further. He simply nodded and turned his gaze back to the stage. He felt no disappointment, understanding that everyone in this world possessed their unique personalities, particularly those so-called pirates who had rapidly risen to fame. Luo's desire for personal vengeance was something he could respect, and thus would allow him his own path. My Lord. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. However, Ace's death might mean that Luffy would not cease his journey. The uncertainty remained whether Luo would possess the same fortune 2 years hence to reclaim a life from Doflamingo's grasp. Shaking his head, Shizhou resolved not to dwell further. The decisions he made were his to bear. Such was the mindset of a pirate. Meanwhile, the skies over Sabiti Archipelago darkened with rain, a tempest brewing. If prior to this day, the news of Ace's impending public execution had circulated only among a limited circle, then from this moment forth, it would reverberate throughout the world. The World News Agency, having prepared for an entire day, seized the opportunity under the Navy's generous remuneration to disseminate the news across its vast, global network with remarkable speed. At this moment, discussions erupted across the seas. From the Four Seas to the first half of the Grand Line, and even to the New World, those aware of the implications of this event were caught in a mix of excitement and gravity. Simultaneously, their gazes turned towards Marine headquarters at Marineford, for an event was to unfold that would astound the entire world. A battle, one that would herald the largest conflict between the Marines and pirates since Roger S. execution. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, for the countless scoundrels upon the seas, this was a cause for exhilaration. It signified that, in the aftermath of the impending Great War, chaos would breed even greater opportunities. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Among the most distressed were those pirates lingering near Sabiti Archipelago, yearning to venture into the New World, yet lacking the strength to do so. For regardless of whether the Marines triumphed or faltered, they would become the first targets of retaliation. Victorious, they would ride the wave of momentum. Defeated, they would seek someone to vent their frustrations upon. Consequently, upon witnessing the newspapers, Sabiti Archipelago descended into a peculiar chaos. Let us pull off a big score and then leave this place. This was the prevailing sentiment among seasoned pirates. They were not inclined to remain here, waiting for the outcome before rushing into the New World to pursue some fanciful dream. Outside, the clamoring noise would not affect the auction house. Mermaid, mermaid, I want a mermaid. At that moment, Charlos, with snot dripping from his nose and resembling a simpleton, abruptly stood up and interrupted the auction with his loud cries. You said there would be a mermaid. Why hasn't Tia been brought out yet? A hush fell over the room. The instant Charlos spoke. The once animated auction hall fell silent, faced with the piercing gaze of the celestial dragon. Disco, the self-assured auctioneer and owner of the establishment, instantly bent low. Understanding the cruelty of the celestial dragons, he dared not retort or offer excuses. Honorable Prince Charlos, it will be ready shortly, I assure you. The next item for auction is indeed a mermaid. With that, he turned to his assistant and commanded, hurry and bring out the mermaid. After issuing his orders, he refrained from continuing the auction, instead standing on the stage, bowing respectfully as he awaited compliance. The other attendees bore no objection to the celestial dragon's interruption of the auction, aside from Nami and her companions. While they longed to see Kami, if it meant an early reunion due to the celestial dragons, that was an entirely different matter. For who could rival the celestial dragons in power? Thus, standing at the back of the auction hall, Nami and her companions, who had yet to find their seats, gazed at the stage, feeling as restless as ants on a hot skillet. "Fear not. We possess approximately 200 million berries," Sanji remarked, noticing the anxiety of Chopper and others. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips as he added, "Though the celestial dragons are wealthy, I doubt they would pay several times the price for a mermaid." He uttered these words with a hint of disbelief, yet felt compelled to say them, for they were already present and had to continue with their plan. However, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Should they find that money alone could not resolve their predicament? With that thought, a sinister glint flickered in Sanji's smoke-veiled eyes. "You all stay here. I'll go take a look." With that, he moved to the right. "Wait, I'm coming with you," Frankie said, his expression serious, hastily following Sanji, his iron fists meeting in determination. Nami and Chopper, watching the retreating figures of Sanji and Frankie, felt a wave of worry wash over them. Yet they could only choose to trust, for they were comrades, the most reliable of allies. "Rest assured, Kami will be fine." "Thank you. Thank you." What more could Chobana and the Starfish Papagu express? Their gratitude flowed forth, an earnest reflection of their appreciation for Nami and the others. After all, they were competing against the celestial dragons. They were not foolish. They understood perfectly well what Sanji and Frankie were up to as they ventured towards the backstage of the auction hall, rather than exiting through the front. At the rear of the stage, Shizhou cast a glance at Sanji and Frankie, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Clever, he then returned his gaze to Charlos, recalling that this character, if memory served, did not make an appearance until later in the original story. Yet here he was, inexplicably present at the auction hall from the start. Reminded of the nurse who had been robbed by this fellow and the fiancée of the nurse who had been shot, Shizhou couldn't help but think of it. It appeared that Kesi and her husband had taken the place of those two in the original tale. What a pity! Shizhou sighed inwardly. His arrival had already altered many events. And thus, what transpired on this island, along with its people, could not possibly mirror the original narrative. For instance, today's auction featured not only different items, but also an entirely different process, such as the butterfly effect. Of course, while the minor details may differ, the overarching direction remains largely unchanged. If there was a notable difference, it was that today there was no elder at hand, and to unlock the slave collar around Kami's neck, it would fall to the Straw Hat crew themselves. Yet, should Sanji and Frankie fail to find the key, he would still be present. His visit today was partly to reconnect with his old friends, the Roseward family, and partly to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Contemplating this, he absently stroked his chin. It had been a long time since he last saw Shirahoshi. He wondered how that tearful, seemingly eternally youthful child was faring lately. Amused, he shook his head and redirected his attention to the stage. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the sound of clanking chains echoed from the left side of the stage. Two burly men emerged, one pushing and the other pulling, as they unveiled a massive spherical object draped in white cloth that I believe many of you desire her. At today's stars indeed her. Disco straightened his bent posture, microphone in hand, as he paraded around the stage, eventually pointing to the cart with a booming voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, please look." At that moment, the lights in the auction hall extinguished, leaving only a solitary beam shining down upon the cart. Within that light, a shadowy figure, ensnared by massive iron chains, with a human upper body and a fish lower body, came into view for all in the auction hall. Wow! Could it be? The highly anticipated auction item was indeed real, and the excitement in the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony. Nami and her companions at the back of the stage, however, felt a stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in the hall. They were tense, anxious, their teeth clenched, faces etched with sorrow. After all, who would feel comfortable witnessing a friend being treated like an object, dragged onto the stage for all to gawk at? Without further ado, Disco waved his hand. His subordinates, who had been waiting by the cart, swiftly seized the curtain and yanked it down. As the white cloth billowed, A gigantic spherical fish tank was revealed to the audience. Wow! Upon seeing Kemi, the auction hall was engulfed in cheers. They were greedy, lecherous, and laughed boisterously. Some even stood up in excitement, as if the auction hall had transformed into a grand ballroom, their bodies swaying in delight. They fixated on the beautiful mermaid, appearing pitiful beneath the glimmering water, unabashedly revealing their true, vile natures. What a den of iniquity! It resembled an arena of gladiators in the so-called Holy Land, though the faces had changed. The malevolent gaze from above remained unchanged. If there were any differences, it was that the celestial dragons viewed everyone in this manner, while those in the hall directed their disdain only at those weaker than themselves. At that moment, Shizhou's eyes gradually grew cold. He turned his head, scanning the backs of those who cheered, as if marking them for something yet to come. In the auction hall, Luo dared not even take a breath. The instant the mermaid appeared, his instincts told him that, although Shizhou remained devoid of any aura, he felt as though Shizhou was a volcano on the verge of eruption. As Shizhou turned his gaze towards the jubilant crowd, Luo experienced a shudder, as if something dreadful was about to transpire. Waiting and watching and seeing nothing happen, Luo finally exhaled, though he instinctively shifted his position, attempting to distance himself from Shizhou. This unintentional action spoke volumes about the pressure Shizhou exerted, enough to compel Luo to contemplate an early exit. Thud, thud, thud. Once the applause subsided, Disco approached the auction podium and rapped on the table, signaling the commencement of the auction. It has been some time since a mermaid was offered for sale. I assume everyone is quite excited. Naturally, I am as well. He paused, surveying the surroundings with a grin, before exclaiming, "Now, what shall be the starting bid?" After tantalizing the crowd, he spun in place, raising the microphone and tilting his head back. 500 million. Just as everyone awaited Disco to announce the opening bid, Charlos's thunderous shout interrupted him, forcing Disco to swallow the figure that had almost escaped his lips. This left the auction hall in stunned silence. A stark contrast to the earlier raucous atmosphere. Just like in the original story, this fat pig regarded money with utter disdain. Upon laying eyes on Kemi, he was convinced she was his, had he not been aware of certain protocols. He would have rushed onto the stage to savor the sight of her. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these lowly individuals in the auction hall. He intended to simply throw out a price they could never match, even if many among them were nobles or even kings of small nations. Yet he remained indifferent. To him, even the kings of these small nations were but lowly beings. Mission accomplished, Charlos reclined back into the sofa. His reckless actions elicited a hint of dissatisfaction from his father. Roseward turned to his son, noting, "Aren't you already keeping piranhas in your tank?" It was not that he forbade Charlos from purchasing a mermaid. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to spend such exorbitant sums. Chasing after her would be far more entertaining. Charloros nonchalantly remarked, "I have heard that mermaids are the fastest creatures in the world. Suit yourself." With a sense of helplessness, Roseward shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. After all, 500 million was merely a trifling sum for him. Within the confines of the glass tank, Kemi observed the once frenzied audience, now rendered as silent as if a pause button had been pressed. It was as if she sensed the dire circumstances unfolding outside. She pressed her hands against the glass, relentlessly hammering on the transparent wall. Her gaze fixed on Nami and the others standing at the back of the stage, her eyes brimming with desperation and yearning. In response to Kemi's imploring gaze, Shakky and Papagu could only grit their teeth. Their cheeks swiftly dampened by tears of helplessness that we need to think of something quickly. If we don't hurry, Kemi will be sold to the celestial dragons, Chopper exclaimed, panting anxiously as he turned to Nami. Nami remained silent. She, too, was anxious, but her urgency felt futile. They only had 200 million. Competing against the celestial dragons was already a long shot, but as Sanji had previously said, there was always a glimmer of hope. Yet, no one anticipated that Charloros would disregard all norms and place an exorbitant bid, extinguishing their hopes entirely. Gritting her teeth, Nami clenched her fists tightly, diverting her gaze from Kemi to the stage's rear, obscured by a massive curtain. "Please, Sanji, Frankie." Her remaining hope rested solely with Sanji and Frankie, who were enacting an alternate plan. Just as silence enveloped them all, Disco on stage sprang into action. He exuberantly bellowed, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" After a brief pause, seeing no response, he turned around and approached the glass tank, pointing at Kemi. "If no other guests place a bid, we will finalize the buyer." Upon hearing Disco's declaration, Chopper's body instantly expanded as he leaned against the back of the last row of sofas, anxiously fixating on the stage. "Nami, are we just going to watch our friend being sold off?" Shakky glared furiously, gripping the hilt of a concealed blade hidden beneath his cloak. There was no other choice. They had to desperately rescue Kemi and help her escape to the sea. "Don't be foolish. Can't you see the slave collar around Kemi's neck? She'll be killed." Although Papagoo was in tears, he remained the most composed among them. "What can we do?" Shakky, exasperated, released the hilt and began to tug at his own hair in frustration. As Shakky and Chopper appeared ready to erupt, Nami interjected, "Stay calm. Don't forget about Sanji and Frankie." Frankie. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chopper, Shakky, and Papagoo leaned forward, their gazes fixed on the back of the stage, a flicker of hope igniting within their eyes. If we can find the key, we can definitely rescue Kemi." Seeing that no one had bid again for quite some time, Disco, though already anticipating this outcome, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly remembered that this particular mermaid had astonishingly fetched an unprecedented 500 million, and that disappointment was swiftly overshadowed by exhilaration. 500 million. This is the highest record since the auction house's establishment. Not even the fabled devil fruits have ever been sold for this price. As the time came, Disco raised his gavel and struck the auction podium with force. "We congratulate Prince Charloros on spending 500 million berries to acquire this extraordinary treasure." "Congratulations, Prince Charloros. Today's super auction item, the mermaid Kemi, is now yours. Hee. It's finally mine." Charloros fixed his gaze upon Kemi, a look of triumph plastered across his face. "Thank you all for attending. Today's auction is now concluded." Kemi was the final item, and with the gavel's fall, many attendees in the auction hall began to rise, preparing to depart. Naturally, Ro was also ready to leave. However, upon standing, he noticed Shizhou had not moved and could not resist asking, "Mr. Shizhou, the auction has ended. Aren't you leaving? It has begun." Shizhou tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, uttering words that Ro could not comprehend. "What do you mean, it has begun?" "Of course, our main event. You must understand this performance has only just commenced. What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Ro looked down at Shizhou, feeling utterly perplexed. He sensed that Shizhou was exhibiting a hint of excitement. Just then, a loud, continuous shout echoed from the entrance of the auction hall. Following that was a cacophony of violent crashes. Boom! Dust filled the air, and those who had made it to the doorway were thrown off their feet. Tumbling in every direction, Luffy. Outside the cloud of smoke, Nami and the others were acutely aware of that familiar voice, prompting them to call out even before the haze had dissipated. "What are you doing? Can't you land a little more gracefully? How is that possible? This is a flying fish." It seemed as though Luffy had never cared for appearances or the situation at hand. He paid no mind to the individuals he had knocked down, his primary concern being to confront the pilot of the flying fish, Straw Hat Kid. As the dust cleared, Ro finally recognized the newcomer. He turned in astonishment to Shizhou. "Mr. Shizhou, you knew the Straw Hat Kid would come?" Shizhou nodded, remaining seated, his gaze fixed on Charlot's retreating figure, a graceful smile gracing his lips. The show is about to begin. Although Ro had not acquiesced to him, witnessing a celestial dragon getting pummeled was indeed a delight. Of course, it would be even more exquisite if he were the one throwing the punches or wielding the knife. Imagining the thrilling scene of the celestial dragon bleeding profusely, he couldn't help but lick his lips, a glint of madness dancing in his eyes. Kemi. Remembering the purpose of his visit, Luffy suddenly snapped to attention, standing firmly in place, surveying his surroundings until his gaze settled on the stage. Upon truly catching sight of Kemi, he hesitated not a moment, shouting as he charged toward the stage that very instant. Shakky also followed suit, but his intention was not to rescue Kemi alongside Luffy, but rather to prevent him from doing so. Though he too was anxious, he wouldn't act with such recklessness as Luffy. After all, Kemi not only bore a slave collar around her neck, but they were also in the presence of the world nobles. The celestial dragons, if they truly clashed with a celestial dragon, not only would they fail to save Kemi, but they would also meet their demise here today. However, no matter how Shakky pleaded, the single-minded Luffy would not heed him. It was simply inconceivable for Luffy to remain passive while his friend was confined within a glass tank. Thus, regardless of Shakky's attempt to dissuade him, they edged closer to the stage in desperation. Shakky had no choice but to reveal his hand and grasp Luffy, managing to halt him. Yet this revelation only signified greater trouble. As soon as the surrounding crowd caught sight of Shakky, it was as though humans had stumbled upon a cockroach in the kitchen. They all recoiled in revulsion, hurling whatever they had at Shakky while shouting profanities. "Monster! You fishman freak! Get out! Go back to the water!" If their greed for mermaids was palpable, their disdain for fishmen was starkly evident. With no other recourse, Shakky could only release Luffy and use his hands to shield against the barrage of objects flying toward him from all directions. "We need to leave here. Otherwise, you will be in danger." Papago leaped onto Shakky's shoulder from the stairs, urging him to flee. "I don't care, but what about Kemi?" Shakky's words left Papago without a solution, forcing him to turn his gaze towards Luffy, who was still forging ahead. At that moment, Charloros stepped forward, raising his gun and aiming it at Shakky's back, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! In the instant the bullet was discharged from the chamber, Shizhou's finger twitched subtly, and an invisible force altered the trajectory of the bullet, narrowly missing Xiaoba's vital points, and instead embedding itself in his left shoulder. Despite their history, Shizhou could not physically intercept the bullet, yet he was able to mitigate Xiaoba's suffering to some extent. This injury, while painful, was not particularly grave for the robust Xiaoba. Although it did not strike a critical area, the excruciating pain rendered him momentarily paralyzed, causing him to collapse to the ground and rolled down the steps to where Luffy stood. Having halted at the sound of gunfire, turning around to behold Xiaoba at his feet, with blood cascading from him, Luffy furrowed his brow in concern. Meanwhile, the oblivious Charlrose, witnessing his successful shot at Xiaoba, began to prance about gleefully, reveling in his perceived victory. He had gained a free slave. As Charlrose danced about on the steps, he displayed no compassion for those below. His body swayed with joy, reflecting his delight in the moment. Yet, while the crowd was captivated by Charlrose, Luffy had already begun to ascend from Xiaoba's right side. Just as he was about to step over Xiaoba, the latter regained consciousness. Raising his right arm, Xiaoba grasped Luffy firmly. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he implored, "Do not act rashly, Straw Hat. This is all my own doing. You promised me that even if lives were lost, you would not raise a hand against the celestial dragons. This was our agreement upon entering the island." However, Xiaoba's concerns were of little consequence to Luffy, who had his own unwavering principles guiding him to this moment. No matter how Xiaoba pleaded, he could not dissuade Luffy from the course he had resolved to take. At that moment, Luffy was fully convinced that he must deliver a blow to the capering Charlrose. Thus, while Xiaoba spoke, Luffy remained silent, listening intently. "You wretched fishman, you were shot, and yet you still prattle on endlessly. It seems you still possess some strength, which is quite unfortunate." Xiaoba's incessant chatter irked Charlrose, souring his mood once more. With no hesitation, Charlrose raised his gun and aimed it at Xiaobi. In that instant, Luffy abruptly turned his head, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Charlrose. "What is that look in your eyes?" Charlrose, unaccustomed to being glared at with such ferocity, was utterly enraged. Veins bulged at his temples as he glared at Luffy, who was advancing toward him step by step, intent on freeing Xiaoba. "What do you intend to do?" Charlrose thought, astonished that Luffy dared to approach him in such a manner. Did he truly wish to strike him? At that moment, the entire hall held its breath, eyes locked on the advancing Straw Hat, their hearts racing in tandem with Luffy's determined steps. The assault the celestial dragon was a grave offense, and Luffy's demeanor indicated he was not merely fooling around. He genuinely aimed to confront the celestial dragon. "Can you not see me, you damned lowlife?" As Luffy drew nearer, Charlrose's fury reached its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired 3 shots directly at Luffy. Yet in that moment, Luffy seemed to be blessed by fortune itself. Even at such a close range, he merely swayed to the sides, effortlessly evading the bullets aimed at him. Then, before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch straight to Charlrose's face. The glass dome shattered instantly. Not pausing, Luffy's fist drove deeper into Charlrose's visage with tremendous force, sending him soaring into the air, crashing into a nearby seat with the force of a freight train. At that moment, everyone in the hall was collectively rendered deaf, their minds echoing a single thought. How dare he? Was this a mere twist of fate in history? Shizhou was unsure. He only knew that the history altered by his actions had now reverted to its original course. Fascinating. Amidst the chaos erupting from Charlrose's blow, Shizhou remained unmoved, as if the turmoil within the auction house were nothing more than a farcical spectacle unrelated to him. Seeing Luffy, Law chose not to hurry away, instead sitting beside Shizhou again. Curiously, he remarked, "Mr. Shizhou, I can't shake the feeling that you seem to know everything that would transpire here in advance." To be honest, at that moment, his curiosity about Shizhou surpassed even that for Luffy. Were it not for his desire for personal vengeance, he might have consented to Shizhou's earlier proposal. What? Regretting it? Shizhou smiled gently at Law, as if he had read his thoughts to know. Law replied earnestly, shaking his head. "I have long resolved to take matters into my own hands, so I will not regret it. Merely a hint of wistfulness remains." Wistfulness about what? Wistfulness that there was a shortcut, yet I chose the long and arduous path instead. With this, Law turned his gaze to Shizhou, playfully asking, "Am I foolish?" "No, not foolish. Merely a touch naive," Shizhou responded thoughtfully, articulating his perspective after a moment's reflection. "Naive?" Law withdrew his gaze, staring once more at the steps of the auction house, muttering, "Perhaps you are right." Unlike the throngs of people jostling to escape, Nami and her companions, witnessing Luffy's confrontation with Charlrose, seemed to find their focus, shedding the earlier anxiety and quickly calming down out of course. Luffy's actions had thoroughly enraged Roseward, who was now brandishing his weapon and firing relentlessly at Luffy. However, his aim was so appallingly poor that despite numerous shots, Luffy stood firm, not even flinching, and miraculously evaded every single bullet. Amidst the chaos within the auction house, no one noticed a peculiar aura that had gradually enveloped the entire venue. Outside, Kid's crew, initially among the first to move toward the exit, halted upon witnessing Luffy's descent. After observing Luffy's confrontation with the celestial dragon, they followed the tide of the crowd out of the auction house. Although they admired Luffy's audacity, they understood the necessity of their own escape. Wise individuals act within their means. At this moment, the Marine headquarters had assembled a significant portion of their forces, and with Sabeti Archipelago so close to Marineford, who could predict how many Marines would respond to the assault on a celestial dragon? Regardless of their numbers, at least one admiral would undoubtedly arrive. Despite his confidence in his own strength, Kid was not so arrogant as to disregard the Marines and their admirals. Thus, the cunning Kid and his crew harbored a singular thought: to leave this place swiftly and avoid being ensnared in a futile battle. In fact, Kid had initially intended to remain until the end, but whether it was an intuition or a premonition, he felt an urgent compulsion to vacate the auction house promptly, leading him to unconsciously follow his instincts to depart. Suddenly, as they walked, Kid's expression shifted dramatically, and he came to an abrupt halt. His sudden stop puzzled Killer. "What is wrong, Kid?" "I have a strange feeling," Kid replied. "What kind of feeling?" "I sense that if we advance any further, something very unfortunate is bound to occur. That I believe I felt this same sensation earlier in the auction hall. But at that time, I dismissed it as mere illusion." As Kid's brow furrowed involuntarily at this juncture, Kira, upon hearing Kid's words, felt his previously tranquil expression transform into one of grave concern. They remained stationary, yet their stillness did not imply the absence of movement from others. A torrent of people surged forth from the auction hall, dispersing rapidly in all directions like a river merging with the sea. Once all had descended the steps and vacated the auction hall completely, Kid and his companions found themselves, once the foremost, now the last, still awaiting the danger that Kid's instincts had foretold. This perplexity was mirrored on both Kid and Kira's faces at that moment, standing at the foot of the stairs and gazing ahead. Kid appeared as though confronted with something profoundly terrifying, rendering him silent and motionless. If their prior sensation could be likened to basking in sunlight. Though the breeze was somewhat chilly, it remained a comfortable chill. Now it felt as if one had been abruptly cast from the warmth of the tropics into an unforgiving, bone-chilling cold. The chill enveloped them, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, coursing from their feet directly to the crown of their heads. What had they witnessed? They perceived that everyone within their line of sight had suddenly become paralyzed in place. They saw, in an instant, all present dissolve into ash, which then transformed into mist, morphing into a mosaic before being whisked away by the wind, vanishing entirely. This bizarre spectacle transcended all that they had previously comprehended. Even Kid, who was usually unperturbed by the world, felt his heart race in response to this uncanny scene. His instincts were indeed correct. Kira, observing Kid, felt his lips twitch beneath his mask, his eyes narrowing to mere pinpoints. Truth be told, fear was rapidly consuming him. After years at sea, he had encountered the strange, yet nothing had ever been as surreal as this, that it was not merely a handful of individuals, or even dozens, but hundreds, nearly 1,000, that while most were ordinary folk, the presence of nobles meant that many were accompanied by their guards. These guards, varying in strength, were far from insignificant. To eliminate such a multitude would take considerable time, especially when faced with this inexplicable force that mercilessly erased them from existence, as if wiping away watermarks from glass. This unfathomable method of annihilation made Kira's heart race perilously close to escaping his throat. "We must flee." Kid clenched his teeth and firmly patted Kira's shoulder. He could sense Kira's palpable fear. Not only Kira, but even he himself felt the creeping dread within. The unknown is the most potent catalyst for fear. If Kid were aware of the source of this power, he would feel no trepidation. Shaking his head, disregarding his subordinates, Kid propelled himself forward with all his might, akin to a cannonball, while Kira closely followed. Kira's unwavering trust in Kid was absolute, just as everyone outside was being swept away by this unknown force. Kid and his companions were engaged in a battle of wits against it. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, the confrontation was nearing its climax. Don Quixote da Flamingo, exhibiting little concern for the situation at hand, had left the security forces utterly devoid of members from his family. The guard summoned by Disco could hardly hope to contend with the likes of Luffy and his crew. Thus, despite da Flamingo being the true owner of the auction hall, it bore no relevance to the outcome. As for Roseward, he was but a useless, bloated pig, and his armored knights, along with the CP agents clad in black and sunglasses, were merely ordinary fighters. These individuals were far from a match for Zoro, who swiftly dispatched them. Standing amidst his encircled knights, Roseward observed Luffy's rampage without a hint of fear. He bellowed to his butler, "Quickly inform the Navy to send an admiral. I shall make these ruffians aware of my power." Roseward's thunderous command caught Law's attention. He contemplated briefly before turning to Shichibukai, saying, "Mr. Shichibukai, I must take my leave." "Indeed." Shichibukai nodded. "Until we meet again." After uttering those words, Law rose, accompanied by Beibo and others, resolutely departing to devise multiple escape routes. For an admiral was on the way to AS for the Straw Hat Boy. Though reckless, he was precisely to Law's liking and thus chosen as an ally. Law was keen to observe Luffy's limits. Should the Straw Hat Boy manage to escape, Law would not hesitate to extend an invitation to join forces against Doflamingo. Whether Luffy would accept was a matter for later consideration. Based on his observations, even if Luffy were reluctant, the nature of his crew would inevitably lead them into conflict with Doflamingo in the New World. At that point, whether Luffy wished it or not, they would become allies in fact. Upon exiting the auction hall, Law immediately sensed something amiss. IT was too quiet. Eerily so. Just moments ago, over 1,000 individuals had surged from the auction hall. And given the significance of the Celestial Dragons, the Navy should have already received word and arrived. Yet now, apart from a few familiar faces, presumably Kid's crew, there was no one else in sight. Raising his gaze, Law noticed two figures lying far from the entrance, identifiable by their attire as Kid and Kira. However, their rising chests indicated that they were in a dire state. Had they endured a fierce battle? Or could it be that an admiral had arrived so swiftly? A sudden realization gripped Law, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. After several thorough sweeps, and finding nothing amiss, he cautiously made his way down the stairs, as if uncovering something significant. Law turned his head to the right, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded in that direction. "What is your name?" "I'm Kiangbaloo stammered, his voice hoarse as if parched by the desert's relentless thirst. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze upon the young boy before him, his once dull eyes gradually regaining clarity. "Yes, I believe I have seen you," Law mused uncertainly. "In the newspapers." Law nodded, recognition dawning upon him. "What do you need?" Kiangbaloo regarded Law with a self-deprecating smile. "You see, I was once a captain. But now I am merely a slave to the celestial dragons that, if you seek me, you have indeed come to the wrong person. It seems you are still unaware of what transpired within the auction hall." "I am aware. The celestial dragons were attacked." As he spoke, a glimmer of delight surfaced in Kiangbaloo's eyes, his lips involuntarily curling into a faint smile. "Knowing that, you should be able to foresee your impending fate." Isn't it death?" For a long time, it seemed as if he had suddenly come to a realization. I could see this moment. Kiangbaloo abruptly halted, straightening his back and lowering his head to scrutinize the person before him. The more he observed, the heavier his breathing became. The once vacant gaze in his eyes transformed into one of brilliance. "You should not have sought me out so suddenly, especially not someone like me. A mere slave. You can save me. You truly can." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, exclaiming that if only he could be rescued, his life would henceforth belong to this savior. "Calm yourself," Luo replied, meeting Kiangbaloo's eyes filled with longing. "Let us first discuss the outcome. I can indeed save you, but there is something I do not understand." "What is it?" Kiangbaloo inquired. "You have been here all along. Can you tell me what has transpired?" "What has transpired?" Kiangbaloo gasped, tilting his head in contemplation before speaking. "You wish to know what became of those who emerged earlier, do you not?" Luo nodded in affirmation. "In truth, I do not know," Kiangbaloo confessed. Not waiting for Luo to ask further, he recounted that among the escaping individuals, upon learning of the celestial dragon's defeat, he could only lower his head and secretly rejoice. After being a slave to the celestial dragons for so long, even feelings of excitement and happiness became habits he dared not reveal. Thus, he had paid little attention to the outside world. All he knew was that, in an instant, the world had fallen silent, and every sound of humanity had vanished. When he finally raised his head to assess his surroundings, only Kid and his crew remained. As for why Kid's group had split into two factions, one standing idly and the other sprawled far away, Kiangbaloo explained that Kid and his companion had rushed outward at great speed. But as they ventured further, their pace slowed inexplicably. After covering a certain distance, it was as if they had suddenly lost all strength and collapsed. "Very well," Luo remarked, nodding in acquiescence to Kiangbaloo's account. Without hesitation, he proceeded to address the slave collar that was a burden to others but a triviality for him, thanks to the powers granted by his devil fruit. Although Kiangbaloo's collar was not an ordinary one, but rather infused with sea prism stone, Luo found its removal to be a simple task. With a flick of his abilities, he severed Kiangbaloo's head, allowing him to remove the collar before reattaching it effortlessly. "You shall accompany us from now on," Luo declared. "Thank you, Captain," Kiangbaloo replied, suppressing his excitement and bowing deeply. "Let us depart," Luo commanded, sheathing his sword and stepping forward. "Captain, there appears to be danger ahead," Kiangbaloo warned, glancing at Kid and his companions sprawled on the ground. "One must confront danger to understand its nature," Luo replied, waving his hand as he continued onward. As he passed by Kid's day subordinates, he paused momentarily before advancing once more to those evidently paralyzed by fear. He felt only a flicker of surprise. Watching Luo's retreating figure, the stunned subordinates gradually regained their senses, a glimmer of hope shining in their eyes. Step by step, at a deliberate pace, Luo ventured far without incident. The ominous presence had vanished, and hope began to bloom. Observing Luo and his companions recede into the distance, Kid's subordinates felt akin to parched souls in a desert, beholding a distant oasis. The longing for life surged within their rigid bodies. imbuing them with newfound strength. With clenched jaws, they moved forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, growing increasingly swift in their flight from this hellish place. Yet, while their aspirations were noble, the reality was harsh. Kid and Killer had escaped due to Kid awakening the latent powers within him at a critical moment, coupled with his inherent conqueror's haki, which allowed him to evade disaster. However, even in survival, a heavy price was exacted, evident in their current state of collapse on the ground. Luo, with his acute senses, halted when he detected an absence of movement behind him and turned to look back. "What is it, Luo?" Beba and the others inquired, following suit. The scene was eerily similar to before, though lacking the striking impact of witnessing thousands turn to ash. Yet, the sight of a living person before them, who seemed to age 100 years in an instant, crumbling away, was enough to leave them in shock. "That I s at you, Mr. Shizhou." Luo's gaze fell upon the auction house. Recalling Shizhou's earlier, almost marked glance, his heart raced with the implication that it was not the Navy's ignorance, but rather that all who had emerged from the auction house had perished. The realization sent a chill through Luo. "Are you a demon?" Though he hesitated to assume Shizhou was the perpetrator, the suspicion lingered solely on him. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, Luo remained silent and turned to exit swiftly. Since Shizhou had spared them, it was wise not to interfere further. This unknown force was beyond even his perception. Recalling the grim fate of Kid's subordinates, he turned sharply to Beba and the others, who were still frozen in place, exclaiming, "What are you still doing there? Hurry up and follow!" Oh. At the sound of their captain's voice, Beba and the others snapped back to reality, hastening their pace considerably. Reaching Kid and Killer, Luo paused. "Are you all right?" Despite his cold exterior, Luo was fundamentally a good person. Not one to engage in wanton slaughter. As a doctor, he would extend help to anyone in need, regardless of their identity. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the voice, Kid opened his weary eyes, which appeared to have aged at least a decade. He fixed his gaze on Luo and his companions, astonished. "You are unharmed? Do you know what is happening here? Tell me, who is responsible?" Despite his frail state, Kid was determined to uncover the identity of the assailant. Though he dared not seek revenge at this moment, he would not shy away from it in the future. Luo merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance regarding Kid's inquiry. "Your bodies are exceedingly weak. Do you require assistance?" Luo asked, mindful that aid must be offered only if it was welcome. "No need. Just tell me who did this," Kid replied, clearly ungrateful for Luo's goodwill. "I've already stated that I do not know." Shaking his head, Luo noted that Kid had regained some strength and decided to leave him be, offering a final piece of advice. "You should leave quickly. The Navy will be here shortly." Though all who had exited the auction house had vanished, the transponder snail still existed. The Admiral would come, regardless, unless Shizhou could eliminate the celestial dragons while they were still on the phone. However, Luo considered this possibility to be minimal. If Shizhou truly intended to kill the celestial dragons, he would not have sought to negotiate in the first place. Did Shizhou desire to slay the celestial dragons? Undoubtedly. Yet to do so here would risk premature exposure, given the scars he had left on the world government. Should he reveal himself, those old men would likely seek him out personally, knowing full well that he was no longer the man he once was and that his strength had drastically shifted. Upon realizing he was in the Sabeti archipelago, even if they did not come in person, they would dispatch formidable individuals to confront him. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content ahead. The weak, in his presence, hold no value whatsoever. They may even become his prey or serve to bolster his strength. With the onset of war yet to begin, Shizhou is reluctant to embark on a frantic journey across the world just yet. He has waited many years for this battle, for this grand feast of sustenance. Within the auction house, Shizhou remained stationary, his gaze lifted, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in his obsidian eyes. If only ordinary individuals could provide energy for themselves. Alas, shaking his head to dismiss this notion, which he has long accepted as impossible, he directs his attention toward the battlefield. Now devoid of activity done on the stage, Kemi has already been freed from her glass prison by Zoro's sword. Yet they now await the arrival of Sanji and Frankie. Meanwhile, Roswald, much like in the original narrative, has been knocked unconscious by Usopp, who descended from above as for the rather inconspicuous Charlotte. She does not attempt to shoot Kemi, as in the original tale. Instead, ensnared by a few remaining knights, incessantly making calls to the navy. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, sensing the positions of Sanji and Frankie, Shizhou rises, muttering, as expected of the protagonist team, disappearing unnoticed by all. Indeed, Luffy's crew deserves their title of protagonists. The key they seek was indeed discovered by Frankie in the original story, though it remains uncertain whether it can unlock the collar encircling Kemi's neck. Yet, Shizhou knows the key in Sanji's possession is genuine. After all, he has been seated here the entire time, fully aware of the true location of the real key. Upon liberating Kemi from her slave collar, Luffy's crew discards the surplus keys to the slaves awaiting delivery beside the stage. Aware of the urgency of time, they do not linger, nor do they pay heed to Charlotte and her companions. Hastily exiting the auction house and making their way toward Island 41, their only hope lies with Rayleigh. It is only now that they learn from Chopper of Rayleigh's true identity. To their astonishment, the seemingly benign and affable elderly man is none other than the legendary figure known as Dark King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, appearing in various texts, with the coding process taking at least 3 days. Setting sail at present is utterly impractical. Thus, their only recourse is to confront the imminent admiral and gamble on their luck. Throughout the journey, Luffy, unusually serious, furrows his brow, lost in thought that he has encountered admirals before. The feeling of powerlessness instilled by Aokiji remains vivid in his memory. Naturally, he harbors no fear. Whether facing an admiral or the world government, he shows no signs of trepidation, except, perhaps, when it comes to Garp's fists. After all, he is his grandfather, not a mere stranger. While he himself may be unafraid, the thought of losing his comrades fills him with dread, rendering him unusually silent. However, the path to greatness is seldom smooth. Despite the Straw Hat crew appearing to have faced numerous challenges to arrive at Sabeti Archipelago, these trials pale in comparison to those endured by many pirates. Aside from a fleeting risk of annihilation in Alabasta, their journey has been largely fortuitous. The most perilous encounter, Angel Island, was effortlessly diffused by Luffy's rubber fruit. Furthermore, the harrowing events of Enies Lobby were mitigated by his own background and Akiji's intervention, allowing them to escape unscathed. It must be noted that had the criminals been anyone other than Luffy and Robin, even the combined might of all the supernovas, save for Luffy, would have met with certain doom. Do they truly believe the Navy's bounty orders are merely child's play? That is the ultimate force of the Navy, capable of razing cities and annihilating nations. Island 12, will they truly pass through here? PX, wandered on a vast expanse of grass, a man of considerable girth, resembling a wrestler and clad in a child's apron, leans against a colossal tree trunk, idly surveying his surroundings with a massive axe slung over his shoulder. Behind him stands an even larger figure, adorned with a hat featuring an irregular pattern of brown spots resembling bear ears. This man, known as Bartholomew Kuma, is the captain of the Navy's Science Division. The bodyguard of Vegapunk and a subordinate of Admiral Kazu, Borsellino, he has come to test the capabilities of the machine known as the Pacifista, which stand behind him. I forgot you can't talk, Kuma muses. Shaking his head in amusement, he rises, his calm gaze fixed on the horizon, and gradually, excitement ignites within his tranquil eyes that, at last, they have arrived. Through his sight, he witnesses the Straw Hat crew charging into Island 12. Just encountering PX-Ford AS for PX-2 and PX-3, they have been dispatched to other islands. Given his swift arrival, he has yet to receive the latest updates on the criminals' whereabouts. Thus he must rely on his own search. Whether by fate or mere fortune, he finds himself in luck, having awaited their arrival. With a powerful push against the tree trunk, he launches himself like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a significant crater. Ignoring the dust that envelopes him, his eyes fixate on Luffy and his companions, his right hand tightly gripping the axe handle, charging forward like a bull unleashed from its pen. At Shakky's bar. Are you not going to lend a hand? Help. Shizhou, reclining on the couch with a straw in his mouth, gazes up in bewilderment at Rayleigh, who spins in a bar stool, a flurry of question marks swirling above his head. Those fellows have nothing to do with me. Why should I assist? If anyone ought to help, it should be you. After all, that straw hat kid is Roger's heir, even if you refuse to acknowledge Shanks' endorsement. There's still Chopper. I recall Chopper once saving you. Rayleigh turns, staring incredulously at Shizhou, who sprawls across the couch like a salted fish. You always have excuses. Can't you allow this old man a moment's respite? At my age, with my frail limbs, if something goes awry, who will take care of me then? Take care of you. Shizhou lifts his gaze to Rayleigh, pouting. Since we met, have you ever given me a single coin? At this, he rubs his eyes, feigning the production of a tear. In reality, it is merely eye gunk, and with reddened eyes exclaims, "You truly have no heart. I was merely a child of 12 or 13. Left all alone at home while you disappeared for days on end. Had it not been for Shakky, I would have starved to death. All right, if you don't want to go, then don't." Rayleigh sighs, shooting a glare at Shakky, who is already doubled over in laughter at the bar. He then ruffles his hair, resignedly saying, "You always find ways to dodge me. This time, you even feign pity." Taking a sip of watermelon juice, a flicker of crimson flashes in Shizhou's eyes as he tilts his head back against the armrest of the couch, fully sinking into its embrace. His gaze drifting through the open window outside. If you don't go, know that there are not only Vegapunk's bear replicas, but also the real deal. Moreover, at this moment, he abruptly lifts his head, watching a flash of golden light dart across the sky. Grinning, furthermore, it seems that Kesi has also made his way there. He certainly does not wish to engage in battle with that fellow. Kesi, that man, is as elusive as an eel, utterly oblivious to the limits of his own power. To confront such an opponent and aspire to victory would necessitate an overwhelming superiority in all aspects of strength. Otherwise, should he choose to depart, there would be naught that one could do to hinder him. Fighting against such a being is purely a recipe for self-inflicted misery. As for Bartholomew Kuma, Shizhou harbored a modicum of interest. Yet upon reflection, he ultimately decided against it. This individual has already endured such suffering. It is best to let him quietly complete this final chapter of his life's journey. After all, from this moment on, the world will only know the robotic PX-0, and the name Bartholomew Kuma will fade into oblivion. Speaking of which, Vegapunk is truly formidable, capable of extracting a person's memories from their mind and preserving them for future generations to behold. At this moment, Shizhou found himself lost in thought. Even after 25 years in this world, and despite many memories from his past life becoming blurred and unclear, the images of this world remain vividly etched in his mind. It is not that his memory is particularly exceptional, but rather, being immersed in this realm compels him to remember deeply. The old man ultimately departed. After all, Luffy is the chosen successor of Shanks. And out of respect for Roger's hat and Shanks' left arm, he could not simply stand idly by. Moreover, he had been following the news about Luffy over the past few months, and to be frank, Luffy's crew resonated greatly with him. Of course, even if Luffy were not mentioned, there is still Sabo. It remains unclear whether Kesi is privy to the truth, or if he is merely what many have speculated, a mole. Just like in the original narrative, even knowing Kuma's abilities, he still allows Kuma to send the Straw Hat crew flying, remaining utterly indifferent. This suggests that if he is not compromised, then his emotional intelligence is remarkably high. As he seemingly does not wish to apprehend Luffy, who possesses significant backing. Otherwise, he would not act in such a manner. Furthermore, he could have approached Luffy directly, yet he chose to first capture several supernovas, albeit swiftly, causing considerable delays and granting Luffy and his companions the opportunity to escape to Island 12, perilously close to Shakky's BA Marine Admiral. He cannot possibly be unaware that Rayleigh resides on Island 13. Knowing this, yet proceeding in such a manner strongly indicates a deliberate intent. Nevertheless, his techniques are indeed impressive. After all, speed is power, a fundamental truth. Though often carefree, the sense of oppression he exudes is not diminished in the slightest by his demeanor. However, when it comes to oppression, Kuma reigns supreme. His imposing stature alone commands an imposing presence. Even a mere clone, PX-4, nearly obliterated Luffy's crew at It is through this desperate struggle that Luffy and the others came to understand the true meaning of despair and cruelty. Even the protagonist, in the face of absolute power, can only descend into hell. Just as Zoro seemed destined to be crushed under Kizaru's leg emanating with golden light, a foot clad in slippers intervened at the perfect moment, kicking Kizaru's leg aside. Boom! At that instant, just as the laser from Kizaru's foot was about to be unleashed, it was only after Rayleigh's arrival that it finally shot forth, striking a tree root in the distance and creating a massive crater. Has he finally decided to unleash his power? Kizaru lifted his leg off Zoro's back, stepping back to regard the old man, his previously carefree expression now tinged with seriousness. Dark King Rayleigh. Their era has only just begun. He cannot allow these young individuals to be extinguished in their infancy. Raising his head, Rayleigh fixed his gaze upon Kizaru, his eyes behind the glasses reflecting a profound gravity. This is a genuine monster. And he himself has grown old. Though his strength remains, he can no longer endure prolonged combat. Seeing Zoro saved, Luffy and the others appeared utterly drained, some crying while others collapsed to the ground. They had not anticipated that Rayleigh, whom they failed to find on Island 41, would appear at their most desperate moment, promptly rescuing Zoro. You all head to Shakky's. Once you arrive, you will be safe. Rayleigh instructed Luffy and the others before turning his attention back to Kizaru, declaring, "Leave this to me, but you think they can escape today?" Kizaru observed the regrouped Luffy and his companions with intrigue, refraining from making a move, even as Bartolomeo and PX. One stood behind him without intervening. Whether or not they escape is not for you to decide. At this juncture, Rayleigh turned his head to the side and called out, "Come forth, Bartholomew Kumaki." Oh, his astonishment. Not only did they send a Marine Admiral for the Celestial Dragon Sake, but they also dispatched a warlord. Are you truly so concerned for these youths? Do you genuinely wish for them to perish here? Of course, Kizaru smirked. These young individuals have truly angered the Celestial Dragons this time. Did he scratch his head, adding, "Shiryu has made at least 10 calls to the Marines regarding this matter, which has certainly given Admiral Sengoku a headache. Should we fail to capture these children, our Marine headquarters will lose face before the Celestial Dragons in Maria." With that, he turned his gaze back to Rayleigh. "You have already retired. Why meddle in this matter? I would appreciate it if you could refrain from being a nuisance." Rayleigh remained unmoved by Kizaru's words, standing firm. The sight of Kuma emerging step by step from behind a tree startled Luffy and the others. No, this was not the modified person from earlier, but rather the awakened Zoro, leaning against Sanji, gazing at the approaching Kuma with a grave expression. This was the real deal, that we should heed the old man's advice and leave this place. Robin asserted, taking the lead. After all, remaining here would serve no purpose and might render them a burden to him. "Yes, let us depart." "Uncle, please take care," Luffy exclaimed, panting heavily as he called out to Rayleigh before turning with his companions towards their original destination. Island 13 Domai. The youth of today are all like monsters. Truly terrifying, Kizaru remarked, diverting his gaze from Luffy's retreating figure back to Rayleigh. "I know you're here. I know they initially came to the island to seek you out. Since I'm aware of this, how could I possibly come alone?" Rayleigh disregarded Kizaru and focused on Kuma. As Kuma attempted to pass by him, he instinctively moved to block him, but the action halted abruptly. "Do not impede me. I am here to save them. Trust me." Kuma's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Rayleigh as they brushed past each other. Yet the conviction and gentleness in his tone compelled Rayleigh to relent, allowing Kuma to proceed. "Why did you stop?" Kizaru mused, stroking his chin as he glanced back and forth between Kuma and Rayleigh, a curious glint in his eyes. He then lowered his hands, raising them in front of him, his right hand forming a loose grip as he slowly drew forth a sword radiant with golden light. "Amaterasu. Ah, I have heard tales of your exceptional swordsmanship. It seems I shall have the opportunity to learn from this legend today." At Shakky's bar, 2 lounge chairs flanked a small table adorned with nuts, juice, and an ashtray. Shakky, a cigarette clasped in her right hand, reclined and observed the approaching figures of Luffy and his crew in the distance. "Are you truly not going to join them?" "No," Shizhou replied, holding a banana which he had just peeled, taking a bite as he chewed and spoke. "Bartholomew Kuma is here to rescue Luffy and the others, so there is no need for concern." "Rescue?" Shakky inquired, tilting her head in surprise. Indeed, Shizhou affirmed, swallowing the morsel of banana before raising his hand for another bite. Takuma's true identity is that of a cadre within the Revolutionary Army. I'm aware of that. Shakky took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Don't forget what I do, she remarked. Although only a scant few individuals in this world were aware that Bear had been one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army long ago, I was among them. Setting her cigarette aside, she released another cloud of smoke and inquired curiously, what connection does Bear's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army have with his rescue of the Straw Hat Kid? You know the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul? Of course, you know him as Dracul, but you certainly do not know his full name. Full name? Indeed. Shizhou swallowed a banana, raised his gaze to Luffy, and grinned. Monkey D. Dracul. Monkey? Shakky was genuinely taken aback. She set down her cigarette, casting a disbelieving glance at Luffy, who had just caught up. Could that Straw Hat Kid be the son of Dracul? Don't forget, there's another person named Monkey in the Navy, who might have once pursued you. Carp Dracul, Luffy. Upon hearing this, Shakky understood completely why the Straw Hats had managed to escape from Eni's lobby unscathed. She had been puzzled earlier, unable to fathom how the Navy could be so incompetent that even with a buster call, Luffy and his crew could evade capture. Now, it all made sense. They had been deliberately let off the hook? Oh, by the way, Shakky shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she focused intently on Shizhou. I've noticed you've been acting increasingly strange lately. Even I am unaware of these matters. Where do you acquire such information? Naturally, Shizhou paused for a moment, meeting Shakky's bright eyes with a grin. I won't tell you. You little brat, do you want a beating? Shizhou's teasing caused Shakky's anger to boil over like water reaching its boiling point. She stood up, clenched her left fist, and aimed a forceful punch at Shizhou's head. However, her sluggish fist could hardly hope to connect. By the time her punch descended, Shizhou had already stood up and sidestepped. Casually discarding the banana peel in his hand, Shizhou turned and sauntered toward the kitchen. I'll go cook. The old man is quite advanced in age, yet still engages in battle with peak warriors. He must be starving afterward. For the most part, he was the one who cooked when at home. As Rayleigh and Shakky, one a drunkard and the other a chain smoker, had no culinary skills whatsoever, he had only eaten Shakky's cooking once upon his arrival, and never again did it wasn't that it was inedible. Rather, no one bothered to eat it, even if Shakky had prepared it. Shakky watched Shizhou's retreating figure for some time, until he vanished into the kitchen, before retracting her playful fist and stepping to the edge of the stairs. She took a drag from her cigarette, gazing at the distant battle. It was hardly a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. And no matter how fiercely Luffy and the others resisted, they could not escape the fate of being sent flying by Bear's hand. As for Chobits, Kemi, and Papagoo, they were entirely ignored. They wished to lend a hand, but were utterly powerless. In the end, they remained, watching Bear, attempting desperately to fight back, only to be swatted away by him. But not toward the sky. Rather, they were sent flying in Shakky's direction. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Once the dust settled, a massive bear paw landed on the ground just outside the bar steps. At its center lay Chobits and the others, completely unscathed. Upon realizing their predicament, Chobits and the others turned to Shakky, bursting into tears. Luffy and the others, Luffy and the others, Luffy and the others, they wailed. In their perspective, it seemed as though Luffy and the others were already dead. After all, the disparity in strength was too great, and Bear's swat had been exceedingly forceful. Shakky paid no heed to Chobits and the others. Instead, her gaze shifted to the distant clash between Rayleigh and Kesi. Though both combatants exhibited restraint and the skirmish was brief, the destruction was nothing short of catastrophic. In mere minutes, the 12th island was left devoid of intact structures. They were either cleaved by blades or reduced to rubble by explosive lasers. The landscape was pockmarked, as though it had been ravaged by missiles. Are we still fighting? At the heart of the battlefield, Rayleigh extended his left hand, pushing his glasses up along the bridge of his nose with the back of his hand. In "Oh, more fighting," Kizaru dispelled the Amurakumo no Tsurugi from his grasp. True to his reputation as the right hand of the Pirate King and the Dark King, even at his age, his strength remained formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru transformed into light, instantly traversing a distance of kilometers to appear beside Bear and Senamaru. Old man Bear, little master, this chapter still has more. Please click to continue reading on the next page for more excitement. Senamaru's gaze shifted from Bear to Kizuru, eager to say something, but at a loss for words. Forget it. Let the world government and Sengoku deal with this headache. Kizuru shrugged dismissively, then turned to head toward the sea. The execution in a few days was the significant matter. Today was merely a practice run. We should return. Oh, Senamaru observed Bear, who stood motionless, a tinge of sorrow flickering in his dark pupils. He understood why Bear remained there without moving. After all, he was not an outsider in Vegapunk's presence. Aside from many crucial secrets Vegapunk preferred he not know, he was privy to general matters. He was one of the few who knew that Bear would be stripped of all thought and autonomy. However, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate so swiftly. Just days ago, Bear had still displayed emotions. Though he was not one to smile easily, he had, overall, been a person. Yet now, after swatting Luffy and the others away, he had completely lost his humanity. If he recalled correctly, the memory erasure was supposed to occur the day before the execution. Why? Senamaru raked a hand through his hair, feeling helpless. Sigh. Bear, take care. Although he knew Bear would no longer respond to him, Senamaru still bid farewell to Bear before pursuing Kizuru with the remaining PX-18S for Bear. His presence here meant he had his own tasks to undertake, which were beyond his interference. After all, the command of Bear's body did not lie with him. Egghead, known for its egg-like shape, it is also referred to as Egghead Island. Indeed, it is Egghead Island, not Eggshell Island. Why? No one knows. Why? Why erase Bear's memories now? Wasn't it agreed that this would happen in a few days? In a laboratory, Vegapunk clutched the transponder snail, vociferously questioning the voice on the other end. There is no reason. You simply need to execute the order. The person on the other end made it clear that they would not provide Vegapunk with an explanation. Hurry. I know you've implanted a reserve program in Bear's mind. With a flip of a switch, you can remotely erase his memories. Reluctant though he was, Vegapunk ultimately had to extend his hand toward a special button on the laboratory machine. I'm sorry, Beard, I didn't expect the unexpected to arrive so swiftly, leaving me no time for a proper farewell. Silently reciting this, Vegapunk pressed the button under the watchful gaze of the transponder snail. Concurrently, on Sabeti Archipelago, Bear had just sent Chobits and the others flying with a single swipe of his hand. Perhaps it was fate. Even though the world government and the 5 elders in this timeline reacted swiftly, it was still too late. By a few minutes, Bear remained on the 12th island for a night. Departing the next day, AS for his destination, no one knew. He vanished without a trace as though he had never been there. Chobits, Kami, and Papagu also left that same day after Shachi had tended to their wounds, stating they did not wish to trouble Shachi and Rayleigh. Well, this fellow truly is rather kind. Upon witnessing that Xiao Ba's injuries were not severe, Shachi allowed them to depart. However, it was Shizhou who saw them off. Given their identities, remaining on this island posed considerable danger. It would be unfortunate if they were captured immediately after leaving in the subsequent days. The Sabeti Archipelago unexpectedly exhibited an eerie tranquility. As it was known that the celestial dragons who had been beaten were silently eliminated by Shizhou. The sensational news of their beating did not emerge. Nevertheless, the bounties for Luffy, Kid, and Law were all raised in the ensuing bounty posters. Almost imperceptibly, Law's bounty increased by 100 million, Kid's by 90 million, while Luffy skyrocketed to 450 million. Clearly, the world government suppressed the news regarding the celestial dragon's beating. After all, at the auction house, the only living individuals remaining were Disco and his subordinates, alongside personnel from the world government. For these individuals, stifling information was a simple task. As for those who had vanished. In the holy land of Marineford, within a vast, white hall, there was only a solitary sofa and a coffee table, rendering the space stark and unoccupied. I at him. Shepherd X. Piter furrowed his brow, fixating on the bounty notice laid upon the table. To his astonishment, the visage depicted was that of a child, approximately 10 years of age. The child's face was marred with wounds, and even the hair atop his head appeared as though it had been gnawed upon by a dog, uneven and ragged. Most striking were his eyes, with pupils as dark as ink, faintly rippling, resembling a black hole devoid of any glimmer, as if capable of devouring one's very soul, with even light unable to escape its grasp. The madness and indifference emanating from those eyes suggested that this was a demon that had just crawled up from the depths of hell. As one scrutinized the bounty beneath the portrait, the sum was staggering. 1 billion, a full 1 billion. It was unfathomable what kind of heinous acts this individual could have committed at such a tender age to warrant such a high bounty from the world government. It resembles him, yet it might not be he. Izambron analyzed, adjusting his spectacles. Given the child's capabilities, it would have been a simple feat over the years to cause the disappearance of thousands of ordinary people. However, based on his temperament, it was improbable that he would let go of the Rosward family. Indeed, Shepard X'd up and nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the bounty notice, leaning back in his chair, and spoke leisurely. Even the slightest possibility necessitates swift action. That individual's abilities are exceedingly perilous at this juncture. He turned his attention to the old man with white hair and a wig, supported by a cane on the opposite side of the sofa. We must urge Vegapunk to hasten his pace. Now that the pacifists have made their move, the Seraphim should also accelerate their efforts. You need not say. I have been monitoring him closely. Jagor Lucia Satan raised his scepter and gently tapped it against the ground. Let us discuss the impending conflict between the Navy and Whitebeard in a few days. What is there to discuss? Marcus Maz elegantly set down his coffee, casting a glance at Jagor Lucia Satan. The Navy has assembled 100,000 elite forces, forcibly conscripting the 7 warlords, alongside the pacifists. If this does not suffice to decisively conquer Whitebeard, then I believe Sengoku ought to consider stepping down. Indeed, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Should we dispatch more individuals to the Sabeti archipelago? Certainly. Izambron the Nejru caressed the blade he had been cradling. Allow Shareman to proceed, if it truly is the child. After all these years, given the talents he displayed in the Colosseum, sending a standard CP0 team would be tantamount to courting death. Agreed. The conversation concluded, and the 5 elders dispersed, each attending to their respective responsibilities. Despite their advanced age, the vast Holy Land and the myriad affairs of the celestial dragons required their oversight. Due to their unique status, they often had to mediate relations among various countries. Thus, despite their lofty positions at the pinnacle of the world, their lives were anything but leisurely. In fact, they were exceedingly busy, a state of affairs that had persisted for centuries. Why now? Even they lost track of how many years they had occupied their posts. In the same Holy Land of Marineford, within another expansive office, Sengoku, upon receiving all intelligence from the Sabeti archipelago, crushed the teacup before him in a fit of rage, subsequently hurling the water jug from his desk to the floor with a resounding crash. The sound of the shattering jug was particularly pronounced, even reaching the ears of CP0 lurking in the shadows outside the office. Meanwhile, the Navy guards stationed at the door straightened their posture, standing rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. Casually flinging himself into the chair behind his desk, Sengoku exhaled deeply. He was well aware of Ace's true identity and knew that Ace was the grandson of Garp. Although merely adopted, he was still a grandson. If he were to apprehend Garp's other grandson as well, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Now, although it was somewhat embarrassing for the Navy, avoiding Garp's wrath was certainly a blessing. Sometimes, personal convictions pale in comparison to familial ties. He could trust Garp with Ace, but with Luffy, he was uncertain. Moreover, he was privy to Luffy's other identity, one that the world government was also aware of. If Luffy were to be captured at this juncture, given the world government's nature, it was conceivable that he would face execution alongside Ace, which would be disastrous. He had no desire to allow Garp to commit actions that would lead to regret for himself and the Navy. Year 1520 of the sea calendar, July 12th, the Sabeti archipelago basked in warm sunshine, presenting an idyllic day for ordinary folk, their lives continuing in monotonous routine. Yet, for those with foresight, this day was anything but ordinary. It was highly anticipated. For today, the Navy would publicly execute Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known for his moniker Fire Fist, at the Navy headquarters, early in the morning. A throng gathered outside the tavern, for housed one of the few den mushy capable of receiving the Navy's live broadcast signal. enabling spectators to witness this historic moment. Although the outside was abuzz with noise, few entered the tavern. Those who did merely purchased drinks before hastily departing, as if something dreadful lurked within, unwilling to linger even for a moment. Today, many familiar faces were conspicuously absent, likely apprehended by the Navy in recent days. After all, these individuals were better described as pirates disguised as bounty hunters and on land. They played the part of bounty hunters, yet at sea, they were pirates. Two professions, two ways to profit, a perfect scheme. Are you not leaving yet? Shakky leaned over the bar, smoking a cigarette, casting a bewildered glance at the two seated on the sofa. One was drinking from early morning, yet seemed impervious to inebriation, while the other fussed with his hair before the mirror, as if preparing for someone else's wedding. Rayleigh did not lift his gaze, but turned to Shizhou. "Do you not look at me?" Shizhou raised his hand, pointing to the clock hanging on the wall. "The execution is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we have at most half an hour to spare. It's barely past 10. Why would we head over so early? Are we going to request lunch from the Navy?" The words of Shizhou rendered Shakky speechless. It was not that she was unaware of the impossibility of visiting at this moment. Rather, she found herself entangled in a web of concern. The elderly man and Shizhou were, apart from Amazon Lily, her only family. One had been a companion for many years, a bond that transcended mere kinship, while the other was like a son, whom she had nurtured for over a decade. Today, both were about to plunge headfirst into the vortex of the greatest war the world would witness following Roger's execution, and how could she not feel apprehensive? Even though she understood their formidable abilities should make it unlikely for them to encounter trouble. Unforeseen circumstances could arise. What if something went awry? Drawing the cigarette from her lips, Shakky extinguished the butt in the ashtray, straightened her back, and exited from the left side of the bar. She first glanced outside, then approached the sofa, kicking Shizhou lightly to make space. Moving past the gap he created, she settled down on the opposite side of the sofa. Producing a cigarette from the pack, she placed it between her lips and reclined, reaching for the lighter from the bar behind her. With a flick, the friction of the roller against the flint ignited a spark, instantly setting ablaze the kerosene-soaked cotton. The flame flickered to life. With a sigh, Shakky placed the cigarette box and lighter down, lifting her gaze to Shizhou, her eyes brimming with sentiment. She could hardly believe how swiftly time had flown. Had it truly been 13 years? Yes, Shizhou nodded, setting down the razor as he stroked his chin, feeling the texture of stubble under his thumb. Indeed, it felt as though it had all passed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Shakky lounged languidly on the sofa, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow upon her, endowing her with an exquisite intellectual beauty. Tilting her head, her gaze met the light, her dark pupils reflecting a glimmer, as if they were peering through time, capturing a scene within. She recalled the first time he had arrived, covered in wounds. Had one not looked closely, they might have mistaken him for a creature shaped like a human. For reasons unknown, Shakky found herself particularly loquacious today, even venturing to speak of Shizhou's past, a topic she had never broached before. It was as if their parting today would be an eternal farewell. She could not discern the origin of this feeling, yet lingered palpably. Though Shizhou exhibited no outward reaction to her reminiscences, a rare softness flickered within his ink-black eyes, partially concealed beneath half-closed eyelids. He glanced at Shakky before leisurely retrieving a red ribbon from the table, holding it in his mouth as he gathered his hair back with both hands, forming a ponytail at the back of his head. With his left hand securing the hair, he casually tied it with the red ribbon, crafting a simple yet fresh ponytail. His hair had grown long. He had considered reverting to a buzz cut like before, but upon reflection, he decided against it. A tidy ponytail paired with his handsome features exuded a youthful charm. After all, he was about to depart and wished to present his best self to Shakky. This journey could mean an indefinite absence, and he was uncertain when he would return. The morning light was warm, bathing everything in its glow, evoking a desire to bask in its radiance. Meanwhile, time flowed slowly amid Shakky's chatter. Simultaneously, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, only 2 individuals occupied the marshal's office. One was the Marine headquarters marshal, known as the Buddha of the Warring States, celebrated for his wisdom, Sengoku. The other, of course, was the renowned hero, Garp. Today, Garp was unusually quiet, simply resting against the sofa without indulging in his beloved senbei, even though they lay within arm's reach on the coffee table. His once sharp gaze now appeared dulled, as if shrouded in a layer of gray, rendering him akin to an ordinary old man, devoid of the former charisma and nonchalance characteristic of a Marine hero. Sengoku and Garp had joined the Marines together. After decades of camaraderie, they had become brothers, comrades, and even family, capable of entrusting each other's lives. Sengoku understood Garp's disposition well and could empathize with his current state of mind. However, the position he occupied mandated that he remain impartial. In truth, he had offered Ace an opportunity. When Ace first set sail and began his adventures in the Grand Line, Sengoku had extended an invitation to him for the position of a warlord of the sea. It is crucial to note that the original purpose of establishing the warlords was to balance the increasingly chaotic era of piracy. The chosen individuals were all renowned pirates, having made a name for themselves across the world, or powerful figures commanding vast territories. For Ace, as a newcomer who had only ventured through the first half of the Grand Line, receiving such an invitation was inconceivable, even if this newcomer possessed extraordinary strength. Having defeated an established warlord, he lacked the requisite notoriety to merit an invitation, if only his true identity had not led him into this predicament. Sengoku's gaze drifted away from his old friend, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Had Ace merely been the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, merely Garp's grandson, the Marines would not have waged this war. He would have been confined like other captured pirates, sentenced to an eternity in the 6th level of Impelled Down. After all, the old man Whitebeard was genuinely formidable. War, particularly grand conflicts, inevitably entails loss of life. Many lives. Ace's true identity had been revealed to the Marines by Blackbeard. Once he fully integrated into the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had not concealed any information, even disclosing his true identity. Thus, while not every member of the Whitebeard pirates may have known, at least 9 out of 10 were aware of Ace's true lineage. Blackbeard deliberately exposed Ace's true identity as part of the negotiation, both to strengthen his bargaining position with the Marines and to anticipate that they would not easily overlook such an opportunity upon learning of Ace's heritage. Since Roger's execution and his words had reverberated throughout the world, the equilibrium between pirates and the Marines had been irrevocably shattered. Otherwise, the Marines would not have hastily introduced the warlord system shortly after Roger's execution. A move that, to any discerning individual, was evidently detrimental to the Marines' prestige. Of course, the establishment of the warlord system was a special authorization by the world government, allowing the Marine headquarters to form such an organization. This system was essentially a slap in the face to the Marines, who could never propose it themselves to end this era of diminishing Marine influence. What would the Marines do with Ace, who bore the blood of Roger? It is needless to say, they would orchestrate a grand public execution, severing the bloodline of Roger before the world, striking a blow to the burgeoning pirate movement, and providing the Marines with a much-needed morale boost. This was inevitable. Even if Sengoku were not in this position, any Marine would have acted similarly, for if they did not, the world government would take matters into their own hands, thus knowing the entire sequence of events. Garp bore no resentment towards Sengoku. He believed that had only Sengoku been privy to Ace's true identity, out of respect for their friendship or for the sake of the Marines, Sengoku would have refrained from initiating this war. Alas, Blackbeard's dealings were not with Sengoku, but with the entire Marine organization. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The passage of time remained unhurried. The clock on the wall aligned all its hands, merging them into one. The moment arrived. Ding! Time was up. Sengoku adjusted his attire, rose from his seat, and made his way outside. Passing by Garp, he paused, saying, "You need not go out today. I will handle matters outside." Kapu remained silent, not uttering a word. Sengoku reached out and gently patted his old friend's shoulder. Choosing not to intrude further, he strode out of the room and softly closed the door behind him. Turning around, he gazed at the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the admirals awaiting outside. Standing tall, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, saying nothing, and led the way towards the port. Everything that needed to be prepared had been set in motion. Over 100,000 naval troops had been deployed early in the morning, ready to ensnare the Whitebeard pirates. Following Sengoku were the 3 admirals, Shizhou, a canoe, and Aki's gaze was fixed intently on the door of the marshal's office, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of concern in his eyes. The absence of Kapu signified that the man within the room was no longer the heroic figure of the Navy, but rather an ordinary grandfather bidding farewell to his soon-to-be departed grandson. Shaking his head, Akiji diverted his gaze and quickened his pace. Today was a monumental day for the Navy, and there could be no room for error. Just then, the march abruptly halted. A Navy officer, panting heavily with beads of sweat dotting his forehead, blocked the path ahead. In urgent matter. Sengoku scrutinized the information officer before him, the reflection of determination glinting behind the lenses of his frog-shaped glasses. The officer nodded, refraining from unnecessary words, acutely aware of the pressing time. News had arrived from Sabeti Archipelago. Rayleigh and a boy named Shizhou, who had been closely following him, had vanished at such a critical juncture. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of frustration. Ever since the incident with the Celestial Dragons days prior that had led to a confrontation with Rayleigh, the Navy had intensified its surveillance on him. The aim was twofold: to caution the old man against causing chaos at this pivotal moment, and to assist the world government in locating individuals of interest. As the fleet admiral, he had certainly perused the bounty notice for the child. Yet the world government had yet to provide a clear rationale for offering such a high bounty on a mere child. This left Sengoku, a senior figure within the Navy and the world government, only to speculate in his mind. The slave escape incident 13 years ago at Marineford had shocked the world. That time, Sengoku, serving as an admiral, had only a vague awareness that a significant number of slaves had fled and many celestial dragons had perished. The veracity of those events remained shrouded in mystery, as he had only heard whispers of rumors. For years, the child had remained elusive, had it not been for the world government's persistent search. He might have believed the child never existed. It was not until the recent incident where thousands inexplicably disappeared after the attack on the Celestial Dragons that the world government's subsequent uproar revealed the child's significance in their eyes. This also indirectly confirmed the grim reality of the past incident. Many Celestial Dragons had indeed perished. Should I go? Kizura stepped forward, volunteering. After all, his speed was unmatched here, and a round trip would not consume much time. If circumstances permitted, he might return just in time for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates to know the three of you are the main force today. None of you can leave, especially with Kaido and Shanks also having vanished. Truth be told, upon receiving the news of the disappearance of Shanks and Kaido, Sengoku had briefly contemplated ending the war outright. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. The Navy had prepared for this battle for many days, mobilizing substantial forces and even disseminating news to inform the world. Under such circumstances, even if all four emperors were to unite, they could not prematurely conclude the war. While he understood that Shanks and Kaido would not recklessly follow Whitebeard to the Navy headquarters, there remained an element of uncertainty. After all, no meticulously crafted plan could withstand unforeseen circumstances. That I shall go instead. At that moment, an elderly man with a head of purple hair and a robust physique emerged slowly from the crowd. He need not have participated in this war. Despite being part of the Navy's logistics division, he felt compelled to be present for such a momentous occasion. After all, everyone here, apart from Sengoku, could be regarded as his students. Sengoku turned to regard the approaching elder, his expression contemplative, refraining from immediate consent, since Zephyr had received a mechanical arm equipped with C-Prism stone technology 2 years ago. He seemed to have gradually recovered from the blow suffered 7 years prior. Witnessing his old friend's resurgence brought Sengoku joy, yet Zephyr had grown increasingly extreme in the past 2 years. Once an advocate against killing pirates, he had now become one who would slay them on sight. His demeanor transformed entirely, as if he were a different person. Ultimately, Sengoku nodded, permitting Zephyr to proceed. Firstly, despite being retired for decades, his tenure as a naval instructor meant his strength remained intact. Secondly, his familiarity with Rayleigh and extensive combat experience, coupled with his 2 students, would likely suffice to stall Rayleigh, presenting minimal challenges, given that the 3 admirals could not depart. Zephyr's voluntary emergence was indeed the optimal choice. After all, with Rayleigh's formidable prowess, an ordinary elite rear admiral would struggle to last long against him. Naturally, the best-case scenario would be that Rayleigh was merely out for leisure and not intent on causing turmoil here. This way, Zephyr would not have to confront Rayleigh, alleviating the pressure on him. Sighing, Sengoku resumed, leading the team forward after Zephyr departed. Off the coast of Sabeti Archipelago, a small boat, towed by a sea cow, navigated the tumultuous waves. Shizhou and the old man had departed from the Kalabala bar around 11:50 and aware of the impending battle. Shizhou had prepared an extravagant feast before their departure, featuring delicacies that Rayleigh and Shakky had long wished to savor, but which he had never prepared. The two easily eluded the watchful eyes of the Navy and the world government, secretly venturing to Rayleigh's private dock, where they boarded a small vessel and set sail into the open sea. The boat lacked sails, and once they were beyond the land, Rayleigh let out a deep bellow. Shortly thereafter, a small sea king emerged from the depths, deftly shackling itself without the need for Rayleigh's instructions, and swiftly pulled the boat forward. "Old man, I think we're headed the wrong way." As the boat bobbed on the waves, Shizhou and Rayleigh remained firmly seated, their bodies glued to the deck despite the vessel swaying. Forgot, Rayleigh exclaimed, slapping his forehead before turning to the sea cow and bellowing, 15 degrees to the left. Moo. The sea cow let out a roar, halting its progress. That IT turned to glance at Rayleigh, then followed the direction of his finger into the distance. Whatever it saw made it shudder, and it shook its head vigorously, as if to say, no, that direction is fraught with danger. Most sea kings were remarkably intelligent, aware of which areas were safe and which were perilous. According to its knowledge, the direction Rayleigh indicated led to a terrifying island not far ahead. Not even the largest of sea kings dared approach that place. "Ha! I ask you, old man, are you capable or not?" With a hearty laugh, Shizhou knocked playfully on Rayleigh's head. Rayleigh turned, glaring fiercely at the sea cow. "Are we going, or are we going to die?" The sea cow, sensing the chilling gaze of Rayleigh and the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around them, reluctantly turned its head, slowly trudging towards the direction Rayleigh had pointed out. The small boat no longer exuded the initial vigor of cutting through the waves. It had taken on the demeanor of a leisurely cruise vessel, moving at a languid pace, embodying a sense of tranquility. Seeing the sea cow finally in motion, Rayleigh paid no mind to its speed, content that they had ample time ahead of that moment. The vast ocean suddenly surged with the fury of a wrathful giant, inexplicably becoming tumultuous as waves roared in from the horizon, each succeeding wave more urgent and towering than the last, culminating in a catastrophic tsunami. Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, his left arm draped over the edge, reaching out to feel the violent currents sweeping past him, his expression growing increasingly grave. That fellow remains as formidable as ever. When enraged, even the sea trembles in response. Having engaged in numerous confrontations with the Whitebeard pirates in the past, he never doubted the strength of Whitebeard. Indeed, it was formidable. Shizhou gazed at the ocean, now in a state of complete frenzy, his face a mask of astonishment. This was his first encounter with the true might of Whitebeard. In the original narrative, while one could sense Whitebeard's oppressive presence and immense power, it was merely an animated depiction, unable to convey the full weight of that pressure. But now, in the waters not far from Marineford, Shizhou could distinctly feel the terrifying force at play. Put it plainly, at the current scale of this tsunami, annihilating a nation or obliterating an island would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, their trajectory was not even directed towards the primary focus that lay on the opposite side. The other face of Marineford. One could only imagine the spectacle and magnitude of the tsunami on that side. Teacher, will Rayleigh truly come? In the small harbor facing the Sabeti Archipelago, Zephyr's dedicated warship was anchored. Zephyr had not set sail, for Marineford lay nearby. Any vessels arriving from the Sabeti Archipelago would inevitably fall under his vigilant gaze unless they chose to divert. I don't know. Zephyr sat cross-legged on the deck, gently polishing his right arm, the mechanical one, with a cloth. It seemed the battle had commenced. A woman, her long hair cascading with the waves, clutched the ship's edge with one hand while shielding her forehead with the other. Her expression filled with awe as she beheld the churning sea. The woman's name was Ain. She was tall, and at that moment, donned a purple tank top and black shorts rather than the Navy uniform. An unmistakable X-shaped scar adorned her right thigh, from which a handgun was holstered, while her elegant feet were encased in black stiletto heels, a blue cloak draped over her shoulders. She was one of Zephyr's most trusted and significant students. Indeed, beside Ein, a flamboyantly dressed man, his back adorned with a green-sheathed sword and his head wrapped in a turban, nodded in agreement, leaning against the ship's railing. And no wonder he is reputed as the world's strongest man. His fury is truly fearsome. Teacher, the tsunami is about to strike. I believe we should move forward to assist. Benzi turned to Zephyr, making a suggestion. Not a chance. Zephyr set down the cloth in his hand, exerting a slight force with his right arm to raise the mechanical limb, rhythmically clenching and relaxing his fingers. His intact left hand reached for a nearby blue bottle, tilting it back for a hearty drink. Perhaps out of nostalgia for his homeland, or perhaps simply due to its appeal, Zephyr had a particular fondness for this wine from the West Sea. Lowering the bottle, Zephyr looked at his two students by the ship's edge and shook his head. The military orders I received are to intercept Rayleigh. Therefore, whether he comes or not, the orders stand, and we must remain here until the conflict concludes. Very well. A flicker of reluctance crossed Benzi's eyes. To be honest, as a member of the Navy, it was disheartening to miss such a grand battle merely due to the potential arrival of Rayleigh. Yet whether in disappointment or discontent, given that his teacher had spoken so clearly, he could only comply. After all, Zephyr was the most respected mentor he had. Then I shall take my post at the lookout. With renewed determination, Benzi's body coiled like a spring, bending his legs slightly on the deck before leaping up to grasp the rope that floated down from above, swinging gracefully toward the ship's tallest mast. Old man, it seems the Navy has long been preparing for you. Shizhou reached up to brush aside his wind-soaked hair, gazing at the imposing figure aboard the warship in harbor, his tongue flicking over his lips. Should he eliminate him? The old fellow was over 70. He ought to enjoy his retirement instead of playing the gatekeeper. Wasn't that courting death, the closer he drew to Marineford? The more exhilarated Shizhou became as he sailed into these waters. He could easily sense the familiar scent of human blood wafting from the battlefield on the sea breeze. Narrowing his eyes, Shizhou inhaled deeply, a perverse ecstasy blooming across his face. Yes, it was this scent, reminiscent of the hellish atmosphere of the gladiatorial arenas in Marineford, where countless lives have been extinguished. Go ahead. The old man remained remarkably calm. What did you say? Shizhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Rayleigh, a look of astonishment crossing his features. I said go ahead. Isn't this what you've always desired? Are you not coming with me? Shizhou pondered. Surely the old man would not permit him to face the front line alone. After all, the old man was fully aware of his temperament. For years, if it weren't for the tether that kept him grounded, Shizhou couldn't guarantee what he would have become. Now, with the old man suddenly loosening his grip, Shizhou felt a hint of disbelief. Noticing the old man's prolonged silence, Shizhou inquired again, Are you truly letting me go alone? Go. Rayleigh nodded, his gaze fixed on the approaching harbor. Since Zephyr awaited him here, he would fulfill the old man's wish. Understood. As Rayleigh spoke, he stroked his chin thoughtfully before smiling. Let this be the final battle for us relics of the old era. Moreover, Rayleigh's gaze shifted back to Shizhou with earnestness. Over the years, I've witnessed your transformation from the cold, unfeeling being I first encountered to someone gradually embodying human emotions, evolving into a more normal state. I find solace in your change, for no one wishes for their loved ones to be a true, cold-blooded demon, that I recognize that you may not care for the lives of others. But, Rayleigh paused, contemplating before continuing, I still hope you can refrain from taking too many lives, for killing lacks true enjoyment. Rayleigh had shared much, yet Shizhou merely pursed his lips, not taking it to heart. Whether cold-blooded or indifferent, such traits were a result of the world's harshness. Since his arrival in this world, aside from the woman who bore him, and Rayleigh and Shakky, he had never felt a shred of warmth or tenderness. Given the world's nature, why should he treat it with gentleness? Moreover, in his eyes, this world was not genuine. He could act as he pleased. Indulgence, after all, was the greatest pleasure. Naturally, he did not share his thoughts with Rayleigh. It was unnecessary, wasn't it? I understand. Shizhou nodded, indicating he had absorbed the lesson. Rayleigh fixed a deep gaze on Shizhou, retracting his gaze and gesturing. Then you may depart. Remember, your primary objective in going is to ensure your own survival. As for Ace, save him if you can. If not, then so be it. In his heart, Shizhou's importance clearly outweighed that of Ace. Understood, Shizhou turned, formally bowing to Rayleigh, then lifted his head, stepping forward to embrace the old man. Take care. Without hesitation, Shizhou released his grip and swiftly turned, leaping into the boiling sea. His feet landed upon the water as if it were solid ground, and he moved with the grace of a drawn sword. Charging towards the harbor, Rayleigh watched Shizhou's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long moment. If he recalled correctly, this was the first time in many years that Shizhou had so clearly expressed his gratitude and concern in front of him. "You little rascal," Rayleigh smiled faintly before lowering his head to the increasingly sluggish manatee, saying, "This is where you stop. You may leave now." The manatee paused in surprise, turning its head to Rayleigh and letting out a series of muffled sounds. As if questioning, "Really?" Upon seeing Rayleigh nod, the manatee realized it had not misheard. It turned back, expertly shook off the shackles from its shoulders, and with a resounding roar to the heavens, plunged into the depths of the sea. Disappearing from sight, in truth, the manatee had already prepared itself for death at this point. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from ahead rendered its seemingly large, yet actually small, brain completely incapacitated. It could no longer think. The danger was too great. Hearing Rayleigh's command to depart filled it with an exhilarating sense of salvation, akin to rising from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. The voice of Rayleigh, which had once sounded like that of a demon, now resonated in its ears as a blessing from an angel. There were no notions of loyalty or betrayal. After all, it was merely a small, pitiful bovine sea creature. Thus, it left without hesitation, without a trace of reluctance. "Should we intervene, teacher?" Aine inquired, her gaze fixed on the young man in black, swiftly approaching the harbor, her right hand unbuckling the holster strapped to her leg, firmly grasping her pistol. "Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, for it only gets more thrilling." With her left hand, she drew a dagger from behind her cloak, holding it at the ready. Beside her, Binzi crouched slightly, gripping the hilt of his long sword, equally on guard. "No need," Zephyr replied, his gaze fixed on Shizhou, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features, though he was surprised by the abilities displayed by this imp who had been shadowing Rayleigh. It was merely surprise. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the young man named Shizhou was quite notorious among bounty hunters and nefarious gangs in the Sabati archipelago. However, due to his lack of genuine criminal activity, he had not truly caught the attention of the Navy. Such individuals, if not for their association with Rayleigh, would not even warrant the Navy's interest. After all, Shizhou's notoriety was confined to the underbelly of society. As Zephyr shifted his focus from Shizhou back to Rayleigh, he disregarded the figure rushing past the warship. "Our mission is to keep an eye on Rayleigh. As for everything else, it is not our concern. We must remember, this old fellow is quite formidable. After all, while he may not have the exaggerated reputation of Whitebeard, he was nonetheless a legendary pirate, renowned throughout the world and documented in various texts. He was a remnant of the old era, well aware of the dangers that lurked in the Sabati archipelago, which rendered the Navy hesitant to act recklessly. Due to his early retirement, Zephyr had never truly clashed with Rayleigh. But that did not mean he was unfamiliar with him. After all, both Garp and Sengoku often spoke of Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and even the Golden Lion in his presence. Zephyr flexed his arms and rolled his shoulders before raising his mechanical arm, aiming it at the small boat now within range, revealing a slightly manic grin. The mechanical arm activated swiftly, retracting its fingers, instantaneously transforming from hand to cannon, fixating on Rayleigh, who was steadily approaching on the small vessel. Zephyr did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Crush blaster, with a thunderous boom, a massive beam of yellow light shot forth from the cannon's muzzle, striking the small boat with exaggerated velocity. An explosive sound erupted, accompanied by a shockwave that swept across the entire harbor, suppressing both the wind and the roar of the waves. Simultaneously, on the front line of the naval headquarters, the seismic disturbance initiated by Whitebeard finally manifested. From the direction of the ocean, towering waves surged forth, crashing towards the naval headquarters. The thunderous roar of the advancing waves caused the entire Marineford to tremble in sync with their rhythm, instilling the Whitebeard pirates, who found themselves encircled, with newfound confidence, as if they were on home ground. In contrast, the lower-ranking Navy soldiers surrounding the Whitebeard pirates gazed in panic at the towering waves that loomed above the naval headquarters. Yet the naval commanders remained composed, their focus unwavering on the encircled Whitebeard pirates, refusing to be swayed by the impending deluge. At the highest point of the naval headquarters, Shizhou clutched the flagpole atop the roof with one hand while shielding his forehead with the other, gazing at the colossal battlefield in the distance, exhaling deeply. Perfect, just right as he muttered this, he seemed to sense something and looked up. There he beheld a naval warship perched atop the highest crest of the waves. Truly deserving of the title protagonist, despite the many upheavals, he had emerged from impelled down, riding the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard to the battlefield. At that moment, the unfolding events on the battlefield captivated Shizhou's attention. As the waves threatened to inundate the naval headquarters, the admiral positioned at the forefront of the encirclement could no longer remain seated. Akiji, devoid of his usual lethargy, bore a serious expression, rising from his seat. With a powerful push from his legs against the ground, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, soaring to the center of the battlefield. Extending his arms, 2 ice pillars shot forth from his palms. Piercing through the encroaching waves, crack, crack. The sound of ice forming resonated throughout the sky in an instant. Ice Age. The freezing process occurred at remarkable speed, instantly encasing the impending tsunami in ice. Yet freezing the waves was not enough. The ice continued to expand outward, swiftly freezing the seas surrounding Marineford, transforming the world from its previous azure hue to a pristine white. It was true that Whitebeard was a monster, but were the naval admirals not monsters in their own right? Akiji, the young the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard regarded Akiji above with a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. The tsunami was but a catalyst. It was Akiji's intervention that was the intended outcome. To rescue Ace, they could only muster their forces and confront the Navy. The attacking side, being at sea, posed a significant disadvantage, making it nearly impossible for most to break through the encirclement and reach the plaza. But now, with the ocean frozen, the Navy lost its advantage on solid ground, as everyone could abandon their ships and engage in combat at will. Yet it was still insufficient. Whitebeard gazed at Akiji, his right hand clenched into a fist. Sensing Whitebeard's intent, Akiji took the initiative to strike first, summoning 4 ice spears that formed instantaneously from his right hand. Ice Spike. Though Akiji's speed was commendable, it mattered little when compared to Whitebeard. As Whitebeard slightly turned his body to the left, aligning his right fist toward Akiji, he delivered a fierce punch into the empty space ahead. The fist and the void, much like a person and the air, were incapable of striking the emptiness. Yet in that moment, it was as if a bullet had struck glass, causing the previously intangible void to materialize and shatter. Accompanied by the distortion and tremors of the void, fissures rapidly spread across the expanse. Then, an overwhelming shockwave surged upwards, akin to an unstoppable slash, instantly severing the ice spears just as they descended, before continuing upwards and vanishing past. In truth, Akiji had already elementalized before Whitebeard's attack landed. Thus, when Whitebeard's punch shattered the space, he did not split apart, but rather lost his anchor, plummeting directly towards the surface of the sea, much like Akiji had frozen the waves earlier. The massive ice blocks that fell into the sea instantly froze the surrounding waters, causing a chilling wave to radiate outward and freeze the entire harbor surface in an instant. Now, the Navy, which had once held a distinct advantage as the defenders against an opponent emerging from the sea, found the naval battle transformed into a land battle due to the tsunami. The expressions of all the naval commanders grew grave at that moment. Fire! Sink the Moby Dick! Without hesitation, the naval commanders encircling the area promptly executed the most judicious command for the moment. In an instant, the harbor erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire as countless shells burst forth from their muzzles, cascading through the smoke and sparks towards the Moby Dick. Indeed, the artillery of this world possesses an enigmatic power. At times, it can effortlessly slay a formidable pirate, rivaling a naval commander. while at other moments, it may inflict no harm whatsoever. Thus, gazing at the barrage of incoming shells that threatened to blanket the sky, the forces of Whitebeard exhibited no signs of trepidation. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they fixed their gaze upon the towering encirclement. Without uttering any words to bolster morale, they synchronously leapt from their vessels, charging forth to breach the encirclement. Naturally, the Navy could not allow the pirates to easily approach the walls, under the leadership of their commanders. They vaulted over the encirclement to confront the pirates head-on. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. The two factions collided in an explosive clash, akin to the fierce meeting of water and fire, plunging immediately into a brutal melee. That it was at this moment that this colossal battle truly commenced. Meanwhile, beyond the encirclement, in the open sea, 43 affiliated pirate crews belonging to the Whitebeard pirates drew near to the ice, landing without hesitation as they surged towards the port. In fact, the Whitebeard pirates were far from few in number, boasting over 1,600 corps members led by 16 captains. The 43 pirate crews beyond, however, numbered over 50,000. Thus, although the Navy had deployed 100,000 troops, it was merely twice the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. They beheld the overwhelming tide of pirates converging upon the port. The admirals of the Navy, momentarily frozen in place, were compelled to disembark and position themselves between the pirates and the harbor. Just then, one individual's actions on the battlefield captured the attention of all discerning eyes present. This fellow merely took a step forward, eliciting astonishment from the admirals, who were taken aback by his desire to personally engage in the fray. The other 7 warlords standing beside him exhibited similar shock. "Are you truly going to take action?" inquired the crouching yellow-haired man, his entire being enveloped in pink, his sunglasses never having left his face as he stared at the man's silhouette. The man did not glance back. His hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, fixating intently on the imposing figure standing at the prow of the Moby Dick. "I merely wish to test the waters, to ascertain the extent of the disparity between myself and the man before me." It was Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, renowned for his eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes. He was also known as Hawkeye. This individual arrived on the battlefield, remaining still as he sat cross-legged atop the highest point of Marineford, keenly observing the entire battlefield in search of the opportune moment to make his entrance. After all, once he entered the fray, he was certain to attract the Navy's attention, thus necessitating a moment that would maximize his advantage. His primary targets in this endeavor were both the Navy and the pirates. After all, when it comes to sustenance, the more, the merrier. Of course, should the other 7 warlords prove unwise, he would not hesitate to include them as well. Excitedly licking his lips, which had grown slightly parched from the heat, he fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard. "Since your demise is inevitable, you may as well serve my interests." In the distance, on the prow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard suddenly seemed to sense something, that he abruptly raised his head, his commanding eyes locking onto the pitch-black pupils of Dracul Mihawk. This fellow Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly. He was certain that he had never encountered the small figure atop the highest point of the naval headquarters, nor had he seen him in any newspapers. The aura emanating from this young man felt profoundly strange, unlike the typical excitement, fear, or trepidation displayed by those who sought to challenge him. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion that left him utterly perplexed. "Food. Yes, food. The way this young man gazes at me resembles how I would regard a feast. While not an exact match, it was close enough." Chuckling to himself, Whitebeard dismissed the notion that he had experienced enough in his lifetime to remain unfazed by being regarded as a meal. However, the passage of time had dulled the memory, necessitating considerable reflection before he could recall those bygone days. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze from Mihawk and turned to regard another young man. If Mihawk's aura was peculiar, then that of the latter was akin to a thorn in his side. It was reminiscent of the sensation he experienced with Shanks. Despite his youth, this individual's strength was undeniably formidable. Clang. The sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out, a clear and melodious note echoing like the cicadas of June, instantly resonating throughout the battlefield. Not make a fuss. Drifting his gaze from Whitebeard, Shichibukai turned his eyes to Mihawk, observing the black blade named Yuru, which bore the title of the world's greatest sword. Pressing his hand against the sword, which trembled incessantly at his right hip, Shichibukai spoke softly. "If you wish, I shall seek that fellow shortly." If genuinely comprehending Shichibukai's words, the black blade Yoru fell silent. Shichibukai's sword was a straight blade, featuring a single edge, akin to a tang saber, but longer in length, measuring approximately 1.5 meters from blade to hilt. Both the scabbard and hilt were black, and even the gemstone embedded at the end of the hilt was black, matching his entire ensemble, which was also shrouded in darkness. Just then, the already stilled black blade Yuru inexplicably trembled slightly once more. This subtle quiver was imperceptible to outsiders. However, Mihawk, who gripped the hilt of Yuru, was acutely aware of it. "There's a master, a swordsman." Mihawk's gaze shifted away from Whitebeard for the first time, his eagle-like pupils subtly moving. Bista it was not him. Mihawk's gaze lingered on Bista for only a brief moment before departing. Although he had not engaged in battle with Bista, he was certain that Bista could not be the source of Yoru's reaction. Scanning the battlefield quickly, Mihawk found no signs of interest and lifted his head, his gaze passing over the admirals, the execution platform, and settling momentarily upon Sengoku. What lies behind? On the high platform, Sengoku focused intently on Mihawk. His brow furrowing before a glimmer of red light emerged in his eyes. His perception swept through countless Navy personnel, ultimately resting atop the highest point of the naval headquarters. The presence was unfamiliar, suggesting they were not part of the Navy, which could only imply Sengoku reached up to adjust his spectacles, and a fleeting glint of insight flashed in his eyes. Could it be that young man named Shichibukai, who vanished alongside Rayleigh? Quite intriguing indeed to have captured the attention of both Whitebeard and Hawkeye. Sengoku turned his gaze to the seats occupied by the admirals, briefly lingering on Akainu before swiftly bypassing him to focus on Kesi. Understanding Sengoku's intention, Kesi let out a quiet sigh, rising to his feet as he summoned a shimmering mirror. Subsequently, his form transformed into light, refracting through the mirror's surface, first ascending, then executing a sharp 90-degree turn to shoot backwards. "Damn it! Why are you all staring at me while fighting? Is it because I'm handsome?" The moment Mihawk's gaze fell upon him, Shichibukai realized he was in for trouble. That Whitebeard's glance could be dismissed as coincidental. Yet when Mihawk also regarded him, it was anything but accidental. With Sengoku's intelligence and the wisdom of the admirals, they would undoubtedly deduce that there were individuals behind them who were not part of the Navy. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Gazing at the rapidly approaching beam of light, Shichibukai wore an expression of utter exasperation. "I swear, I merely came to observe the commotion. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you." The yellow monkey arrived with remarkable swiftness. It could be said that the instant he perceived the yellow light, he was already standing on the opposite side of the rooftop. Is that not the young fellow who has been trailing that old man Rayleigh? The figure of the yellow monkey materialized from his elemental form. Casting a glance towards the rear of Marineford, he was aware that there lay another smaller battlefield, but due to the trees obscuring the mountaintop, he could discern no silhouettes. Hence, he merely stole a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, which settled upon Shizhou. Sighing inwardly, Shizhou raised his head, patting his face with both hands to feign an expression of innocence. He spoke again. "To be honest, I genuinely came merely to observe the spectacle. Look, even Admiral Zephyr did not impede my passage, allowing me to arrive here unhindered. If you truly wish to engage in a fight, I would advise you to venture behind and capture that old rogue Rayleigh. After all, apprehending an innocent bystander like myself would surely tarnish your reputation as an admiral, wouldn't it? Let us not jest, my dear fellow." The yellow monkey nonchalantly dug at his ear, his interest piqued as he scrutinized Shizhou. "If I recall correctly, your name is Shizhou, is it not? Now, would you be so kind as to enlighten me on how you garnered the attention of Whitebeard and Mihawk? Curious, are we?" The yellow monkey nodded. "You must understand that those two individuals would not deign to notice a mere child without reason, particularly that Mihawk fellow." With a deep inhalation, Shizhou's posture gradually straightened, the innocent Ade fading away. Transforming him into a figure exuding danger, he fixed his gaze upon the yellow monkey, his pupils, dark as ink, began to whirl in that moment. The last vestiges of light within his eyes appeared to be consumed and vanished entirely. You, sir. The yellow monkey's heart raced as he beheld the transformed Shizhou. The nonchalance on his face shifted to seriousness. If previously Shizhou had resembled a playful kitten, he now struck the yellow monkey as a fearsome tiger. Though he himself was an elephant, this did not diminish his vigilance. You wish to know why I am here? Shizhou grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You seek the answer? Well, of course. It is my overwhelming strength that has drawn their attention. As soon as the words left his lips, an immense aura erupted from Shizhou, soaring skyward. Clang. The sound of sword being unsheathed resounded, distinct from the melodious notes of the black blade knight. The sound emitted by Shizhou's sword was jarring, reminiscent of a kettle boiling over, fraught with imminent danger. In that instant, Shizhou's hand sliced upwards in a back-end motion, unleashing a colossal arc of silver light that cleaved through the air, racing towards the yellow monkey. With a swift whoosh, the blade effortlessly severed the yellow monkey's form, continuing unabated to slice through the structure beneath him, as if cutting through cake, disappearing the rafter and leaving behind an endless black line. The black blade, despite his body being cleaved in two, the yellow monkey displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, he diverted his gaze from Shizhou's face, focusing instead on the sword that hung at Shizhou's side, poised in his right hand. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the battlefield below, seizing the attention of both combatants. It was a strike of a pale green hue. Far larger than Shizhou's previous slash, the attack surged forth like a speeding train, shattering the ice-encased sea within the harbor, barreling toward the Moby Dick, aimed directly at Whitebeard's BOW. In an instant, chaos ensued. Both pirates and marines scrambled to flee. Those fortunate enough to be caught in the gusts generated by the strike were swept away, while the unfortunate faced certain death beneath its overwhelming force. Yet, Whitebeard remained utterly unperturbed, not even shifting his stance or altering his gaze. Behind him, the officers of the Whitebeard pirates observed the approaching strike with calm demeanor, as though they held some assurance. Indeed, there was assurance. Just as the strike was about to reach the bow of the Moby Dick, a figure surged forth from directly beneath the ship's prow. Block. The man was remarkably robust, yet dwarfed by the magnitude of the attack. Nevertheless, this seemingly insignificant individual managed to halt the strike before him. He then thrust the attack upwards with great force, as if he were hurling not a strike, but a cannonball, redirecting it towards the heavens with a mighty roar. Boom! The pale green strike spun upward, shattering the air's resistance, vanishing into the distant sky. This moment, both sides of the battlefield paused in unison, their eyes drawn to the bow of the Moby Dick, eager to discern the identity of the one who had thwarted the world's mightiest strike. As the mist dissipated, at the end of the fissure created by the strike stood a man adorned with geometrically patterned diamonds, shimmering like silver beneath the sun's rays. The 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Joseph. Of course, the astonishment was confined to the lower ranks of the Marines and pirates. Those aware of Josu's devil fruit ability were not particularly surprised that he could withstand Mihawk's strike, including the officers of the Whitebeard pirates and the admirals of the Navy, not to mention Mihawk himself. Thus, upon witnessing Josu standing before the Moby Dick, Mihawk sheathed his sword without hesitation, redirecting his gaze once more toward Shizhou. Well, let me see who it is that warrants your attention, so Doflamingo interjected, stepping forward to join Mihawk. He then raised his head, following Mihawk's line of sight toward Shizhou. A black blade? Clearly, like the yellow monkey. Doflamingo's interest was not primarily in Shizhou himself, but rather in the sword he held in his right hand. It was a blade that had never before graced this world, yet undeniably, it was a black sword. Even from such a distance, one could keenly sense the sharpness and chill emanating from its obsidian blade, reminiscent of Mihawk's own black sword knight. Its presence was hard to overlook. Moria laughed heartily as he took a few steps forward, glancing up at Shizhou. Upon realizing he did not recognize him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you fellows know who this little rascal is, to be able to stand against the yellow monkey?" Today, among the 7 warlords who have gathered here, only 4 are present, rather than the 5 from the original narrative. In the source material, Bartholomew Kuma had his memories erased the day before the Marineford War. thus remaining in Marineford alongside other pacifists. However, in this world, due to the influence of the time ship, the world government preemptively erased Kuma's memories. Consequently, at this moment, Kuma is either in Vegapunk's vicinity or has already adhered to his agreement with Vegapunk. Stationed beside the Sunny at Island 40, one of the Sabiti archipelago, as for the matter concerning Gecko Moria, no one here possesses the answers. After all, they truly know nothing about the time ship. Save for one individual, Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress, reigns as the current sovereign of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a pirate nation situated in the Calm Belt, and also captains the Kuja pirates. Her unparalleled beauty is often lauded as the most exquisite in the world. Gazing upon the profile of the time ship, even after 13 years, despite the stark contrast between the child she once knew and the current figure of the time ship. The familiar aura that once haunted her dreams instantly revealed to Hancock the identity of the individual before her. As she touched her right waist, Hancock's eyes, aside from a flicker of fear deep within, sparkled with a hint of exhilaration. On her right waist lies a wound known only to her and her two sisters. Small yet profound, it had nearly claimed her life. The perpetrator of this wound was none other than that child. The child who had become a legend in the Holy Land, in the Colosseum. Amidst the slaves, that individual exuded a chilling presence, as if hailing from the depths of hell, unhesitatingly wielding the dagger he always held. Despite being devoid of unscathed skin, this truth did not detract from the fact that he was a monster. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, even when on the brink of death and thrown into a mass grave, he would crawl out the next day to continue the fight. Hancock encountered this child one fateful day after consuming her devil fruit, when she was cast into the Colosseum by the celestial dragons. The battlefield could not, nor would it, cease. After a brief lull, chaos erupted once more. After all, the strong possessed their own means of coping, and the objectives of the lower-tier pirates were crystal clear: to obstruct the equally lowly navy and provide opportunity for their captains to forge a path to the execution platform. It seems the navy is on the verge of faltering. The time ship tilted its head to glance at the battlefield below, then turned to smile at Shizhou, saying, "Aren't you going to lend a hand?" It was not that the navy was inherently weaker than the pirates, but rather that the vice admirals of the marine headquarters were stationed outside the harbor, intercepting the affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were no weaker than the navy's vice admirals, with several, including Marco, capable of engaging with admirals, coupled with the warlords of the sea, who merely observed from the sidelines. The situation within the encirclement appeared as though the navy was at a disadvantage. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are formidable, akin to monsters, Shizhou remarked, surveying the battlefield below, then shook his head and turned to the time ship. "You too are a monster. You nearly caused me injury." In an instant, without warning, as if teleporting, Shizhou materialized directly to the right of the time ship. "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at light speed?" He uttered these words with an unusual rapidity, lacking his usual languid tone. How astonishing! The time ship barely had time to rotate his blade, positioning it defensively to the right, slightly turning his body as he crouched down, using his left hand to brace against the back of the blade, facing the rapidly approaching golden foot, which gleamed like molten gold. Clang! The heel met the blade, producing a sound of clashing metal. It was insurmountable. Veins bulged on the time ship's arms. Despite exerting all his strength, the unfavorable position on the slope forced him to gradually slide backward under the tremendous force of Shizhou's light-speed kick. Just as I was pondering how to enter the battlefield, he mused, gazing up at Shizhou's calm eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as an alluring expression graced his face. "Since you so desire my participation, I shall oblige. I only hope you do not regret it later." Without further ado, the time ship relinquished his defense in an instant. He was propelled into the air by the overwhelming force, and with a resounding crash, akin to a ball, he swiftly descended toward the battlefield below. This fellow, Shizhou observed the time ship accelerating downward, scratching his head in contemplation. Does he intend to join the battlefield and ally with the Whitebeard pirates? In Shizhou's eyes, the only rationale for the time ship's presence here was to rescue Ace. If he aimed to save Ace, he was naturally aligned with the Whitebeard pirates. Shaking his head, Kizaru transformed into light particles and rapidly pursued the time ship. I cannot allow you to fulfill your wishes so easily. Although the time ship moved with remarkable speed, Kizaru caught up with him the moment he entered the encirclement. The lethargic Kizaru was indeed terrifying, for he feared nothing. However, when he turned serious, he became even more formidable, devoid of the whimsy of toying with his opponents. Thus, the time ship was deprived of the treatment afforded to Zoro, without hesitation. The moment Kizaru's form appeared above the time ship, he executed a graceful reverse kick, the golden light of his light-speed kick striking the time ship's blade as he faced upward. Clang! This time, the force was magnified further and suspended in mid-air. The time ship could not possibly withstand it. Under Kizaru's foot, his body transformed into a genuine ball, hurtling downward like a meteor toward the ice below. With a resounding boom, shards of ice erupted. The tremendous force instantly propelled the time ship through the thick ice layer, causing the entire battlefield to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Ha. As expected of an admiral, Doflamingo chuckled, glancing down at the deep pit into which the time ship had plummeted. Hey, this isn't the end, is it? Noticing the prolonged silence from the pit, Doflamingo furrowed his brow. A glint of red flashing in his eyes. It was unclear what he sensed, but a trace of disappointment crossed his face that he had anticipated that the individual whom Whitebeard and the fellow beside him were concerned about was a formidable figure. To his surprise, in Kizaru's hands, this individual had not even lasted a single exchange, succumbing to severe injury after just 2 kicks. It appeared that he was merely a fortunate young lad who had stumbled upon a black blade. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. The unexpected arrival of Kizaru into the battlefield heightened the vigilance of the Whitebeard pirates. This fellow was not among the lower-tier Navy forces encircling them, but was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Do you not wish to emerge? Kizaru was not disheartened like Doflamingo. He had engaged with the time ship and was acutely aware of his intentions. Even though the recent encounter had indeed resulted in injury for the time ship, Kizaru did not believe that this young lad had simply lost his fighting capability. However, sensing the malicious intent radiating from the numerous pirates surrounding him and the continuously dwindling presence of the Navy, Kizaru had no choice but to raise his gaze towards Whitebeard. Initially, the plan had been for these captains, along with Whitebeard, to be handled by the 3 admirals and the observing warlords. Now, due to the sudden appearance of the time ship, there had been a delay, but it was fortuitous. Fixing his gaze upon Whitebeard, Kizaru's body once again transformed into light particles, shooting towards the center of the battlefield sky. To minimize the Navy's losses, there existed a straightforward strategy: to capture the leader first, since he was already descending. It was perfect. In an instant, Kizaru's form halted above Whitebeard in the sky. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms, his fingers forming a delicate gesture, palms level with his shoulders, as the space between his thumb and index finger began to shimmer with golden light. The dazzling golden radiance swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield, akin to 2 small suns with 4 corners, causing all who gazed upon Kizaru to instinctively shield their eyes to avoid blindness. Shaku outlined Jade. No, at this moment, the serious Kizaru unleashed the formidable Hakushaku Kei Yumi. Countless luminous orbs materialized instantaneously from the void between his fingers, swiftly aimed at Whitebeard. Hey. Why is it so dazzling? Gazing at Kizaru, Whitebeard could only marvel at the blinding golden light, seemingly indifferent to the multitude of laser orbs hurtling towards him. His expression unchanged at Kizaru's strategy of capturing the king before the thieves was indeed astute. However, to approach Whitebeard, one must first contend with his sons. Just as Kizaru's laser orbs were about to reach Whitebeard, a winged man with a pineapple-shaped head suddenly soared out from behind him. The man flapped his wings, positioning himself directly between the orbs and Whitebeard, resolutely absorbing Kizaru's Hakushaku Kei Yumi with his body and wings. In an instant, the sky was obscured by a dazzling blend of gold and blue light. When the explosion subsided, the pineapple-headed figure emerged, appearing as though he had been riddled with bullets, nearly falling apart. Yet a surge of blue flames enveloped him, and remarkably, he rejuvenated like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Observing the pineapple-headed figure reviving amidst the azure flames, the Navy was astonished, while the pirates were invigorated. Marco. Kizuru fixed his gaze on Marco, who stood before him, his expression devoid of surprise, though his tone returned to its usual sardonic cadence. Truly formidable, the Whitebeard pirates. In truth, Marco's abilities somewhat countered Kizuru's. While Kizuru's lasers were immensely powerful, when striking Marco, they merely dissipated like droplets in water, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Thus, to engage Marco, one must resort to close-quarters combat, preferably as a hockey master like Garp. However, just as Kizuru finished his lament, Marco soared overhead and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing into the surrounding walls with a resounding thud. Amidst the billowing dust, the unscathed Kizuru glanced up at Marco, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Shaking his head, he stood up and had no choice but to caution the giant admirals encircling them to prevent Marco from breaking free from above. Yet at that moment, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division suddenly hoisted a massive chunk of ice, akin to a small mountain, from the icy surface and hurled it toward the execution platform. Beneath the great shadow cast over the platform, the most dedicated combatant of the war could no longer tolerate the pirates' audacity. Muttering about Akiji and Kizuru abandoning their posts, Akainu slowly rose from his seat. This fellow was indeed formidable, effortlessly evaporating the iceberg that Jozu had thrown. Moreover, the magma-fisted punch he unleashed generated numerous magma orbs in the sky, raining down upon the battlefield, imparting an apocalyptic ambience. The battle raged on. With the addition of the giant admirals, the Navy seemed to regain the upper hand. However, just then, a colossal figure emerged from the vast ocean beyond the harbor. This figure was so immense that its mere presence instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. With a single slash, he effortlessly severed the massive naval warship that stood in his path. His arrival sent the pirates into a frenzy, but even more exhilarated was Moria, standing on the Shichibukai platform. This man, having lost confidence after being crushed by Kaido, sought to rely not on comrades, but on the soulless corpses he had collected. Among those corpses lay the ancestor of the colossal figure now present. Little Oar's emergence offered the pirates a glimmer of hope for escape. Under Whitebeard's command, all pirates rallied to protect Little Oars, and Little Oars did not disappoint. The giant admirals, who were already significantly larger than ordinary folk, appeared as mere children before him, each dispatched with a single punch. In no time, Oars breached the perimeter, standing on the edge where he could easily reach for ace on the execution platform. Yet that step proved to be an insurmountable chasm before the current Little Oars, for standing in his way with the Shichibukai. Though Bartholomew Kuma was absent, the remaining Shichibukai were not figures that the seemingly colossal but sluggish Oars could hope to overcome. Thus, even with Mihawk and Hancock standing idle, Little Oars fell just a step away from the execution platform, just as in the original narrative. Little Oar's demise cast a pall over the pirates, intensifying the battlefield's heat. Meanwhile, within the pit created by the massive figure, a transformation began to unfold. Drip, 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 blood cascaded down the edges of the deep pit, quickly filling it due to Little Oar's immense size. Amidst the blood, Shizhou clutched his sword. Curling into a ball, encased in a transparent energy field that separated him from the blood, rendering him akin to an unborn child in his mother's womb. If it resembled a womb, then it surely emanated corresponding energy. A unique energy, perceptible only to Shizhou, flowed through the blood enveloping him, transmitting from above. Upon entering Shizhou's body, it revitalized him as if he were experiencing a rebirth. The injuries inflicted by Kizuru's kicks vanished in an instant. At that moment, Shizhou opened his eyes. From the time he was kicked into the battlefield until now, it seemed an eternity had passed, but in truth, only a few minutes had elapsed amidst the battlefield's chaos. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Shizhou hesitated to emerge at the outset, for the time was not yet ripe. Had he done so, he could only have assisted one side, risking simultaneous attacks from both. Only by striking amidst the utmost turmoil could he maximize his gains. And now, Shizhou lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the blood, penetrating Little Oar's corpse, landing upon the massive wave that Akiji had frozen earlier. The grand performance is about to commence. The protagonist is set to make his entrance. Let us flee. Kobe'd in a corner of the battlefield, Bellamy observed the chaos, his legs trembling incessantly. Flee? Must we truly escape? Gazing at the fallen figure of the once formidable Admiral Murasaki, Kobe's face was etched with terror. Overwhelmed by fear, he stood frozen, uncertain of what to do next. Is that the coward King Kobe? At that moment, a tall figure approached him from behind. Shizhou regarded Kobe's back with keen interest, his words laced with mockery, yet his gaze remained as frosty as ever. His presence acted like a fuse, igniting Kobe's instinctual decision. And without glancing back to discern who had spoken, Kobe cried out and dashed towards the battlefield's edge. Even someone typically so formidable had easily fallen in battle. What purpose could he, a mere soldier, serve here? No, I cannot perish here. I must fulfill my promise to Captain Luffy and become an admiral. While he was indeed fleeing, he still needed to rationalize it to himself. Did he not? He actually ran away. Kobe's retreat momentarily startled Shizhou. In truth, his earlier words had merely been jest. The fellow, a commoner stepping onto the battlefield for the first time amidst such grand turmoil, feeling intimidated was entirely natural. As for the iconic moment in the original narrative where Kobe implored both Navy and pirates to cease hostilities, that had stemmed from his awakening of observation hockey, feeling the sorrow of countless Navy personnel. And thus, under the influence of compassion, he had made that misguided cry. Shaking his head, Shizhou chose to ignore the fleeing Kobe and Bellamy, instead directing his attention towards the fallen Admiral Murasaki. His decision to delay his emergence was prudent. At this juncture, everyone on the battlefield had their own adversary, including the most troublesome of foes, Kesi. Therefore, as long as he did not overreach, he could act without restraint. Admiral. Licking his lips, Shizhou dragged his knife step by step towards Mura, and without the slightest hesitation, plunged the blade into the latter's back with the tip facing down. The blade effortlessly pierced through Mura's heart, momentarily awakening his fading consciousness, prompting a primal instinct to resist. Yet, it was merely a fleeting flicker of life. His body soon succumbed entirely, the reverse flow of blood choking his throat, preventing even a scream from escaping his lips. Delight surged within him. A familiar energy coursed through the blade, instantaneously transferring from Mura into Shizhou's being. The energy traversed from his hands to his body, from head to toe, and after a brief sojourn within, vanished into the void through the pores of his skin. Beneath his knife, Mura appeared to experience a lifetime in a mere instant, aging from middle age to old age in the blink of an eye. And one noticed the transformation that overtook Mura, for he lay sprawled on the ground, shrouded in the Navy uniform. Yet there was a visible change. His once jet-black hair had turned entirely gray. You wretch, how dare you strike down one who is already defeated and bereft of strength? A few paces away, Fasa, having effortlessly dispatched 2 approaching Navy soldiers, turned just in time to witness Shizhou's act of murder. Though a pirate himself, he held a code of honor. He would not slay one who had lost all fighting spirit. So why would this sudden youth dare to do so? Fasa was the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tall and sturdy, he appeared older than his years, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and a diagonal scar across his face. In his hand, he wielded a long knife, its flames recently extinguished. What? Are you instructing me on how to act? Shizhou retorted, lifting his gaze towards Fasa, a mocking smile on his lips. Who exactly are you? At the moment Shizhou raised his head, Fasa felt as if he had been struck. His hair stood on end. The sensation was peculiar, as though what met his gaze was not merely a look, but a sharp blade. The cold indifference in those black eyes instilled in him a sense of being frozen by the ice beneath him. The danger compelled him to tighten his grip on the knife. Instinctively adopting a battle-ready stance, this sudden appearance, swiftly dispatching the Navy officer he had just bested, was unfamiliar to him, leading him to deduce that this individual was not part of their pirate crew. Not one of them, yet unhesitatingly slaying a Navy soldier. This could not possibly be a Navy person. What could he be? Shizhou regarded the imposing figure before him, a grin spreading across his face. Revealing a row of white teeth, he offered no response to Fasa, instead stepping forward, his figure vanishing from sight. I could see that moment. It felt as though time itself had paused. Not the world, but the space between Shizhou and Fasa. With a single step, it was as if he had traversed time and space, appearing instantaneously before Fossa. Gazing at the bizarre figure now before him, Fossa's mind briefly faltered. Yet the imminent danger prompted his battle-hardened body to react instinctively. But it was too late. Shizhou kept his head lowered, paying no heed to Fossa, his cold eyes fixed intently on Fossa's chest, as if his gaze had pierced through flesh to behold the beating heart within. With his right hand gripping the knife, the blade facing upward and the back resting his left palm, he thrust upward without a hint of hesitation. Why did Shizhou forge a straight blade, rather than the commonly curved ones of this world? One reason was nostalgia for a past life. Another was practicality for stabbing. The blade pierced through Fossa's abdomen without resistance, even though Fossa's body had reacted swiftly. Enveloping his chest in a layer of Shakky, it was evident that under the sharpness of Shizhou's already formidable blade, it was as insubstantial as paper. The tip of the knife, after entering his belly, continued upward, swiftly piercing through Fossa's heart, emerging from his back at an angle. Captain, the pirates of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing their leader being stabbed, were thrown into chaos. Their cries attracted the attention of those mindful on the battlefield. Observing the blade protruding from Fossa's back and the young man in black before him, both Navy and pirates wore expressions that were decidedly complex. The pirates were filled with rage, while the Navy was engulfed in confusion. Isn't this fellow one of Whitebeard's crew? Why is he now attacking the captain of the Whitebeard pirates? To fight me, and yet dare to be distracted? Truly terrifying. Nearby, Marco stared at Fossa, momentarily stunned, but that very moment of distraction allowed Kesi to seize the opportunity. Raising his right foot, he executed a graceful spin, the golden light of his heel striking Marco directly in the chest. With a thud, Marco's body bent like a shrimp under the impact, hurtling backward and crashing against the surrounding wall. Although Kesi found Shizhou's actions perplexing, he would not hesitate because the one slain was not a Navy officer. Across the battlefield, Doflamingo turned his head toward Shizhou, initially taken aback, then threw his arms wide and laughed heartily. In this momentous battleground, the brutal instincts within Doflamingo surged vigorously, and witnessing such an intriguing spectacle exhilarated him immensely. You are indeed a wonderfully chaotic individual. Splendid, splendid. Ha 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 ha. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard frowned at Shizhou, veins protruding on his forehead. Having always regarded himself as a father, he had already been enraged by the death of Ors Jr. Now, witnessing another son pierced by a blade, how could he not be furious? Just as he clenched his fist, preparing to strike, a cry rang out from above, interrupting him. The battlefield remained chaotic. Those drawn to the skies were either confident in their strength, finding combat effortless, or merely spectators. In one corner of the battlefield, hearing the outcry, Shizhou's lips curled into a sinister smile. In terms of timing, he had likely arrived on the battlefield nearly simultaneously with Luffy. Not glancing at Luffy, Shizhou raised his eyes to meet Fossa's bloodshot gaze, smiling as he asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready. Ready for what?" Although Fossa had not perished, he dared not move a muscle, for to do so would mean his heart would be instantaneously shredded by the blade. It was as if he understood his fate. He fixed his gaze on Shizhou, devoid of any fear of death. "You wretch, my father will not let you escape." Yet, despite his words, a flicker of concern lurked in the depths of his eyes. This sudden intruder exuded a danger that felt greater than that of an admiral. The speed with which he had approached was astonishing. Even with his heightened vigilance, he had sensed nothing. His instincts warned him that this was not mere teleportation, but genuine speed. Though he remained oblivious to how this individual could be so swift, it over. Shizhou fixed his gaze on Fossa, showing no reaction to the threat posed by him. It appeared to be concluded. "Then let us proceed to your destined conclusion." As the words fell, Shizhou did not grant Fossa another opportunity to speak, directly withdrawing Tang's blade. Without a loud scream, without a spray of blood, not even a trace of crimson on Tang's blade. It was as if Shizhou had not pierced a human heart, but rather a mere, ordinary tree stump. The only transformation lay in Fossa's body, which, with the withdrawal of the blade, seemed to have experienced the entirety of his remaining life in an instant. His muscles collapsed, his body hunched, and, at the moment the blade departed from him, he transitioned from middle age to the precipice of death, stepping into the tomb of souls, becoming a statue, a weathered corpse. Meanwhile, as the blade left Fasa's body, Shizhou's hair, which had inexplicably turned gray, miraculously restored itself. This world possesses many ways to transform a person into a lifeless husk, yet erasing someone entirely from existence is a rare feat. Shizhou did not treat Fasa and the previous Navy officer as he had treated the ruffians of Sabeti Archipelago. He still desired to remain inconspicuous, should he engage them like he did the ruffians. He could not guarantee that Sengoku would not recognize him. Moreover, there were undoubtedly agents of the world government present. Even if Sengoku momentarily failed to identify him, the CP0, who had been relentlessly searching for his whereabouts, would surely recognize him. In that case, the time afforded to him would be drastically reduced. Standing still, Shizhou waited for a moment until the sound of a heavy object crashing down nearby prompted him to turn his body and seek his next prey. You! How could you? Behind the lifeless form of Fasa, members of Whitebeard Pirates' 15th Division gazed at their captain's withered silhouette, sensing the absence of any life force within him. They raised their weapons without hesitation and charged at Shizhou. The pirates of this world are peculiar. If one were to claim they were brave, it would be true. They fear neither storm nor peril, daring to provoke the four emperors, even as newcomers to the New World. Yet, if one were to argue they lacked courage, that too holds merit, for most of them do not possess the audacity to venture into the New World or even the Grand Line. They remain in the four seas, bullying coastal villages, reigning supreme in remote locales. Did the pirates rushing towards Shizhou understand they would meet their demise? Certainly, they were not fools. The crew of the New World's four emperors, the elite among elites, had long since become seasoned veterans of piracy. However, some decisions cannot merely be weighed upon the scales of cost and benefit. Observing the pirates seeking vengeance for their captain, Shizhou could only commend their bravery inwardly. Of course, his gaze remained cold, and his blade, still sharp, in a flash. Without a single scream, the bodies of the pirates froze in place. The delineation of power in this world is somewhat vague, yet the disparity within it is unfathomable to the ordinary person. Some pirates may merely possess a stronger physique, capable of overpowering a few common folk, yet others wield the kind of destructive power reminiscent of deities. Despite the fact that these members of the Whitebeard Pirates' 15th Division are considered elite, some even harboring a faint aura, they remain just that, elites. Pirates who are not even small-time leaders, facing Shizhou, become indistinguishable from commoners. Much like those CP0 agents he had slain in Sabeti Archipelago, they too were elites, honed from a young age. Yet when confronted by Shizhou, they were no different, silently advancing. Shizhou paid no heed to the pirates behind him. They were already dead, utterly and irrevocably. If a person could survive after having their neck severed, Shizhou could only marvel at their luck that on another corner of the battlefield, Doflamingo controlled a figure known as the Water Buffalo. An imposing presence clad in a gray helmet adorned with horns, and as stout as a boulder. Atmos, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 13th Division. Amidst Atmos's relentless assault on his crew, Doflamingo turned his gaze toward Shizhou. To be honest, he admitted he had underestimated Shizhou earlier. Not only had this fellow withstood 2 kicks from Kazuru and appeared unscathed, but his nonchalant display of swordsmanship while dispatching pirates had also astonished Doflamingo. No wonder that individual had been so intrigued. With a grin, Doflamingo shifted his attention elsewhere. In his line of sight stood Mihawk, who had remained stationary within the encirclement, having struck Whitebeard with a single blow. Now finally in motion. This was becoming increasingly amusing. Ha 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 ha! Uncertain of what had crossed his mind, Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter, arms wide open. Let the battle commence. Let chaos reign. Let madness prevail. For in this world he firmly believed that justice would triumph. For in his heart, only the victors embodied justice. Countless historical accounts had taught him that all history is inscribed and passed down by the conquerors. Step aside, upon the sudden appearance of a tall woman before him. Shizhou frowned slightly. I haven't misremembered that unique aura and presence, even after all these years and despite the completely different visage. I still remember those eyes vividly. Hancock, gaze was locked onto Shizhou, as if in that moment the battlefield faded away, leaving only the two of them within the universe. In the instant she first laid eyes on Shizhou, she had merely felt he might be someone she once knew. However, after witnessing him endure 2 kicks from Kesi and re-emerge intact on the battlefield, she had nearly confirmed that he was indeed the child from her past. Especially after he had killed Fasa in such a peculiar manner. While others may have overlooked it, she had closely observed Shizhou's every move. The change from white hair to killing a man and then reverting back held significance. Although she was uncertain of the nature of his abilities, she had seen something similar in the gladiatorial arena, and not only seen, but had also experienced it. Shizhou had entered Marineford at a very young age. Even with formidable strength and abilities, he could not have triumphed in every battle effortlessly. In fact, most of the battles he faced were exceedingly arduous. Despite emerging victorious each time, the wounds sustained afterward were not easily erased. Each time Shizhou suffered significant injuries or faced death, he would take on the appearance of a frail old man. While he often sported a bald head during those times, it was impossible for him to remain bald indefinitely. Wasn't it? This peculiar phenomenon had become one of the legends surrounding Shizhou in the arena, known to many of the arena's veterans. Step aside. Shizhou furrowed his brow once more, his tone growing more intense. Step aside. How could I? Hancock stared intently at Shizhou, her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. You left me a wound that continues to ache even now. As her words fell, Hancock, who had always presented herself as haughty, as if all others were mere insects, now revealed a mad smile, lending her an allure that was not only undiminished, but imbued with a unique and sinister charm. So beautiful. Around them, both Navy personnel and pirates alike were captivated by Hancock. Their eyes transformed into hearts. They even clasped their hands before them, their bodies swaying like willow branches. Repulsive men. Though Hancock did not turn around, her abilities had quietly activated. Her devil fruit power is quite extraordinary. Known as the sweet fruit, yet it bears no relation to sweetness. Rather, its capabilities are reminiscent of the mythical Medusa. She can remotely turn those infatuated with her into stone, and can also directly petrify any adversary or object that she touches. Once transformed into stone, even if one is subsequently killed or shattered, recovery is impossible. Shifting his gaze, Shizhou glanced at the surrounding navy and pirates, all petrified by Hancock, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Hancock's fruit ability is undoubtedly formidable, verging on the realm of a bug, particularly when coupled with her own beauty. Moreover, her fruit power is not merely effective against lowly foes, even in the presence of skilled opponents. It yields the same results, unless one employs substantial hockey for defense. Mere contact with her suffices to declare the battle over. Regardless of whether one is a Yonko or an admiral, the outcome remains unchanged. Naturally, individuals of such unparalleled strength would not allow Hancock the chance to make contact, as before their hockey is exhausted, Hancock is likely to be incapacitated or slain, with a fragrant breeze at his back. Shizhou reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to block Hancock's long, fair leg with the blade's edge. He had no inclination to admire the view beneath her skirt. Indeed, even if he wished to, he would find it unremarkable. For beneath it lay not absence of undergarments, nor mere lingerie, but rather a pair of safety shorts, one side longer than the other, devoid of anything beyond the standard white. I shall reiterate. Shizhou lifted his head, leaning slightly forward to meet Hancock's gaze, unwaveringly unfazed by her beauty. Step aside. This marked the 3rd time he uttered this request today. Had she been an ordinary person, he would not have wasted so many words. In truth, he shared little camaraderie with Hancock. During their initial encounter in the Colosseum, he had nearly taken her life, had it not been for the fleeting memory that crossed his mind upon seeing her. Compelling him to hold back, Hancock would have long since met her demise, her body now a mere addition to the vast grave beneath the Colosseum. Hancock, however, appeared utterly unconcerned by Shizhou's admonition, her peculiar, enchanting smile unwavering. Lifting her leg, she pivoted and aimed a kick at him from the opposite side. Shizhou shook his head slightly, a glimmer of crimson appearing in his eyes as he swung his blade to once again block her descending leg. Mihawk, observing the inexplicable skirmish that had erupted between Shizhou and Hancock, found himself at a loss for words. Very well. No haste, he muttered, shaking his head as he withdrew his gaze from Shizhou and reached back to grasp the hilt of his black blade. Ew. Since he had already stepped onto the battlefield, a bit of warm-up was in order. With a melodious clang, the sound of his blade resonated across the battlefield once more like tea that moment, as he drew his sword. A tall man suddenly appeared before him, raising his weapon to strike. Block. It was as if they were rehearsing a stage play. As Mihawk unsheathed his sword, he found it perfectly poised to intercept the incoming dual blades. Lifting his gaze to the man before him, Mihawk's calm eyes finally revealed a flicker of interest. Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known for his flamboyant swordsmanship that resembled petals in flight, was a renowned swordsman in the New World and beyond. Just as Mihawk was preparing for a serious confrontation with Bista, a somewhat familiar shout caught his attention. Ace had finally awakened from his dazed state in the ocean. As he climbed onto the highest point of the warship, he wasted no time in shouting, disregarding the surrounding chaos. "Kapu, you bastard!" On the execution platform, Sengoku glared at Luffy, the veins on his forehead throbbing ominously. Initially taken aback by Kapu's unexpected appearance, he still held onto the belief that Kapu would not act recklessly for the sake of Ace. However, with Luffy now surfacing, his concerns multiplied. Moreover, it did not end there. As familiar yet unfamiliar faces began to emerge behind Luffy, Sengoku realized that the situation at Impel Down had spiraled into chaos. After all, it was the world's largest prison, housing the most notorious of pirates. Particularly alarming was the sight of Crocodile, who was confined in the 6th level. If even the fugitives from the 6th level had escaped, the implications sent Sengoku reeling. Were it not for his position as the commander of this war and the ongoing global broadcast, he would have been unable to restrain himself from charging at Kapu and delivering a merciless beating. Ugh. Luffy in response to Sengoku's fury, Kapu found himself at a loss for words. That it was evident to all that Luffy was the leader of this unexpected group, as indicated by their formation. Truly, he was a man of endless topics. With a deft movement, Mihawk deflected Bista's blade and leaped backwards, landing gracefully. His gaze then shifted to Luffy, filled with admiration. This young man, since setting sail, had consistently made headlines with his exploits, and now he was embroiled in this monumental conflict. Reactions to Luffy's appearance varied. Some were astonished, others enraged. Mariah, who had just eliminated little Oz alongside Doflamingo and was contemplating how to utilize Oz's massive frame, felt a surge of anger towards Luffy. Meanwhile, on Shizhou's side, Hancock underwent a remarkable transformation upon seeing Luffy, her pride and indifference evaporating, replaced by a hint of bashfulness typical of a young woman. She even abandoned her offensive against Shizhou, retreating a few steps, cupping her face with her hands, her eyes fixed on Luffy, utterly smitten. Witnessing Hancock's change, Shizhou felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was not jealousy, but rather exasperation. This woman had indeed fallen into the whirlpool of love, reminiscent of her character in the original tale. One could only wonder what charm Luffy possessed to elicit such a response from Hancock, especially given that their interactions had spanned only a few days. Shaking his head, Shizhou turned, his gaze also landing on Luffy. After a few days apart, this fellow appeared considerably worn, although he smiled at Ace on the execution platform. Shizhou could sense the extent of his physical deterioration. However, this was of no concern to Shizhou. He shook his head once more, pivoting his body to stride past the infatuated Hancock, heading towards his predetermined target. The battlefield would not pause for Luffy's sudden intrusion. Rather, after a brief lull, it erupted into even greater turmoil. In confronting Crocodile, Luffy boldly approached Whitebeard and shared the intelligence he had overheard on the warship regarding the Navy's plans to execute Ace ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this news, Whitebeard resolved to assist Luffy. Consequently, Luffy, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, pressed forward towards the execution platform, aided by the cadre of the Whitebeard pirates. This young man was perpetually brimming with fervor, as if everywhere he went became the epicenter of the world, instantly capturing the attention of most onlookers, including the admirals. In light of Luffy's impassioned surge, Shizhou chose to remain indifferent. Unbeknownst to him, he had already slipped out of the encirclement, vanishing from the battlefield. The encirclement had been breached due to Little Oz and the ice which, Verde Bay's icebreaker, creating two enormous gaps, crossing through one of these openings. Shizhou found himself face to face with the Navy's warships. Although numerous, they were all confined to this area due to the presence of Akiji, except for the gunners remaining aboard the ship. All the Navy personnel disembarked under the command of the Vice Admiral to intercept the pirates belonging to the subordinate crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Although this was not the main battlefield, the sheer number of participants rendered the scope of the conflict much broader than that within the harbor. The hunt had commenced. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as Shizhou strode eagerly onto the battlefield, his atoms apple-bobbing in anticipation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, a conversation echoed from the shadow of a Navy warship. The outcome of this war had already been agreed upon by the superiors of both factions. Akainu calmly narrated, provoking a furious expression on the face of the pink-haired man with a spider tattoo on his forehead. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think I would believe your nonsensical fabrications?" "Oh, is that so?" A hint of mockery flickered in Akainu's eyes beneath his sea. And no matter how you struggle, the truth remains unchanged that if you choose to perish without resistance, before Akainu could finish, Squard raised his sword with both hands and charged at him. "Shut your mouth. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" He displayed commendable initiative and courage, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable by mere bravery. Consequently, Akainu effortlessly felled Squard with a single punch. Stepping forward, Akainu loomed over Squard, declaring, "You may choose not to believe my words, but soon you will witness the truth for yourself. If you suspect I am deceiving you, let us see who is right. The Navy will concentrate its assault solely on you, the subordinates of the Whitebeard pirates, as if to corroborate Akainu's assertion. A cacophony of explosions and anguished cries suddenly erupted from outside the encirclement. How could this be? How could this be? Squard stared in disbelief at the fiery spectacle. Could it be true that the Navy had indeed forged an alliance with Father? Was it possible that Father would abandon us? In this moment, Squard was engulfed in confusion. "Consider my proposition carefully. Life or death. The choice is yours," Akainu remarked, a semblance of satisfaction emerging on his stern visage as he discerned the burgeoning hatred within Squard. He then turned his back on the despondent Squard and headed toward the harbor. This man was a deliberate selection on his part, harboring an irreparable grudge against Roger, and despite being a member of the Whitebeard pirates, he remained a solitary figure, surrounded by companions yet profoundly alone. Such individuals are most susceptible to manipulation. Who, after taking a couple of steps, Akainu halted abruptly to "Oh, isn't that the Red Dog?" A man with chiseled features and a nose reminiscent of a master sculptor's handiwork leaped down from the ship's railing. After casting a glance at Squard, a smirk of derision played upon his lips before he turned his gaze toward Akainu. His pitch-black eyes, deep as a tranquil lake, betrayed no hint of turbulence, even in the presence of a vice admiral, the most diligent of commanders in this war. "Quite the performance we have here." Shizhou had cut his way through the fray to this spot. If Akainu were to sweep his observation hockey across the battlefield, he would notice the absence of numerous presences, both pirates and Navy alike. Regrettably, those middle-ranking officers he had targeted had fled as soon as he emerged from the encirclement. Shizhou, upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of surprise crossed Akainu's resolute face. "What brings you to this battlefield?" At that moment, Rayleigh was shielded behind Zeph at Marineford, unable to reach the front lines. Logically, this young lad, due to his connection with Rayleigh, should have come to rescue Ace. This was precisely why Sengoku had dispatched Kizuru upon spotting Shizhou, yet the subsequent actions of this young lad confounded the Navy. He killed Navy personnel, and he also killed pirates, including the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It was known that despite the prolonged conflict, the losses on the Whitebeard pirates' side had only been crew members. No captains had perished. "What are you doing?" In response to Akainu's inquiry, a wicked grin emerged on Shizhou's face. "Guess, seriously?" Akainu was at a loss for words. "How old are you? And you want me to guess? Do you take me for a child?" Clenching his fists, Akainu, known for his explosive temper, raised his hand without hesitation and charged at Shizhou. "If you won't speak, then prepare to meet your end." His arm, transformed into molten lava, was enormous and swift. The moment Akainu raised his hand, It was already upon Shizhou. This attack was perilous, carrying immense force that distorted the air around Shizhou before even making contact. Clang, not bothering to evade, Shizhou drew his sword and raised it above his head, bracing it in front of himself. Block! The resounding impact reverberated across the battlefield. Truly, the might of a Navy admiral was formidable. The flames illuminated Shizhou's face as he lifted his gaze to the colossal fireball before him and swung his right hand forward with force. With a splatter, it sliced through the molten fist as if cleaving through jelly. "Are you kidding me? You're unharmed." Unbeknownst to him, Akainu had already maneuvered to Shizhou's right side. His stature towered over Shizhou, creating a stark visual disparity. Shizhou, being an ordinary individual, stood at merely 1.9 meters, while Akainu exceeded 3 meters in height. Raising his right fist high, Akainu looked down upon the diminutive figure below, his eyes icy as he unleashed his massive, molten fist directly toward Shizhou's head. With a task at hand, he could not afford to waste time on this boy, hence his immediate full-force assault. "Eager to finish me off, are we?" A glimmer of red ignited in Shizhou's eyes as he raised his sword to defend himself. Block! The tremendous force caused his body to bend slightly, and before he could counterattack, a crack echoed as his feet lost their grip, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. Although he had successfully withstood Akainu's assault, the ice beneath him was far from solid enough to hold. He had intended to continue fighting, but reconsidered. It was futile. Not yet enough. The slaughter must continue. Engaging this man holds no meaning. Thus, Akainu's fist merely paused briefly before resuming its descent, relentlessly pressing Shizhou down into the ice. Boom! The immense force caused the entire ice surface to tremble, and with Akainu's fist as the epicenter, shards of ice scattered in all directions. In truth, the fragments would not travel far. Akainu was akin to a volcano, and the ice debris, before even escaping the battlefield, would be vaporized by the surrounding heat. As white mist billowed, Akainu rapidly stepped in the air, landing effortlessly on the edge of the massive pit he had created with his punch. The steam-laden fog obscured the view within the pit. Yet Akainu knew that the young lad was unharmed. Shall we continue? To speak candidly, Shizhou evokes an extraordinary sensation within him, as though this individual could inflict catastrophic damage upon the Navy. Clenching his fists, Akainu cast a sidelong glance at the empty vessel's edge, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then turned away, unhesitatingly departing towards the harbor. Continuing to engage in battle with Shizhou was not out of the question. Yet the current time did not permit such a course of action. Had the setting been different, he would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end, determined to vanquish this individual who perpetually unsettled him. The plan was set in motion. The primary target this time was Whitebeard. As for the others, that would be reconsidered after Whitebeard's demise. Concerning Shizhou, this fellow had already earned enmity with the Whitebeard pirates by slaying one of Whitebeard's sons. Engaging in a protracted conflict with him now would be unwise. While Akainu was indeed often tempestuous, it did not imply that he was lacking in intellect. On the contrary, he could be regarded as the most capable leader among the 3 admirals. After all, the other 2 admirals were characterized by one being a long-time sloth and the other genuinely indolent. As the mist dissipated, a vast pit exceeding 10 meters in diameter came into view. At the center of the pit, Shizhou slowly straightened himself, first using his left thumb to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth before forcefully extricating his feet from the icy surface. He then began to ascend along the pit's craggy wall. Truly a monster, Shizhou mused as he walked. The full might of an admiral was akin to a natural disaster, even without the enhancement of a devil fruit. Their innate power and haki were not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable. With so many people in this world, how could there be only a handful of admirals? Among such a vast population, selecting just 3, they must possess formidable strength. Shizhou's physique was already quite robust. Through countless years of training, he had reached the limits of an ordinary human. However, it was still insufficient. Whether against Rayleigh, Kesi, or Akainu, he acutely sensed the disparities that remained. Sigh. Still lacking. At the edge of the pit. Shizhou lowered his head and exhaled deeply. Wasn't it said that everyone in the New World was a master of hockey? Yet, during his explorations, he had encountered merely a dozen pirates possessing hockey. As for the Navy, only a scant few possessed it, with the majority merely having mastered the Navy's 6 powers through rigorous training. To be honest, Shizhou felt somewhat disheartened before arriving at the Marineford War. He had harbored great expectations in his imagination. At least the captains of the subordinate crews to the Whitebeard pirates should possess hockey. After all, in the New World, lacking hockey was simply unacceptable when added together. There should be at least 43, and among the Navy, excluding the vice admirals, the rear admirals, and commodores, the numbers should certainly surpass those of the pirates. However, the reality was starkly different among the affiliated pirate crews present. He had found merely over 20, with the rest relying on devil fruit abilities or the innate talent of their unique races. The Navy had only slightly more, perhaps twice as many as the pirates. In total, there were merely around 60, a far cry from the hundreds he had envisioned. Moreover, he couldn't eliminate them all. If he did, both the Navy and the pirates would go mad. With his head drooping, Shizhou gazed skyward, letting out yet another sigh. Initially, his plan had been to leverage the imagined hundreds of hockey masters among the pirates and Navy to bolster his own strength. Then he would enter the main battlefield to seek out the more powerful vice admirals and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, ultimately confronting Whitebeard himself. After the sequence, his physical prowess would surely surpass that of the admirals. But now, hey, who are you, and why are you still standing here? Those resembling Bartholomew Kuma are coming. Hurry, let's rendezvous with the old man. The affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were now in full flight. Their capable captains fell swiftly beneath Shizhou's blade, with none able to withstand even a single strike. Thus, his kills came rapidly. With the most formidable captains slain, only ordinary crew members and a few officers remained, faced with the monstrosity of a pacifist. Their only recourse was to flee as long as they could escape into the encirclement. Reaching the old man and their captains, they would no longer fear the monsters behind them. Whitebeard had devised a clever strategy, initially using a tsunami to compel Akiji into action, creating a landing site for the pirates. However, his ideas paled in comparison to Sengoku's wisdom. Sengoku's intention was, of course, to eliminate as many pirates as possible. The Whitebeard pirates alone were insufficient. Thus he arranged 2 layers outside the encirclement. The first layer was a fleet of Navy vice admirals, positioned to intercept the pirates as they first surged into the encirclement, while the second layer was set behind the pirates. Once all the pirates had landed and the Navy was sufficiently prepared, the Central Navy could retreat to the plaza, allowing the pacifists to drive the pirates into the encirclement, effectively trapping them. Sengoku was well aware of the pacifist's might. Among ordinary people, they were virtually invincible. Utilizing them as shepherds was indeed the most fitting strategy. Meanwhile, at the execution platform, Sengoku was stomping his feet in fury. The meticulously planned operation had once again encountered unforeseen complications. One of the den mushi had been lost. And worse still, it had fallen into the hands of that fool Buggy. Glaring at the oversized head of Buggy displayed on the screen, Sengoku clenched his right fist and abruptly turned to the Navy personnel standing below the platform. Bellowing, "What is this? I commanded you to sever the den mushi. How could such ludicrous footage still be transmitted? If this continues, how can we proceed with the operation?" The Navy saluted Sengoku and then hurriedly explained. Well, one of the den mushi was snatched by a prisoner who escaped from impelled down. What did you say? Sengoku's anger intensified. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he shouted again at the Navy below. Why are you still standing here? Go and stop them immediately. Understood. The Navy personnel turned in haste and rushed towards the nearby artillery positions. Soon, all the artillery was simultaneously aimed at Buggy and his crew. Sengoku took several deep breaths, straightened up, and rubbed his forehead. However, before he could regain his composure, an even more troubling report reached him. Mr. Sengoku, the vice admirals have reported that although the pirates are about to be driven into the encirclement, the Navy's losses are not as expected. What do you mean by not as expected? Sengoku raised his head, frowning as he looked at the communications officer. T seems a man in black appeared on the battlefield, killing indiscriminately like a devil, slaying numerous pirates and navy personnel. Shizhou? Without needing to think further, Sengoku immediately recognized who it was. What on earth does that fellow intend to do? He threw his head back and shouted in frustration. Mr. Sengoku, what should we do next? The communications officer, undeterred by Sengoku's fury, stood erect, gazing directly at him, awaiting orders. Go and form the Fire Mountain team. Everything proceeds as planned. Understood. The communications officer saluted and turned to leave. Sengoku, at that moment, a voice from beside him interrupted. What is it? My head is already pounding. Don't bring me trouble now. That if I wanted trouble, I would have sought it long ago. I wouldn't wait until now. Carp glanced at Sengoku before returning his gaze to the open sea. That Shizhou. Doesn't he remind you of someone? Remind me of someone. Sengoku, now calm, pondered for a moment, but could not recall who Shizhou resembled. Do you remember the slave escape incident at Marineford 13 years ago? Remember, this has nothing to do with Shizhou, right? It may seem unrelated, but considering the world's government's reaction a few days ago, do you not find it significantly connected? You suggest that Sengoku appears to have realized something, his expression revealing surprise. Indeed, Carp nodded, turning to Sengoku with a serious demeanor. Just as you suspect, it is the child. The child? No, that is impossible. Shizhou and the child are entirely different, and their methods of killing are not the same. The child kills with remarkable efficiency, leaving no corpses behind, while, at this point, Sengoku faltered, and Shizhou merely drains a person dry. Correct? However, Sengoku, let's not forget the thousands who vanished at Sabati Archipelago just a few days ago. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. To this day, those thousands have left behind not even a trace of news, as if they have evaporated from existence. Although there is no direct evidence linking Shizhou to the disappearance of those people. Nor is there any conclusive proof that Shizhou is the child. Carp pointed to his own eyes and stated, Yet I have perceived in Shizhou's gaze that he is indeed the child. For at that time, it was I who went to collect the Navy's remnants for the celestial dragons. Perhaps it is destiny. Upon my arrival at Marineford, I coincidentally witnessed the child leap from the cliff's edge. The eyes I observed then, while not identical to those of Shizhou, were strikingly similar. Is it truly him? I cannot say for certain. Carp shook his head, for I am merely speculating, yet my intuition suggests otherwise. Sengoku bowed his head, growing increasingly agitated. He actually trusted Carp's judgment. Despite Carp's frequent unreliability that often left him infuriated, he never wavered on matters of great importance. Yet, the thought that Shizhou might be the child the world government has pursued for 13 years sent chills down his spine. This individual is no ordinary child. While the specifics of the child's abilities remain unclear, the world government's grave concern and the incident of the thousands who vanished at Sabati provide a glimpse into the matter. Moreover, this individual is nothing short of a madman, a rational one at that, who kills indiscriminately, guided solely by whim. To have such an unstable element amidst the battlefield is certainly not a favorable situation. Regardless, at this juncture in the war, there is no surplus energy to devote to Shizhou. Although a twinge of unease gripped Sengoku's heart, he could not afford to dwell on it. Dealing with the Whitebeard pirates was the priority. With this in mind, he disregarded whether the live broadcast was still ongoing and promptly issued battle plans to the nearby communications officer. Just then, Akainu emerged once more beneath the execution platform. Standing directly in front of the Navy, simultaneously, aboard the Moby Dick, a blade, one that Whitebeard could never have anticipated, pierced through his chest with brutal precision, instantly impaling his body. The battlefield fell silent with Whitebeard's stabbing. And even the world seemed to pause in this moment. No one could have foreseen that one day, Whitebeard would be betrayed by his most trusted family member, his beloved son. Not only Whitebeard himself, but even the crew of the Whitebeard pirates behind him, as well as many naval commanders, were equally taken aback. Naturally, Akainu had anticipated this, for it was he who orchestrated the entire scheme. Though fierce, Akainu is not a fool lacking adaptability. When strategy is required, he acts without hesitation. After all, this is war, not child's play. To triumph over the enemy, One must utilize all means necessary to prevent unforeseen circumstances that could lead to excessive casualties. On the execution platform, Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances and then turned their gazes downward, resting on Akainu. They said nothing. Although they disdained Akainu's actions, this was war, a life-or-death battleground, and if it served their interests. Then it was, of course, a boon to this moment. The pirates, pursued by the pacifists behind them, gradually found themselves encircled. Suddenly, upon hearing Skuyard's loud accusations directed at Whitebeard, disbelief washed over them. They shouted for their father, hoping that Skuyard's words were nothing but falsehoods. Amidst this chorus of cries for father, Whitebeard fixed his gaze upon the son he had taken in and nurtured for decades, a fire igniting within his eyes. A flame on the verge of eruption, he feared no confrontation with anyone, but to exploit the enmity between his son and Roger, to orchestrate such a familial betrayal, was something he could not abide. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Sengoku seized the moment and shouted loudly, "Kazan!" Akiji understood Sengoku's intentions without hesitation. He propelled himself off the ground, instantly appearing above Buggy and the others in the split second they reacted. He encased them all in ice. Along with them, the final image-transmitting snail that had been a headache for Sengoku was also frozen. Thus, the broadcast set up for the execution, aimed at the entire world, came to a definitive end. What followed was the ultimate confrontation between the Navy and the pirates. The gears turned ominously at that moment. Sengoku issued the encirclement plan. Simultaneously, not far from the bow of the Moby Dick, Crocodile, his face twisted with fury, pointed at Whitebeard and bellowed, "How disgraceful! Whitebeard, to be stabbed by a mere lackey from his own crew. I refuse to be defeated by a coward such as you." It is worth noting that this individual had always been a composed player, yet for reasons unknown, upon witnessing Whitebeard's stabbing, he appeared more enraged than if he himself had been stabbed. His outburst seemed to awaken something in Marco, who then gazed at Whitebeard. His expression, now tinged with deep concern at a powerhouse like father, should never be vulnerable to a sneak attack, not even from his closest confidants, as his instincts for danger were ingrained in every fiber of his being. And now, at a moment when he could have evaded the attack, father showed no inclination to dodge, leading Marco, the ship's doctor who was acutely aware of Whitebeard's health condition, to realize that father's ailment had worsened once more. While a deterioration in health is not inherently terrifying, the fear lies in the fact that it is occurring at this critical juncture for the survival of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard turned his head towards Marco, whose face had drastically changed, shaking his head without uttering a word, fully aware of his own condition. Shifting his gaze, Whitebeard lowered his head, fixing his attention on Skuyard, and then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he embraced Skuyard, who had closed his eyes in resignation to death. Truly a touching display of deep paternal affection. At the edge of the battlefield, Shizhou leaned against the encirclement, his admiration for Whitebeard's broad-mindedness and generosity evident. Whitebeard possesses an undeniable charisma. Were it Shizhou in his position, he would never have been so magnanimous as to spare the one who had betrayed him. Is he about to explode? At that moment, Whitebeard released Skuyard, grasped the blade's hilt, and yanked it from his heart before casting it aside. In that instant, Whitebeard's face wore an ominous expression, akin to a lion thoroughly provoked. He stepped forward, fists clenched, and struck the void on either side with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal impact caused the very fabric of reality to warp, fracturing it like a shattered mirror. As the cracks spread, the massive icebergs flanking the port seemed to succumb to the force. Crashing down with a resounding thud in an instant, the entire Marineford trembled in response to the iceberg's collapse. Observing Whitebeard's still mighty figure, Shizhou felt a surge of excitement. It appears that Akainu's plan has not been fully realized. Although Whitebeard has been wounded, this incident has ignited the pirates' fury to its peak. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Watching the pirates' morale soar, Shizhou glanced down at the solid ice beneath his feet. Have they been obstructed by the ice? What a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, Mr. Kazan. Shaking his head, Shizhou raised his gaze to the naval officers who had completely exited the encirclement and entered the plaza above. He smiled faintly, leaping backward effortlessly to ascend the barrier. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of Shizhou, the Navy instinctively raised their weapons. Don't fire. If you shoot, you will die. Shizhou's eyes, dark as ink, were devoid of any ripple. Resembling a still pond, the naval officers, momentarily transfixed by Shizhou's presence, found themselves unable to pull the trigger, as if they could sense the dire consequences that would follow. Ignore him, for the sake of justice. Fire! A naval officer clad in the attire of a brigadier general, undeterred by Shizhou's threat, issued the command. Bang! 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 Following their superior's words, the Navy felt emboldened, their underlying fear suppressed by the call to justice. And without hesitation, their fingers pressed the triggers. Yes, a torrent of bullets surged toward him. Shizhou's lips curled into a smirk, his expression remaining unperturbed, just as the bullets were about to reach him. The world around them suddenly fell silent. A circular zone, with Shizhou at its center, seemed to freeze in time, as if it were an entirely different realm. Really, I told you not to shoot, but you refused to listen. Now look where we are. I had promised Rayleigh not to indulge in unnecessary slaughter. Yet here you are, seeking your own demise. Extending his right hand, Shizhou deftly swept the bullets aside, as if parting a curtain of beads. He then stepped forward, advancing toward the brigadier general who had issued the order. What is happening? The brigadier general, named Slokas, a man on the verge of promotion to rear admiral, instinctively felt an aura of dominance enveloping him as the world around him remained still. Shizhou's peculiar demeanor was striking. With each step he took, strands of gray began to weave through his hair, and his aura waned slightly, only to revert back to its original dark hue upon taking another step forward. Slokas's gaze and perception were fixated on Shizhou, and had he looked around, he would have noticed that as Shizhou progressed, the surrounding naval officers aged, as if experiencing the passage of years in mere moments. Shizhou's seemingly slow strides were, in reality, incredibly swift, appearing languid only under Slokas's heightened awareness. Before Slokas could fully comprehend the situation, a black blade materialized as if it had always been poised at his chest, the tip gleaming with a sanguine light, piercing through his heart. When did this happen? The agonizing pain jolted Slokas back to reality. He looked down to meet Shizhou's cold, indifferent gaze, confusion etched across his features. In his view, had Shizhou not been quite distant, his armed haki was adequate, and his observation haki merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Shizhou offered no response to Slokas's unspoken question. Instead, he shook his head and withdrew the blade. As the blade retreated, Slokas's body began to wither akin to that of a desiccated corpse, and by the time the blade completely exited his body, he had succumbed to death, reduced to a lifeless husk. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Shizhou stepped forward, vanishing from that realm. To the moment of his disappearance, the world resumed its motion. The bullets continued on their original trajectories, while those that had been redirected by Shizhou collided and erupted in a chaotic display. As the Navy regained consciousness, they were utterly oblivious to what had transpired, but upon discovering their circumstances and the sight of their superior's corpse, panic ensued. Invasion. Pirates are invading. The Navy, numerous in number, soon realized the gravity of the situation as Shizhou departed. After learning the details, the surrounding officers gazed at Slokas's body, chills running down their spines. What in the world was that? An untraceable assassination of a brigadier general, and many of us have inexplicably aged. There was little they could do about this predicament. They could only report layer upon layer of this incident, ultimately reaching Admiral Sengoku. What did you say? Sengoku, who had been irate over the delayed activation of the encirclement, felt as I twitch upon receiving the communication that IT was confirmed. It was indeed that man. Waving off the communication officer, he rubbed his temples, the throbbing pain overshadowed by the looming threat posed by Whitebeard. Before him, Whitebeard had just deflected the colossal sword of the giant vice admiral, Joe Kinto, and, in a surprising move, discarded his own blade. Knowing Whitebeard's formidable strength, Sengoku shouted to the nearby naval soldiers to grab anything at hand. Just then, Whitebeard unleashed his power, grasping the fabric of emptiness before him and tearing it apart from left to right. The entire island, the very world itself, appeared as if it were on the brink of inversion, forming a grid-like pattern. Rows tilted left and right, no longer flat but sloping downwards, extending to the horizon. That it was indeed an exaggerated sight. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shizhou had positioned himself among the ranks of the 7 warlords. He had taken Rayleigh's words to heart, wishing to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, thus opting to stand in the sparsely populated area of the encirclement, which was occupied solely by Moria, Mihawk, and Hancock. As for Doflamingo, he was a maniacal figure reveling in chaos. He was currently within the encirclement, laughing maniacally. What's your name? Mihawk, withdrawing his gaze from Whitebeard, turned to Shizhou, his right hand gripping the hilt of his black sword. Oh, Shizhou. Shizhou, I shall remember this. Let us engage in a duel. Under Mihawk's hawk-like gaze, Shizhou felt a slight discomfort, yet appeared unfazed, lifting his head to meet Mihawk's piercing black eyes. The atmosphere feels off, doesn't it? Mihawk furrowed his brow, then relaxed his grip on the hilt. It does indeed. Nodding in agreement, he continued, Shall we do this later? Very well, Shizhou replied succinctly as the battlefield reached its zenith. Engaging Mihawk at this moment might disrupt his plans. However, he did not decline. He knew Mihawk, a sword enthusiast, would not hesitate to attack if he refused. Are you two going to fight? If so, may I request that you battle to the death? I have high hopes for your physiques, Moria's voice intruded. Yet both Shizhou and Mihawk paid him little heed. Had this been the Moria of old, Shizhou might have found some interest, but the current Moria was a shadow of his former self. Despite possessing formidable abilities, his physique had become flabby, reduced to a pirate who relied entirely on his fruit powers. Shizhou held no interest in such individuals, granted they did not provoke him. Yet, Moria, lacking self-awareness and unable to gauge his own strength, misread Shizhou's disregard. Shizhou ignored him. Moria, in a moment of folly, stealthily maneuvered to bring his shadow closer to Shizhou's. Are you seeking death? Just as Moria's shadow was about to draw near, Shizhou turned his head. His pitch-black pupils bore no emotion, yet they pierced through Moria like a sharpened arrow, halting his movements. Even you, a nameless brat, dare to look down upon me. It is uncertain whether it was the cold, indifferent gaze of Shizhou that pierced the heart of this individual, rousing his sensitive nerves to a state of agitation. His eyes widened, pupils gradually filling with crimson veins, as a ferocious aura emanated from his being. Shadow blade, he bellowed, his shadow advancing rather than retreating, morphing into a spear that swiftly lunged toward Shizhou, seeking death. A ripple of cold malice flickered within Shizhou's pitch-black pupils, transforming the stagnant waters into a chilling harbinger of death. With a deft movement to the left, he effortlessly evaded the shadowy spear, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade, drawing it from its sheath with unwavering resolve. The sound of metal rang out, accompanied by the crescent-shaped silver light of the blade as it surged forward, expanding from a mere glimmer to a formidable arc, slicing through the space between Shizhou and Moria in an instant, landing a decisive blow upon Moria's form. Hey, little ghost, don't be too arrogant. Though Moria was utterly incapacitated, he had once fought alongside Kaido, and even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Though his body had failed him, his combat experience remained abundant. Harnessing the power of his devil fruit, he instantly exchanged places with his shadow, locking his gaze onto the diminutive figure now enveloped by his own form, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to him, within his grasp lay a massive pair of scissors, and having swapped with his shadow on Shizhou's right, he found himself positioned there as well. Thus, with a mere extension of his hand, the enormous scissors loomed ominously on either side of Shizhou's head. However, the execution of this strategy was met with an adversary far beyond his expectations, before the crimson glow in Moria's eyes had even faded. Shizhou, as if endowed with prophetic insight, withdrew his inverted blade to the left and then, with a swift horizontal thrust to the right, pierced through Moria's corpulent body before he could even close the scissors. The obsidian blade, glinting with a cold light, effortlessly penetrated Moria's flesh, driving through to puncture his heart, emerging from his expansive back and shooting skyward. The silver light of the blade resembled a powerful flashlight, starkly visible even in daylight. Impressive. The piercing of his heart drained Moria of the strength to close the scissors. He was no Whitebeard, after all. As his gaze shifted from Shizhou, he glanced down at the location of his heart, staggering 2 steps backward in a futile attempt to regain his balance. Yet his body refused to cooperate, forcing him to rely on the scissors for support, preventing him from collapsing entirely. Despite his demonic physique, he was no different from an ordinary human, possessing but a single heart. With that heart pierced, he was akin to a car engine rendered inoperative, desiring to move, yet devoid of power. Moria, after your defeat by the Straw Hat Kid, you were granted a reprieve, yet here you lie vanquished once more, as the iron wall activated around them. Doflamingo was compelled to withdraw from the encirclement. His arrival had unveiled this intriguing spectacle, revealing a captivating individual. Although he knew little of Shizhou, he discerned through several encounters that this was not a foe to be trifled with. He could sense a lurking madness within Shizhou, a mania surpassing even his OWNT this moment. Moria could no longer hear Doflamingo's voice. His mouth, nose, ears, and eyes were completely filled with a backflow of blood, and as Shizhou's blade extracted from his body, he felt as if he had lost something vital. In that fleeting moment, his strength evaporated. What had been lost? Moria was all too familiar with that sensation. It was a power he had once possessed. Yet after his defeat by Kaido, he had entirely forsaken his physical form, relying solely on his devil fruit abilities, resulting in its complete disappearance. However, it now appeared that it had not vanished, but lay dormant deep within him, unbeknownst to him. Could one absorb another's haki? Was it man or blade? Alas, he had already lost the strength even to raise his head, leaving him without answers. Darkness, suffocation, and dizziness swiftly enveloped him, drawing him into a ceaselessly swirling black vortex. In that instant, he glimpsed the past, saw former comrades, and caught sight of present allies. But just as quickly, the vision dissipated, along with the last vestiges of his breath. Among the 7 warlords, only 4 remained. And silence reigned. Even Hancock, upon witnessing Shizhou's unhesitating execution of Moria, refrained from recklessly confronting him as she had when they first met. She was no fool. Over a decade had passed, and she had grown formidable, just as Shizhou had undoubtedly advanced. Mihawk remained his usual stoic self, though a flicker of excitement stirred within him at Shizhou's swift dispatch of Moria, his expression betraying no other change. Observation haki. Armament haki, swordsmanship, truly top tier. Was this not the pinnacle swordsman he had long sought? Were it not for the critical nature of the war at hand, he would have disregarded everything and drawn his blade to engage Shizhou in a long-awaited duel between masters. After mocking Moria, Doflamingo fell silent. Yet the uncontainable grin upon his face and the gleam of excitement in his eyes gave him away. Such exhilaration was only natural. To partake in an event destined for the annals of history was a source of immense delight for one like him. Now, a figure devoid of justice, lacking allegiance, and seemingly more unhinged than any, had entered the fray. Moreover, this individual possessed sufficient strength, adding fuel to the chaotic fire that delighted him immensely. The 4 individuals harbored varying sentiments. Yet the war raged on unabated, as the Navy finally tightened its encirclement amidst a barrage of cannon fire. The pirates appeared to have declared utter defeat. Yet, it seemed that fate was reluctant to conclude this battle so abruptly, granting the pirates a slender avenue of escape. That avenue was none other than the colossal form of Little Oars, alongside his own blood. His massive body, sprawled across the path to the execution platform, served as a staircase, a passageway. Even in death, he fought on. Gazing upon this solitary route, the pirates found renewed resolve, shouting as they surged forward. Sakazuki, it's your turn. That moment, the voice of Sengoku echoed from the execution platform. Upon hearing this, Akainu stepped forward, positioning himself atop the iron wall, his icy gaze fixed upon the advancing pirates. Without hesitation, he raised his arms high, transforming them entirely into magma, and then, akin to firing cannonballs, began launching magma-infused fists skyward. This action instantly drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield, even causing the raucous pirates to halt their advance, gazing upward, eager to discern Akainu's intent. There was no need for prolonged anticipation. From within the clouds, a multitude of fireballs materialized that a closer inspection would reveal that these were not mere fireballs, but rather enormous fists. These fists broke through the clouds, trailing smoke and flames like shooting stars. Hurtling directly towards the entire encirclement, in an instant, screams echoed throughout the perimeter, resembling the harbingers of the apocalypse. Canoe's fiery fists, in truth, bore limited power. After all, pirates were not ordinary folk, and most could evade the onslaught. However, the subsequent surge of steam generated by the melting ice rendered escape impossible. Furthermore, the melting ice signified a loss of footing, equating to a catastrophe for the pirates. Will there be no intervention? On the platform, Shizhou's gaze remained fixed upon Whitebeard. Such a large-scale offensive was beyond the capacity of the Whitebeard pirates' officers to counter, yet Whitebeard would surely be able to halt it. Yet, as he watched the pirates falter, he remained unmoved. Did it appear that they had truly reached their end? The venerable Whitebeard did not refrain from intervening out of mere reluctance. Rather, he found himself devoid of the surplus strength and vitality required to impede the onslaught. He must conserve his dwindling life force to provide a rear guard for the impending retreat. It was evident that Shizhou's thoughts mirrored those of the warlords and admirals upon the execution platform. Thus, this was not merely a tactical maneuver, but also a probing of their adversaries. The reason the admirals did not launch a full-scale assault on Whitebeard from the outset was their desire to vanquish him and all the pirates present with minimal exertion. Now that the probing had reached its climax, the ensuing battle would witness the admirals unleashing their full might, particularly as countless cannonades rained down, accompanied by the fiery fists descending from above. And the indiscriminate laser beams wielded by the pacifists, the anguished cries echoing around him compelled Whitebeard to strike once more, unleashing a punch towards the right front. The unparalleled force, combined with the abilities of the Tremor fruit and Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, generated a shockwave that sent the Marines atop the iron wall reeling as if caught in an overwhelming tempest. Yet before the myriad of witnesses, Whitebeard's punch failed to yield the anticipated effect. For these iron walls were not ordinary. They were fortified with sea prism stone, specifically engineered to withstand such assaults. Consequently, Whitebeard's blow merely left an enormous imprint upon the barrier. Kesi that moment. Further fists descended, striking the Moby Dick behind Whitebeard. Amidst the conflagration, the pirates' fury and attempts to extinguish the flames were utterly futile, for this was no ordinary fire, but a torrent of erupting magma. The colossal vessel, emblematic of the Whitebeard pirates, was consumed by the inferno. It signified the impending curtain call for the crew. The epic belonging to Whitebeard was destined to conclude on this day. Just then, an announcement reverberated across the battlefield. As Sengoku declared the immediate execution of Ace, the surviving pirates, upon hearing Sengoku's voice, found themselves plunged into deeper despair. Before them lay a path, a route deliberately left by the Marines that led directly to the execution platform. Although this path culminated in Ace's fate, all the pirates hesitated in that moment. They understood that while the path was indeed a thoroughfare, it was also a road to execution prepared by the Marines for them. Ace, at that instant, Luffy stepped forth, unfazed by the potential trap ahead. His singular goal was to ascend the execution platform and rescue Ace. This man seemed to possess an inherent charisma of a leader, capable of inspiring those around him. Prior to his emergence, the pirates were engulfed in despair. However, now, gazing at the silhouette of the Straw Hat Boy, they found renewed courage and hope. Armed, they rallied behind Luffy, resolutely advancing towards the execution platform in their objective. Yet, many challenges cannot be surmounted by mere courage alone. This path was a gauntlet crafted by the Marines, fraught with peril and treachery. Each step forward demanded a grievous toll. For the route was littered with relentless cannon fire and the merciless magma fists of Akainu. What a massacre it would be! The more lives extinguished, the more exhilarated Doflamingo became. Observing the carnage below, he spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally, his very body trembling with excitement. Luffy, on the stands, Hancock clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with concern. Yet, she refrained from acting impulsively, despite her overwhelming desire to rush into the fray to aid Luffy. She was not foolish. She understood the implications of stepping onto the battlefield at this moment, and charging would not necessarily assist Luffy. Shizhou cast a sidelong glance at Hancock, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. This woman, while appearing impulsive, was remarkably astute. Though her judgment faltered concerning matters involving Luffy, she would not act recklessly at a critical juncture. After all, having clawed her way out of hell, no one wishes to plunge back into its depths. There were myriad ways to assist Luffy. It was not obligatory to choose this path, which was evidently foolish. Redirecting his gaze, Shizhou's attention fell upon the execution platform. Would events unfold as they did in the original narrative? We shall await the outcome. Indeed, it mirrored the original tale. Even the protagonists must bow to reality. After leaving a trail of corpses, the pirates were forced to halt their advance. This was not bravery. It was a death sentence. After all, the projectiles they faced were not instruments of mercy, but lethal weapons designed to kill. Luffy, too, found himself unable to push through the relentless barrage. Ultimately, a cannonball's impact rendered him unconscious, plunging him into the chasm created by Akainu's molten fist. It truly hopeless. Gazing at the void where Luffy had vanished, Shizhou's right hand slowly crept towards the hilt of his sword. Should the story deviate from the original, he would be compelled to intervene. You have come to rescue Ace? Mihawk, keenly observant of Shizhou, detected this subtle movement that I advise against rash actions. Not only are the three admirals present, but also Sengoku and Garp. Even Whitebeard did not recklessly charge in. How could you possibly succeed? Mihawk's concern lay not with Shizhou's fate, but with their sparring prospects to Tio rescue Ace. Doflamingo exclaimed in astonishment. If this man sought to save Ace, why did he not ally with Whitebeard and instead slay numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates? Shizhou offered no response to Mihawk's words. His right hand remained steadfast on the sword's hilt, his gaze fixed upon Luffy, who had been rescued by Jinbe. Mihawk was correct. He could not save Ace. Not just him, but no one in this world could accomplish that, except for Luffy. Luffy, the chosen one of the Pirate King world, possessed an extraordinary lineage and an unparalleled background. Only he could ascend the execution platform beneath Garp's fists. Whitebeard, upon learning of Luffy's true identity, allowed the members of his crew to assist him. After all, as Garp's old rival, he was acutely aware of Garp's formidable prowess, as well as Sengoku's. With both of them present, anyone attempting to reach the execution platform would be courting death. Little Oars did not rise again as he did in the original tale. This time, he was truly deceased. A significant portion of the energy within his body had been converted into sustenance for Shizhou's recovery. Thus, the urgency for the pirates intensified. In this critical moment, Jinbe took action. Executing a shoulder throw, he enveloped Luffy in seawater, propelling him skyward, soaring over Little Oar's colossal form. Landing upon the plaza behind the iron wall, directly in front of the three admirals. One must admit, his descent amidst the crowd was undeniably impressive. Especially in the face of the three admirals, his unyielding stance exuded an aura of coolness. However, coolness alone could not bridge the vast chasm of power disparity. The instant Luffy launched an attack against the admirals, Whitebeard, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, commanded a breakout towards the plaza. Yet, matters were not so simple. As the pirates initiated their advance, Luffy was swiftly defeated before Luffy's retreat did not hinder the pirates' escape. Prompting Sengoku to recognize the urgency of the moment, he issued a direct command for the executioners, who had long awaited this moment, to proceed with the execution. Without hesitation, the executioner, akin to a soulless automaton, raised his long blade and, crossing it, aimed it at Ace's head. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, all eyes converging upon the descending blade. Yet, no matter how desperate the pirates became, the blade would not heed their pleas. It continued its inexorable descent. Just as all attention was drawn to the execution, an unexpected figure appeared beneath the execution platform. Time stopped. The world surrounding the execution platform, at this moment, felt as though one had stepped into another realm. The executioners and the naval officers around them seemed as if they had been ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. Then, two flashes of steel sliced through the air, akin to beams of light piercing the darkness. Swiftly traversing the execution platform, penetrating the bodies of the two executioners. This dramatic turn of events drew the gaze of every combatant on the battlefield to the figure standing beneath the platform, a man clad in black with dark hair. As reality resumed, the bodies of the executioners remained motionless for a brief moment before disintegrating into countless fragmented points, which, upon the gust of a wind, scattered like sand, vanishing entirely from this world. The clang of the executioner's blade crashing to the ground shattered the tranquility of this realm, plunging it back into chaos. This man, Don Quixote da Flamingo, stared intently at Shizhou, who was encircled by the navy. The smile on his face vanishing without a trace. In that instant, it seemed he had come to a realization. The pupils behind his sunglasses lost their previous nonchalance and madness. Mr. Shizhou, Luffy, who lay amidst the ruins, strained to prop himself up, gazing towards the base of the execution platform. Upon recognizing Shizhou, whom he had encountered previously in Shakky S-Bar, he felt a twinge of surprise. "You are fixated on Shizhou," Sengoku remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. The unexpected event he had dreaded had indeed transpired. This man had truly come to rescue Ace. "Shizhou, are you certain you wish to reveal your identity here?" "Reveal?" Shizhou looked up at Sengoku, a smile playing on his lips. "It seems you have already deduced who I am. Since you have guessed, might I inquire whether the world government is also aware, and if CP0 is on the verge of arrival?" In truth, Shizhou had no intention of revealing himself at this moment. After all, Sengoku was exceedingly astute, and his plan had originally been to follow the plot of the original work, intervening only after Luffy had rescued Ace to obstruct Akainu with minimal effort. The later he revealed himself, the more advantageous it would be for him, considering he had yet to make his breakthrough. However, witnessing the blade poised above Ace's neck, and with Crocodile yet to make his appearance, Shizhou was reluctantly compelled to step forward. Ultimately, the primary purpose of his presence here was to save Ace. Should Ace perish, it would be difficult for him to explain to the old man. Would it not? "I have not yet notified the government, "Oh, not jest," Shizhou retorted with a hint of mockery. "With your intellect, upon realizing I came alongside Rayleigh and deducing my true identity, it would be peculiar for you not to report to the world government. Child, must you oppose the Navy and the world government here?" Sengoku directly invoked Shizhou's former name. "Child, so it is you." Doflamingo's face displayed a dawning comprehension. The term child evoked no stir within the pirate ranks. But among the Navy, particularly those aware of the event from 13 years prior, it incited a significant uproar. "Little child." The expressions of the elite vice admirals grew solemn, while the three admirals, though their faces showed little emotional shift, revealed through their gradual movements that they were not as at ease as they appeared. "That I advise you not to act rashly. Although I have promised Rayleigh to minimize casualties, it does not imply that I will refrain from taking lives." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Shizhou cast a glance at the three admirals before directing his gaze back to Sengoku, a grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "What say you, Mr. Sengoku? Since I have revealed myself, could you perhaps spare Ace for my sake?" Sengoku's eye twitched incessantly. "Your sake? What merit do you possess? Do you believe you are akin to that red-haired fellow?" "Absolutely not." Before Sengoku could respond, Akainu interjected with a roar. "Justice shall never bow to pirates." At that moment, Akainu resembled an erupting volcano, his entire form radiating heat. "Old man, this is to be candid, the pirates were genuinely perplexed by the current situation. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates had encountered this youth named Shizhou. After all, he had slain numerous captains among them. Now, in this critical juncture, he had come to save Ace, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Caught off guard, they struggled to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. Not just them. Even Whitebeard was at a loss for clarity. However, while they might not comprehend the Navy's trepidation toward Shizhou, one thing was clear. This was fortuitous for them. With a glance towards Marco, Whitebeard bellowed, "What an opportunity! All hands, charge into the square. Indeed, this is a chance." Whitebeard's shout instantly roused the pirates. Without hesitation, they surged forward, traversing any available path, or leaping into the sea towards oars. "You!" Sengoku glared at Shizhou, his ears filled with the renewed battle cries of the pirates, veins throbbing on his forehead. "All ordinary Navy personnel, retreat, withdraw to the rear and to the sides." Despite his fury, Sengoku issued the most prudent command. The battlefield was no longer suited for ordinary Navy soldiers, for it now hosted a demon. a demon capable of effortlessly slaughtering all ordinary Navy personnel present. Although the ordinary sailors were astonished, they had no choice but to comply swiftly with Sengoku's order to vacate the area. They departed, yet the vice admirals and some rear admirals remained, resolutely positioning themselves before the fleeing navy, charging towards the pirates. The three admirals stood still, their eyes fixed intently on Shizhou, while Akinu's gaze burned crimson, brimming with murderous intent. Were it not for this man, the navy's situation might have been exceedingly favorable. Although it had not completely deteriorated, the unpredictable variable of Shizhou had transformed what should have been surefire annihilation into a defensive battle. Even someone as composed as he was, at this moment, felt an impulse to curse. Had he not understood this man's capabilities, he would have acted without hesitation, rushing forward to tear him apart. Meanwhile, within Marineford, a group of individuals clad in black, donning white masks, hastened towards the battlefield. The leader, unmasked, bore a resolute expression devoid of any emotion. However, within his wolf-like eyes, a fire blazed, a juxtaposition of fervor and coldness. Child. Advancing, Sherman extended his left hand, his index finger lightly tracing a scar on his left temple. A scar not large but sufficiently deep. Even after all these years, the mere thought of that day elicited a dull ache in his temple. Time rewound to the past, to that unforgettable day. Marineford, the Colosseum, the ominous door creaked open, and measured footsteps echoed through the corridor. "Are you still here guarding?" A blood-soaked child emerged, clutching a dripping dagger. He lifted his head, his face etched with deep lines, fixating on the man who stood at the end of the passage like an iron tower. "Have they perished?" Sherman stood before the inferno and clamor of Marineford, while a profound silence enveloped the Colosseum, akin to a hellish void. "What do you think?" The child raised his head, a wicked smile unfurling across his lips. "I have never comprehended why the Gorosei spared your life after extracting your blood." Sherman scrutinized the child, slowly drawing a massive spear from behind him. "You have always been a peril, no matter how well you conceal it. You remain a threat. I ess it because I've clawed my way back from the depths of hell time, and again, that you perceive me as dangerous." "No," Sherman shook his head. "I have encountered many who dwell in hell. Yet I have never met anyone who treats their descent into hell as a source of amusement, who feels neither pain nor numbness, but rather revels in I revel." The child raised his left hand and scratched his head. "At least, that is how it appeared from my perspective." Sherman leaned forward, stepping back with his right foot, his entire body forming an arc, with the spear in his hand serving as his arrow. He lifted his head, narrowing his eyes into mere dots filled with murderous intent. "When you kill, you resemble a piece of wood, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if you are not taking a life, but rather squashing an ant. Everyone sees your cold-bloodedness, yet I sense a perverse pleasure emanating from you. You, such a creature, have turned murder into a form of amusement, truly a demon clad in human guise." "Amusement?" The child dropped his hand, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a wide, silent grin. Amusement. What a delightful notion at this juncture. His shoulders abruptly ceased their trembling, and he abruptly lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes fixated on Sherman. "Do you not recognize this place? If I am a demon, then what of those plump swine surrounding the arena, their faces alight with excitement as they gaze within? They, of course, represent another breed of demon." Sherman remained silent, staring at the child, pondering in his heart without daring to voice his thoughts. For he himself was, in fact, one of those plump swine the child referred to, albeit he was not physically so. In truth, not all celestial dragons are merely fattened livestock. Many among them partake in various roles within the world government. These celestial dragons mostly consist of individuals who aspire to progress, unwilling to accept a life of complacency. And he, Chairman, Izambalin V. Chairman, a member of one of the five elders' families, was among the few celestial dragons who sought to advance. The arena appeared to be a place of sheer brutality, yet regardless of its savagery, it remained a venue for the amusement of the celestial dragons. Entertainment, of course, comes at a cost, as the celestial dragons are divided into families. The true ownership of the arena lies with his family. The Izambalin family. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. He is the manager of this arena. Thus, in a strict sense, the child represents a treasure belonging solely to him and his family. Speaking so much, are you attempting to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements? The child, unaware of Chairman's true identity, did not launch an immediate attack. Unfortunately, the child shook his head, his tongue swirling in his mouth, tilting his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. You are stalling for time, and so am I. Let us see whose life is more resilient. With that, his figure transformed into an afterimage, tracing an irregular S-shaped path as he swiftly charged towards Chairman. Left, right. Chairman's body tensed, gripping the spear tightly, a flash of red light igniting his eyes. Left. Chairman rotated his hands and body, his bent form instantly straightening. The glimmering spearhead driving straight into the void on his left. Quick, precise, ruthless, without a hint of hesitation. It was as if he had foreseen the child's appearance on the left. Before the spear, the child's body swiftly materialized, directly blocking its path. The razor-sharp spearhead easily tore through the child's flesh, piercing cleanly through his abdomen. Yet before Chairman could revel in his triumph, the child slid down the spear's shaft, completely disregarding the agony of being impaled and the splatter of blood. Gazing into the icy depths of the child's black pupils, Chairman attempted to retract the spear, but in that moment he discovered he could not move. Time had frozen, but Chairman's eyes widened, his mind racing. He understood this was the child's unique ability. Were it not for this eerie power, this fellow would have long since perished. Previously, he had only observed from afar, but now he truly comprehended the terror of this ability. The force that seemed to freeze even thought enveloped him in a sensation akin to being submerged in the deepest ocean. There was no time for contemplation. Chairman quickly summoned the scant amount of Shakky he possessed, enveloping his head with it. The child's form appeared too diminutive before him. To strike him, the only fatal point lay in his head. Specifically, the temple. Clang. Just as he readied himself, the child seized his head, and that knife, which had long since followed the child and was severely corroded yet remained resilient, plunged viciously into his temple. The tremendous force, accompanied by a clash reminiscent of iron meeting iron, did not dissipate outward. Rather, it penetrated his mind and soul, inducing a wave of dizziness in Chairman. Observation Shakky, armament Hakkai. It seems your qualifications are indeed impressive. No wonder you are the strongest guardian of the arena. The child's left hand gripped the back of Chairman's head, his feet pressing against Chairman's chest, disregarding the gaping wound in his abdomen from which blood poured forth. While his wrinkled right hand still clutched the dagger tightly, in truth, the wisest choice for him at this moment would be to flee, for the being before him was no ordinary individual, but a master whose dual Shakky had awakened. Yet, gazing into Chairman's bewildered eyes, the child gritted his teeth, still intent on testing his strength. His ability was formidable, yet not invincible. In this world, once Shakky awakens, it can easily defend against attacks, provided, of course, that his dagger does not penetrate the body. Without time to ponder further, the child raised his right hand, thrusting it once more towards Chairman's temple with even greater speed. Shakky is not invincible. While its defense is formidable, it possesses limits, and Chairman's Shakky had only recently awakened, undeniably talented, yet quantitatively insufficient. Although there was resistance this time, the child could distinctly sense that Chairman's Shakky defense had grown thin. Effective, the child's eyes brightened. He raised his hand again, and once more he stabbed. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of just a few seconds, the child struck dozens of times. Crack. At a certain moment, the Shakky finally reached its breaking point. The sound resembling shattering glass, echoing loudly in the silence of the corridor. The child. This sound was heavenly, for if he did not pierce through this fellow's Shakky now, he would lose control over him. However, while this sound was music to the child's ears, it was a cacophony of doom for Chairman. There was no way to respond. Chairman could only muster all his strength to manipulate his Shakky, hoping to impede the advance of the child's dagger. Yet at the moment the child's dagger truly breached his Shakky and entered his body, he froze. This time, not just his body, but even his thoughts were halted. Tap, 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 tap. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from the opposite side of the arena. The child turned his head to the right, spotting a shadowy figure, impervious to the flames, swiftly advancing towards him. Lowering his gaze for another glance at Chairman, feeling the resistance from the dagger and the energy that his body craved, a flicker of disappointment crossed the child's eyes. The dagger had penetrated. Yet the hockey continued to obstruct. If only he had a few more seconds, he believed this fellow would surely perish. But now sigh. The child exhaled, releasing his grip on the back of Chairman's head, pushing off with his feet against Chairman's chest, his body gliding backward. Detaching from the spear, the child's form left a trail of blood in the air, before landing gracefully like a nimble monkey. Hunched over with one hand clutching the dagger and the other cradling his spilling entrails, swiftly darting to the left. If he recalled correctly, that direction led to a settlement of celestial dragons. At this moment, his life flickered like a candle about to extinguish, necessitating swift replenishment, and those feeble swine, utterly defenseless, became the perfect fuel for his survival. Currently, most of the CP0 agents were occupied with suppressing the rebellious slaves, rendering this the moment of weakest defense for the celestial dragons. It was unlikely that many would anticipate his sudden incursion into their stronghold. The following day, as Kierman rose from the opulent bed, the chaotic holy land of Marijoa had returned to its former state. However, unbeknownst to many, this restoration came at the cost of the wrath of the 5 elders and numerous celestial dragon families. Many celestial dragons had perished, and according to the butler, were it not for his affiliation with the Izambaron family, he would have been utterly torn apart by the enraged patriarchs of the celestial dragon families and the 5 elders at this moment. Was it a child? Kierman shifted his position to sit up, leaning against the cushion brought by the butler, his hands incessantly massaging his forehead. His head was wrapped in bandages, though the wound on his temple was minor. It was perilously close to penetrating his brain. Reflecting on the ferocity of the child, who would dare to confront him even at the cost of mutual destruction, Kierman felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not stalled for a moment with his words at the outset, he would have never awaited rescue. That individual's abilities were far too terrifying that IT was him. The butler, hunched over, nodded. Young master. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes more thrilling. Had he fled? Indeed, he had leapt directly off the edge of the red Earth continent. For reasons unknown, the butler began to tremble slightly. A butler of a celestial dragon family could hardly be an ordinary person. At the very least, they must possess formidable mental fortitude. Yet it was evident that this individual had witnessed something that instilled fear within him. Kierman glanced at the butler, and then, raising his hands above his head, placed the backs of his hands against the nape of his neck. Looking up calmly as he stated, "He has killed many." Indeed, the butler nodded, acknowledging that this creature was no ordinary monster. It could not be slain today as soon as it aged or sustained an injury. Inexplicable deaths would occur around it. Not normal deaths, but rather an instantaneous aging, followed by complete desiccation, akin to experiencing millennia in the blink of an eye. Kierman reiterated the butler's next words. Yes, yes, precisely. The butler nodded repeatedly, then looked at Kierman with concern. Young master, the patriarch has issued a decree. At this juncture, he paused, then continued. He said, what did he say? He said that the origin of this matter lies in the Colosseum. And since you are the administrator of the Colosseum, you bear primary responsibility for the child. Although the crime does not warrant death, considering your core membership in the Izambaron family, it cannot be overlooked, I understand. Kierman tilted his head, gazing out the window. Tell the patriarch that unless the child is captured, I shall never return to the Holy Land. Indeed, Kierman had not returned to the Holy Land since 13 years ago. He had wandered the world, save for necessity. Lord Kierman, we have arrived. After the execution platform. Kierman disregarded the naval officers surrounding him, swiftly ascending the steps as if this were his domain, rather than that of the Navy. At the execution platform, Sengoku was currently troubled by the Whitebeard pirates' large-scale incursion into the plaza. He had not anticipated that the pirates were concealing a ship, which had emerged at a crucial moment, allowing members of the Whitebeard pirates to breach the Navy's cannon fire defenses and flood into the square. The towering iron wall now hindered the Navy's ability to form a favorable encirclement. Seeing that Whitebeard had already entered the plaza, Sengoku clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare at the figure of Shizhou below the execution platform. It was all this individual. It was his sudden appearance that had rendered the current situation so precarious. Where are the executioners? Sengoku snapped irritably at a nearby communications officer, and before the officer could respond, he noticed Kierman ascending the platform. Upon reaching the stage, Kierman did not even glance at Sengoku. He merely cast a detached glance around before stepping forward and identifying his target below the execution platform. Yes, it was those eyes, that essence. Even though he had transformed entirely, Kierman recognized Shizhou immediately. After all, as the actual administrator of the Colosseum, he was intimately familiar with the child. The inability to recognize Shizhou in photographs stemmed from the lack of the atmosphere present in person. But now that they stood face to face, failing to recognize him would be utterly incompetent. CP0. Kierman and those behind him stood out conspicuously in a sea of white, immediately drawing numerous gazes as they appeared. Whitebeard's eyes flickered back and forth between Kierman and Shizhou, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Don Quixote da Flamingo trembled uncontrollably, resembling a man afflicted by madness. His former maniacal laughter had transformed into a silent, sinister grin, rendering him even more deranged, a splendid opportunity. Luffy, undeterred by the chaos, quickly regained his strength, leaping up and shouting as he charged once more towards the execution platform. His shout shattered the tenuous balance among the factions, plunging the battlefield into further disarray. You lot, rescue Ace and annihilate the Navy. Whitebeard cast a glance at Luffy, a spark of unreserved admiration flashing in his eyes, before raising his right hand and roaring into the sky. Only then did he perceive a glimmer of hope in rescuing Ace. Amidst Whitebeard's furious roar, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates charged without hesitation towards the execution platform. The vice admirals of the Navy stepped forward, resolutely positioning themselves between the two forces on the execution platform. Sengoku rolled up his sleeves, his gaze fixed sternly on Whitebeard as he spoke gravely. Kapu. Kapu responded softly, aware that Sengoku was about to become serious. Sengoku was the fleet admiral of the Navy, but he had once been a marine admiral, a true powerhouse capable of pursuing pirates across the globe. Much like himself to this moment, calling upon him was merely an attempt to uphold his sense of justice. He understood. However, this young rascal behind him was his grandson, and the one shouting below the execution platform was his very own grandson. Kapu, do not forget your position. Gazing at Luffy, who had been struck down by Kizaru, and hearing Sengoku's warning once more, Kapu clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly at that moment. Kizaru was indeed a master of emotional intelligence. One could only wonder what his motives were for kicking Luffy right in front of Whitebeard. Shizhou shook his head, retracting his gaze from the actors and focusing on the imposing figure standing before him. Hi, Sussy Bewley-Dalla. After exchanging greetings, Shizhou completely disregarded the CP0 agents encircling him and turned his attention to the left temple of Kierman, smiling as he remarked, "Now that I think about it, you truly are fortunate. You are the first to escape from my clutches after I harbored murderous intent." The first, Kierman regarded Shizhou, touching his left temple again. "I do not wish to be the first," he shook his head, revealing the first smile since the incident 13 years ago. Upon truly encountering Shizhou, he found himself less anxious. "You, my friend, have proven quite elusive these past years. What do you seek me for?" Shizhou inquired, gazing at Kierman with mild surprise, as if engaging in a conversation with an old friend. "Surely you are not a masochist, wishing for me to inflict pain upon you?" "Not quite. My purpose for seeking you is twofold. Firstly, to alleviate the fear within myself, and secondly," he paused for a moment, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. "Secondly, of course, I desire to continue our unfinished battle. And this time, I intend to kill you Shizhou nodded, responding, "And you claim not to be a masochist. Oh, by the way, at that moment, Shizhou suddenly appeared to recall something that, if my memory serves me right, I believe I first encountered you when I entered the Colosseum." "Correct?" Stroking his chin, Shizhou looked up and asked, "Having known each other for so many years, I trust you are aware of my name. May I inquire as to yours? After all, you wouldn't want to leave this world without even a name etched in my heart, would you?" Cheerman cast a deep glance at Shizhou, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. Cheerman. Yizambelong v. Cheerman. Yizambelong. Shizhou set down his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. If memory serves me right, that surname seems to belong to the bald old fellow among those 5 ancient ones, doesn't it? Well, there's nothing to conceal. Having revealed my full name, Cheerman readily admitted. So, you are a celestial dragon. Indeed, Cheerman nodded once more. Thanks to you, I have only returned to the Holy Land once in all these years. If you don't return, can you blame me? Shizhou shrugged nonchalantly. Since you are a celestial dragon, your fate is even more sealed. I initially thought you were merely a guardian of the arena, and I was considering leaving your corpse intact. But now it seems unnecessary. It will be better to let you evaporate from this world entirely. After all, nothing disgusts me more than the existence of celestial dragons. The Cheerman's expression remained unchanged at Shizhou's words, as if the celestial dragon he spoke of bore no relation to him. Are you done? Yes, Shizhou nodded. Then, as if sharing a silent understanding, their gazes collided in an instant. The meeting of dark pupils ignited a cascade of crimson and violet arcs of electricity. Crack! Lightning burst forth, resembling countless red serpents darting chaotically, instantly engulfing the entire void beneath the execution platform, accompanied by powerful shockwaves sweeping outward to Conqueror's Shakky. The sudden clash of momentum silenced the battlefield. Even Whitebeard had to pause his assault, casting his gaze once more toward Shizhou. Not to mention Cheerman, who stood face to face with Shizhou. Cheerman's eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared at Shizhou. He possessed Conqueror's Shakky, a trait innate to him, so what justified this fellow's possession of it? Yet Shizhou remained unfazed by Cheerman's surprise that Conqueror's Shakky, in essence, is simply the aura one possesses. When an individual's spirit and will are sufficiently formidable, it gives rise to an aura that can intimidate others. Of course, this notion is abstract. True Conqueror's Shakky arises from confidence, an unyielding belief in oneself as the singular being among millions. The strongest, the one and only king. And Shizhou is precisely the kind of individual that he hails from another world, and by nature, he should not possess the potential for Conqueror's Shakky. However, after enduring countless hardships and hellish trials, combined with the awakening of a transcendent ability, he gained the audacity to fear neither heaven nor earth. His strength, coupled with an outlook that surpasses anyone in this world, instilled in him an inherent disdain for its natives. A confluence of factors led to his natural awakening of Conqueror's Shakky. Of course, this is merely his personal belief, as for whether it is indeed true. He himself is uncertain, for his father from this world has long since vanished. And regarding his mother, as far as Shizhou knows, regardless of how many generations one traces back, they are all commoners. Block. The moment the clash of Conqueror's Shakky dissipated, the CP0 agents surrounding Shizhou surged toward him. The impact of Conqueror's Shakky on ordinary individuals is profound, yet it has little effect on the strong, unless one reaches the caliber of red-haired Shanks, just as he deflected a blade from the right. A crimson light flickered in Shizhou's eyes as his left fist, clenched tightly, swiftly swung to the left. Bang! The collision of his obsidian fist informed Shizhou that all the CP0 agents present were indeed formidable. Behind him, the captain of CP0, Muma, let out a thunderous roar, his body instantly transforming into a creature resembling a bull-horse with dark horns. The bull-horse forelimbs scraped the ground twice before lowering its head. Its obsidian horns aimed directly at Shizhou's back, charging forward without hesitation. In that moment, he resembled a train hurtling forward, a horned locomotive, believing that Shizhou would not survive beneath his horns. Meanwhile, Cheerman did not relent to truly defeat Shizhou. Cheerman understood that from the outset, he must unleash his full strength, offering this fellow no opportunity to breathe until he is utterly obliterated. Bullhorse, monkey bear, Shizhou raised his gaze toward Cheerman, a glimmer of intrigue evident in his eyes. What will you be? In this world there exists but one place abundant with devil fruits, that is the holy land of Marineford. Having governed the world for over 800 years, they have amassed an unfathomable number of devil fruits. Among them, powerful devil fruits are certainly not in short supply. After all, they can casually bestow the sweet fruit, a fruit akin to a bug, upon slaves. They can, for the sake of amusement, offer the mythical Zoan fish fruit, hormone fruit, and meatball fruit, 3 divine fruits, as rewards for slave victors. Thus, it is inevitable that they possess even more formidable fruits. As a celestial dragon, Chi Man could not possibly consume ordinary devil fruits like those CP0 agents. Oh, what could it be? Without making Shizhou wait long, Chi Man completed his preparations. The spear was identical to the one that pierced Shizhou 13 years ago. Yet the wielder was now far more powerful than he had been back then. The Chi Man had undergone a complete transformation. His lower body remained unchanged, yet his upper body had swelled significantly. Within the torn fabric, mysterious patterns adorned with black spirals were visible, and his head had morphed into that of a tiger, with a kingly mark on his forehead emanating black flames. The flames ignited and rapidly spread, forming a smoky ribbon behind him. Meanwhile, the spear in his hand was enveloped in black fire, transforming it entirely into a flame-wreathed weapon. The Chi Man certainly did not consume a common fruit. As a celestial dragon, he looked down upon such base sustenance. Were it not for the insult he suffered from Shizhou, he would not have consumed a devil fruit. Much like his fellow celestial dragons, however, in pursuit of vengeance and strength, he chose to partake. Gripping the spear tightly, Chi Man's arched body sprang from the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, rapidly lunging toward Shizhou. All of this transpired in what felt like an eternity. Yet the actual time taken was but a moment, coinciding with the dissipation of Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, the bullhorse horns and Chi Man's spear were, in strict terms, thrust simultaneously. In the instant Shizhou deflected the monkey's blade and the bear's punch. He appeared perilously trapped, with 2 foes pressing in from either side, while formidable horns and a sharp spear approached from the front and back. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. How will you respond? All those who have been watching Shizhou now focus their attention on this moment that it was indeed perilous. Yet Shizhou seemed unfazed, his obsidian pupils reflecting not tension, but exhilaration. With his right hand gripping the blade, he swiftly retracted it for a moment, then abruptly thrust it upward, deflecting the monkey's blade. His body surged forward, wrist twisting as his right hand lunged forward with the knife. With his body leaning forward, he stood on his right leg while raising his left leg to kick backward. The foot clad in armament Haki collided with the bull's horn, while the blade tip met the spear's tip. 2 immense forces compressed toward the center, leaving Shizhou with the sensation of being trapped between 2 mountains. A sweet taste filled his throat as the scent of blood permeated his mouth. And without pretense, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Shizhou's condition was instantly noted by the 4 adversaries. The deflected monkey flipped in mid-air, then propelled himself with his legs. Appearing beside Shizhou in an instant, he raised his blade, swiftly aiming for Shizhou's neck. This time, let's see how you evade. The monkey's gaze was filled with a ferocious light, its pitch-black pupils bloodshot with excitement. The blade glinted under the sun, exuding a chilling, bloodthirsty gleam, as it foresaw the image of Shizhou's head detaching from his neck. Yet, many matters cannot be accomplished merely through imagination. The blade was raised above his head. He failed to perceive the trace of derision in Shizhou's sidelong glance directed at him. Why did Shizhou not evade? The answer lay in the flaws present among the 4 of them, and the flaw resided in the monkey himself. Although the monkey's swordsmanship was formidable, his strength was insufficient. Thus, at the moment of contact, Shizhou discerned that this individual was a breakthrough point in what was an absolute deadlock for others. But not for him. With a subtle smile directed at Chi Man, Shizhou abruptly retracted his blade, disregarding Chi Man's astonished expression, then rotated the blade from a standard grip to an inverted one, thrusting powerfully to the right. Accustomed to daggers, Shizhou often employed dagger techniques, even when wielding a long sword out of course. After years of tutelage under Rayleigh, his swordsmanship was quite proficient. However, the instincts honed in the depths of hell could not be corrected in a mere 13 years. After all, during those years in hell, the dagger was the only source of security he could truly feel. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Chi Man's surprise was fleeting. He cared not for the fate of a subordinate, but was solely focused on Shizhou. In a flash, the long spear, entwined with black flames, struck toward Shizhou's left chest point 13 years prior. Due to a passive counter, the thrust had found its mark in Shizhou's abdomen. Now, however, as he was the aggressor, the target would naturally be the heart. Block. With a piercing sound, the spear and the blade collided simultaneously. Yet the outcomes diverged. The spear was halted by the thick layer of armament Shakky enveloping Shizhou's chest, while the blade easily pierced through the monkey's defenses, skewering him completely. So powerful. Shareman felt the recoil from the spear, his pupils constricting sharply. What manner of monster is this? In just 13 short years, he has refined his armament Shakky to such an extent. If I cannot pierce you now, then all my years of effort would be rendered a complete jest. Sherman's temples throbbed, and what began as a one-handed grip on the spear transformed into a two-handed hold. With a step forward, the immense force caused the finely tempered spear to bend. However, as the spear bent, the power surged exponentially. Crack. The sound was akin to shattering glass, resonating through the void and penetrating Sherman's very soul. This sound was all too familiar. 13 years prior, before his soul had been utterly frozen. It was the last sound he had heard. It was the voice of his inner demon, the sound that haunted his nightmares. But now, it was not a nightmare. It was a celestial melody. Shizhou lowered his head, glancing at his left chest, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. It was still not strong enough. In his heart, he envisioned the embodiment of armament Shakky as carp. Only by reaching such heights could one be deemed at the pinnacle of the world, capable of disregarding the majority of assaults within it. Under his gaze, the spear broke through the defenses of armament Shakky, piercing his body with a soft thud and emerging from his back. Flames erupted along the spear's shaft, enveloping Shizhou in an instant. Was he dead? Regardless of whether it was the admirals or Sengoku, or even Carp, they all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. This fellow was truly audacious. Fully aware that Shareman and the CP0 were there to kill him, he had still managed to allow them to encircle him. Now, while he had sacrificed a pawn, he had also ensnared himself in a fatal trap. They had clearly witnessed Sherman's spear thrust into Shizhou's heart. Injuries elsewhere could allow for survival, but the heart was a different matter altogether. Domineering powerhouses, they understood the dire consequences of being pierced in the heart by an opponent's Shakky. Thus, shaking their heads, they redirected their attention back to Whitebeard. With the variable now eliminated, it was time to address the primary target, Whitebeard. Nodding to the three admirals, Sengoku issued the command to act. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze, glancing at Luffy before gripping his blade and raising it above his head to the right. Those unafraid of death, come forth, he bellowed to the Navy, as the unique power of the Tremor fruit enveloped his blade. Before he swung it forward with tremendous force. Here it comes again. The Navy braced themselves, many crouching low in anticipation of the impending shockwave. That moment, a fiery red figure blocked the Navy's path. With a resounding clang, a fierce shockwave mixed with searing heat spread outward. When everyone opened their eyes, they discovered that Whitebeard's blade had been stomped underfoot by he had blocked It was Admiral Sakazuki. Observing Akinu's imposing red figure, the morale of the Navy surged. Amidst the heat wave, Akinu's serious gaze was fixed on Whitebeard, stating, "If this chaos continues, this island will not withstand it." Gurura. Whitebeard chuckled, "Then you'd best hold your ground." As his words fell, his right hand left the hilt, retracting. Then, like a spring, he lunged a powerful fist towards Akinu. Not to be outdone, Akinu's fully magma-formed fist, appearing even larger than Whitebeard's, surged forth with equal intensity. Bang! The violent collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave, accompanied by an even more intense heat wave, instantly clearing the area around the two combatants. The battlefield was vast, although the clash between Whitebeard and Akinu was expansive. It did not encompass the entirety of the battlefield. Thus, the battles between the Navy and the pirates continued unabated. After all, this was a battlefield, not a mere game, and it would not cease simply because of one individual. With more and more pirates flooding into the plaza, the 7 warlords, admirals, and the pacifists led by Bartolomeo had all joined the fray. That moment, Marco suddenly transformed into a magnificent bird engulfed in blue flames. Swiftly soaring over the Navy's defenses, heading straight for the execution platform. Go. Captain Marco. As Marco approached the execution platform, the pirates felt a surge of hope, their morale soaring. However, Whitebeard held a different perspective. He understood that Marco's actions were merely a test to gauge whether Carp would truly intervene. Ace's thoughts were exceedingly simple, to the extent that he could casually mention that Roger was his father, let alone his relationship with Carp. In this battle, the Navy had few individuals that concerned him. The three admirals were occupied with their sons, and while victory was uncertain, they could at least delay the inevitable. What truly weighed on his mind were the two old geezers stationed at the execution platform, Carp and Sengoku. These two were the true masters standing between them, and Ace's rescue to save Ace without overcoming them was nothing short of a pipe dream. The War of the Kings was about to erupt. A figure leaped from the execution platform, positioning itself protectively in front of Marco. The old man's physique was remarkably robust. Despite his mane of white hair, his mere presence exerted immense pressure on Marco. Yet before Marco could recalibrate his stance, the colossal fist of Garp struck him squarely on the head. Pain. That was Marco's singular sensation from Garp's blow, the disparity in strength rendering him utterly defenseless. Without the slightest pause, his body shot downward like a projectile, crashing into the battlefield below. With a resounding thud, he slammed into the ground, the sheer force of impact creating a large, circular crater as the energy reverberated through the earth. As the smoke and azure flames dissipated, Marco shook his dazed head and staggered to his feet, lifting his gaze to behold the imposing figure of Garp standing before the three admirals. The hero, Monkey D. Garp, the legendary Marine that he had finally made his move. The moment Garp appeared, he instantly became the focal point of the battlefield, confronted by this legendary Navy officer who had chased the pirate King Roger across the world decades ago. The morale of the pirates swiftly plummeted. Sengoku, somewhat taken aback by Garp's intervention, lowered his hands and glanced at him, muttering, "I didn't instruct you to intervene." Garp did not respond to Sengoku's remark. Instead, he surveyed the battlefield as if inspecting his territory. He paused briefly at the sight of the clash between Shichibukai and the Marines, then withdrew his gaze, crossing his arms before him and taking a seat in the central position among the three admirals. Subsequently, he bellowed, "Anyone wishing to pass through here must first step over my body." He then muttered under his breath, "You little brats," if the former declaration was meant for both the Marines and the pirates. The latter was a whisper intended solely for Luffy and Ace. Unfortunately, Ace was on the execution platform, and Luffy, due to his physical condition, had completely collapsed. Thus, neither of them could hear him at the ages of 17 or 20. Luffy and Ace could hardly comprehend the anguish that Garp felt, caught between familial love and his beliefs. Ace might grasp a fraction of it, but Luffy would undoubtedly remain oblivious for this young man. There are only two types of people: friends and family, and enemies. Friends and family deserved every effort to save, while enemies warranted relentless pursuit, regardless of morality or rightness. Only instinct and self-belief mattered, rendering the process insignificant. Perhaps it was this simplicity and unwavering determination not to relinquish anything easily that led to this individual being chosen by the Nika fruit, destined to become the protagonist of this world. Of course, it is also possible that there was more to it, as many members of the Whitebeard pirates were, in a strict sense, just as foolish as Luffy. At this moment, they were pressing forward, leaving bloodied footprints with every step, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Just then, while Luffy implored Ivankov for a shot, and the battlefield reached a boiling point, Whitebeard encountered a predicament. The situation that had long worried Marco materialized once again, just as it had in the original story. Enduring several full-force attacks from Akainu, Whitebeard's old ailment flared up at this critical juncture. This series of events, while seemingly coincidental, was also inevitable that Whitebeard's strength derived from the tremor fruit. But it was also the source of his downfall. In truth, given his physical constitution, he should not be experiencing heart issues at this age. After all, he was not the only elder in this war. Both Garp and Sengoku, as well as Rayleigh on another battlefield, were all older than him. Zephyr was of the same age. None of them suffer from heart ailments, so why should Whitebeard? The tremor fruit bestowed upon Whitebeard unparalleled destructive power. Yet it also subjected his body to relentless vibrations. While such tremors posed little issue in his youth, they became fatal as his body aged. Compound matters. He had previously been stabbed by one of his own subordinates, further exacerbating his already precarious condition. Gazing at Whitebeard, who suddenly knelt on one knee, Akainu's eyes gleamed with malice. His right fist dripped with magma as he advanced step by step toward Whitebeard, intent on murder. Dad. Seeing Whitebeard kneeling, Marco's face contorted with urgency as he swiftly turned and charged toward him. Sometimes, victory or defeat hinges on a fleeting moment. How could he hope to reach him in time? Two beams of laser light erupted from Kizaru's fingertips, effortlessly piercing through Marco's back and halting his advance. Meanwhile, as Jozu was distracted by the unforeseen incidents involving Whitebeard and Marco, Akiji seized the opportunity and instantaneously froze half of Jozu's body. Akainu paid no heed to the desperate cries of the pirates. His focus was solely on Whitebeard. Whitebeard, it seems that your era will come to a close today. One must ultimately submit to the passage of time. Allow me to guide you to the underworld. With that declaration, he propelled himself off the ground, his right fist clenched and aimed straight at Whitebeard. The target, his heart, the searing magma, erupted skyward, generating a powerful shockwave that compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Dad. The pirates were incredulous, unable to fathom that their father had been struck so effortlessly. As the smoke cleared, the sight that met their eyes was Whitebeard's chest, now smoking with a gaping, dark hole. Alas, Akainu stepped back a few paces, gazing at Whitebeard with a sigh. His attack had aimed for Whitebeard's heart. Yet at the crucial moment, Whitebeard's body shifted slightly, causing Akainu's strike to land squarely on his chest. While it was still lethal, it did not incapacitate Whitebeard instantly. Seize the moment. Everyone attacked together on the execution platform. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted. The Marine officers could not allow this opportunity to slip away. As Akainu retreated, they leaped over him, charging directly at Whitebeard. The target, his chest, with a series of sickening sounds. Several knives embedded themselves into Whitebeard's torso, accompanied by the presence of several Marines. Dad. Seeing Whitebeard descend into despair, the pirates erupted into chaos, immediately abandoning their opponents to rush toward Whitebeard. Leading the charge was Marco. However, as he moved, Kizaru seized the opportunity and unleashed another laser beam. Fortunately, Marco was prepared this time. Though struck, he sustained minimal injury, for he had consumed the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit, allowing the blue flames to heal his wounds. Yet just as Marco was determined to reach Whitebeard, he failed to notice that the ghost spider had lunged at him from the side. The ghost spider moved swiftly, leaping into the air, with its hair hardening into spider-like appendages, descending directly onto Marco's shoulder, in the process of ensnaring Marco. The ghost spider stealthily produced a pair of handcuffs from its hair, silently clasping them around Marco's wrists. These handcuffs rendered Marco's blue flames extinguished. And in that moment, Kizaru's laser struck again, piercing through Marco's body once more. This time, Marco could not rise. He collapsed, utterly bereft of combat capability. After all, those handcuffs were made of sea stone, and once his powers were nullified, how could he stand against Kizaru's onslaught? After all, he was not Luffy, was he? Marco fell, yet more pirates continued to rally towards Whitebeard. Amidst the anguished cries echoing around him, Whitebeard fought against the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. Standing tall once more, with a thunderous roar, he cast off the Navy soldier clinging to his chest and grasped his enormous blade with renewed vigor, striking downwards from above, then sweeping from left to right with tremendous force. Even bereft of devil fruit powers and burdened by grievous wounds, Whitebeard remained formidable. The gust of wind generated by his slash instantly swirled around him, creating a tornado that lifted nearby Navy soldiers into the air, leading to a chaotic scene of tumbling bodies and horses, a sight both spectacular and terrifying. Yet it was merely a spectacle. Despite clearing the area, not a single Navy soldier was slain. After all, those who remained were all high-ranking officers, not mere foot soldiers. However, this very strike enabled the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates to break through the encirclement and stand resolutely behind him on the execution platform. Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard. his eyes devoid of emotion, as he issued an immediate order to the executioners standing beside Ace to carry out the sentence. Whitebeard was at his last gasp, yet even a dying camel is larger than a horse. This moment marked both his utmost vulnerability and his greatest peril. Thus, he aimed to execute Ace without delay, seeking to deliver a crushing blow to the morale of the pirates and pave the way for the Navy's ultimate triumph. As the executioner raised his blade once more and Ace faced imminent death, every pirate present glared in horror. Whitebeard yearned to intervene, but the moment he stirred, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Akainu's punch had inflicted devastating damage. No matter how resolute his spirit, he could not withstand the rebellion of his body. Lacking strength, how could he summon any power? Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. Is the inertia of history truly this formidable? On the opposite side of the battlefield, time advanced by several seconds. Carp's gaze shifted away from Shizhou. The latter, engulfed in black flames, finally stirred. Ignoring the black fire, he retracted his left hand and seized Chairman's spear, attempting to advance towards him, reminiscent of his actions 13 years prior. Alas, Chairman denied him this opportunity. The moment he pierced Shizhou, he sought to retract his spear. When met with resistance, he decisively relinquished his weapon and stepped back. Meanwhile, the bovine and bear-like creatures flanking Shizhou had also retreated as the black flames threatened to engulf them. Fully aware of the horror that Chairman's flames represented, others might underestimate the terror of the black fire, but they knew. Although its temperature was akin to that of ordinary flames, it clung like a venomous curse. Once touched, it would not extinguish even if one plunged into the sea, continuing to burn until the victim was reduced to ashes. Having learned from experience, Shizhou refrained from advancing further. He remained in place. A glimmer of inexplicable mirth flickering in his obsidian eyes. That moment, he was completely enveloped in black flames, rendering him invisible to outsiders. Yet, despite the obscurity, Chairman's observation Shakky clearly sensed that Shizhou's aura had not diminished significantly. Was this man a monster? His heart had been pierced, yet he remained unharmed. The bovine and bear-like creatures gathered closer to Chairman, eyes wide, their instincts confirming that Shizhou was indeed unscathed. Was Shizhou truly unscathed? No, he bore wounds that in the face of the earlier lethal encirclement. Any other would have perished, but Shizhou was different. Chairman had indeed pierced his left chest, but he had not struck his heart, for it resided not on the left, but on the right. This alteration had been a result of his own hand during a moment of near death in the hell of Marineford. Had Chairman struck his right side, Shizhou would have faced dire peril. But for now, he was merely injured. Grasping Chairman's spear with his left hand, Shizhou pulled forcefully, disregarding the pain radiating from his body. Casually discarding the spear, he retracted his right hand as the blade gradually withdrew from the monkey's body. It began to disintegrate into sand, while Shizhou's form rapidly restored itself. This was not the regeneration akin to Marcos. Rather, it was as if time itself rewound, as the blade retracted and the monkey's body vanished entirely. His left chest returned to its original state, even the fabric pierced by the spear mended under the influence of time. That moment, Shizhou twirled the blade in his right hand, gripping the hilt as he raised it above his head, gently slicing through the black flames, which were immediately cleaved in two. Stepping forward through the remnants of the flames, Shizhou maximized his observation Shakky, sensing his surroundings before his gaze fell upon the vigilant bovine and bear-like creatures. Ultimately resting on Chairman, it seemed that after all these years, you are not as formidable as I believed. Perhaps. Chairman fixated on the unscathed Shizhou, his gaze lingering on the left side of his chest, pondering the abilities that allowed him to absorb others, restore himself, freeze time, and accelerate. What else remained in his arsenal? There's more, Shizhou mused, stroking his chin. I shan't disclose that to you, he jested, a rather unamusing quip. Then, Shizhou redirected his gaze away from Chairman, focusing on the execution platform. Nodding toward Sengoku, who was likewise observing, he flashed a grin, his eyes settling on Ace. Some matters are singular. Having intervened once, should Ace perish on the execution platform rather than meet the fate depicted in the original tale, it would be his destiny. Moreover, 3 formidable foes still barred his path. Even should he act, it was uncertain if he could rescue Ace once more before Chairman and his allies. The choice rests with you. Straw Hat, if you are indeed the protagonist, then alter fate, silently praying for Ace. Shizhou's gaze shifted from the execution platform to Luffy. Ace did not disappoint Shizhou. The protagonist indeed lived up to his title, creating miracles even in dire circumstances. Sengoku remained wary of Whitebeard and Shizhou, completely unprepared for the emergence of Luffy at that moment. As for Carp, he might have been oblivious to Luffy's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, or he might have known and chose to allow it. Regardless of his awareness, he did not intervene. Consequently, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield in an unforeseen wave. This lad's Conqueror's Haki is undeniably potent. Even though the executioners were not ordinary men, they succumbed to Luffy's overwhelming presence, along with countless pirates and navy soldiers, all rendered unconscious. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Luffy, once again, became the focal point for all those who remained conscious. Even Sengoku, taken aback by Luffy's extraordinary display of Conqueror's Haki, found himself momentarily speechless. As for Akiji, Kizu, and Akainu, they too were astonished. As the Navy's elite forces, they had encountered individuals wielding Conqueror's Haki before. Yet none had displayed it to such an exaggerated degree. In this world, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and those few were invariably at the pinnacle of strength. Yet, what right did Luffy, a newcomer who had become a topic of conversation since embarking on his journey, have to compare himself to those peak powers? Thus, even a seemingly indifferent yellow ape was taken aback, pursing its lips in astonishment. They halted, but Luffy would not be deterred. After stunning the Navy and circling him, he continued to shout as he advanced toward the execution platform. His relentless determination caught the attention of Whitebeard, evoking thoughts of a certain individual, Shanks. Even further, it led him to consider Roger, observing Luffy's retreating figure. Whitebeard made a decision that left everyone astonished. He commanded the pirates to assist Luffy as for himself. He would act as bait, drawing the majority of the Navy, including the admirals, away, despite some reluctance towards Whitebeard's orders. The officers and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates complied, rushing to support Luffy. Many were puzzled by Whitebeard's actions, yet the three admirals understood well enough, issuing orders without hesitation to directly assault Luffy, ensuring he did not approach the execution platform. In an instant, after a brief pause, the pirates and the Navy clashed once more in a fierce battle. Well, this is not the time for entanglements with you. Observing the throng of elites on the battlefield, Shizhou licked his lips, resolutely turning to charge into the fray. He had not forgotten the primary objective of his arrival. The trio of Chairman were no ordinary adversaries. Entangling with them would yield nothing but loss. It was wiser to eliminate as many lesser foes as possible, advancing his own goals before striking first against Blackbeard, ultimately taking down Whitebeard. This was the most prudent course of action. What shall we do, Lord Chairman? Gazing at the black-clad youth who charged into the battlefield, indiscriminately slaying both pirates and Navy personnel, Muma swallowed hard and glanced toward Chairman. That a dark flame surged from Chairman, forming a colossal hand in the air that retrieved the spear discarded by Shizhou. Pursue. There were no superfluous words. Even knowing that Shizhou, amidst the crowd, was invincible, Chairman felt no fear, for he too was similarly invulnerable in the throng, unless killed in a singular moment. Grasping the spear, Chairman surged forward, heading straight into the battle. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Sengoku observed the black-clad youth amidst the crowd, wielding his blade with relentless ferocity, his head pounding. This individual was a true monster. Having been pierced through the chest by a flaming spear wielded by someone as formidable as Chairman, he remained entirely unscathed, with not a single scar adorning his left chest. Nor was his clothing torn. Had he not witnessed firsthand Sherman's spear piercing Shizhou's left chest, he would have thought it a mere illusion, or that Shizhou and Chairman were merely performing for his benefit. Meanwhile, on another front, Luffy, under the full protection of the pirates, was drawing ever closer to the execution platform, his head pounding even more intensely. Even the admirals could surmise Whitebeard's rationale for permitting the pirates to shield Luffy. They certainly understood. However, Understanding did not compel them to force Karp into action. Karp's ability to emerge and sit upon the chair beneath the execution platform was sufficient to justify his allegiance to the justice behind him. As for the execution platform, that was a matter he would handle himself. With this thought, Sengoku clenched his fists once more. Is this truly the case? Moments later, with the aid of the Revolutionary Army and Ivankov, Luffy fully embarked on the path toward the execution platform, and on the upper half of this path, Karp had breached the way, standing firm. Gazing at Karp's silhouette, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing Karp and Luffy exchanging blows, his furrowed brow relaxed. It appears you have made your choice, Karp. After all, they are still your kin. This was Sengoku's first close observation of Luffy, and unexpectedly, he did not immediately intervene, but chose to watch for a moment, waiting until Luffy produced the key before taking action. Sengoku, the wise strategist, once appointed as fleet admiral, was remembered for his intellect, yet it seemed many had forgotten his prowess. In truth, his strength was also among the elite. He simply had not had the opportunity to demonstrate it since becoming admiral. His body suddenly expanded, radiating a brilliant golden light. The golden light rippled outward in waves, rapidly enveloping the entire battlefield, accompanied by the resonant tolling of temple bells, audible even across the distant sea. This was the Buddha's light, emanating from Sengoku's fruit ability. As the golden light dissipated, all present beheld an immensely colossal golden Buddha. At that moment, everyone recalled Sengoku's other title, Buddha Sengoku. Just as all gazed at Sengoku with astonished eyes, the yellow ape's attention was fixated on Luffy. I never expected you to possess such an item. Straw Hat Luffy. The yellow ape wore a long face, as if someone owed him money. As his words fell, he casually raised a hand, unleashing a beam of laser light. This time, he was no longer holding back. Across the battlefield from the execution platform, at such a vast distance, a mere flick of a laser effortlessly severed the key to Ace's handcuffs held by Luffy. In another corner of the battlefield, black flames surged like a wall, engulfing a small area. Within this confined space, there were pirates, Navy soldiers, and, of course, CP0 operatives. None could escape, for stepping into this fiery barrier would lead to immediate incineration. This time, I shall ensure you cannot flee. Sherman's eyes glowed red as he discarded the charred remains of a humanoid figure, now unrecognizable, and licked his lips at Shizhou with malicious intent. Shizhou paid little heed to the execution platform, for he knew that once Luffy set foot on the path to the execution platform, the ensuing events would likely unfold in a manner akin to the original narrative. This fellow had all the favorable conditions. It would be a miracle if Ace were not rescued. Shizhou cracked his neck, his gaze landing on Sherman's chest, where a previously inflicted wound had healed entirely. And oh wonder you dare to appear before me again. It seems you've indeed consumed a divine fruit. This individual's fruit must be of the mythical Zoan type. As for its name, Shizhou could only speculate. As the battle progressed, Sherman exhibited not just flames. His strength, speed, and physical constitution had undergone comprehensive enhancement. Moreover, the black flames were no ordinary fire. Without hockey defense, one would meet certain death upon contact. Even with hockey, if the quantity was insufficient to cover the body entirely, death was inevitable. Furthermore, they could absorb the life force of others to replenish themselves. After several skirmishes, Sherman's aura showed no signs of waning, remaining at its pinnacle, revealing that the black flames could not only mend wounds, but also restore stamina. Do you wish to compare yourself to me? Alas, you consume life, while I consume time. We're simply not on the same level. Raising his head to gaze at Sherman, a hint of derision flickered in the depths of Shizhou's eyes. I shall contend with these two demons. Within the fiery circle, the pirates and the Navy seemed to have reached a tacit agreement at that very moment. They ceased their mutual assaults and instead aligned their weapons, directing them towards the center of the inferno where Cheerman and Shizhou stood to TO the pirates. Both Shizhou and Cheerman were adversaries. Meanwhile, the Navy, having witnessed Cheerman ruthlessly eliminate his own comrades, now comprehended the gravity of the situation. The CP0, akin to Shizhou, was a demon that slaughtered indiscriminately. Just then, Shizhou's body leaned back ever so slightly, and a flash of steel descended before him, before the wielder of the blade could react. Shizhou's right hand lunged to the left. With a swift thrust, the razor-sharp edge pierced the body of a Navy soldier without resistance. Without even glancing at his victim, Shizhou quickly withdrew his blade, reversing his grip, and made a diagonal slash upwards to the left. Blood had yet to spurt from the neck of the left side pirate. He took a step forward, evading the encirclement of the two. If they sought to forfeit their roles as mere supply bags, Shizhou was more than willing to grant them their demise. His art of killing was exquisite. Often, the blade itself was unseen, only its glimmer remained. Yet by the time one perceived the flash, the enemy had already met their end. The battleground was divided in two. When Shizhou approached Chairman once more, there was not a single living soul behind him. His blade bore no traces of blood, as if he had not taken any life moments prior. Behind him, all who had felt the caress of his blade stood frozen in place, devoid of breath. Shizhou did not regard Chairman, but instead tilted his head back in delight, inhaling deeply. With this breath, the motionless navy and pirates behind him appeared as though their very essence had been instantaneously siphoned away, their bodies collapsing rapidly. Subsequently, under the influence of some unseen force, the already lifeless forms began to crumble into dust, ultimately ascending with the currents of the fiery circle. Yet this was not the end. Even in their transformation into ash, they gradually disintegrated, vanishing completely from this realm. Shizhou's display at this moment, devoid of any desire for concealment, was particularly terrifying, at least in the eyes of those who bore witness to his lethal artistry. The visual shock of simply being struck by his blade and subsequently disappearing from existence evoked an overwhelming sense of confronting a demon. Despite having previously witnessed Shizhou's capabilities and gleaned insights from various perspectives, the sheer visual impact of his unmasked ferocity cast an imposing shadow over Chairman and the two CP0 agents behind him. The atmosphere within the fiery circle had grown eerily quiet, starkly contrasting with the clamor outside. It was so silent that one could only hear Shizhou's faint, pleasurable murmurs and the unsettling cracking sounds of his muscles contracting. This fellow had grown stronger. If only by a fraction, Chairman was acutely aware of this. It became clear to him that Shizhou was not killing for the sake of vitality, nor out of madness, but rather to augment his own strength through the act of murder. Was this the reason he dared to expose himself by coming here? Though he could not fathom the rationale, he understood that Shizhou could not be allowed to continue his slaughter. It was crucial to remember that this was a battlefield, teeming with those weaker than themselves. Even among the ranks of Navy vice admirals, the officers of the Whitebeard pirates, and the captains of allied fleets, many would not stand a chance against him. In light of this, Chairman could scarcely imagine what grotesque monstrosity Shizhou would become if permitted to kill without restraint. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Relieved that he had arrived early, Chairman noted that this individual could not bolster his strength by killing ordinary folk. From his observations, Shizhou did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Rather, he targeted specific individuals before striking. These targets were easily identifiable. Those who had awakened their haki that he needed to notify Sengoku, informing him that this situation had escalated beyond the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Whitebeard were to be released today, Shizhou could not be allowed to leave. The chairman's mind raced as he remained vigilant of Shizhou, issuing commands to the CP0 agents behind him without turning his head. Inform him that this is a directive from the world government. If the child is allowed to escape today, then I, as the admiral, may as well resign the ASU command. The bear did not stir. As the leader of CP0 and Chairman's guardian, he was the strongest among the CP0 agents, tasked with standing firm beside Chairman. Thus, the responsibility of relaying messages and issuing orders fell solely to Bartholomew Kuma. Without hesitation, Kuma cast a glance at Shizhou before swiftly turning to depart. Beneath his lowered eyelids lay profound apprehension and a hint of fear. As Chairman had articulated, anyone could be spared on this battlefield. Except for Shizhou, his abilities posed an immense threat to the world and the world government itself. As Shizhou lowered his head, the unsettling cracking sounds within his body ceased. His gaze passed over Chairman, landing on Kuma's retreating figure, his obsidian pupils as cold as ever. Licking his lips, A wicked smile graced his face as he regarded Kuma, as if he were not observing a person, but rather a succulent dish. Haki is a latent power inherent within every individual in this world. When one's physical prowess reaches a certain threshold, this power is gradually cultivated from within. The extent of a person's haki is contingent upon their physical strength. If Shizhou's body were to be likened to a barrel, the haki he naturally generates would be akin to the water filling that barrel. Therefore, no matter how much external haki one might acquire, once it enters his vessel, it would overflow and be lost. But why then does he seek to absorb the haki of others? This leads us to another characteristic of haki, its quality. A master of haki, honed through countless battles, is vastly superior to a novice, regardless of the novice's superior physical attributes. Here, haki can be compared to iron ore. Only through rigorous forging can it become a more malleable steel. While the quantity may appear similar, steel is undeniably stronger. Hence, Shizhou's slaying of haki masters is not merely for the purpose of absorbing their haki, but to refine his own through their prowess. In this context, he utilizes the haki of others as fire and hammer, replacing the need for countless battles, leveraging immense quantities to expedite his growth. Concurrently, this process of using others' haki to temper his own also benefits his physique, rendering him stronger and more capable of bearing greater haki. This cycle can perpetuate indefinitely until his body shatters the limits of humanity. Just a little more. How could he allow his sustenance to slip away? Shizhou pivoted to the right, then propelled himself off the ground, launching towards Kuma with a resounding thud. This moment, he could not permit himself to eliminate Chairman easily, but it was time to feast upon the two preordained morsels. "Stop him!" Chairman exclaimed as he darted to the right, seemingly anticipating Shizhou's escape, route to a sharp gunpoint, enveloped in dark flames and imbued with haki, pierced the air, aiming directly at Shizhou's left flank. Had Shizhou not halted his advance, Chairman was confident that this shot would severely wound him. Although this adversary had grown somewhat stronger since their last encounter, he had not yet reached the threshold where he could withstand the full force of Chairman's strike. "Are you not turning back?" Chairman was filled with confusion, yet his body did not cease its movement, just as the tip of the spear was about to make contact with the right side of Zhou's waist. Chairman realized that the flow of time in the surrounding space seemed to miss. In that moment, he and the cattle behind him felt as though they had suddenly plunged into water, their bodies still advancing, but not with the same swiftness as before. Often, the outcome of a battle hinges on a mere instant that Zhou's abilities could not influence those who had awakened their conqueror's haki, yet they could affect the void around them. Although he could not truly halt the enemy's advance, he could indeed obstruct the moment. What he saw was precisely that critical instant. Ignoring Chairman, he blurred into motion, brushing past the long spear, and in the next heartbeat, he had positioned himself behind the brown bear. Be careful, bear. Chairman shouted in alarm as he sensed something was amiss. Yet, the moment his warning reached the bear's ears, it realized there was no time left. The downward blade from above brought an icy chill that penetrated to its very marrow. Even though it reacted the instant it sensed danger, it was to no avail. The sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the hastily summoned armor of haki, continuing its descent to breach muscle, internal organs, and finally the heart. Emerging from its left side, in that moment, the brown bear finally comprehended the sensation experienced by those who had been pierced by Zhou's blade. It was a feeling of complete severance from the world, as if it had fallen into a vortex of time and space, destined to be drawn into another realm. Unable to move, unable to speak. And even thought itself was frozen at the instant the blade penetrated its body. "You fiend!" Gazing at the figure squatting upon the bear's back, holding the knife with both hands, Chairman and Muma stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Though Zhou faced away from them, presenting an apparent opportunity for a counterattack, Chairman refrained from acting. "Forget him. You must escape from the other side and inform Sengoku of this creature's true nature." Initially, Chairman had distinctly felt that Zhou's strength was inferior to his OWT that time. He believed he could avenge the betrayal from 13 years prior with his own power. However, after a relentless spree of killing, this fiend's strength had remarkably equaled his own, that if he did not act quickly, he feared this monster would truly spiral out of control. Now was not the time for vengeance. His only hope was to leave this fiend behind forever. even if it meant the Marines would abandon Whitebeard, and Yuma averted his gaze from Zhou, a fierce unwillingness flashing in the depths of his masked eyes. He too recognized that remaining would serve no purpose and could potentially enhance the enemy's strength. This creature was a genuine monstrosity. Thus, without hesitation, he turned and sprinted to the right, intending to circle around and depart from another direction. This is becoming rather tedious, he mused, upon the back of the brown bear. Shizhou slowly rose to his feet. As his body ascended, so too did the blade in his grasp. During this ascent, the white strands at his temples swiftly transformed to black, and even the aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent. When Shizhou finally stood tall, the knife completely detached from the bear's back. His presence peaked, causing the surrounding void to ripple as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. With Shizhou's form at its epicenter, the ripples birthed shockwaves that instantaneously radiated outward, accompanied by flickers of crimson arcs of electricity. With a sigh of relief, Shizhou felt a profound comfort wash over him. At that moment, the bottleneck of his physical form was finally shattered. The comprehensive transcendence, from the exterior to the interior, even encompassing his very soul, was a sensation he had experienced multiple times throughout his life. Yet it still compelled him to moan in pleasure. This world, particularly this battlefield, was the only place where he could encounter such a multitude of formidable warriors. Although the journey had not unfolded as smoothly as he had envisioned, he was grateful that his minimum objective had been achieved. Following this moment of elevation, he could genuinely declare that he stood at the zenith of the world. Though the world was populated by many, those who occupied the pinnacle were few and far between. Regardless of their renowned abilities, one immutable truth remained: their physiques were invariably of the highest caliber. Only with such supreme physical prowess could one cultivate a world-class aura, enabling them to genuinely stand atop the world. Initially, Shizhou's physique was that of an ordinary person, entirely devoid of the prerequisites to become a powerhouse. During that time, he was akin to the majority of individuals in this realm. No matter how rigorous his training or how deep into hell he was cast, the limits of his physical capabilities were glaringly apparent. Fortunately, while his body was ordinary, his soul was anything but. The power he had passively awakened in the sanctum of Marineford, when he faced imminent death for the first time, had saved him and ultimately shaped his destiny. As he struggled to overcome his adversary using this newfound power, inadvertently absorbing their time to restore himself, he realized that this ability could indeed facilitate his transcendence beyond the innate limits of human potential in this world. From that point onward, the child known as Shizhou engaged in battle after battle, enduring countless injuries and consistently surpassing his limits until he finally became a legend in the arena. Alas, this period of glory was fleeting. Upon becoming the arena's strongest warrior, he discovered that this power was not omnipotent and possessed its own limitations. With the final elevation of his body, he recognized that slaughtering those slaves and extracting energy from them was futile, as their energies could no longer refine his already peak physique. Just as he began to resign himself to the belief that his limits had been reached, a newly arrived slave ignited a flicker of hope within him, presenting an opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Shizhou would forever remember him. Doug Bilestog, a true pirate of the New World. Upon their first encounter, Shizhou immediately sensed something amiss, for this individual was entirely unaffected by his abilities, starkly contrasting with the other slaves he had faced. That battle proved to be the most arduous Shizhou had encountered since becoming a legend of the arena, even surpassing the difficulty of his initial foray into combat. Fortunately, although Doug was a New World pirate who had awakened his aura, he was not exceptionally strong. Through countless reckless assaults, Shizhou gradually wore him down, ultimately succeeding in driving his dagger into Doug's body during a climactic exchange. That moment, Shizhou's body had already deteriorated, resembling that of a frail old man, with even his heart pierced by Doug's blade. Despite being utterly depleted, he emerged as the victor. The power of time is indeed formidable. Even as he teetered on the brink of death, with only a breath remaining, this force pulled him from the depths of hell. Alongside him ascended Doug Bilestog's aura. From that day forth, Shizhou comprehended the true significance of aura in relation to his own being. He longed to encounter another formidable warrior like Doug Bialystok. Yet he also prayed it would not be too soon. That battle not only enlightened him to the refining power of aura, but also made him acutely aware of the limitations of his own awakened strength. This power he termed the power of time could only affect himself, as it extracted his own time to influence the time of the external world. Previously, this ability had been effective against ordinary individuals due to his capacity to manipulate the temporal fabric surrounding him. With the physical capabilities of an ordinary person, they stood no chance against this force, which allowed him to dominate the arena. However, aura masters were different. These individuals, inherently powerful, possessed their own temporal fields, much like the relationship between the sun and the earth. Despite the vast disparities in their individual strengths, they could withstand the temporal forces he imposed upon the surrounding space, evading the fate of being consumed by his gravitational pull. Of course, this was merely Shizhou's personal interpretation. He could not articulate the rationale behind it. Yes, he oscillated between the anticipation of encountering more aura masters like Doug Bialystok and the desire to avoid such encounters. Time advanced to 3 years after Fisher Tiger's escape from the sanctum of Marineford. Though both were slaves of the celestial dragons, Shizhou had never laid eyes on Tiger. Presumably, the world government, aware of his formidable strength, had kept him shackled and collared, allowing the celestial dragons to toy with him, never daring to place him in the arena. Truth be told, Shizhou owed Tiger a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for him, he would have been unable to escape even after a lifetime in the arena. The continuous presence of aura masters had been crucial in elevating his physical prowess to the point where he could flee from the sanctum. This affinity for Fishman Island was rooted in that very reason. Returning to the battlefield, Shizhou lowered his head and turned to face the steed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his ebony eyes. Crack! Just as he lifted his blade and prepared to charge the horseman, a deafening sound of shattering, accompanied by tremors, interrupted him. With a light step upon the brown bear's back, Shizhou swiftly appeared before the ring of flames. Familiar with the principles of techniques such as moonwalk and shave, having consciously honed them during his time in the sanctum, he executed them with great proficiency at this moment. In truth, once one's physical capabilities reached a certain threshold, these two techniques could be easily employed. While moonwalk might present some challenges, shave was remarkably straightforward. Consequently, many pirates of the New World were not inferior in speed to the admirals of the Navy. Although they may not achieve the same level of finesse as the Navy in employing shave, it remained effective in combat. Disregarding the quaking ground beneath him, Shizhou raised his gaze to the imposing black wall of fire and slashed forward with force. The silvery blade radiated like a brush, etching a crescent shape before swiftly surging forth, swelling in the wind. With a swift whoosh, it effortlessly cleaved through the wall of flames, carving a direct path to the outside world. Seeking to escape, are we, the child? Unbeknownst to him, Sherman had already positioned himself behind Shizhou, his hands gripping pistols, their barrels pointed menacingly at Shizhou's back, a smirk of derision gracing his lips that I cannot allow you to continue your killing spree. His gaze was firmly fixed on Shizhou's back, his eyes radiating a murderous intent akin to the long spear he wielded. Though he himself required the deaths of others to mend his wounds and replenish his strength, he understood that restraining Shizhou was evidently more crucial than his own injuries. Shizhou paid no heed to Sherman. His prowess, having undergone a significant transformative elevation, had now entirely surpassed that of Sherman, not in mere physicality, but in overall capability. Even if the advantage was slight, a mere thread, if he chose to depart, Sherman would be powerless to impede him. It was this very realization that prevented Sherman from initiating a life-or-death struggle as he had upon their first encounter. What he aimed for was to delay Shizhou, ensuring he could not continue his slaughter. He could not believe that this individual could survive under the combined assault of a general and himself. Both remained motionless, as if genuinely affected by the sudden earthquake. I am a remnant of the era. No vessel can carry me into the new age. The colossal voice of Whitebeard resonated across the battlefield, amplified by the tremors. Though Whitebeard was out of sight, Shizhou could discern from the sound that the man had irrevocably abandoned any thoughts of retreat. Is it time to move? Shizhou furrowed his brow, a flicker of restlessness igniting in his eyes. Judging from his aura, Whitebeard was clearly nearing his limits. Yet even in such a state, the man's casual strikes could unleash significant devastation. After a moment's contemplation, Shizhou chose not to approach Whitebeard, but instead turned his head towards the direction leading to the encircling wall. He had to get there, should events unfold as they did in the original tale. He would have much to explain to the old man. It's about time you all completed your farewells. With a powerful push of his right foot against the ground, Shizhou propelled himself outward like a sharpened sword. As he surged forward, a crimson light ignited in his eyes, and he raised his right hand. Block! Just as he lifted his weapon, a spear emerged from the flames on his right, piercing through the blaze and striking his blade. Where do you think you're going? Sherman's figure materialized amidst the flames, his imposing presence looming over Shizhou as he sternly declared, I do not wish for you to leave here before Warlord reacts. Do you think you can stop me? Shizhou tilted his head, black eyes fixed upon Sherman, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, You won't know until you try. With that, Sherman released his grip from the spear, raising his left hand skyward, fingers splayed, before clenching it with force. It was as if he had activated some mechanism. The surrounding inferno surged towards them like returning birds to their nest. Amidst the tumult of flames, black fire spears rapidly coalesced, and under Sherman's left hand's command, they shot towards Shizhou with alarming speed. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated, echoing like the tolling of a bell as it erupted from within the fiery abyss. Beneath the sea of black flames, Shizhou felt as though he had genuinely descended into hell. Although black flames are indeed fire, they consumed light, rendering Shizhou's surroundings pitch dark, leaving him utterly blind amidst the inferno. Is this how you wish to confine me? In the obscurity, Shizhou's eyes glimmered, arcs of electricity illuminating the darkness around him. I know I cannot hold you for long, but my aim is merely to delay you for a moment. Sherman's eyes flickered with red arcs of electricity. Boom! The clash of Conqueror's Haki erupted once more between them, producing shockwaves in its wake. From an external perspective, the black flames had now transformed into a colossal sphere, pulsating as if it were breathing, expanding and contracting until it reached a critical point, ultimately exploding with a deafening roar. The immense blast, accompanied by an endless torrent of red arcs that resembled writhing worms, created a storm akin to a typhoon, instantly radiating outward from the center of their confrontation, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. What is this? The resounding explosion and shockwave, infused with the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki, rendered the battlefield momentarily silent. Beneath the shattered execution platform, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they turned their attention towards the clash between Shizhou and Sherman. He has grown stronger. Their hearts tightened in unison. The Conqueror's Haki is a uniquely personal ability, making it relatively easy to discern the respective powers of each combatant from their clash. Those with heightened perception could even gauge which was superior. Sherman and Shizhou, previously unfamiliar with each other, had not displayed such strength in their prior encounters in this confrontation. While Sherman's aura remained formidable without any apparent change, Shizhou's presence had become significantly more powerful. What could be the reason? Had he previously held back? Or had unforeseen circumstances arisen? As the two pondered, Muku appeared. Without any preamble, Muku bypassed pleasantries with Sengoku and issued a command. Sengoku, from this moment forth, you will join me in the full eradication of that child. What did you say? Sengoku's expression was one of bewilderment. You may be CP0, and your position seems quite high within the world government. But I am still the fleet admiral. This is the command of Saint Sherman. Muku disregarded Sengoku's astonished expression and continued, quickly, if permitted, let the three admirals join us. Wait. Sengoku raised his hand, interrupting Sherman, who was about to speak further. Did you say Saint Sherman? Indeed, Saint Sherman. The celestial dragon? Sherman cast a penetrating glance at Sengoku before responding with a furrowed brow. Saint Sherman. Full name Izambaron V. Sherman. You must recognize that surname. Upon hearing Sherman's full name, even Sengoku displayed a clear look of astonishment. The names of the five elders are certainly secrets to the general populace, but for someone of his rank as fleet admiral, they are not so enigmatic. Izambaron, the financial warrior among the five elders, is the surname of Izambaron v. Nasu Shuro. Sighing inwardly, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. That little brat truly that formidable. Casting his gaze towards Muku, Sengoku inquired, formidable, as Muku spoke of Shizhou. His expression turned grave. Formidable. To say he is formidable would be an understatement. He is a true monstrosity. He then succinctly conveyed Shizhou's actual situation. A.S. Muku recounted the tale, the faces of Sengoku and Garp, who had approached him unbeknownst to themselves, became shrouded in shadows. This is indeed a monster. Even though they had already anticipated that someone capable of drawing the world government's relentless pursuit for a decade would not be an ordinary individual. Hearing the truth from Muku left Sengoku and Garp stunned, and oh wonder that fellow indiscriminately slaughtered upon entering the battlefield. It turns out his aim was the entirety of the battlefield. Sengoku, issue orders swiftly. Muku glanced towards Whitebeard, who was clearly at the end of his rope, suggesting that the vice admirals could handle him. The primary focus now was on the child. At this point, he paused, retracting his gaze and fixing it back on Sengoku. You wouldn't want that fellow to charge into the crowd again, would you? Buddha lowered his head, engaging in deep contemplation. Upon learning the full extent of Shizhou's situation, he certainly wished to prevent Shizhou from charging into the crowd. However, at this critical juncture, he feared that withdrawing the general would provoke a desperate counterattack from Whitebeard, potentially resulting in catastrophic losses for the Navy, even leading to the complete sinking of Marineford. Meanwhile, as Buddha pondered, Ace, who had just been rescued, suddenly halted in his escape path, spurred by Akinu's provocative words, whether driven by fervor or simply caught off guard. This fool disregarded the urgent warnings from those around him and recklessly charged at Akinu. Unfazed by the peril, be honest, many might struggle to comprehend Ace's actions. Was his mind truly clouded, or was he genuinely willing to risk everything for Whitebeard's honor? In that moment, he likely felt a sense of relief. Yet he never considered that countless members of the Whitebeard pirates had sacrificed their lives, and even Whitebeard himself had been ensnared, all to save him. Why turning back, he inadvertently deemed the entire Whitebeard crew as fools. Regardless of the rationale, at least he took action to uphold Whitebeard's final dignity, though he truly was a simpleton. Akainu, watching Ace's fiery fist approach, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his fist to meet the oncoming attack. Whether it was Whitebeard or those who regarded him as a father, in the end, they were all bound to be failures. As their fists collided, he continued to belittle the Whitebeard pirates. I will not allow anyone to disparage my father. Through the flames, Ace's eyes locked onto Akainu. His bravery was commendable, yet the insurmountable gap in their true strength could not be easily bridged by mere courage. As his words echoed, Akainu intensified his power. A tremendous force sent Ace soaring through the air. Even as a Logia user, made of flames, he found his arm twisted and injured by that single blow. In this world, the magma fruit surpassed the flame fruit. While other Logia types might pose little threat to Ace, Akainu was his direct counter to that moment. Witnessing Ace's injury, Luffy instinctively sought to assist. However, his already exhausted body, drained after Ivankov's hormone fruit's effects wore off, faltered once more. With a mere step forward, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Akainu seized the opportunity, his gaze fixed on Luffy. His fists clenched, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Roger and Dragon's son are actually brothers. How astonishing, he exclaimed. Your very existence constitutes a crime. Today, no matter who else escapes, I will not allow you two to flee. With that, he bypassed Ace and leaped toward Luffy, his colossal magma fist descending upon him. If that blow landed, given Luffy's current state, he would surely be sent straight to hell. However, Ace, already attuned to Akainu's movements, made the most prudent choice without hesitation. He positioned himself in front of Luffy, shielding him with his own body. Many events can be described as fate or inevitability. Otherwise, how could this world be filled with so many narrow escapes and regrets? But then, a clash of steel echoed, accompanied by a shockwave that reverberated across the battlefield. What a foolish child, he thought, that if you seek death, can you not do so elsewhere? Return to your new world and seek it as you please. No one will stop you. But to seek death here is that not to mock Whitebeard's sacrifice and treat everyone who came to your aid as fools. Expecting the excruciating pain, Ace turned to look behind him. The first thing he noticed was a tall figure, gazing upward, with a right hand raised high, a sword in hand, its blade poised against Akinu's massive magma fist. To his left, he caught sight of a stern face, clean and illuminated by the crimson glow of magma, most striking with a pair of black eyes. Even amidst the fiery chaos, they remained as dark as ink, reflecting no light whatsoever. Ew, though it's our first meeting, I am familiar with that face. Kneeling on the execution platform, which afforded him a clear view of the battlefield, Ace had certainly remembered Shizhou, especially since this man had killed numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates before his eyes. He never anticipated that at this pivotal moment, it would be this very individual who would come to his rescue. Child. They call you Child, don't they? I've heard about you from Sengoku and the others. Child? What child? At that moment, Luffy poked his head up, too weak to do more than lean against Ace's shoulder. Upon seeing the situation behind Ace, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with trepidation. Then, recognizing Shizhou's appearance, he greeted him with surprise. Mr. Shizhou, thank you for saving us. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the intricacies of human relationships. Shizhou nodded at Luffy before redirecting his gaze toward Akainu. You all should leave. The ensuing battle is mine. Leave? Not a single one of you will escape today. Akainu retracted his fist, slowly emerging from the dense smoke his towering figure revealed. He first glanced at Ace and Luffy behind Shizhou, then focused on Shizhou himself. Child, your bounty is 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries. Ace and Luffy, relieved to see each other unharmed, quickly approached and helped support the exhausted Luffy, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they regarded Shizhou's back. Child, Shizhou remarked, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead during the battle. That is a thing of the past. I am now called Shizhou, if you are unsure of how to address me. You may call me Mr. Shizhou. Don't joke with me. You criminal, Akainu bellowed, fists clenched as he advanced toward Shizhou, step by step. You have repeatedly thwarted me, and now, as a despicable criminal, you shall be executed alongside me. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the right, causing Akainu to halt in his tracks. It was a sea of black flames, consuming all in its path like a relentless tide, swiftly approaching. As it drew nearer, the thunderous breaths within could be heard, echoing like a storm. With a mighty roar, a colossal black tiger emerged from the inferno, its body enveloped in swirling flames. Standing over 10 meters tall, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its form wreathed in black fire instead of fur. The dark flames evoked an unsettling sensation, as if the embodiment of the Lord of Hell would pounce upon them and consume them whole. With a gust akin to thunder, the black tiger gradually diminished in size, returning to the true form of Shareman. His aura remained unchanged. Even after having been slashed by Shizhou's blade earlier, no visible wounds remained, save for the tattered remnants of his clothing that hinted at past injuries. In that instant, he raised his spear, its tip aimed directly at Shizhou, his eyes devoid of the earlier bravado and confidence, now replaced by an excessive wariness. One knew why he had transformed in this manner, but Shareman himself understood. His wounds could indeed heal by absorbing the life force of others, but depended on who had inflicted them. The cut from Shizhou had taken not only blood, but also time. Despite his still robust physique, he is acutely aware of what he has lost, although he lacks a precise algorithm to quantify the time he has squandered. His instincts and the fine lines that have recently appeared at the corners of his eyes serve as unmistakable reminders that it is certainly considerable. This realization is why, when he once again confronts Shizhou, he no longer exudes the same confidence as at the outset. At this moment, Shizhou's formidable aura rivals his own, and with the already sharp black blade in hand, he can easily inflict injury during their skirmishes when he is caught off guard. The moment he sustains a wound from this adversary, he experiences a fleeting paralysis. Although this rigidity is quickly dispelled by his own fierce determination, over time, it is inevitable that he will reveal a vulnerability that this opponent will exploit, ultimately rendering him mere sustenance for this individual. Even in the absence of such a flaw, prolonged engagement will surely lead to his demise at the hands of this relentless foe. This is the essence of what makes this adversary truly terrifying. He commands the surrounding naval forces to retreat, instructing them to vacate the area, preferably leaving the island entirely. Immediately, he issues orders to Akainu. What did you say? Akainu turns his head to regard Shareman. Lava dripping from the corners of his eyes. Who do you think I am? Although CP0 has close ties with the world government, in strict terms, they're merely on par with the Navy. If we are equals, what gives you the authority to command the Navy? Moreover, the command itself is absurd. Evacuate the Navy from here. What will happen to the pirates? This is the Navy's final opportunity to reap a harvest. While complete annihilation of the pirates may not be feasible, we cannot simply allow them to escape. Hurry! Seizing the moment when Akainu's attention shifts to Shareman, Shizhou turns to Ace and says, "We must leave this place quickly. I trust that you fully comprehend Whitebeard's will and resolve, that if you remain, you will truly betray his expectations and once again find yourselves in dire peril." At this juncture, he glances at Luffy, who is resting on Jinbei's shoulder, and adds, "Surely, you do not wish for Luffy to be ensnared in such despair once more." Though Ace is impulsive, he is not truly foolish. To be frank, the instant Luffy became Akainu's target, he felt a pang of regret. Indeed, as Shizhou pointed out, he had acted foolishly, allowing Akainu's words to ignite his wrath. He knows well what kind of man Whitebeard is. The world is aware, too, Akainu's singular perspective is insufficient for a conclusive judgment. After casting a deep glance at Shizhou, Ace's expression is tinged with complexity. Logically, he should harbor resentment toward Shizhou, yet this individual has, in a strict sense, saved him on 2 occasions, both at critical junctures. He is genuinely grateful to his savior, but the fact remains that this man has also taken the life of his family member right before his eyes, which creates a profound internal conflict. Should he feel anger or gratitude? Let us go. This time, he does not hesitate, turning and sprinting away. However, the tightness of his clenched fists while running betrays the turmoil within him, indicating that his heart is far from the calm facade he presents. Undoubtedly, he feels a deep sense of unwillingness, for the one who has humiliated his father and slain his kin is right behind him, and yet he must flee like a lost dog. But what can one do in the face of such unwillingness? After merely one exchange of blows with Akainu, he has already grasped the vast gulf that separates them. Akainu is a true powerhouse, capable of ending his life in just a few exchanges. Ace flees. Akainu pursues him without a moment's thought. Are you not going to stop him? As he passes Shizhou, he notices that Shizhou remains motionless, and a flicker of surprise crosses Akainu's eyes. However, at that moment, as if sensing something, his advancing figure abruptly halts. Just as he comes to a standstill, a shadow envelopes him entirely. He swallows hard. Akainu is well aware of who is behind him, and it is precisely this knowledge that compels him to stop. Yet it is evidently too late. As he turns to react, Whitebeard's already raised fist, shrouded in a swirling distortion of transparent air, descends directly upon him. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? With a thunderous crash, Whitebeard's fist drives Akainu into the ground. The unique power of the tremor fruit, combined with an unparalleled shockwave, radiates outward in a magnificent display. Yet this is not sufficient. Whitebeard retracts his fist and, with a push against the ground, propels his entire body upward. Upon reaching the apex of his leap, he raises his right foot, enveloped in a sphere of white light, and descends with greater speed, aiming directly to stomp on Akainu. If that foot were to land, even as an admiral, Akainu would not only face death, but would also surely lose his combat ability. After all, the strength that Whitebeard has summoned in this final breath transcends the level of an admiral, even if the advantage is slight and the window of opportunity only spans mere seconds. It is entirely feasible to incapacitate an admiral temporarily if one seizes the moment. True to his rank, Akainu is no fool. His earlier misstep allowed Whitebeard to land a blow, but now, having regained his senses, he disregards his pride, rolling away to evade Whitebeard's potentially fatal stomp. Seeing that he has missed, Whitebeard does not hesitate. He raises his blade and strikes down toward Akainu. He is acutely aware of his own physical condition. perhaps more so than anyone else. Naturally, he desires to fight, and Akainu will not shy away. For he is an admiral of the navy. As he faces the oncoming giant blade, Akainu rolls again, evading Whitebeard's attack, and quickly rises, half kneeling on the ground. Through the smoke, he raises both hands, fists formed from molten rock, and unleashes them like cannonballs, hurtling towards Whitebeard with ferocity. This moment, as Whitebeard and Akainu engage, three unexpected yet anticipated figures arrive beside Shizhou. Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp, greetings to you both out on behalf of the old man. I extend my regards. Shizhou greets Sengoku and Garp with utmost politeness. Gazing at Shizhou, both Sengoku and Garp exhibit a moment of dazed recognition. They are fully aware of who the old man referred to by Shizhou is. Lord Chairman, living up to your mission. The moment Makuma arrives here, he rushes to Chairman's side to report. Upon seeing Sengoku, Chairman's taut nerves finally relaxed. He nods at Makuma and then raises his gaze to Shizhou, his wariness still present. Yet his confidence begins to resurface. After all, they are not ordinary individuals. He is one of the rare few in this world capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with an admiral. His true identity is even more noble than that of an admiral. There is no need for excessive fear. He merely remains cautious of Shizhou potentially charging back into the fray, which is why he ordered the Navy to withdraw. Now that Sengoku and Garp have arrived, one a fleet admiral, the other a hero of the Navy, Chairman knows that their strength has not diminished significantly, especially Garp, whose prowess has arguably seen no decline at all. Just then, all of their gazes simultaneously shift towards the battleground between Akainu and Whitebeard. Through the smoke, they observe that Whitebeard has inexplicably dropped to one knee, even his once proud head bowing low. And upon his chest, a fiery blaze, a conflagration of orange flames, silently consumes him. Has he been hit again? Sengoku and the others feel their hearts leap in unison. While Shizhou's face displays surprise, it is accompanied by an understanding that this outcome was inevitable. His presence has altered many circumstances, yet for Whitebeard, nothing has truly changed. As for Akainu, he remains entirely consistent with the original narrative that in Shizhou's view. Even if their battle exhibits minor variations, the essence remains unchanged. Now it is evident that the differences are not merely slight. They are virtually identical. See? Indeed, it is as expected. One cannot help but wonder if Whitebeard is acutely aware of his own condition and is deliberately acting this way. Just as Akainu delivered a powerful punch, in the fleeting moment of relaxation, Whitebeard suddenly lifted his gaze and reached out, seizing Akainu with a firm grip. Clearly, even Akainu was taken aback by Whitebeard's swift reaction. He had not anticipated being caught so effortlessly by such a formidable master of hockey. The implications of being captured by someone of Whitebeard's caliber were not lost on Akainu. Despite his usual confidence, found himself sweating in the giant's grasp. Whitebeard was fully aware of the sacrifices he had made to reach this moment, and thus he offered Akainu no chance to react. He hoisted Akainu into the air and flung him skyward. Seizing the opportunity as Akainu soared, Whitebeard stood, twisting his upper body to the right, his forearm bulging with veins, and a white aura materialized around his left fist. This was to be the culmination of his final breath, the most powerful punch he could muster after gathering his strength. As Akainu descended, Whitebeard's fist struck decisively to the left, crashing into Akainu's left side. Crack. The immense force, coupled with the tremor fruit's abilities, caused Akainu's eyes to widen in shock as he spat a jet of blood, his body contorting unnaturally in the surrounding void. Before his blood could even touch the ground, the space around Whitebeard's fist began to tear apart, creating a distortion in the air that appeared to outsiders like a shattered mirror. What followed was an unparalleled earthquake. The sheer power of the quake cleaved the ground, rapidly spreading behind the execution platform, fracturing the colossal walls that symbolized the Navy's justice, extending to the horizon. When the tremor subsided, a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep, lay before all. This fissure cleaved the square, and indeed, the entire island in twain, effectively separating the pirates from the Navy as if it were preordained, despite his belly being scorched. Such strength still flowed through him. Sengoku gazed gravely at Whitebeard, questioning his choice to face the Navy alone, thereby granting the pirates a chance for survival. And 01 answered his inquiry. All eyes were fixed upon Whitebeard. Meanwhile, on the other side of the chasm, the pirates, witnessing their father continue the battle against the Navy without hesitation, were moved to tears as they beheld his towering silhouette, and one wish to abandon him. Yet what could they achieve by staying? This was Whitebeard's choice. Though unwilling, they had no alternative but to run toward the sea, tears streaming down their faces. Everyone understood that this farewell was final. Yet there was no other way as all were captivated by Whitebeard's resolve. From behind the shattered Navy structures, a colossal head emerged from the smoke, reminiscent in size to the Navy's grand buildings. However, the most striking presence was that of the figures standing atop the broken execution platform. Their emergence not only drew the Navy's attention, but also caused the fleeing commanders of the Whitebeard pirates to clench their fists in anger and halt their retreat. The most profound reaction came from Ace. This was the individual responsible for it all. Frozen in place, Ace's gaze traversed the battlefield, landing upon the execution platform, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Leave Ace," Ivanov urged, placing a hand on Ace's shoulder. "No one wishes for your return. Only by your departure can this war cease. Only by your survival does the Whitebeard pirates possess a future, a glimmer of hope." Having made the decision to flee, Ace had resigned himself. Shedding his previous stubbornness, he averted his gaze, offering Ivanov a faint smile. "Thank you, Ivankov." With those words, he resumed his stride, pursuing Jinbe and the main force. "Hey, this is serious." Unbeknownst to them, Akiji had joined the fray, surrounding the ship. As he prepared to engage, he spotted the figures of Blackbeard and his crew. The formidable warship, San Juan Wolf, the Lunarian hunter, Katerina Devon, the tyrant king, Avaro Pizarro, the drunken bastard, Bask Chait. Finally, Akiji's gaze settled on a burly figure clad in military attire. A cigar clenched between his teeth. Shiryu, reign of Shiryu. Had this man defected? No one could provide an answer, for even Sengoku was oblivious to the current state of Impel Down, initially believing it to be solely the crew following Buggy. However, it appeared the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. It was crucial to note that those aligning with Blackbeard were notorious, world-class criminals, permanently incarcerated in the 6th level of Impel Down. Each of them was formidable, and now they were united. With this realization, Sengoku's head began to throb anew. This was maddening that a meticulously planned war, now beset by unforeseen complications, left Sengoku with the feeling that perhaps he had neglected to consult the omens before stepping out that morning. Leading to his misfortune, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Since the emergence of Blackbeard's crew, the war had come to a standstill. With Whitebeard positioned before the chasm, ordinary Navy commanders found it impossible to cross him in pursuit of the pirates behind. The vice-admirals were attempting to organize their forces, but with Blackbeard's arrival, even they had halted, awaiting orders from Sengoku and the admirals. As for the admirals, Akainu had been temporarily incapacitated by Whitebeard's ultimate blow, sliding into the chasm and vanishing from sight. Kizaru remained stationed in the Navy's rear, providing support to prevent Whitebeard from launching a desperate counterattack that might inflict excessive casualties upon the Navy. Akiji was now at the ship. Thus, in this bizarre scenario, an unusual equilibrium had emerged in the war. "Shiryu, you scoundrel, why are you here?" Sengoku asked without hesitation upon spotting Shiryu. "What a Magellan! What is the status of Impel Down?" At this juncture, he paused, directing his gaze toward Blackbeard. "And how did you arrive here? How did we get here?" Blackbeard replied, looking down at Sengoku with a grin. "Our presence here is in itself an answer to your inquiries. Isn't it, Admiral Sengoku?" he added, bursting into laughter. "If you wish to understand the situation in Impel Down more thoroughly, perhaps you should confirm it for yourself shortly." As soon as Blackbeard's words fell, Shiryu responded. Just as Sengoku had surmised, Shiryu indeed defected, choosing to ally with Blackbeard and formally join his pirate crew. At that moment, a Marine rushed over, panting and clearly eager to report something significant. Shizhou glanced at the Marine, fully aware of the impending conversation, which would likely consist of Blackbeard boasting about how he had unlocked the gates of justice and flaunting the reasons for wanting to become a warlord of the sea. Such concerns that troubled Sengoku and the Navy held no significance for Shizhou. Thus, he turned away, seizing the opportunity while Sengoku and the others were captivated by Blackbeard, and stepped out of the encirclement. Those surrounding Shizhou were the pinnacle of power in this world, and as he moved, he instantly drew the attention of Aokiji and Shareman. Sengoku understood the situation, yet his primary focus remained on the Marines and Blackbeard. As for Garp, he was utterly oblivious, in truth. Ace's escape had brought him a sense of relief, but also weighed heavily on him in a way that outsiders could not comprehend. He could no longer bear the name of a hero, nor the weight of justice that lay behind him. Had he not let Ace slip through, Luffy could never have reached the execution platform, and without reaching the platform, Ace could not have fled. Although this was what he had wished to see, it completely disrupted the final outcome of the war. Thus, since Ace's escape from the execution platform until now, he had remained silent, to the point of being somewhat dazed. It was this very daze that caused him to overlook Shizhou's actions, especially with Blackbeard's presence capturing his attention. Shizhou moved swiftly, enveloped by a silent time field that instantaneously halted Aokiji and Sherman's attempts to intercept him. With a single step, he found himself outside the encirclement. Stop him was merely a fleeting thought. All they could see was Shizhou's retreating figure. In a state of urgency, Shareman shouted to prevent him from approaching Whitebeard in the crowd. Knowing Shizhou's intent, he rushed forward, gun in hand, followed closely by Aokiji, who hesitated only briefly before pursuing Shizhou as well. Though he had just arrived and had yet to learn from Sengoku and Shareman why they regarded Shizhou with such gravity, he understood that someone who could elicit simultaneous caution from Sengoku and Garp could not simply be an ordinary criminal. Furthermore, from Sengoku's reference to Shareman as a celestial dragon, it only reinforced Shizhou's threat. It was indeed remarkable that an elite from the celestial dragons was leading the pursuit of him. An ordinary criminal would hardly warrant such attention. Shizhou paid no heed to Shareman and Aokiji's pursuit. Instead, fixing his gaze upon Whitebeard, he stepped forward, his form flickering like a stuttering image, and within moments he stood before Whitebeard. Shareman and Aokiji were not far behind, arriving only seconds later. Yet, those fleeting seconds were sufficient for Shizhou to accomplish his intent. Standing before Whitebeard, he raised his head, his dark pupils locking onto Whitebeard's eyes, and calmly stated, "Old man, allow me to escort you on your final journey, if you would be so kind. You little brat. Do you also seek my head?" Whitebeard's gaze shifted from Blackbeard to Shizhou, furrowing his brow. Upon comprehending Shizhou's words, he was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. "If you desire my head, then come and take it." With that, he raised his sword, the Murakujiri. Truth be told, Whitebeard felt immense gratitude toward Shizhou for saving Ace twice, yet he could not overlook the bloodshed that this very individual had wrought upon his sons. It was one matter for Shizhou to avoid appearing before him, but now that he had come, and judging by his tone, he was indeed here to claim Whitebeard as head. There was nothing more to discuss. It was time to settle grievances with grievances, and vengeance with vengeance, as Whitebeard's blade descended upon him. Shizhou's emotions resembled a still pond, devoid of any ripples, with a mere step to the right. He effortlessly evaded Whitebeard's strike. Just before the explosive force of Whitebeard's ability impacted the ground, he utilized the time field to freeze the surrounding space, stepping forth to appear directly beneath Whitebeard. Boom! It was only then that a tremendous roar erupted. "You little brat, what kind of ability do you possess?" Whitebeard looked down at Shizhou, who was mere inches away, his pupils narrowing in confusion. Shizhou did not respond to Whitebeard, but instead continued his own discourse. "After you exchange blows with a Kainu, your body has entered a state of complete exhaustion that I know, the Navy knows, and I believe even your sons behind you are aware." He paused before continuing. "Kazura did not personally come to execute you. I suspect it was partly due to his laziness, and partly because he wished to afford you some dignity. Stop with the meaningless chatter. You still haven't revealed your true purpose for being here." Whitebeard, panting heavily, interrupted Shizhou. "Don't speak of wanting to make a name for yourself by taking my head. With your strength, you need not such motivations." "Indeed," Shizhou nodded, raising his sword, "I truly do not need to do so." "Then why?" Whitebeard inquired. Shizhou placed the back of his blade against his left palm, the tip aimed at the gaping wound in Whitebeard's chest, and drew his right hand back as if nocking an arrow. "Why?" After completing this maneuver, he raised his head, his eyes as dark as ink, fixed on Whitebeard's gaze, and broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Of course, it is for the hockey you have honed over decades." Hockey? Whitebeard remained perplexed. However, at that moment, Shizhou could not afford to explain further. Sherman and Akiji were upon him. Even Kesi, who had been lurking behind the navy, transformed into a beam of light and stood at the forefront of the Marines. Indeed, they were not alone. Among those most concerned about Whitebeard on this battlefield, aside from the commanders of Whitebeard's crew on the other side of the fissure, was Blackbeard himself. Thus, upon seeing Shizhou approach Whitebeard, he became immediately agitated. "Van Augur, stop him. The rest of you, block the pirates. We will move directly forward." With that, he leaped down from the execution platform, charging toward Whitebeard. Van Augur first adjusted the glasses perched on his right eye before raising his long rifle, aiming for the back of Shizhou's head and pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, amidst the sparks and smoke, a long, slender bullet pierced the sound barrier, appearing as if it had teleported directly behind Shizhou. His firearm was no ordinary weapon. It was a sniper rifle he had personally designed to suit his sniping prowess. Covering nearly a kilometer in less than a second showcased the power of his custom-made weapon. Yet, all of this was utterly futile. His homemade sniper rifle possessed great force, but without any hockey entwined within. To Shizhou, it was no different from stone on the ground. Thus, as the bullet entered the space behind him, it was as though it had penetrated a density akin to iron, coming to an abrupt halt in mid-dash air. To be candid, from an outsider's perspective, Shizhou's current state appeared less than favorable. His once lustrous black hair was now interspersed with numerous strands of gray, and his temples had turned completely white, as if he had aged years within those fleeting seconds. Whitebeard felt the effects of Shizhou's transformation most acutely, since this individual had appeared before him. He sensed his body being crushed as if submerged deep within an immense continent. Unable to move due to the surrounding void, time felt fleeting, perhaps mere milliseconds or seconds. Yet to Whitebeard, this peculiar sensation unfolded in slow motion, stretching out interminably as he watched Shizhou's blade inch closer to his heart. Just as he prepared to resist, the surrounding time and space suddenly reverted to their original state. At that moment, Whitebeard heard a remark, "Out of respect for you. As long as you do not resist, I can promise that I will ensure Blackbeard, the one who has led you to this predicament, accompanies you to in an ephemeral moment." Thoughts surged within him, and Whitebeard made his final decision. How should one articulate this? He resisted, yet did not truly resist, for at this juncture, the remnants of his strength could scarcely summon the formidable might residing within his body that in the face of Shizhou's blade. Poised at such close proximity, he harbored intentions to fight back, yet was utterly incapable of doing so. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was not loud, yet to the ears of those surrounding, it resounded like thunder, deafening and profound. "You scoundrel! You scoundrel!" Upon witnessing Shizhou's blade truly penetrate Whitebeard's form, Sherman was engulfed in a fury unlike any other. Though an outsider unfamiliar with the circumstances, one might easily mistake him for a pirate of the Whitebeard crew, or even Whitebeard's own son, rather than a celestial dragon or a commander of CP Zota yet. Amidst his rage, those aware of the situation could discern a thread of fear woven through his wrath. This was a sentiment that many failed to comprehend, and no one dared to act impulsively. Even Sherman, who had most fervently sought to thwart Shizhou, found himself subdued after an outburst of anger. The deed had been done. At the very instant Shizhou's blade entered Whitebeard's body, the course of events had become irrevocable. Even the dimmest of minds understood the wisdom in refraining from being the first to charge forth. Who truly knew the extent of Shizhou's powers? Who could fathom the limits of his ability to absorb the strength of others to enhance his own? The mere thought of him potentially siphoning Whitebeard's powers sent a chill down Sherman's spine. Let it be known, this was Whitebeard, the unequivocal strongest in the world for an extended time prior to this day. "You little devil, are indeed terrifying," Sherman thought, as Shizhou had audaciously seized the initiative, becoming the one who would ultimately slay Whitebeard. Kazuru remained his usual nonchalant self, blissfully unaware of the dread that Shizhou instilled. Yet Sengoku was acutely aware. Much like Sherman, he too felt a shiver run through him. Thus, upon arriving at the scene, he promptly ordered all naval personnel to vacate the area and pursue the pirates. Even Blackbeard was to be intercepted by him. The captains exchanged puzzled glances at Shizhou, uncertain as to why Sengoku issued such a command, yet they voiced no objections. Whether it be Shizhou, whom Sengoku deemed worthy of attention, or the rapidly approaching Blackbeard pirates, both represented formidable threats. The presence of ordinary Navy soldiers here would serve little purpose. It was far more prudent to pursue the pirates and enhance the Navy's accomplishments. In the brief span of time, most of the pirates had already fled the square and boarded their vessels. Originally, they intended to pursue the pirates, but the swift turn of events had delayed their advance. With Sengoku's orders, they hastened to gather their organized naval commanders, surging like a tide toward the fisher's opposite side. Here, there were no ordinary sailors, only commanders, the least of whom were colonels. Thus, traversing the rift created by Whitebeard's final strike was a trivial task. The Navy's departure allowed Blackbeard and his crew to arrive even more swiftly. They stood at a distance, refraining from recklessly charging in. Even Blackbeard, who desperately coveted Whitebeard's fruit, was compelled to cast his gaze upon Shizhou, who appeared so diminutive beneath Whitebeard's colossal form that ha. Old man, I came here intending to personally escort you on your final journey. Yet unexpectedly, you've allowed a mere child to do so. Titch. Whitebeard lifted his gaze to Titch, his brow furrowed, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. It is you who is unworthy of being called my son. Titch. Regret washed over him. He lamented, not heeding Shanks' warning, which had led to the emergence of this catastrophic scenario. This war had claimed not only the lives of captains and leaders within the Whitebeard pirates, but also the ordinary pirates of affiliated crews. Though these pirates willingly faced death for the Whitebeard crew, as a leader and a father respected by all, his guilt and sorrow were inescapable. Blackbeard's betrayal was unlike that of Squardo. The former had acted out of malice, while the latter was swayed by the Navy's influence, falling into doubt. Furthermore, Blackbeard had grown up aboard his ship, having always treated him as true family. Thus, the betrayal felt all the more unforgivable. Yet, the timing of Blackbeard's arrival was atrocious. Although he longed to obliterate Blackbeard on the spot, Whitebeard recognized that, even without Shizhou, he was now powerless. Old man. Unbeknownst to him, members of the Whitebeard pirates had returned from their ships, resuming their positions behind Whitebeard. That scoundrel! Bista gripped his blades tightly, fixated on Whitebeard's back, his eyes a crimson hue. What were his intentions? He was the one who saved Ace, the one who slaughtered Fasa and Kenjishi. Now he sought to kill the old man. His query echoed the thoughts of all Whitebeard pirates. Though they could not see the front, it was evident that with Shizhou in such close proximity, Whitebeard had not reacted, indicating he had completely lost the ability to fight back. Old man. The first to act was Marco. He had firmly instructed himself not to rush in, to refrain from impulsive actions. Yet in this critical moment, how could he possibly restrain himself? Marco, however, just as he conjured fiery wings to leap over the fisher, Whitebeard's thunderous voice interrupted him. Give me a few moments. Whitebeard lowered his head, locking eyes with Shizhou, his gaze uncharacteristically imbued with a hint of pleading. In that instant the blade pierced his flesh. His instincts signaled that he had already met his demise. The mere fact that he could still stand and speak was solely due to the boy before him refraining from striking immediately. Very well. Shizhou, without further contemplation, nodded in acquiescence to Whitebeard's final request. Thank you. A slight nod, and Whitebeard suddenly tilted his head back, roaring with all his might. Whitebeard pirates, this is the final order of your captain. None shall make a move, old man. Upon hearing their captain's command, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into a frenzy, yet none dared to act recklessly, crossing the crimson line of the fisher. Not even the officers. Titch. As the words fell, Whitebeard's gaze shifted downward to Titch, a glimmer of reminiscence crossing his eyes. He was not reminiscing about Titch's childhood, but rather recalling his last encounter with Roger. In that final face-to-face dialogue, he had learned the meaning of D. What is it, old man? Ha. Are you hoping for me to escort you on your final journey? Fixated on Whitebeard, Blackbeard's pupils glimmered greedily. Roger's awaited individual could never be you. Titch. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Blackbeard's smile dissipated to Roger's awaited individual could certainly not be him. After all, his ambitions could not merely be satiated by the title of Pirate King. The Pirate King was merely a king among pirates, yet his aspirations transcended even that, aiming for the title of world monarch, a goal that even that man had never realized. Of course, this ambition was known only to him. He had not even disclosed it to his subordinates, merely informing them of his scaled-down ambition of becoming Pirate King, as for the prisoners of Impelled Down and the reign of Shiryu. He could only command them through the powers of the dark fruit. Drawing a deep breath, Whitebeard turned his gaze away from Titch, instead locking eyes with Sengoku. Sengoku, your world government has long harbored fears. Fears of a day when a colossal war will engulf the world. To be frank, I have little interest in such matters, yet I am aware that when that treasure is discovered, the world will be irrevocably altered. At this juncture, Whitebeard inhaled deeply, then, to the astonishment of all, he threw his head back and bellowed. One Piece exists, a tremendous roar, akin to the thunderous crash of a storm, reverberated throughout the entire plaza in an instant. You bastard! Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback that Whitebeard would utter such a statement at this moment. However, what he did not anticipate was that the greater trouble lay not solely with the Whitebeard pirates overhearing those words. For there was a figure with a red nose, resembling a clown, who at that very moment was hiding in a corner, clutching the last remaining transponder snail, broadcasting live. Thus, it was not just the Whitebeard pirates who heard those words. The entire world in that fleeting moment bore witness. Similar to the scene that unfolded over 20 years ago when Roger met his demise, echoes of that moment resurfaced across the globe. Excitement, fear, confusion, and exhilaration, all emotions intertwined, coalescing into a collective greed for that elusive final treasure, soaring toward the Grand Line, heading for the New World, and ultimately, the fabled island of Raftel. This outbreak of fervor surpassed even the chaos that ensued during Roger's execution. For this was not the cry of a mere individual, but rather the final testament of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. What a remarkable farewell message. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the thrilling narrative. Blackbeard's boisterous laughter snapped everyone back to reality. When their gazes once again settled upon Whitebeard, they realized that he had fallen utterly silent. As for Shizhou, unbeknownst to anyone, he had withdrawn the blade he had plunged into Whitebeard's body. Now turned away, with his head bowed, lost in thought. What occupied Shizhou's mind? Certainly, he was lamenting. Damn it, what a significant loss. While Whitebeard hockey was indeed potent, it amounted to merely a trace, insufficient to be of any practical use. He had assumed that Whitebeard's hockey lay deep within his body, hampered by his injuries and fatigue, rendering it inaccessible. Yet he was mistaken. There was indeed hockey, but it was alarmingly scant, out of respect for Whitebeard. He had refrained from fully extracting it, resulting in his current predicament. Although his strength had increased slightly, it fell far short of his expectations. He had envisioned that by absorbing Whitebeard's hockey, he would at least surpass the level of an admiral, if not reach the caliber of Garp. Yet, that was not the case. This was quite the predicament. It was worth noting that he had exposed himself to the Navy for the sake of Whitebeard. Had he known this would transpire, he would have preferred to leave Makuma and eliminate both Makuma and Sherman, then infiltrate the Navy's ranks to sow chaos. Now, with Whitebeard dead and his own identity revealed, the prospect of slipping away amidst the chaos had grown exceedingly difficult. After all, he was now under the scrutiny of not just Sherman, but also Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru, and perhaps even Garp. Attempting to maneuver in front of such formidable figures was no longer as simple as it had been before Sherman and his cohorts. Shizhou's troubles were known to no one. On the other side of the fissure, Marco and the others gazed at their father's silhouette, tears streaming down their faces as they mourned his passing. In truth, they had grasped the inevitable outcome when Whitebeard created the rift and stood in defiance of the Navy. However, when their father truly fell on the other side of the chasm, it was a reality they struggled to accept. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from both sides. The pirates' sorrow met with the Navy's indifference. The vice-admirals led the charge, followed by countless naval officers. Leaping across the rift like fleas, weapons raised, ferociously advancing toward the pirates. Move! Though the pirates were engulfed in grief, they recognized that this was not the time for lamentation. Thus, amidst the battle cries, they once again set forth toward the shoreline. "Don't dawdle. Get on the ship," Bista commanded his subordinates. Noticing Marco still rooted in place, that he approached Marco, frowning as he placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a hushed tone. "Marco, we all share your sorrow. Do not forget our father's last command. We must endure, I understand." Bista, Marco's bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the shadow that emerged from beneath Whitebeard, as if he wished to engrave that figure into his very soul. "That bastard as he spoke, he lifted his gaze slightly, focusing on Teach's group, and Teach as well. Bista followed Marco's line of sight, glancing at Teach and Shizhou before gritting his teeth and stepping forward alongside Marco to join the larger group. In their escape, Ace forced himself not to look back, yet tears flowed like a torrential downpour, unstoppable. Strictly speaking, Whitebeard's death was a consequence of his own actions. Had he not been so arrogant as to confront Blackbeard alone, he would not have been defeated. Had he not been defeated, he would not have been delivered to the Navy by Blackbeard, and this war would never have occurred. Thus, guilt consumed him in that moment. Guilt towards his father, towards all his brothers and sisters in the Whitebeard pirates. Yet guilt was futile. He could not turn back, nor could he afford to halt his steps, that he could not perish here. He must inherit his father's spirit, protect his family, and lead the Whitebeard pirates back to their rightful place atop the world. Clear the way in the place of Whitebeard's demise. Shareman refrained from attacking, and neither Sengoku nor the admirals made the first move. It was the likes of Blackbeard and his crew who advanced first. Whitebeard was dead, yet their plans were only just beginning. They were unaware of Shizhou's identity, judging by the Navy's reaction. This youth who had delivered the final blow to Whitebeard was evidently not as simple as he appeared. However, regardless of his complexity, it would not hinder their advance. "Are you addressing me?" Shizhou did not sheath his sword. Instead, he held it aloft in his right hand, while his left hand was raised, as if digging at his ear. With his head tilted, he appeared to regard Blackbeard and his crew with disdain, embodying arrogance that suggested he did not regard them at all. "I am in a particularly foul mood and quite irritable. I advise you not to seek your demise by approaching me." In terms of attitude, his words were even more contemptuous. "You bastard." Jesus Bagus, known for his volatile temper, could hardly tolerate Shizhou's brazen demeanor. Thus, stepping forward first, he was one of the earliest members to join Blackbeard's crew, taking on the role of helmsman and earning the moniker champion, possessing immense strength. It remained a mystery where Blackbeard had found this individual. Though his bounty was merely 20 million berries, his prowess was not to be underestimated. As he advanced, he twisted his neck, the cracking sounds echoing throughout the area, demonstrating his might. His eyes, obscured by a wrestling mask, glowed with a bloodthirsty red, exuding a feral aura that swept across the crowd like a beast unleashed. Once he came to a halt, Bagus raised both hands, first clenching his fists before forcefully colliding them together, then bending slightly at the waist, adopting a boxing stance. "You little brat, one must know their opponent when being arrogant. Let me see why you are so brazen, whether you truly possess the strength to withstand my blows." Barely had he finished speaking when his right foot violently slammed against the ground, shattering it, and his body shot forward like a cannonball aimed at Shizhou. As he advanced, he slightly veered left, elbow poised to strike Shizhou. Elbow strike. Upon nearing his target, he did not relent, but rather accelerated, swinging his arm towards Shizhou's head, seeking death. Unlike the excitement radiating from Blackbeard and his crew, the Navy remained significantly calmer, their expressions scarcely changing. As for Shareman, he had already initiated a countdown to Bagus's demise, and one understood Shizhou's terrifying nature better than him, especially considering this individual had just slain Whitebeard. Even he was uncertain of the full extent of Shizhou's strength at this moment. "Die, little brat." In Bagiesi's eyes, there was an overwhelming excitement, as if in the next moment he would witness the scene of Shizhou's skull being shattered by a strike. However, what he failed to perceive was the mockery and a hint of exhilaration that flickered within Shizhou's dark, piercing gaze. Be candid, Shizhou had not anticipated that the first individual to charge forward in such a reckless manner would be a master of domineering prowess. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. In his recollection, Bajiese's formal assault would not occur until 2 years later at that juncture. He would not differ much from his current self. Yet he would possess the formidable skills of observation haki and armament haki. As for the power of the strength fruit, it would only manifest after the events in Wano. In Shizhou's eyes. The presence of haki distinguished individuals profoundly, that if those devoid of haki appeared to him as mere ants, easily crushed without leaving a trace in his mind, then those imbued with haki at the very least resembled chickens in his estimation. Plucked, set over a flame, and seasoned, they would transform into a delectable feast, and at this moment he was akin to a glutton who had merely tasted a morsel of exquisite delicacies, only to find himself further ravenous. Faced with the self-delivered roast chicken that was Bajiese, how could he possibly refrain from excitement? Block! A thunderous crash reverberated, accompanied by shockwaves that rapidly dispersed in all directions. Shizhou merely raised his right hand, lifting the blade with ease, effortlessly deflecting Bajiese's full-force punch. With a subtle exertion, he elevated his right hand, revealing his face from beneath the blade and elbow. That a wicked smirk graced his lips as he inquired, "Are you ready?" What? Though Bajiese's assault had been thwarted by Shizhou, he remained confident, for he was inherently a man of great self-assurance. Yet, at Shizhou's inexplicable query, his heart inexplicably raced, as if anticipating the onset of something dreadfully ominous. "Are you prepared to journey to the end of time? What nonsense are you spouting?" As his foreboding grew stronger, Bajiese found himself compelled to respond. Instead of retreating, he retracted his right elbow, forcefully drawing his arm back like an arrow drawn to its full length, propelling it towards Shizhou with increased velocity. How utterly unappealing. Under Bajiese's fist, Shizhou appeared diminutive, given that this man towered over 3.5 meters, while Shizhou stood at a mere 1.99 meters. Though their physiques differed greatly, their presence was inversely proportional. That a glimmer of cold light flashed in Shizhou's eyes. As Bajiese withdrew his hand, he too rotated his right hand, raising the blade to his side. Subsequently, as Bajiese launched his punch, Shizhou unhesitatingly executed a fierce slash from right to left, top to bottom. Bajiese's arrogant strength, defense, and speed were rendered mere folly before Shizhou. Though there was a fleeting moment of resistance as the blade made contact with Bajiese's body, it was but an instant, swiftly cleaved by the razor-sharp edge, penetrating deeply within. So swift as the blade flashed, Bajiese's fist could no longer descend, and the moment the blade withdrew from his body, his consciousness was completely extinguished, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Bajiese, Blackbeard fixated on Bajiese's back, his eyes narrowing abruptly. Beside him, Shiryu set down his cigarette, gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand, while Van Augur raised his gun, and Bastcho lowered his flask. In an instant, everyone had assumed a state of alertness, their gazes fixated upon Shizhou. That moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. That a gust of wind swept through, and Bajiese's body disintegrated like sand, instantly transforming into dust, which, carried by the wind, turned to smoke and ultimately vanished without a trace. The entire Blackbeard pirate's crew stood in stunned silence. This the power Mr. Sengoku spoke of? Even though they had already learned of Shizhou's terrifying capabilities from Sengoku, witnessing it firsthand left Aokiji and Kizaru astonished. They internally reassessed Shizhou's level of danger, elevating it by 2 tiers. "Mr. Sengoku, should we make our move now?" Aokiji inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shizhou. Not yet. A glimmer of insight flashed in Sengoku's eyes behind his glasses as he raised his gaze to the other side of the fissure. In his line of sight, the pirates had yet to fully board the ship, but they were close, and with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates present, it would indeed pose a challenge for the vice-admirals to truly obstruct them. Contemplating this, he spoke, "You all pursue the pirates, but—" Aokiji cast a sidelong glance at Cheerman. The identity of the celestial dragon dictated that Cheerman was the highest authority here, not Sengoku. However, Aokiji could choose to disregard this. After all, as an admiral, he still wielded some degree of authority. "There are no buts. If I say go, then you go." Not swayed by Cheerman's indifference, Aokiji averted his gaze, exchanging a glance with Kizaru before leaping into the air, heading toward the other side of the fissure. Man was not unperturbed. He simply believed that with Sengoku and Garp present, it was sufficient. In battles among such top-tier powerhouses, it was not necessarily advantageous to have more participants, especially among the current 3 admirals of the Navy. Their devil fruit abilities inherently cause their attacks to inflict broad area damage. Such extensive assaults could easily impact allies in a one-on-one confrontation. In the encirclement of Shizhou, the primary consideration was hockey, rather than devil fruit abilities. Although the admirals possessed commendable hockey, there remained a subtle gap when compared to Sengoku and Garp. Man was acutely aware of this. Thus, he did not object to Aokiji and Kizaru's departure, and of course, the departure of the admirals did not imply that Man would merely spectate. He could not allow Shizhou to continue his rampage. Though uncertain of the extent to which Shizhou's power had escalated after vanquishing Whitebeard, he at least recognized that Bajiasi's previous attack had revealed Shizhou was not insurmountably strong. He even harbored a sense that Whitebeard's assistance to Shizhou was perhaps not as substantial as initially imagined. He nodded slightly to Sengoku, then gradually raised his spear, its tip aimed directly at Shizhou. Sengoku, in synchrony with Garp, who had mysteriously appeared beside him, removed their naval cloaks, fists clenched, facing Shizhou in an attack posture. Garp, it has been quite some time since we faced an adversary together, hasn't it? Indeed. Garp nodded, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes, since the Golden Lion had stormed Marineford single-handedly due to Roger. Only to be defeated and imprisoned and impelled down, they had not united against an enemy since. Calculating, it had been 22 years, hadn't it? Yes, 22 years, as Sengoku paused momentarily. He continued, speaking of which, the Golden Lion has had quite the misfortune. After 22 years, he was defeated by your grandson. Who knows if he has escaped impelled down once again? Upon mentioning Luffy, Garp found no desire to continue the conversation. This recent mass breakout from impelled down had even seen criminals from the 6th level joining Blackbeard here, leaving no certainty that the Golden Lion would not escape once more. Thus, he was quite troubled. After all, the war was not yet concluded, and they remained unaware of the extent of the damage to impel down. Have you truly decided to strike at me now? Shizhou's voice interrupted the 2 veterans' reminiscences, redirecting their attention towards him. Against a dangerous individual like you, we must act decisively. Now that Whitebeard is dead, we shall not allow you to escape from here. Escape? Shizhou tilted his head, a grin spreading across his face as he burst into laughter. The show has only just begun. Why would I wish to flee? As his words fell, he licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. You see, I am far from satiated. Oh, by the way. Without waiting for Sengoku to respond, Shizhou spoke again. Let us not forget that there is another group present here, and their target is none other than the corpse behind me. If you choose to act against me now, you would be playing right into their hands. Not blame me for the warning. Mr. Sengoku, do not let a white-bearded man perish only to give rise to a creature more fearsome than he. At this juncture, Shizhou suddenly turned his gaze towards Blackbeard. Am I correct, Marshal D. Teach? How do you know? Blackbeard glared at Shizhou, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had thought this was a secret known only to him, but it appeared that this young man, insignificant before the war, was aware of it as well. How do I know? Shizhou mused, stroking his chin with his left hand, before posing a question that left everyone bewildered. Did you hear that? Hear what? This is a battlefield, aside from the sounds of explosions. There are only screams and shouts. What else could there be to hear? Cannot hear. Shizhou suddenly spread his arms wide, took a deep breath, then abruptly bent low, his eyes fixated on Blackbeard's chest, with a low chuckle. He remarked, of course, I can hear the sound of your heart beating, far stronger and louder than that of an ordinary person. Indeed, it was clear that this fellow knew that moment. Blackbeard's murderous intent towards Shizhou reached its zenith. He was known for his sleepless nights, a trait that had led Marco to claim he lived twice as long as an ordinary man, if the world, particularly the Navy and the world government, were to discover that he was a true monster capable of consuming multiple devil fruits. He would find no peace in the days to come. What do you mean? Sengoku still appeared somewhat puzzled. Failing to grasp the deeper implications of Shizhou's words regarding Blackbeard, not let him speak. Blackbeard bellowed, kill him. Time is running short. "At your command, Captain," responded one of Blackbeard's seasoned crew members, Van Augur, Lafitte, and Poison Q. None of whom were melee fighters, immediately raised their guns and fired at Shizhou the moment Blackbeard issued his order. In the midst of the gunfire, those who had accompanied Blackbeard from Impel down exchanged glances and, driven by their own motives, charged towards Shizhou. Following Blackbeard's roar, his entire form was suddenly enveloped in a dense cloud of black smoke, which surged towards Shizhou with alarming speed. "What is this?" Sengoku glanced down at the ground, now entirely transformed into a darkened expanse under Blackbeard's power, his brow furrowing slightly. He then raised his gaze to meet Carp's, both uttering in unison, "The dark fruit." They had not anticipated that this fruit, notorious for its perilous abilities, would manifest in Blackbeard after being absent from the world for so long. Realizing the potential of the dark fruit and recalling Shizhou's earlier remarks, they understood why Blackbeard was so intent on coming here, that if Shizhou's claims held any truth, allowing Blackbeard to approach Whitebeard's corpse could indeed result in the emergence of an entity more terrifying than Whitebeard himself. Of course, the efficacy of a devil fruit depends on its wielder. Even with Blackbeard's talents, it would be implausible for him to rival Whitebeard. However, what if the powers of multiple fruits were to be combined? Just the thought of it sent a wave of dread through Sengoku. Compounding this concern was Blackbeard's ruthless nature, his willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends, coupled with the unique capabilities of the dark fruit. If he were permitted to leave today, it would herald the birth of a crew even more formidable than Kaido's. Damn it, had I known this would happen, I would have prevented Aokiji and Kizaru from leaving earlier. The time for pursuing Whitebeard's remnants had passed. Now, it was imperative that neither Blackbeard nor Shizhou escape. Both were far too dangerous. As the two pondered their next move, Shizhou and the Blackbeard pirates had already engaged in combat. Despite having been incarcerated and impelled down for an extended period, their strength was still formidable when united. Shizhou deftly dodged the gunfire from Van Augur and his companions. Shiryu was the first to reach him. Though Shiryu held the second highest rank in Impel Down, his prowess was not derived from a devil fruit, but rather from sheer skill. This fact was why Sengoku had been so astonished by Shiryu's defection. "You're a swordsman too, aren't you?" Shiryu took a deep drag from his cigar, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and lunged at Shizhou. His blade, a renowned weapon named Rainstorm, boasted a striking red and gold design, featuring a crimson hilt and a golden blade tip. The slash was accompanied by a flash of red light, perfectly aligning with Shiryu's sanguine disposition. Another hockey master. With a swift motion, Shizhou deflected a cannonball fired by the malevolent king of evil, his gaze piercing through the shattered projectile to meet Shiryu. He licked his lips, a mysterious smile gracing his face, before swiftly reversing his blade, intercepting Rainstorm. Clang! The sound of clashing steel echoed as both men raised their weapons simultaneously, striking from opposite directions with equal force, engaging once more. Clang, clang, clang. The silver and crimson blades collided repeatedly, sending sparks flying as they exchanged blows countless times without shifting their stances. Around them, a whirlwind of blades emerged, half silver and half crimson, resembling a clash between fire and water, incompatible yet opposing, radiating an aura of danger. This rendered it impossible for anyone else to intervene. Even the shots from Van Augur and the King of Evil could not penetrate the fierce exchange, as everyone stood still, waiting for the outcome. A resounding explosion erupted from the encircling blades, as if they had reached a critical threshold. Countless shards of light erupted in every direction, resembling scattered flying needles. Blackblade. Shiryu bit down on his cigar, spitting out the blood-stained remnants, his gaze gravely fixed on the black blade before him. He had initially assumed Shizhou's weapon was merely a differently colored sword, not considering its significance as a black blade. For a swordsman, possessing a black blade is one of the ultimate aspirations. Yet he had only heard of 2 known black blades in the world. How could this insignificant brat, who had been virtually unheard of until today, wield such a blade? The thought alone stirred a potent jealousy within Shiryu. Yet despite his envy, he knew that he could not seize the black blade from Shizhou by mere force, in terms of skill. Their duel seemed evenly matched. However, In terms of overall strength, Shiryu understood he was no match for Shizhou. While battles between swordsmen may not wreak havoc like those between devil fruit users, the inherent dangers were often greater. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to severe injury or even death. Thus, the prowess of a swordsman is often easier to assess. After all, swords are lethal weapons, not mere fists. Make your move. Initially, Shiryu had intended to obstruct this young man, allowing Blackbeard to reach Whitebeard's corpse and fulfill his plan. Now, however, he found himself with a compelling reason to eliminate Shizhou. The allure of a black blade was too great to resist. Unbeknownst to anyone, Catarine Dai may had circled around and found herself behind Shizhou. With a wide grin, she let out a hearty laugh, her 9 orange-yellow fox-tails swaying incessantly like a blossoming flower. She first cast a glance at Shizhou, then raised a rapier in her hand, plunging it unhesitatingly towards the back of Shizhou's head. The bizarre makeup, the swaying tails, the peculiar laughter, and the descending blade rendered Catarine Dai May at that moment akin to a monstrous beast that had just escaped from a strange realm. A famished beast, naturally, must hunt, and its prey was none other than Shizhou beneath the blade. Those adept with blades and swords are indeed the most capable of discerning victory from defeat. Although both Shizhou and Catarine Dai May were not a match for Shizhou in strength, the sword, glimmering with cold light and enveloped in overwhelming aura, compelled even the immensely powerful Shizhou to evade. The Dark Meridian, just as he sought to evade, Blackbeard's attack finally arrived. Black smoke spread across the area like a tidal wave, crawling up Shizhou's legs, as if 2 hands from the depths of hell were gripping his feet. Attempting to drag him down into the abyss on either side of Shizhou, Busker Jot and the evil tyrant were already prepared. One had his mouth agape, flames flickering within, while the other raised a fist resembling a drill. Busker Jot, nicknamed the Big Barrel, was a superhuman with the powers of the sake fruit. Although he bore a striking resemblance to a circus clown and perpetually appeared inebriated, his innate physical talent, coupled with the fruit's abilities, allowed him to unleash fiery attacks utilizing the flammable nature of alcohol. Thus, his strength should not be underestimated. Fiery furnace, drilling punch, before Catarine Dai May's sword could reach Shizhou. The fists of Busker Jot and the evil tyrant flew towards him. Attacks came from all directions, leaving Shizhou with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if he had wings yet could not fly. At least, this was the perception of the onlookers. Shizhou lifted his gaze, his pitch-black pupils slightly dilating. Despite Shizhou's obstruction preventing him from seeing Blackbeard, he could imagine that the latter was undoubtedly grinning with delight. Perhaps even about to burst into laughter at any moment. Boom! A tremendous explosion, accompanied by a shockwave, instantly engulfed Shizhou, pushing those besieging him backward. Ha 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 ha! Just as Shizhou anticipated, Blackbeard erupted into laughter upon witnessing him being struck head-on by the group. Just as Whitebeard had assessed this individual, arrogance and recklessness were his most glaring weaknesses. While aboard the Whitebeard pirates, he had concealed this flaw, rendering it less significant. However, upon leaving the crew, he had completely unleashed himself, magnifying this flaw infinitely. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of his shortcomings, only to realize them after suffering the consequences, just like at this very moment. Seeing Shizhou struck, he laughed heartily, not bothering to wait for the smoke to clear to ascertain whether Shizhou was dead or incapacitated. He was eager to step over Shizhou and approach Whitebeard's corpse. Of course, he was not a fool. Despite his arrogance, he kept a slight watch on Shizhou. Thus, upon detecting movement within the smoke, he reacted immediately. Yet, it was too late. With a swift sound, a blade emerged from the smoke, slicing through it in an instant and striking Blackbeard squarely in the chest at an alarming speed. Struck by Shizhou's blade, Blackbeard collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony as he cried out, "It hurts! It hurts! You bastard! You bastard!" Lowering his blade, Shizhou peered through the gaps between Shizhou and the others who had hastily shielded him. Smirking at Blackbeard, this fellow was no Bagus. He was indeed difficult to kill. Even if he had deliberately absorbed the attacks from Shizhou and the others to mislead Blackbeard into lowering his guard. Aiming for an ideal moment to strike, he found that at the crucial instant, Blackbeard's acute sense of danger, combined with his impressive observation hockey and armament hockey, allowed him to evade the blow. Impossible. I could feel it. My sword definitely pierced your body. Catarine Dai May's eyes widened, fixated on Shizhou's back, her black pupils filled with astonishment. Beside her, Shizhou and the others wore grave expressions, staring intently at Shizhou. This individual had clearly endured their combined might, yet now appeared utterly unscathed. Not even a wrinkle marred his attire, of course. There was a change. Shizhou's hair had turned grayish-white once more to those familiar with him. It would seem as though he had aged several years, growing more mature. Indeed, you struck me. Shizhou raised his eyes to Catarine Dai May, smiling, but who said being hit necessarily result in injury? You. Catarine stared at Shizhou, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Time is of the essence. Just then, Blackbeard began to rise slowly from the ground at that moment. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a sullen demeanor. He cast a deep glance at Shizhou and instructed Shizhou and the others. If this takes too long, I cannot guarantee success. You must hold him off. Once I succeed, it will be the end for this fellow. Yes, Captain Van Oka and his companions complied with Blackbeard's orders without hesitation, while Shizhou and his associates, having emerged from impelled down, exchanged subtle glances. Strictly speaking, they could not yet be considered members of the Blackbeard pirates, for their relationship was merely collaborative. Moreover, they were all ambitious individuals. If Blackbeard failed to reveal the true extent of his power, they would not hesitate to abandon him and flee. Even Shizhou had been enticed by the grand visions painted by Blackbeard, coupled with the monotony of remaining in impelled down, prompting him to follow along. After deliberating, they did not respond to Blackbeard as Van Oka and his comrades had, yet they refrained from opposition, remaining vigilant toward Shizhou while slowly shifting their steps to surround him once more. Blackbeard still harbored hopes of success. After all, Whitebeard's corpse lay right there. Just a little longer, and they would witness a miracle. They did not believe that in such a brief span of time, Shizhou could defeat them. Should we take action? The three from the Marines observed the assault on Shizhou by the Blackbeard pirates from the periphery of the battlefield. To be honest, they were not surprised that Shizhou could withstand the onslaught of Catarine Dai May and the others. Although these individuals were all criminals from the 6th level of impelled down, having been incarcerated for so long, their strength could not be fully restored immediately upon their release. However, they were somewhat disappointed that Blackbeard had managed to evade Shizhou's blade. Both were dangerous figures, and they certainly hoped for a fierce confrontation, ideally with both sides suffering grievously. Yet, judging by the circumstances, even with the numerical advantage of the Blackbeard pirates, there remained a discernible gap when compared to Shizhou. After all, his abilities were exceedingly formidable. Let us engage as the ominous Blackbeard advanced towards Whitebeard. Sengoku recalled Shizhou's words and promptly issued the command to strike. This cunning individual, intent on closing in on Whitebeard, posed a threat that, while still lacking the strength to challenge the Navy and the world government, could potentially change with the acquisition of Whitebeard's fruit. He needed only to delay Blackbeard momentarily. The power of the Tremor fruit would naturally leave Whitebeard's body and vanish. Without the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard would remain a threat, yet one diminished, as Sengoku had yet to witness such talent in him as he had seen in Whitebeard. Without hesitation, Sengoku recognized that both Shizhou and the Blackbeard pirates were within his attack range. At the very moment he issued the attack order, he sprang into action. With a powerful push from his feet, he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his ascent, his body rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a resplendent golden Buddha. The colossal figure blocked out the sun, casting a vast shadow over the ground, which served as a warning to all members of the Blackbeard pirates of the looming presence above them. Sengoku gazed down to see a gigantic golden hand descending from the heavens. In that moment, he felt as though he was witnessing the true embodiment of the Buddha. This massive hand not only bore an overwhelming shockwave, but also resonated with an ethereal sound, reminiscent of the chants from a temple and the tolling of bells. Before anyone could react, a formidable wave of compressed air enveloped them all. The immense pressure and impact fractured the ground and hurled Blackbeard and his crew into the air, blood erupting from their mouths as if it were of no consequence. In the name of absolute justice, I shall deliver judgment upon you wretched souls. Amidst the shockwave, only one figure remained standing, Shizhou. Prepared or not, Sengoku's fruit ability could not harm him. Shizhou possessed the power to halt time itself. How could he be affected by a mere shockwave? Unless Sengoku resorted to Haki, which unfortunately was no longer as potent as it once was. Unlike Garp, whose Haki remained resilient against the ravages of time, Sengoku had grown weary. Aging implied diminished stamina, and with limited opportunities to act, he needed to conserve his Haki for defense against Shizhou. After observing Shizhou for a considerable time, Sengoku had gained ample understanding of his capabilities. As long as he could avoid Shizhou's blade, their battle would not deviate drastically. Offense would be left to Garp and the others. His fruit ability was inherently defensive, and coupled with Haki as a safeguard, he was confident that the three of them could maintain a balance of attack and defense in their forthcoming confrontation with Shizhou. Boom! A blinding flash accompanied by a deafening explosion engulfed the battlefield in an instant. Even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, who had already boarded their ship, were drawn to the overwhelming sound of the blast. It was Sengoku on the deck of a Navy warship. Marco gazed towards the harbor, easily discerning Sengoku's assault amidst the golden light. Uncertain if he targeted Blackbeard or Shizhou, Marco's thoughts turned to Ace, whose eyes burned with an unquenchable hatred and murderous intent at the mention of Blackbeard. Yet his feelings toward Shizhou were far more complex. On one hand, Shizhou had rescued him twice and had saved Luffy, implying a bond, and on the other, he had mercilessly slaughtered other members of the Whitebeard pirates. At this point, he realized the extent of Shizhou's carnage against their crew, while the affiliated pirate crew was still fleeing. It was impossible to tally the losses, but within the Whitebeard pirates alone, Shizhou had claimed the lives of 3 captains. The memories of Fasa, Jindoguo, and Coolier filled him with anguish, followed swiftly by an insatiable desire for vengeance against Shizhou. This conflicting state of gratitude and wrath tormented him. However, his turmoil was short-lived. At that moment, Marco revealed the truth behind their father's demise. "What did you say?" "I said that it was Shizhou who killed Dad." Until now, Marco and the others remained unaware of Shizhou's true name, having only learned from Sengoku during the first rescue of Ace that he was known as Shizhou with a bounty of 1 billion. Whether Shizhou was a name or a title remained a mystery to them. Yet another chapter awaits. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting tale. That guy. Ace's expression instantly morphed with rage, his face contorting in fury. His anger reached a breaking point. He could no longer contain his frustration and howled at the sky. His voice, laden with confusion, wrath, and a hint of inexplicable fury, echoed far and wide. "Stop shouting. Even if you do, you won't escape today." Unbeknownst to them, the imposing figure of Kizuru materialized atop the massive mast of the warship. Kizuru's appearance sent the pirates into disarray. "Hey, Ace, how about we have a little chat?" Ignoring the lesser pirates, Kizuru squatted on the mast, his gaze fixed solely on Ace and the other officers of the Whitebeard pirates. Not interested. Marco transformed his wings into blue flames, flapping them to hover directly in front of Kizuru. The phoenix fruit is indeed formidable to have sustained such grievous injuries and yet fully recovered. "What a monster you are!" Kizuru's words were always laced with his distinctive tone, sharp and tinged with sarcasm. Not quite healed yet. At Kizuru's remark, Marco instinctively reached up to scratch his forehead, where an imprint remained, evidence of Garp's punch. One could not deny Garp's legendary status. With a single blow, he had severely wounded Marco. Even though his fruit ability allowed for rapid healing, the dent left by Garp's fist could not be mended. Stop wasting time with them. Meanwhile, on the shore, a towering figure exuding an aura of cold approached steadily. Aokiji, another admiral. Akiji's arrival only heightened the chaos among the already flustered pirates. Like Kizuru, Aokiji paid little heed to the lesser pirates, his gaze sweeping across the ship as if searching for someone. "Not here." A furrow of concern crossed Aokiji's brow before it relaxed. Without hesitation, he crouched down, plunging his hands into the sea before him. "Stop him." Marco understood Aokiji's intent all too well. Thus, at the moment Aokiji crouched, he shouted out in alarm. Whoosh! In that instant, a beam of laser pierced through Marco's body. Distracted again, Kizaru grinned. "In my presence, distraction is not a wise habit. Ice Age, Aokiji paid no heed to the long-range assaults launched by the Whitebeard pirates, choosing instead to unleash a formidable attack of his own. Gunfire and flames indeed struck Aokiji, but what awaited everyone was an incessant cracking sound. It was the sound of water freezing, reverberating across the vast ocean in an instant. The speed at which the ice formed far exceeded the speed of the vessels and the rolling waves. Thus, before anyone could react, the sea outside Marineford had been completely transformed into a frozen expanse. The pirates found themselves not only unable to flee, but utterly trapped, gazing upon the boundless ice. A profound shock, tinged with despair, washed over the pirates. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Whitebeard pirates' officers aboard their ship were as dark as storm clouds. They were prepared to clash with the Navy. Just as the morale of the pirates hit rock bottom, Ace stepped forward. He raised his fist and bellowed, "Since the Navy won't let us leave, let us bury them here. No retreat, no surrender." Indeed, it was a fight to the bitter end. First, the members of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the warship roared in agreement, soon followed by all the pirates, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance. None wished to surrender, for they were the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Their flag and tattoos forbade them from yielding to the Navy. With surrender out of the question, they could only fight to the last breath. However, even with the pirates' morale rekindled, they could not avert the Navy's encirclement. Under the leadership of a Marine vice-admiral, countless Navy soldiers leapt from the surrounding plaza onto the ice, raising their weapons without hesitation and charging toward the pirates. In that moment, the ocean reverberated with the sounds of cannon fire, gunshots, and the metallic clashing of swords. The air was filled with cries of anguish and roars of fury, but a brutal war erupted once more, reminiscent of the very beginning. Yet this time was different. The roles had completely reversed, with the Navy assuming the offensive and the pirates forced into a defensive stance. After all, the pirates had suffered tremendous losses in their previous assault, while the Navy also faced casualties. Their superior defensive strategies meant their losses paled in comparison to those of the pirates. This led to the current shift in momentum. It was Aokiji. Off the coast of Marineford, a 2-masted sailing ship was swiftly advancing when it was suddenly encased in ice. Frozen in place by the unexpected chill, Ben Beckman followed the trail of smoke with his gaze, turning towards Marineford. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "It appears the war has spread to the outer seas. Shanks, we must hasten to..." The forefront stood a one-armed man with striking red hair and 3 scars etched across the left side of his face. Had it not been for Kaido's interference, they would have arrived here much sooner. Of course, their arrival did not imply that they would join this battle. After all, he had his own companions, and Whitebeard would not heed his call, no matter how significant his influence. The Navy would not cease this conflict. Now, however, the timing was just right. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Griffin, Shanks stepped forward, his eyes fixed ahead. Although Marineford was not far, traversing the distance on foot was impractical. Thus, it was more sensible to cut through the ice and sail. They still needed to leave, and should the ice crack during the battle, losing their ship would be a grave misfortune. With a sharp sound, swords were drawn, resonating throughout the waters, followed by a massive white crescent-shaped slash. The strike propelled forward with great velocity, slicing through the ice with a soft thud until it vanished from sight. With a clang, Shanks sheathed his sword. In that instant, a tremendous roar echoed through the white landscape as the ice began to fissure along the path of the swords. At last, the ice had parted, revealing a swift waterway directly leading to Marineford before the Red Force. Without hesitation, propelled by the wind, the Red Force surged forward through the newly formed channel. Returning to the battlefield, Ace's presence had altered the tide of events. The first change was that while the Navy's morale was lower than in the original narrative, their fervent desire for victory and unwavering belief in justice made them even more fervent. Moreover, Sengoku's earlier command to withdraw ordinary soldiers upon seeing Shichibukai prevented excessive casualties among the Navy's ranks during the previous conflict. Thus, the Navy's forces now vastly outnumbered those of the pirates. Countless Navy personnel streamed forth from the plaza beneath, surrounding the pirates atop the ice like a swarm of ants. For the pirates, this was a battle on the brink of collapse, compounded by the full might of the Navy's 3 admirals. Even with Ace's participation, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates could only delay the admiral's advance. Without the captains to restrain the vice-admirals, the situation for the pirates was dire, from the battlefield's perspective. This was undoubtedly a significant victory for the Navy. Given time, they could potentially annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. However, how many of their own would remain standing by then remained uncertain. Within the plaza, the battlefield where Shichibukai was located was equally chaotic. The three factions each harbored their own intentions. While the three admirals possessed the greatest strength, they aimed to eliminate Shichibukai while simultaneously capturing the Blackbeard pirates. Amidst this melee, they found it difficult to gain any upper hand. As for Shichibukai, being but one individual, he wielded two blades in each hand. His goal was to simply keep Blackbeard at bay, preventing him from reaching Whitebeard's corpse while fending off the relentless assaults from the most eager to kill him, namely Sherman. Thus, despite the apparent disparity in power among the three factions, the battlefield had reached a peculiar stalemate, achieving a certain balance. Among the three factions, the most anxious were undoubtedly Blackbeard and his crew. Their primary objective for coming here was to obtain the Tremor fruit for Blackbeard. Yet neither Shichibukai nor the Navy seemed inclined to grant them their wish. As time gradually passed, Blackbeard's countenance visibly darkened, his anger mounting. However, they were not strong enough to break through the combined forces of Sengoku, Garp, and Shichibukai, who, despite being adversaries, were working in concert to obstruct their advance towards Whitebeard. It was not that their group lacked strength. Each member could be deemed a formidable force in this world. Yet why were they unable to breach the line? The simple answer was that Shichibukai and the Navy were simply more powerful. In truth, had it not been for Blackbeard and Shiryu, a single shockwave from Sengoku could have obliterated them entirely. Had it not been for the need to keep an eye on Shichibukai to prevent his escape, Blackbeard's crew would have inevitably faced annihilation at the hands of Sengoku and Garp's full assault. "What now, Captain?" Lafitte asked, having taken a punch from Garp. Flapping his wings, he struggled to regain his balance. But the disparity in strength sent him flying backward until he landed beside Blackbeard with a resounding crash, creating a large crater. Lafitte, nicknamed the Devil's Commissioner, was one of Blackbeard's earliest followers and the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates. Once impeccably dressed, he now bore none of his former elegance. Beneath his torn hat lay disheveled hair, and his lips, once adorned with lipstick, were now stained red with blood, smeared across his face. Leaning on his cane, he trembled as he rose, gravely addressing Blackbeard's back. "Captain, we should retreat. In truth, it has been quite some time since the demise of Whitebeard, though the war may seem to have lasted only a brief moment. For them, the skirmishes with the likes of Sengoku and the others felt interminable, as if a century had passed. Particularly, that fellow Shizhou has heightened their vigilance to its zenith. Anyone struck by his blade, regardless of who they are, would be reduced to ashes. Among them, aside from the initial casualty, Bagus, the second to fall at Shizhou's hands, was none other than Saint One Wolf. It is worth noting that Wolf was one of the few who fought his way out of the 6th level of Impel Down, a pirate of ancient legend, renowned throughout the world. Moreover, he belonged to the race of giants, possessing strength that far surpassed that of ordinary humans, a true monster among monsters. Can you imagine such a creature? Under Shizhou's blade was merely a sizable chunk of flesh, lightly sliced by Shizhou, and yet transformed into a massive dried corpse. Even in Lafitte's mind, despite having elevated the perception of Shizhou's danger, he could not have fathomed how terrifying this individual truly was. Terrifying enough to instill fear within him. After all, up until now, their understanding of Shizhou's abilities remained superficial. With such a formidable opponent standing in their way, coupled with the deliberate obstruction from Sengoku and Garp, they found themselves devoid of any opportunity to approach Whitebeard's corpse. Furthermore, with so much time having passed, who could say whether Blackbeard possessed the ability to extract the powers of the Tremor fruit? It is common knowledge among those who understand the nature of devil fruits that their powers fade upon the death of the host. Thus, for a multitude of reasons, he felt compelled to remind Blackbeard that it was time to depart. After all, remaining here offered no advantages and only risked plunging oneself deeper into the abyss of death. Bang! Blackbeard barely managed to counter Garp's punch using the powers of the dark fruit. But as he staggered backward, His gaze remained fixed on Shizhou, who was locked in combat with Garp, his bloodshot eyes brimming with hatred. It was this very individual who had shattered his long-held dreams, awakening him at the crucial moment of his impending success. Though he was arrogant, he was no fool. He understood Lafitte's concerns as well, yet he was unwilling to yield. They were mere steps away from Whitebeard's remains. But now, under Shizhou's interference, it had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. The sensation of being on the brink of realizing his ambitions, only to be thwarted by an impenetrable wall at the final moment, drove Blackbeard into a frenzied desire to obliterate everything in sight. After steadying himself, Blackbeard diverted his gaze from Shizhou, casting one last unwilling glance at Whitebeard's corpse before closing his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. He then turned to leave this place. The moment Lafitte spoke, the original members of Blackbeard's crew instinctively gathered around him. Though they bore injuries from the battle, they still possessed the strength to make their escape. In contrast, Shiryu and several other criminals who had emerged from Impel Down were considerably slower to react. Although they wished to withdraw from the fray, their own abilities and status hindered them from leaving Sengoku's presence. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Blackbeard and his original crew turned and fled without hesitation. In that moment, they were not comrades, but rather birds flying in their own desperate directions as disaster loomed. It is worth noting that they were never true companions, merely a temporary alliance forged out of individual ambitions. Moreover, Shiryu and the others had not explicitly declared their allegiance to Blackbeard's crew. Therefore, Blackbeard's departure, leaving them behind, bore no psychological burden. If it weren't for him, who could say whether Shiryu and the others could have escaped from Impel Down? And just then, a distinct cry echoed through the battlefield, seemingly imbued with a certain magic, causing the blood-soaked chaos to gradually come to a halt, halting Blackbeard's retreat as well. Upon closer inspection, the voice emanated from below the ice layer on the left side of the surrounding wall. Kobe. The moment he heard the voice, Shizhou immediately thought of the pink-haired boy who had transformed entirely in just over half a year. Aspiring to become an admiral, Kobe had, at this critical juncture where the Navy was on the verge of total victory, momentarily delayed the war, earning the derisive title of the Coward King. From Kobe's shout, it was evident that he was in torment. The sensation of watching familiar faces vanish from his perception was, for someone experiencing such a large-scale war for the first time, utterly unavoidable. However, one must ask, in war, is there truly any path devoid of sacrifice? Shizhou did not mock Kobe's choice, nor did he voice opposition. After all, the courage Kobe displayed in standing alone against a Kainu for the sake of his comrades was indeed commendable. The battlefield fell into a brief pause due to Kobe's shout. Yet, without further intervention, the war would undoubtedly reignite in the next instant. After all, the Navy had gained an overwhelming advantage. It was inconceivable for them to simply allow the pirates to escape. Moreover, with the execution of the infamous Fire Fist ace yet to be concluded, the war could not possibly come to an end at this moment. Oh, you know what you were doing. A Kainu furrowed his brow, his eyes locking onto the pink-haired boy standing before him. Veins bulging on his forehead. Be frank, a Kainu had encountered many deserters, but he had never seen one bold enough to impede him personally. Thus, he sought to let the boy finish his words before responding. If his memory served him correctly, this boy was Karp's disciple, brought back from the East Blue the Wake and Observation Hockey at such a young age within just over half a year, undoubtedly due to Karp's devoted guidance. Spoke volumes of the boy's potential. However, such talent was insufficient to earn Akainu's leniency. Have you nothing more to say? Seeing Kobe merely weeping, the tension on Akainu's face eased. Such a level of courage was not enough to spare him. Without hesitation, he raised his magma-encased fist and struck down towards Kobe in the name of absolute justice. The Navy had no need for deserters when confronting pirates. This had always been Akainu's unwavering belief. One that Kobe could not obstruct. It's over, I'm going to die. Yet having expressed his heartfelt words, Kobe felt no regrets as he gazed at the colossal fist hurtling towards him. Despite the overwhelming fear that threatened to consume him, he stood his ground, arms outstretched, refusing to evade. In this world, many figures exhibit a twisted sense of childish bravado when faced with danger or individuals far stronger than themselves, often displaying a reckless fearlessness. In many instances, a slight bow of the head or a simple evasion could lead to the avoidance of certain death. Yet, they stubbornly refuse to yield, even when fully aware that their choice may lead to demise. And feeling genuine terror, they persist in their decision that, to be honest, Shizhou had not lived their lives and could not make the same choices they did. However, he would neither mock nor dismiss them. After all, each individual is an independent entity, responsible only for themselves. Once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences alone. In truth, Akainu's fist had already slowed considerably. He had a modicum of admiration for Kobe's courage. If Kobe truly wished to live, a simple dodge would suffice. Yet this boy stood still, as if seeking to halt the war with his own death. How naive if death was what he desired. Then let him meet it. Kobe, unyielding in the face of danger, found himself under the relentless barrage of Akainu's assault, the descending punch accelerating towards him with terrifying swiftness. Unless fate intervened, it seemed inevitable that Kobe would meet a grim demise, much like the countless pirates who had fallen beneath Akainu's might. However, the trajectory of events seldom aligns with the expectations of the masses, just as Kobe closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death. A figure, though not particularly towering, emerged as if conjured from thin air, positioning itself before him with an aura of undeniable security. The newcomer, adorned with vibrant red hair and wielding a western sword, effortlessly deflected Akainu's magma-infused blow with a resounding clang. "Well done, young Marine," he remarked. "You have staked your life to forge these precious moments of courage, altering the fates of countless souls, for better or worse." However, upon recognizing the identity of the figure standing before Kobe, the Navy was thrown into disarray. Even the perpetually nonchalant Shizhou found himself compelled to raise his hands in surrender, a grave expression etching itself onto his face in the presence of Ben Beckman. At that juncture, the arrival of the red-haired pirates made it abundantly clear who had come to intervene. The four emperors of the New World. What could possibly account for their presence here? If memory served, they had merely been at odds with Kaido the day prior in the New World. How could they have arrived so swiftly? It was not only the Navy who were caught off guard. Even the pirates themselves could scarcely fathom the emergence of Shanks and his crew at this critical juncture. Shanks, within the harbor, amidst the shattered plaza, Garp raised an eyebrow and turned to peer outside. Upon realizing Shanks was the one who had arrived, he instinctively clenched his fist. It was Shanks who had led Luffy down the path of piracy. Luffy's grandfather. Garp had dedicated himself to steering Luffy toward a life in the Marines. Yet it was Shanks' influence that had diverted Luffy onto this perilous course, resulting in his current predicament. T.O. claimed that Garp harbored no resentment toward Shanks would be a blatant lie. Ha 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 ha. "Finally, you have come," Blackbeard, who had initially intended to flee, inexplicably returned, as if foreseeing Shanks' arrival. After all, Shiryu and the others were individuals he had painstakingly liberated from Impel Down, relinquishing them so easily tugged at his heartstrings. With Shanks' emergence, the war, in Blackbeard's estimation, was effectively concluded. Based on his understanding of Shanks, it was evident that the latter's purpose in coming here was to bring an end to the conflict. The chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading the enthralling content. In response to Blackbeard's return, Shiryu and the others exchanged no words. Even if they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they were compelled to stand behind Blackbeard once more. It was clear to any discerning observer that their faction was the weakest of all present. As for the enigmatic Shichibukai, he was a formidable force. Despite being one man, his strength was undoubtedly on par with their collective might. Thus, for the sake of their future and survival, they had no choice but to band together. As for what transpired after they departed from this place, that remained contingent upon whether Blackbeard could indeed live up to his own grandiose claims. The world was not solely defined by the powers of the Tremor fruit. If Blackbeard truly possessed the capabilities he had described, then his earlier abandonment of them in a moment of discord would hardly warrant further grievance. After all, none among them were paragons of virtue. They could not truly aspire to sacrifice for their comrades. In this regard, they were all miscreants, and thus should not dwell on petty disagreements. As for Shanks, Sealman furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at Shichibukai while lost in thought. if his memory served him correctly, that individual was indeed a celestial dragon. Long ago, during his time in Marineford, he had overheard an old man mention that Shanks had been lost during the fateful events in God Valley. Having grown up aboard Roger's ship, he bore no fondness for the world government. Though he had his suspicions regarding Shanks' family lineage, he remained uncertain. Very few were privy to this knowledge. His unique circumstances and background had afforded him a mere glimpse into the matter, and he had been cautioned to remain silent. With Shanks' appearance, the war ground to a halt. Even Akainu, known for his fiery temper, fell silent in the presence of Shanks. It was not that he lacked the desire to apprehend pirates. Were the circumstances favorable, he would have relished the opportunity to capture Shanks himself. However, he was still reeling from the aftermath of Whitebeard's devastating blow, his internal injuries still lingering. Moreover, Shanks had not come alone. His entire crew was present. Should the red-haired pirates align with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the balance of power would shift dramatically against the Navy. After all, it was one thing to confront a single Yonko crew, but quite another to contend with two simultaneously, especially with the unpredictable Shichibukai and the enigmatic Blackbeard crew lurking in the fray. If they united their forces, even a naval victory would leave them with few survivors. Thus, despite his reluctance, Akainu had no choice but to cease his assault. "Shanks, you scoundrel, what brings you to this place?" Shanks disregarded Akainu's inquiry, instead turning his gaze to Ace. Upon seeing Ace unharmed, he paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement to Ace, Marco, and the others, continuing to scan the area as if searching for someone. "Captain, Luffy is over there." At that moment, Lotzi Lu set aside the leg of meat he had been gnawing on and pointed in another direction, exclaiming, "It has been 10 years since we last met. Shall we go see him?" "Ah, that's where he is." Shanks followed Lotzi Lu's gesture, spotting a unique yellow ship crafted entirely of metal, though the angle obscured his view of Luffy. Shanks could easily discern Luffy's unmistakable presence. It appeared that the situation was dire. Judging by the aura emanating from Luffy, it was evident that he was in a precarious state. Nevertheless, Shanks had no intention of rushing to his side. After all, they had made a pact. They would reunite only once Luffy had truly become an exceptional pirate. At this moment, Luffy was clearly unprepared, and Shanks was resolute in honoring their agreement. Meeting now would only alter the terms of their pact, and Shanks surmised that Luffy would prefer not to encounter him in such a disheveled state. Shaking his head at Lotzi Lu, Shanks shifted his focus back to Akainu. The waters had been frozen solid due to Akiji's earlier onslaught, preventing Law's submarine from making a timely escape after retrieving Luffy. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizuru had remained preoccupied with Ace, their attention wholly diverted, leaving Luffy unattended. Thus, the iconic moment featuring Kizuru's impressive lightspeed movement had been lost, as all eyes were drawn to the red-haired pirates. A red-nosed clown suddenly burst forth from the crowd. The jester, lacking a lower half, seemed unfazed by Shanks' formidable reputation. He approached boldly, seizing Shanks by his garments and bellowing, "Shanks, how dare you show your face before me? Have you forgotten our enmity?" "Oh, it's Buggy." Shanks responded with a hint of surprise, a smile breaking across his face as he recognized an old acquaintance. "It has been quite some time, over 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. Long time no see." "Buggy," he added warmly. However, Buggy, momentarily taken aback by the smile, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "At this point, long time no see is irrelevant. Don't forget I hold a grudge against you, Shanks." "Oh, what are you talking about?" Shanks replied, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Quit playing dumb. If you had called out to me back then, I wouldn't have lost my treasure map and become a devil fruit user." Buggy rage memories of the past flooded back. Buggy was overwhelmed with tears. It is worth noting that during their time aboard Roger's ship, he and Shanks stood as equals, although his physical prowess may not have matched that of Shanks. His talents in naval combat were truly unparalleled. At least, that was his belief. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit and became unable to swim, he had severed all ties with maritime warfare. This ultimately relegated him to the lowest rung within the Roger pirates, which is why he parted ways with Shanks after Roger's demise, and on one hand, it was due to lingering resentment. On the other, he could not bear the thought of his former comrades and close friends looking down on him. If Shanks was to become captain, he was determined to do the same. Moreover, their ambitions diverged significantly. Buggy had a penchant for treasure and wealth, embodying the spirit of a true pirate, while Shanks was more inclined toward adventure and exploring the world. Yet, these were merely excuses. The core reason lay in Shanks's unwillingness to inherit Roger's legacy, which left Buggy disillusioned, prompting their separation. Was there any truth to this? Even as Buggy expressed his sentiments, Shanks remained blissfully unaware, his expression one of confusion. You, my friend, are just as you were before. Your reaction truly infuriates me. You must know that what irks me the most is precisely this. Buggy glared at Shanks, his body fracturing into countless pieces, flailing in a frenzy. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come, Buggy thought, regardless of Shanks's current status as one of the four emperors or the reasons for his presence here, that he could easily engage in a fierce battle with him. Meanwhile, a group clad in black and white stripes, with menacing expressions that screamed criminality, observed Buggy's audacity in confronting one of the four emperors. They reacted as if they had encountered a deity, joining their hands in reverence, tears streaming down their faces as they fervently declared, "Captain Buggy, we will follow you for the rest of our lives." Such coincidences transformed Buggy into a figure of faith for these seemingly dim-witted criminals. The camaraderie between Buggy and Shanks caught the attention of high-ranking Navy officials, who regarded Buggy with newfound intrigue. This shift only served to reinforce Buggy's status as a significant player, instilling excitement rather than fear in the hearts of those criminals. Shanks, unfazed by Buggy's complaints, patiently waited for him to finish his tirade before replying with a smile. All right, I understand. No need to be angry." This demeanor reignited Buggy's fury, for he loathed Shanks's nonchalant attitude, as if he were merely dismissing him. Yet, as he watched Shanks's retreating figure, a spark ignited in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, his anger dissipated, and his intellect regained the upper hand. Of course, I can leverage this guy's influence to make a safe escape. It was a stark contrast to his earlier worries for his own safety, as any discerning observer could see that after Whitebeard's death, pirates were at a severe disadvantage, given the circumstances surrounding the transponder snail. He was firmly within the Navy's sight. Realizing this, he ceased to pursue Shanks and swiftly rejoined the group of fugitives, and no longer burdened by concerns for his safety. Buggy's confidence surged that moment. He relished the admiration of the criminals without the previous feelings of guilt or fear. Clatter, clatter. The once quiet ice was now only punctuated by Shanks's purposeful strides forward. He chose not to respond to Akainu's inquiry, but rather let his actions speak for themselves. As he passed by the Whitebeard pirates, he was halted by Marco's hesitant demeanor. "Marco, it's time to cease hostilities. Stand down." Marco gritted his teeth, a look of unwillingness etched across his face. Truth be told, were they the ones eager for battle? It was the Navy that refused to let them leave, forcing them to engage in a deadly struggle. Shanks's gaze lingered on Ace, who stood beside Marco, a flicker of enigmatic emotion crossing his eyes. To be honest, it was only today that he learned of Ace's true identity. If his previous warnings to Whitebeard were motivated by Luffy, now regarding Ace, he felt a twinge of inexplicable sentiment. After all, he had genuinely respected Roger as a father figure. Shanks had long suspected Ace's lineage, given Roger's renowned swordsmanship, especially as someone who had served on Roger's ship and was also a swordsman. However, Ace's surname was entirely incorrect, and the fact that Roger had no heirs was common knowledge among the Roger pirates, which is why he had never fully confirmed Ace's identity. Nodding at Ace, Shanks pressed forward, disregarding the surrounding navy, and heading toward the harbor. By the time he set foot in the square, the entirety of the red-hair pirates had gathered behind him. Continuing the fight would only serve to needlessly escalate the casualties of this war. His voice, though low, resonated throughout the battlefield as if whispered directly into the ears of those present. Upon reaching the edge of the fissure in the square, he drew Griffin and proclaimed, "If anyone is still unsatisfied, then come. Let us be your opponents." Point one could not deny the sheer audacity of this man, and his crew exhibited not a hint of fear. Even when facing the entirety of the Navy, their small band of 10 stood resolute, their spirit unparalleled. Thus, when he uttered those words, an unusual silence enveloped the battlefield, with no immediate responses forthcoming. Noticing the lack of replies, Shanks raised his gaze, surveying the crowd until it settled upon Blackbeard. He did not recognize Shizhou nor understand his strength, so he approached Blackbeard first. In his mind, Blackbeard had always been a perilous figure, evidenced by the 3 scars crossing his left eye. Titch, or should I now refer to you as Blackbeard? What say you to my proposal? Blackbeard scrutinized Shanks for a considerable time before erupting into inexplicable laughter. You truly are growing more domineering by the day. Shanks, I wonder, does your eye still ache? This man refused to concede, even in the face of having lost Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Aware that he was no match for Shanks at this moment, he nonetheless spared no words in his retort. Consequently, a palpable tension arose between the two. Neither party paid much mind to their crew's reactions. Shanks's gaze remained fixed on Blackbeard, unwavering and silent. Under Shanks's unwavering scrutiny, Blackbeard chuckled softly. Let us forget about this for now. He ultimately conceded, surrendering to his own resolve. We shall take our leave. Having ceased to utter any harsh words, Blackbeard turned away, casting one last glance at Whitebeard. Within his bloodshot eyes, apart from unwillingness, there resided an unmistakable intent to kill directed at Shizhou. However, in that moment, he chose not to fixate on Shizhou. Instead, he quickly lowered his head, concealing his murderous intent within the shadows. He possessed a profound understanding of restraint, particularly before achieving his objectives. The humiliation and failures inflicted upon him by the times would eventually be washed away with that fellow's blood. As his gaze shifted away from Blackbeard, Shanks then directed his attention towards Sengoku. He was somewhat taken aback by the positioning of Shizhou, Cheerman, and Carp. From their arrangement, it was evident that Shizhou had been facing a dual assault from Cheerman and Carp moments ago. Yet, despite his surprise, he refrained from probing further. After all, judging by the aura and attire, Shizhou was not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Though he harbored intentions to prevent the war, he was not naive enough to obstruct the world government or interfere with CP0's operations. A mere glance informed Shanks that Cheerman was not a naval officer, but rather a representative of the world government. Thus, it was clear that Shizhou did not belong to either faction in this conflict. Like CP0, he was an unwelcome force in this tumultuous battle. I kindly ask all present to grant me the courtesy of allowing us to handle Whitebeard's remains. He is deceased, and the footage of the battle has already circulated across the globe. Let us not exploit his corpse for further gain. His words were directed at Sengoku, addressing the entire Navy, and indeed, the world. Upon his arrival, he had discovered the Den Mushi abandoned by Buggy's crew not far from them. However, his request evidently could not satisfy the entire Navy. From the Navy's perspective, only by decapitating Whitebeard as a public display could they truly declare victory. After all, the primary culprit of the war, Fire Fist Ace, remained alive. If even Whitebeard's corpse could not be preserved, how could the Navy's actions be deemed victorious? Yet, regardless of their commotion, the true arbiter of Whitebeard's remains was beyond their control. Sengoku spoke amidst the Navy's unrest. If it were up to you, I might consider agreeing, red-haired. The Marshal's declaration left the Navy in a state of bewilderment. However, the Marine Vice Admiral who had come with them attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Sengoku. The responsibility lies with me. Sengoku could somewhat surmise the true identity of red-haired. After all these years as a Marine Admiral, he had inevitably gleaned much about the world government, even if he wished to remain uninformed. Though lacking concrete evidence, relying solely on intuition and conjecture was sufficient for a man of his stature. Setting aside red-haired's identity, Sengoku held no desire to exploit Whitebeard's remains. They were enemies, yet in truth, they were also comrades of a sort. Over time, many adversaries evolve into allies through the shared experiences of conflict. Just as with Carp and Roger, he shared a similar bond with Whitebeard. This mutual admiration belonged to proud men, of course. This presupposes that the disparity in strength between foes must not be too vast, nor should their personalities and methods of dealing with matters be entirely opposed. Only under such circumstances could enmity transform into friendship. Had Kaido fallen here today, Sengoku would not have been so accommodating. After all, there is only one Roger, only one Whitebeard. Even as adversaries, they could not help but be influenced by each other's charismatic presence. Regardless of their differing stances, their inner admiration remained undiminished. And when it came time for battle, neither side would show mercy. Such was the unspoken understanding and romance shared among the elder generation of men. Sengoku's pronouncement was like a hammer striking an anvil, signifying the conclusion of this protracted and devastating war that had raged for over 2 hours, resulting in countless casualties. Well, now that you have concluded your discussions, does this imply that I may take my leave? Despite the casual tone of his words, Shizhou maintained an utmost concentration that he knew that Shanks would come, aware that he would bring an end to this conflict. However, he had not anticipated that even in this moment, the auras of Carp and Sengoku remained directed at him, intertwined with 3 other presences rushing back from the ice. He recognized them as Akainu and his men. Returning swiftly upon learning of the war's conclusion, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Cheerman. While the battle against the Whitebeard pirates had reached its end, the fate of Shizhou now rested with Cheerman. After all, he was a member of the 5 Elders family. Even if fatigued and unwilling to engage in further conflict, should Cheerman issue a command, even he would be compelled to comply. Shanks, the Whitebeard pirates may depart, and you may take Whitebeard's remains, but this fellow must not leave today, no matter what. Cheerman turned his head toward Shanks, and before Shanks could respond, he continued. His name is Shizhou. 13 years ago, he was a child. A super criminal with a secret bounty of 1 billion belly issued by the world government, he committed unforgivable acts during the slave uprising incident at Marineford 13 years ago. He is an evil criminal that the world government must apprehend. Fearing that Shanks might not grasp the gravity of the situation, he added, more sinister than Fisher Tiger, he is a criminal that the 5 elders personally ordered to capture at all costs. 13 years ago, upon hearing Cheerman's words, Shanks appeared to recall something, his gaze fixed on Shizhou, a rare hint of shock flickering in his eyes. He knew little of the events from 13 years prior. But due to his bloodline, he had gleaned some knowledge. He was aware that many celestial dragons had perished during that slave uprising. He had not anticipated that it was Shizhou who had committed those acts. Considering Shizhou's apparent youth, he realized that 13 years ago, Shizhou was merely a child. Indeed, true to his name, he was a child, because of his partial understanding of the events from 13 years ago. Shanks fell silent after Cheerman spoke. Given his knowledge of the world government, he recognized that today, neither he nor anyone else could persuade Cheerman to allow Shizhou to leave unless the 5 elders themselves issued a direct order. Of course, this was merely a fantasy. Regarding Shizhou, he genuinely lacked understanding. However, from the situation at hand, it seemed most probable that Shizhou was aligned with the Whitebeard pirates. If he did not intervene, it would be unjustifiable. As Shanks found himself torn between the choices of intervening or not, Shizhou broke the silence of red-haired. Is it? He rested his blade upon his right shoulder, stretched lazily, and turned to Shanks with a smile. You need not feel conflicted, for I am not affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates in the least. You doubt me. At this juncture, he raised his gaze towards Marco and the others from the red-haired pirates who had just re-entered the square. A wicked grin playing on his lips. Why not ask them whether they wish to kill me or save me? What is happening? To be candid, Shanks felt a degree of confusion at this moment. He turned to Marco, hoping he could provide clarity. That fellow Marco's eyes were fixated on Shizhou, a fleeting complexity flashing through them before only a murderous intent remained. That guy is a madman. He has killed many of our comrades, and ultimately, even our father fell by his blade. Great, truly a lunatic. Upon hearing Marco's words, Shanks grasped the situation that it seemed this individual was indeed not affiliated with any faction. Judging by the Navy's reaction, it was evident that he had not only slain pirates, but had likely butchered numerous Navy personnel as well. With this realization, Shanks ceased to be conflicted. He uttered no further words. Casting a complex glance at Shizhou before silently assisting Marco and the others in retrieving Whitebeard's corpse, promptly departing from the square. Their movements were swift, not wasting any time, causing Shizhou and the Navy to merely watch them without taking any action. Of course, their inaction did not imply that the Navy was idle. With the war concluded, countless wounded required urgent medical attention. Thus, under the command of the vice admirals, numerous Navy personnel orderly dragged the injured away through the tunnels, leaving the square behind. And no one dared linger in the square, not even the vice admirals. The prolonged battle had sufficiently informed the entire Navy of Shizhou's terrifying prowess. During the process of evacuating the wounded, Akainu and his two companions arrived at the square. Like Sengoku and Garp, they immediately surrounded Shizhou. Once the square was entirely vacated, Shizhou finally spoke. Do you truly find it necessary to deal with a mere obscure character like me? You summoned 3 admirals, the fleet admiral, the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, and even the celestial dragons alongside the head of CP0. Are you not concerned about the humiliation this may bring? We have thoroughly witnessed your danger. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, golden light emanating from his body once more. Will you choose to resist, or will you surrender? The decision rests with you. Sengoku was reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Shizhou, despite their undeniable advantage in combat strength. However, as the fleet admiral, his primary concern was the Navy. It should be noted that Marineford had already sustained significant damage due to Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Another battle could lead to its complete disintegration, an unfavorable outcome for the Navy. Furthermore, he was wary of any potential leverage Shizhou might possess that could allow him to break into the crowd, a situation that would undoubtedly prove troublesome, especially considering the presence of numerous ordinary Navy personnel on the island. The fact that Shizhou exhibited no fear under such circumstances compelled Sengoku to think deeply. While the order from the Celestial Dragons was to eliminate Shizhou, there was another directive emphasizing the need to capture him alive. This latter command had been conveyed by the Gorosei just moments ago. A communication officer had risked his life to deliver the message. Over 2 hours had elapsed since Shizhou's appearance, and given the world government's keen interest in the Marineford War, they were undoubtedly aware of Shizhou's emergence. Sengoku was uncertain why the Gorosei insisted on capturing him alive at this juncture, but this command significantly complicated their task. After all, for beings of their caliber, capturing someone alive was far more challenging than simply killing him. Surrender? You expect me to surrender? Ha ha ha. Shizhou erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Surrendering would only lead to your sending me back to Marineford as a slave to those gluttonous celestial dragons, or perhaps to the secluded islands of the world government as an experimental subject for those so-called scientists. Who do you think you are? His laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an unrestrained aura of killing intent and boundless madness. You should enjoy your retirement. Yet here you are, seeking trouble with the younger generation, unafraid of following in Whitebeard's footsteps. Are you? Oh, how terrifying. The youth today are all like monsters. Sengoku, why waste words with him? Just take him down. Kazuru, fixated on the increasingly deranged Shizhou, quoted a famous saying, Ace's escape has already left me displeased. You, daring to provoke us at this point, are truly courting death. A wave of heat surged forth as Akainu glared at Shizhou, the right half of his body transforming entirely into magma. Garp, Sengoku, you two should hold the line while we young ones take the lead. Kuzan stepped forward, exhaling a cloud of white mist. Truth be told, he was also displeased. After all, the Navy was in a position of absolute advantage and on the brink of a resounding victory. To his astonishment, the critical moment had been interrupted. Although he acknowledged that Kobe's words regarding the need to treat the wounded were valid, his perspective was different due to his position. If the Navy suffered such heavy casualties, with the headquarters nearly sunk, merely leaving behind an elderly Whitebeard would signify complete failure for the Navy. At least, that was how he perceived it. After all, Whitebeard was of advanced age and had few years left, while the future lay entirely with the youth. People like Marco, Ace, and Luffy as he passed between Garp and Sengoku. A chill radiated from Kazan. Despite his lack of murderous intent toward Ace and Luffy, he felt differently about Shizhou. This individual had blood on his hand from far too many Navy personnel. Just the ones he knew numbered over 20 rear admirals, alongside countless Navy officers. For someone like him, even without a direct order from the world government, there was no way he would be allowed to leave this place today. 3 admirals, how terrifying. Shizhou tightened his grip on his blade, a torrent of electric arcs erupting around him as a surge of purplish-red energy enveloped the sword. Since you all wish for my demise, let us see today if you can capture me. or perhaps kill me. With those words, he swung his blade directly at Kazan without hesitation. Supreme blade. Slash, with a sound akin to a slicing wind. A crescent-shaped purplish-red blade, accompanied by an abundance of red electric arcs, cleaved through the air, hurtling forward. The blade expanded in the wind, rapidly transforming into an enormous light blade that seemed to stretch to infinity. In that moment, not only were Sengoku and the others on the battlefield astonished, but even Shanks and the others aboard the Red Force, who had already returned, wore expressions of shock. "Shanks, what is happening?" Ben Beckman removed the cigarette from his mouth, peering through the smoke with astonishment at the sky above the harbor. It resembled an apocalyptic scene, with the air distorted and filled with countless electric arcs. Causing even the clouds overhead to darken, he recognized this phenomenon, for it mirrored the sight that accompanied Shanks when he unleashed his full power. Indeed, the Conqueror's haki is entwined that a glimmer of insight crossed Shanks's eyes as he nodded. This individual was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, even with such prowess, the notion of escaping this place was but a fool's dream, one of the few in this world capable of wielding the Conqueror's haki. And having experienced the might of the old generation like Sengoku and Garp, alongside the current admirals, he understood better than anyone the extent of their strength. Think of Shizhou. Even he would face inevitable demise ensnared within that power. Yet he was not alone and would not allow himself to be trapped in such a predicament. Such is the advantage of having comrades. One is never alone in battle. The rear port of Marineford. The battle had long since concluded. The remnants of the conflict were clearly visible in the harbor. However, neither Zephyr nor his companions were to be found, nor was Rayleigh, and even the vessel that had brought Shizhou and Rayleigh had vanished. The outcome of their confrontation remained a mystery. Now, apart from the numerous vice admirals of the Navy and soldiers preparing to depart, there stood only the solitary Mihawk. He had just boarded a small boat resembling a coffin, contemplating whether to wait for Shanks on the route back. As they had not seen each other for some time, that moment, he suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the sky behind the harbor. Shanks, with eyes akin to those of a hawk, the orange-yellow circles within his gaze narrowed slightly, as if his vision pierced through the edifices and mountains before him, ultimately resting upon the plaza. It was not he, but rather this aura. Who could it belong to? Mihawk furrowed his brow slightly. It was that swordsman known as the Child. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Why is the fighting erupting anew? Once again, against so many Marines. Mihawk had scarcely paid attention to the dialogue between Shanks and the Navy. The moment he sensed Shanks' presence, he withdrew from the battlefield and made his way to the rear port. After all, he had only consented to engage with the Whitebeard pirates, and he bore no obligation to assist the Navy in contending with the red-haired pirates. Shanks' arrival signified the inevitable conclusion of this conflict, unless, of course, the Navy simultaneously declared war on both the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. Evidently, it appeared that Shanks and the Navy had reached a ceasefire agreement, just as he had anticipated. Yet, what of the Child? Mihawk squinted, unable to deduce the reason behind it all. Ultimately, he could only conclude that the Child had taken too many lives, and from his prior understanding, this individual was indeed a secret wanted criminal of the world government. As for why Shanks refrained from aiding the Child, that was easily comprehensible. After all, this individual did not only slay Marines, but also pirates, having even killed several captains from the Whitebeard pirates. It was from that moment forth that he had abandoned any thoughts of competing with this man. Although Shizhou was an exceptional candidate for a sparring partner, this individual was far too perilous. Not perilous to him, but rather, this man himself was a danger, so ruthless that, in Mihawk's eyes, his demise was only a matter of time. As it stands, it might not even be a matter of the future. This man could very well meet his end in Marineford today. What a pity. Mihawk withdrew his gaze, shaking his head, uncertain whether he lamented Shizhou's fate or the impending loss of such a fitting opponent. Boom! At that very moment, accompanied by a slight tremor of the island, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from its center, once again capturing Mihawk's attention in the heart of the island. A colossal purplish-red blade of light was swirling, enveloped in boundless arcs of electricity, shooting skyward. With a resounding bang, it exploded above the clouds, the arcs shimmering like fireworks, instantly illuminating the entire sky. The clouds, too, were blasted apart in this magnificent explosion, creating a vast aperture through which sunlight poured onto the island, draping Marineford in a golden veil. Following the passage of the blade, the island's tremors did not cease. Rather, they intensified, accompanied by chilling air, sweltering waves, and countless golden lasers, all mingling with the sounds of explosions. From Mihawk's perspective, amidst the cacophony of the cataclysm, he beheld an endless sea of black flames. These black flames floated in the air, resembling exquisite black lotuses. Beautiful, yet only Mihawk understood their true peril. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how these flames devoured life. Yet, that was not all. Beneath the black flames, innumerable golden lights radiated forth, akin to dawn piercing through the night, shooting skyward from the island's center. Naturally, among these were several manifestations of Conqueror's Haki that bore a resemblance to Shizhou's, yet exuded an entirely different essence that he counted carefully, besides the child and that individual from the world government. There were indeed two more. Who could they be? Sengoku, Garp, or perhaps a Kainu? In Mihawk's estimation, those two additional manifestations of Conqueror's Haki could only belong to these three individuals, as for Kazuru and Akiji, given their unwavering commitment to justice and their distinct personalities. It was evidently improbable for them to possess Conqueror's Haki. However, nothing was absolute. One could never know how much the Navy concealed beneath the surface. The battle commenced abruptly, its intensity surpassing the imagination of many. Since the first wave of explosions reverberated, the roar from the island had not ceased. The tremors of the island transitioned from a mild quaking to a violent shaking, as if Whitebeard had not perished, but was currently unleashing the full extent of the tremor fruit-s powers in the island's core, wreaking havoc. Nevertheless, the disparity in numbers and strength between the two sides was insurmountably vast. As anticipated by all aware of the battle's imbalances, the island's tremors came to a halt after a minute. Yet, despite the brief duration, the destruction wrought was equivalent to Whitebeard delivering several powerful blows to Marineford. The island, particularly the Marine headquarters at its center, had been utterly reduced to ruins. Amidst the debris, a massive crater reminiscent of an impact from a meteorite lay at the heart of the destruction. This crater was immense, its edges reaching the island's periphery, while its depth penetrated the very foundations of all structures, delving deep into the earth. The surrounding soil, like ocean waves, cascaded outward in concentric circles, pushing the shattered remnants of the Marine headquarters far back. From a bird's eye view, this appeared as a circular scar, akin to a celestial wolf devouring the moon, leaving a deep bite at the edges of Marineford. In the center of the crater, Sengoku and the others surrounded the unfathomably deep pit, their expressions grave. "Is he dead?" Sengoku inquired, his tone laden with uncertainty, considering that mere moments ago, Shizhou had endured their most potent assault, his body torn asunder, only to seemingly reverse time and restore himself with an eerie ability. He could not help but voice his doubt. Yet he was not alone in his uncertainty. All present shared his sentiments. After all, Shizhou's abilities were exceedingly bizarre. Though this fellow's aura had dwindled to a chilling degree following their initial lethal strike, no one could guarantee that he could not continue to employ his powers. "I shall descend and investigate," Garp declared, leaping into the abyss ahead of the others. Although he felt immense gratitude for Shizhou's actions in rescuing Ace, as a Marine burdened with the weight of justice, he could not afford to show leniency. Their positions had been at odds from the very beginning. Gratitude was one thing, but when it came time to act, he hesitated not for a moment. With a resounding thud, Garp plummeted like a stone into the depths of the pit. Here, darkness enveloped him entirely, the only presence being an inky blackness. Thus, Garp kept his eyes shut, relying on his senses to discern whether any life existed within. No, that is not right. Just as he turned, relaxing his body, his heart suddenly raced. The presence of life. Even in this subterranean realm, one could not expect an absence of all life force. That individual, despite pushing his observation Haki to its utmost limits, he sensed not a trace of vitality, as if this pit were a true descent into the abyss of hell. Not only was there no sign of life, but even the earthy scent he could typically perceive was utterly absent. It felt as though some malevolent force had entirely purged every essence from this place, leaving it a veritable dead zone. This realization cast a shadow over Garp's heart regarding Shizhou's fate. He believed he had found his answer. He simply did not know where that individual had vanished to that moment. Garp suddenly opened his eyes, raising his voice upward. Sengoku, you all may come down now. There is insufficient space for too many people to... was too dark. He could not see the ground, so he beckoned Sengoku and the others to descend. Among those above, 3 possessed the ability to emit light, perfectly serving as makeshift lanterns. Upon hearing Garp's call, Sengoku exchanged glances with the others before being the first to leap into the chasm, instructing Akainu and the others, I will go down. You all head to the rear port. Urging the Navy to evacuate swiftly and then work with the vice admirals to seal off Marineford completely, a handful of individuals, aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly dispersed towards the port after Sengoku leaped into the abyss. Marineford, being vast, certainly harbored more than 2 ports. They comprehended Sengoku's concerns. Although the naval families on the island had relocated well in advance of the impending war with the Whitebeard pirates, the 100,000-strong Navy could not retreat hastily at this moment. Their prior actions were twofold: to expedite the Navy's departure and to prevent the unscathed Shichibukai from infiltrating the crowd through unknown means. As the 3 admirals departed, Cheerman uttered not a word. His gaze remained fixed on the deep pit. Upon witnessing Sengoku's descent, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, plunging into the chasm. The moment Sengoku landed, his head transformed into that of a colossal Buddha, radiating a dazzling golden light. Within this cavern, he illuminated the depths like a powerful Sun's Cheerman descended. He glanced through Sengoku's radiance and noticed a shallow indentation resembling a human form in the center of the pit. Following the contours of this shape, he lifted his eyes upward and spotted a dark opening, no larger than his fist. Could this be the way? Sengoku scrutinized the entrance, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. That individual was indeed alive. Let us not forget his abilities. Although he could seemingly reverse time to maintain his vitality, it exacted a considerable toll, aging him prematurely. Pausing momentarily, he continued, I suspect he can absorb others' time to replenish his own. Without external time to draw upon, he would be compelled to rely on his own. This explains why, after recuperating from injuries, his body exhibits signs of aging. And no need for speculation. Cheerman had long since grasped Sengoku's deductions. He advanced a step and struck the cave entrance with a powerful punch. Amidst the swirling dust, he quickly asserted, that individual must be on the brink of death, even if he possesses the strength to flee. He cannot venture far, we must pursue him. I have witnessed him clawing back from the edge of hell on multiple occasions, and this time he shall not escape. With those words, he stepped boldly into the passage he had created. Sengoku and Garp exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with gravity. Let us proceed. Such a perilous ability cannot be allowed to roam free. The urgency to hunt down Shichibukai stemmed not only from fear of his prowess, but also from the inherent danger of his abilities. At that moment, they emerged from the tunnel only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. Instead of the anticipated passage, they beheld a labyrinthine network of tunnels, reminiscent of a rat's nest. Their current location resembled a vast transfer station, whereupon gazing upward, they found themselves surrounded by numerous passages of varying sizes, some spacious enough for them to walk upright, while others were scarcely larger than a mouse's burrow. Surveying the myriad tunnels, even Cheerman felt a surge of frustration that, Mr. Sengoku, could you provide an explanation as to why there are so many tunnels here? Are you implying the Navy is preparing to scurry like rodents? Faced with Cheerman's ire, Sengoku could only gape in silence, utterly at a loss for words. How could he admit that he too was ignorant of the circumstances? Such an admission would not only invite disbelief from Cheerman, but would also cast doubt on his own authority regarding orders related to excavation beneath the naval headquarters. Don't look at me. If you don't know, how could I possibly be informed? As Sengoku cast a glance in his direction, Garp shrugged in resignation, shaking his head to indicate his own lack of knowledge. With that, he approached one of the passages, bent down, and scooped up a handful of earth, first bringing it to his nose for inspection, then pinching it between his fingers. Enough with the anger. This truly isn't are doing. The soil from this tunnel suggests it has been excavated quite recently. Quite recently, Sengoku approached another passage, scrutinizing the soil at its entrance. Indeed, it has not been long. Discarding the soil, he turned to Cheerman and stated, I fear this time, Shichibukai came prepared. He anticipated his dire circumstances and, through some means, excavated these tunnels. Furthermore, it appears he intentionally absorbed our attacks to be driven underground. Yes, he spoke. A glimmer of insight shone in Sengoku's eyes behind his glasses. In a typical battle, one would not delve so deeply. Only in the event of severe devastation to Marineford would this be feasible. That individual calculated the extent of destruction that Marineford would endure for his final contingency. Such profound cunning. Moreover, he is certainly not alone. He must have accomplices. Who could they be? Cheerman's face darkened as he barked in frustration. Then, suppressing his rage, he bellowed, Could it be that old rascal Rayleigh? No. Carp shook his head. The intelligence I received indicates that Rayleigh was intercepted by Zifa upon his arrival here. Although Rayleigh emerged victorious, he did not linger in the rear port. He departed on his vessel at the time of Whitebeard's demise. Besides, he lacks the capability to excavate such extensive works beneath the Navy headquarters. Who else could it be? Cheerman raked a hand through his hair, and in a fit of irritation, he slammed his fist against the adjacent wall. The reverberation of his anger had dire consequences for Sengoku and Carp, who gazed in dismay at the trembling ceiling above them, on the verge of collapse. Now look what you've done. We may not only fail to pursue Shichibukai, but might also find ourselves buried alive if we don't leave immediately. Recognizing the folly of his actions, Cheerman regretted his outburst, but found it impossible to retract his punch against the wall. Casting one last, reluctant glance at the crumbling passage, he wisely turned and retreated through the tunnel he had previously created. Shortly after the three vanished, the central station seemed to trigger some mechanism, collapsing with a resounding crash. When the trio finally emerged to the surface, they found themselves in a state of disarray, covered in dirt and dust. Let us proceed to the front port, keeping watch on the departure of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. Additionally, we must request reinforcements from the world government. The Navy cannot be left with just as few to seal off this area and its surrounding seas. The vice admirals had their assignments. They could not afford to linger here. After all, the Grand Line required the Navy's oversight, and any delays could plunge the world into chaos. Sengoku believed that the impact of Whitebeard's final words would resonate as profoundly as the last utterance of that scoundrel Roger. If the naval forces reassigned from various branches did not return promptly, calamity was all but certain in Sengoku's mind. The peace and order of the world far outweighed the significance of Shichibukai. Cheerman regarded Sengoku with a deep gaze, ultimately conceding with a reluctant "N.O.D." He expects Sengoku and the others to accompany him in an endless pursuit of Shichibukai, akin to the CP0, was unrealistic. Even the Gorosei might struggle to persuade the entire Navy to comply. Yet there was no need for such pessimism that moment. Carp interjected, Though formidable, he has sustained a grievous injury if we act swiftly and encircle this place. I refuse to believe he will not emerge. After all, as a devil fruit user, he cannot escape by sea. Marineford, isolated amidst the vast sea, is entirely surrounded by the depths of the ocean. Even digging beneath the surface would not allow one to escape this place. Hence, Carp's words were uttered. I nearly forgot to mention this to you. Upon witnessing the optimism of the two elderly figures, Sengoku and Carp, Cheerman found himself compelled to reveal a piece of information that would be particularly harsh for them. What information? The child is not a devil fruit user. Indeed, it is a cruel revelation. At the very moment Sherman's words left his lips, the expressions of Carp and Sengoku shifted dramatically. What did you say? Although Sengoku heard clearly, uncertainty lingered in his voice as he inquired again. I said, the child is not a devil fruit user. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat that he was certain he had not misheard, yet this certainty only intensified his astonishment, even shock. This is impossible, if he is not a devil fruit user. Then what is he? What is he? Cheerman, exasperated, shouted, What the hell do I know? Not only you, but even the world government is in the dark. To this point, he paused, inhaled deeply to suppress his inner turmoil, and continued, Otherwise, do you think we would have pursued that individual for so many years? Why is it imperative that we capture him? If he were a devil fruit user, we would have countless means to compel him. But it is precisely because he is not that he elicits such trepidation from the world government. At this juncture, Sengoku and Carp truly grasped the gravity of the situation. They were not merely low-ranking individuals oblivious to events, but high-ranking Navy officials. Well-versed in the intricacies of this world, part of the elite few at its pinnacle. Thus, they understood what it would mean if Shizhou truly was not a devil fruit user, particularly given his erratic temperament and the extreme malevolence of his character. He could annihilate ordinary individuals with the same indifference as crushing ants, devoid of empathy that in a world where the majority is engulfed by oceans, a non-devil fruit user, yet possessing extraordinary abilities, stands as a veritable anomaly, instilling fear in all. Had Shizhou's capabilities been as simplistic as those of the last remaining Lunaria, Sengoku would not have felt such apprehension. The world government would not have taken such drastic measures against him. However, it is precisely due to the terrifying nature of his abilities that the situation has become so convoluted. It is worth noting that today gathered all the high-ranking officers of the Navy, along with Chairman, and yet they still failed to apprehend Shizhou. Considering the difficulties of assembling such formidable forces again in the future, even if they managed to do so, trapping that individual on an island would prove exceedingly challenging. Just contemplating it made Sengoku's head ache. Nonetheless, despite the headache, he issued commands to the Navy. Officers below the rank of Rear Admiral could return to their respective divisions, but the Navy's Vice Admirals were to remain, collaborating with the world government to seal off this maritime area, conducting a thorough search to uncover Shizhou. The sentiment remains unchanged. That individual is far too dangerous in the pitch-black depths within a narrow passage. An exceedingly aged humanoid creature, resembling a caterpillar, crawled slowly forward. Damn it, what a tremendous loss. The aged humanoid was none other than Shizhou. After being ruthlessly torn apart by Sengoku and the others, he realized he had to escape. After all, fists alone cannot contend against the combined might of 6 individuals, 12 hands. Even if he could fend off 1 or 2, he could not withstand 6. Therefore, the moment they clashed, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, had he not known where to find a path to survival and deliberately allowed them to force him underground, the thought of escaping would have been nothing but a foolish dream. That Carp truly lives up to his heroic title. His punches are indeed painful. In the darkness, Shizhou raised a hand to touch his now completely bald head, where a deep imprint from a fist remained. This was the result of Carp's final strike, the blow that sent him into the depths. Now, he had no time to recover from this mark and could only endure it for the moment. He had no fear of blades or lasers from the likes of Kesi, but he dreaded the fists of masters like Carp and Akainu. For blades and lasers, the damage inflicted was merely localized. Recovering from such injuries did not require a significant amount of time. However, Carp and Akainu were entirely different. Beneath their colossal fists, should his defenses falter, his body could be instantly shredded. The time required for recovery from localized wounds compared to being torn apart was, of course, vastly different. This was the reason he fell so swiftly. 1 or 2 individuals could not breach his defenses within a short span, but with 6 of them attacking in succession, by the time the 4th person struck, his defenses had already crumbled. Finally, the strongest attackers, Carp and Akainu, delivered the finishing blows. It must be said that the battle awareness of powerful individuals should not be underestimated. Among the 6, aside from Carp and Sengoku, none had previously coordinated with others in battle. Yet when facing Shizhou, they exhibited an inexplicable synergy. Rather than acting recklessly, they moved with order, which was key to their swift victory over Shizhou, lying in the dark passage. A hint of helplessness surfaced on Shizhou's aged face. If only his abilities could allow him to absorb the essence of time at will, just as he could when nearing death. Alas, he could not control it. That sensation of wielding time freely, akin to a true deity of time, only manifested when he was on the brink of death. However, such thoughts remained mere musings. After all, he had experienced the sensation of near death countless times. Although his powers had passively saved him each time, the experience was far from pleasant. Moreover, it was exceedingly easy to misstep. Should he truly perish, it would be quite the jest. Yet, the sensation of effortlessly commanding time was so exquisite. Like poison, rendering one unable to resist, he recognized that this was merely the greed of his heart at play, but he lacked the power to suppress it, for that feeling was indeed too enchanting. He understood that he ought not to harbor excessive desires, wishing for the ability to control time and render himself invincible. Yet, having tasted such an exhilarating sensation of invincibility, he found himself impulsively drawn toward that direction. In those early days upon arriving at Marineford, he had nearly lost his sanity and emotions after facing death too many times, but ultimately, he managed to suppress that descent into madness. After all, he was not truly a child, but an adult soul encased within a child's body. He was acutely aware of one truth: the more one gains, the more one inevitably loses in return. It is not material possessions of the world, but something else entirely. The deeper he delved into that state, the more he became reliant on it. In the end, he might completely merge with time. Becoming a part of that point, would he still be himself? Perhaps then he would no longer be himself, but the embodiment of time, a true deity. Gods possess emotions, at least in Shizhou's view. He does not wish to transform into a soulless stone, for he is human, not a cold-hearted demon. Although he is deranged and possesses an inherent psychological advantage over this world, treating people as mere tools, he still desires to be human, not to ascend to the lofty heights of divinity. As he exhaled a breath laced with the metallic tang of blood, the glint of greed in Shizhou's eyes gradually faded. The more he weakened, the more a voice began to whisper in his mind. He could not discern the nature of that murmuring, yet he felt an overwhelming resistance, as if his body instinctively urged him to ignore it. Unable to witness the sunset or the rise of the moon, Shizhou crawled through the dark, desolate corridor for an eternity, so long that even he could not ascertain how much time had truly passed. When he finally beheld the light, he had already plunged into the true depths of the ocean. Lying in an underwater cavern, submerged in the frigid sea, Shizhou gasped violently for air, gradually calming his lungs that felt as if they had been scorched by fire. Turning his body and lifting his head to gaze above, he marveled at the deep-sea world. More fantastical than any aquarium, he had witnessed this scene countless times. Yet each occasion left him spellbound. On one hand, such sights were indeed rare, and on the other, they invariably reminded him of his past life, in his previous existence. Although humanity was commonplace, through intellect and endeavor, they had undeniably become the absolute rulers of that blue planet. Whatever they desired, the world would yield to their whims, transforming into objects of fascination and materials to enrich their spiritual realms. Did he long for that previous life? No, Shizhou had been a nameless soul in the societal underbelly, devoid of parents, and though he had clawed his way to a superficial grandeur unimaginable to ordinary folk, it had all come at the cost of his life. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained a tool for the powerful, a blade wielded to resolve their troubles. And like any blade, should he suffer a nick, he would be discarded. He was in the midst of a mission that he had cracked, leading to his abandonment. Light and darkness would never cease to coexist. Even in a world with a majority bathed in illumination, the most searing brightness could not penetrate every shadow, nor could it melt every shard of ice. Thus, Shizhou bore no resentment towards his abandonment. After all, he had prepared himself for entombment in darkness long before he had descended into it. However, he had not anticipated that in death, he would awaken in this realm. If his previous life had been dominated by light, this world could be described as a paradise of darkness, a paradise he had grown to cherish. Truth be told, he found pleasure in this place. For reasons unknown, he felt an affinity for it. Perhaps it was tied to the violent impulses that resided within him, or perhaps it was the absence of his kind, those he considered kin, that allowed him to wreak havoc without restraint. In any case, there were myriad reasons. To summarize, it could simply be said that he had died once. Thus, every day he lived thereafter felt like a gift, granting him the liberty to act as he pleased. Moreover, Shizhou had never believed he belonged to this world, rendering him indifferent to notions of good and evil. That moment, a creature resembling a dog, albeit larger and slightly more endearing, suddenly plunged into the cavern from the surrounding waters. Its elongated frame, short, rounded limbs, and a broad, flattened head were covered in short, dense fur that shimmered with a silken sheen. Unlike the typical brown of otters, this creature bore a striking gray hue, especially now. As it emerged from the sea, its damp fur reflected silver light, transforming it into a beacon within the cavern's depths. Shizhou, you've come. Shizhou, in a rather dismal state, found himself in dire straits. Having narrowly escaped death in battle against the likes of Zhonghua, he had clawed his way back to life only to exhaust his last reserves of strength during his prolonged crawl. Now he appeared as a decrepit old man, seemingly on the brink of succumbing to the abyss. Shizhou. The creature swiftly approached Shizhou, nuzzling its head against his right cheek before raising its gaze and gesticulating animatedly. Such persistent spirits. Shizhou lifted his eyes to the creature above. Despite their lack of common tongue, he understood its meaning. Indeed, given Zhonghua and his companion's intellect, the moment they entered the pit he had fallen into, they would discover he was very much alive at that moment. Shizhou unexpectedly produced a coral from its embrace. It took 2 steps back, then stood upright on its hind legs, resembling a human. Shizhou tilted his head to observe Shizhou, warmth replacing the usual coldness he reserved for outsiders, a gentleness typically reserved for Rayleigh and Shakky. All right, I understand, I'll go. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, but his frail body trembled, forcing him back down. Shizhou. Noticing Shizhou's struggle, Shizhou stepped forward, using its back to support him as he faltered. It turned its head, calling out urgently to him, its eyes reflecting both anxiety and a hint of reproach. Without allowing Shizhou to respond, it lifted the coral to its mouth and began to blow. Suddenly, a bubble emerged from the other end of the coral, enveloping Shizhou's head like a transparent glass dome. Shizhou then mirrored the action for itself. After securing Shizhou on its back, it took a few steps forward and plunged into the icy waters. Though the frigid water sent chills through Shizhou's senses, resting on Shizhou's back, his heart began to warm and relax. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Thank you, Shizhou. Upon hearing Shizhou's words, Shizhou swam while turning its head back, shaking it as if to convey that no thanks were necessary to in this world. Trust in humanity was a rarity for Shizhou, even among those who appeared similar to him. He had come to understand Rayleigh and Shakky's natures over the years, ultimately placing his trust in them. After all, whether in his past or present life, he had always dwelled in darkness. Having witnessed the fragility of life and death, he understood the complexities of human nature better than most. He did not deny that not all aspects of this world were shrouded in darkness. But given his experiences, darkness was what he had come to know most intimately. Therefore, he would rather place his faith in animals than in fellow humans. Shizhou was a creature he had rescued on a desolate island while training near the windless zone. At that time, it was just a young one, separated from its family and being pursued by other beasts. Finding it adorable, Shizhou had taken it in, and that simple act of kindness had led Shizhou to regard him as a benefactor, fostering a bond of respect and affection. Eventually, it departed from its kin to follow him and train alongside him. This incident had transpired 3 days after Shizhou and Rayleigh had devised a plan to rescue Ace. When he secretly visited Shizhou's home, enlisting its help to assist his subordinates in tunneling beneath the depths of Marineford. Shizhou, clever and capable, fulfilled Shizhou's request flawlessly. Otherwise, he might have met his end in Marineford. At the Holy Land, Marineford, an enraged roar resonated through the meeting chamber where the 5 elders convened. Are you all incompetent? It's been nearly a week, and not a single shred of news at this moment within the Grand Hall. Aside from the 5 elders, there was also It remains a mystery what he has endured, as he appears to have aged no less than 20 years in the mere span of a week. Previously, although he was of a similar age to Garp, his visage had always seemed significantly more youthful. Now, however, after just a short week, his once lustrous black hair and beard have turned entirely gray, and the wrinkles etched upon his face have visibly multiplied. Even his previously robust and upright physique now resembles a deflated balloon. It is indeed impossible to locate him, even if we were to thoroughly scour Marineford. We would only uncover countless mouse holes, without a single mouse in sight. Sengoku adjusted the frog-like spectacles perched upon his nose and replied with measured composure, "Incompetent." Topman Walchuli leaned slightly forward, his back lifting from the sofa. His gaze locked on his Sengoku as he declared loudly, "In this war against the Whitebeard pirates, not only have you failed, but you allowed a mere child." He paused momentarily, contemplating, before continuing, to escape under the siege of so many of you. You even permitted others to excavate so many hollow spaces beneath the very headquarters of the Navy that I dare say, rather than being the most impregnable fortress in the world, your headquarters appears to be the most easily breached. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words in the face of Walchuli's mockery. The responsibility for nearly hollowing out Marineford indeed rested heavily upon him. During the preparations for war against Whitebeard, his focus had been entirely on defensive arrangements and the seas, leaving him unprepared for anyone daring enough to invade Marineford during this time. This was his dereliction of duty, and he acknowledged it. "Is there anything else?" Noticing Sengoku's silence, Walchuli inhaled deeply, raising his hands, fingers interlaced before him, elbows resting upon the coffee table, that he leaned forward again, resting his chin upon the back of his hands, gazing intently at Sengoku. Resembling an exalted deity, in the face of Walchuli's oppressive demeanor, Sengoku seemed unperturbed. He raised his gaze, scanning the other elderly men before ultimately returning his focus to Walchuli. Stepping forward, under the scrutiny of the 5 elders, he produced a letter from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table with a bow. "Regardless of the war against the Whitebeard pirates or the incident involving the child, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the vulnerabilities that have surfaced within the Navy's headquarters. Therefore, having concluded his statement, he took a step back, straightened his posture, and met Walchuli's gaze directly. "I resign." "You resign?" Walchuli's attention shifted from the envelope on the table back to Sengoku, his previously stern expression now tinged with surprise. "Are you threatening us?" Meanwhile, on the sofa to the right, the previously silent Jagor Lucius Satan, upon hearing this, suddenly raised his staff, striking it forcefully against the ground. Tilting his head, his gaze fixed curiously upon Sengoku. "It is not a threat," Sengoku retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Satan, maintaining his composure. "To express a desire to resign at this juncture, if not a threat, then what is it? You must be aware that Whitebeard's final words have already spread across the globe. The world is already in turmoil, and following this incident, it shall descend into even greater chaos. You cannot be ignorant of this." Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he focused on Satan, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I have aged, as you can see. I truly have aged. In the past, I felt compelled to uphold the dignity of the fleet admiral, striving to portray the image expected of one in such a position. But now," he paused, removing the hat from his head, lowering it slightly, "even if I desire to continue serving the Navy, I find myself bereft of strength." Satan regarded the gray hair beneath Sengoku's hat, momentarily rendered speechless. The transformation in Sengoku since his arrival at the Holy Land was indeed striking. He appeared to have genuinely aged, as if all his vitality had been drained in this incident, leaving behind a shadow of his former self, devoid of the reliability he once exuded. "Very well. I consent." Walchuli spoke at that moment. The Justice Minister, he possessed absolute authority over the high-ranking positions within the Navy. Thus, it was he whom Sengoku had always reported to. Typically, minor matters would not warrant his presence, being handled by others. Had it not been for their excessive concern regarding the child's whereabouts, they would not have summoned Sengoku to meet them. Walchuli picked up Sengoku's resignation letter without reading it and slid it back across the coffee table. "Deliver this resignation to Kong. Only with his permission shall you depart." "Understood," Sengoku replied, bending once more to retrieve the letter. Tucking it into his coat, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well." Walchuli nodded slightly, relaxing into his seat. Yet suddenly, as if recalling something, he straightened his body and called out to Sengoku. "Wait." Hearing the voice, Sengoku halted in his tracks, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Is there anything else you wish to convey, Topman Walchuli?" This time, he employed a respectful tone, even slightly bowing. "It is nothing of great significance." I merely wish to inquire if you have a suitable candidate for the position of Fleet Admiral to recommend to us. A recommendation for the Fleet Admiral. Sengoku raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing behind his glasses. I believe the best candidate would be Kazan. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately settled upon Kazan. Despite the significant changes in his demeanor and character since the O'Hara incident, Sengoku understood that Kazan's heart still leaned toward justice. And he was not as cold as he appeared on the surface. Rather, he possessed a gentle disposition, though the role of Fleet Admiral should not be entrusted to someone overly gentle, if given the choice. Sengoku could only recommend Kazan. Sakazuki, in contrast, was excessively rigid, adhering to absolute justice. Although Sengoku himself maintained the facade of absolute justice within the Navy, it was merely for the sake of the world government. His true sense of justice was one of dominion over all. Unlike Sakazuki, who genuinely championed absolute justice, Sengoku recognized that such inflexible principles could sometimes prove detrimental to the Navy. After all, even a military organization, often associated with violence, must embody compassion and warmth. If it were to be solely rigid, it would merely become an institution of pure violence, instilling fear in ordinary people, something that was never the Navy's original intent. As for Borisino, well, it is better left unsaid. Regarding the candidates for the position of Admiral recommended by Sengoku, the five elders neither nodded in agreement nor shook their heads in dissent. However, once Sengoku departed, their consensus was swiftly reached. Their choice for the Admiral was in stark contrast to Sengoku's preference. In their view, amidst the escalating chaos of the world, the Navy required a hardliner at the helm, rather than someone soft and languorous. Thus, they selected Sakazuki. Sengoku, of course, was oblivious to the five elders' decision. After exiting the hall, he stood outside, inhaling deeply before finally setting his foot toward another direction. The five elders were not individuals to be trifled with. Despite their outward appearance resembling that of elderly men, one should not underestimate them. Sengoku understood that they were true monsters, not merely a colloquial term for those with great power, but actual beings that transcended the ordinary. As the Fleet Admiral, he was well aware of numerous secrets that the vast majority of people could not possibly grasp, including insights into the five elders. His knowledge. These five old men had always been this way. From the moment he joined the Navy and became an admiral, and upon their first encounter, their appearances had remained unchanged over decades. Even their aura had not shifted in the slightest. Moreover, it did not end there. The strength of these five old men was equally unfathomable. He himself possessed the Conqueror's Haki, and, naturally, his observation Haki was among the world's finest, enabling him to perceive the oppressive aura emanating from these five figures. While he did not feel fear, each visit to this place instilled within him a genuine sense of resistance. Entering through that door behind him felt akin to stepping into the lair of a monster. As he walked forward, Sengoku shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Resigning from the position of Fleet Admiral had been his plan even before commencing the war against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, he had not lied. He was indeed aging. However, he had not anticipated that the first person he would encounter upon stepping into the light would be Garp. "What do you mean?" Garp chuckled heartily at Sengoku, then spoke. "Is it permissible for you to grow old while I cannot? You are here to resign, aren't you? Unfortunately, you arrived a step too late. I've already resigned ahead of you." He spoke. Garp produced an envelope from his pocket, triumphantly waving it in front of Sengoku. "Sorry. This time, I've beaten you to it." "You rascal." Sengoku found Garp's childishness somewhat exasperating. "You waited here just for this?" "Of course," Garp replied, digging his pinky into his nostril. "What else would I wait for?" Lowering his hand, he glanced at his pinky, flicked it to the side, and then pointed behind him. "Hurry inside. Kay is still waiting for you in there. Once you resign as well, we'll finally be free, and then we can wander about and have some fun. This." A glimmer of excitement appeared on his face. Sengoku scrutinized Garp, observing the wrinkles etched on his face and the strands of white in his hair. And for a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. It had been many years since he had felt such ease in Garp's presence, especially in recent years. Garp's aging had surprisingly outpaced his own, despite Garp being a year younger than him. It was truly remarkable. He had once held high hopes for his son, but after a certain incident, that rascal dragon had gone on to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, ultimately becoming the world government's most wanted criminal. It seemed as if this matter had little effect on Garp, who often spoke of Dragon with a sense of pride. Yet Sengoku understood that Dragon's choices had undoubtedly inflicted a significant blow on Garp. After all, how could a father remain unaffected by a son who strayed so far from the path he had envisioned? It was merely that Garp's strength of character prevented him from showing it. Little did he expect, over 20 years later, that his painstakingly nurtured grandson would resolutely turn to piracy under the influence of that red-haired scoundrel. Moreover, during this incident, both grandsons nearly drove him to despair. Thus, while Sengoku comprehended Garp's struggles, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "What are you doing? Hurry up." Just then, Garp stepped forward, patting Sengoku on the shoulder, interrupting his reverie. "Your expression seems off." "Who am I? I am Garp. I certainly do not require your sympathy." As he said this, the jovial expression vanished from his face, replaced by a serious gaze fixed upon Sengoku. "As a friend, you should be happy for me at this moment." "Yes, happy." Sengoku met Garp's gaze deeply for a moment before breaking into a broad grin. "Huh. That's the spirit." Garp, too, at this moment, resumed his laughter. "What is so funny?" Just then, a booming voice interrupted their mirth. From within the room behind Garp, an elderly man with white hair and a beard shaped like a mountain protruded his head from the window, bellowing at the two of them. "How old are you both? Don't you see where this is? Go laugh somewhere else." After delivering his reprimand, his head retreated back inside, followed by a voice echoing from within. "Sengoku, if you have something to say, come in first. Don't be as unreliable as Garp, that you're the unreliable one." Garp retorted, turning his head towards the window and muttering under his breath, "It's just laughter. It's not like we've never laughed before." Even here, Garp continued to laugh heartily, as he would even in the presence of the five elders. "All right, don't make things difficult for Admiral K." Sengoku advanced, speaking as he walked. "If you have nothing pressing, wait for me outside. Once I've finished my handover, I'll return to the Navy headquarters with you." Pausing, he turned to Garp once more, saying, "Although we have resigned this time, I suspect the government will not let us depart so easily. We are not ordinary individuals." After all, he hesitated for a moment, gazing at Garp, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. "You know what I mean?" Garp, of course, understood Sengoku's implication and nodded. "I know," with an impatient wave of his hand. He turned to exit, urging, "Hurry up. Don't keep me waiting." He indeed comprehended what Sengoku wished to convey. Even if these high-ranking naval administrators were to abdicate, the world government would never permit their departure. On one hand, they sought to continue utilizing their talents and mentoring the next generation. On the other, it was evident that they possessed too much knowledge. For the world government, being overly informed is certainly not advantageous. As individuals with such knowledge, should they switch allegiances, could pose far greater challenges than those who are entirely oblivious. Take, for instance, Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Garp. It is precisely because he is privy to so much information that he has become the foremost adversary of the world government. Sengoku gazed at Garp's receding figure, a faint smile gracing his lips before he turned and entered the vacant office. After today, though he still bore some pressure on his shoulders, it was no longer the suffocating weight it once was. Thus, he felt remarkably at ease, akin to Garp, who was experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. 2 weeks after the war on the summit, Marineford remained under the stringent lockdown of the Navy and the world government. Countless naval vessels filled the waters, as if they were determined to scour the seabed until they located Shichibukai. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they found nothing but the cave where Shichibukai had last lingered. Sengoku's resignation had left the Navy bereft of its guiding force. It was impossible for the Navy to leave this position vacant for long, especially with the increasingly volatile world around them. Consequently, Akainu and Akiji were compelled to depart and contend for the position of Fleet Admiral. Garp had returned to the East Blue, with no indication of when he might return, although Sengoku continued to manage military affairs. He had relinquished most of his authority to Steelbone Sora. Coupled with Akainu and Akiji's departure, all signs indicated that the encirclement of Shichibukai had utterly failed. It is worth noting that even with the Vice Admirals and Kizuru, along with Chairman and CP0, capturing Shichibukai would not guarantee success. Moreover, all current leads suggested that Shichibukai had long since departed. Thus, 3 weeks following the war on the summit, the Navy returned to their respective bases. Fully abandoning the search for Sherman, he resolutely continued his pursuit. After all, he had vowed never to return to Marineford until he captured Shichibukai. However, this time, he did not exhibit the same carelessness as before. Having witnessed Shichibukai's formidable prowess, he no longer underestimated him. This time, his team had increased in size, adding several CP-0 commanders to accompany him alongside his loyal steed. Indeed, these commanders were the leaders of CP-0. As he opted not to bring along lower-ranking members, recognizing that they would be nothing more than fodder before Shichibukai. While the commanders would still struggle to endure against Shichibukai, their presence could serve to delay him, which was of utility to Sherman. Additionally, the 5 elders had sent another individual to aid him. Above the boundless ocean, the clouds appeared to meld seamlessly with the surface of the sea. Occasional flashes of lightning burst forth from the clouds, accompanied by the oncoming hurricane, signifying that this maritime expanse was on the brink of a tempest. The waves surged relentlessly, forming white crests that layered upon one another. Amidst this tumultuous sea, a warship bearing unique insignia and flying the flag of the world government surged through the towering waves. Plunging headlong into the turbulent waters ahead, the IT resembled a true behemoth of steel, disregarding the impending storm, resolutely charting its course toward its designated destination. Sherman pondered, after all this discourse, is that fellow named Shichibukai truly so formidable? At the bow of the ship, 2 chairs accommodated 2 individuals. The questioner was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in crimson armor, elegantly sipping tea from a delicate cup, even as the vessel pitched and rolled like a roller coaster. Her form remained unyielding, and not a drop of coffee trembled within her cup. The rich red of the coffee contrasted vividly with her fiery red lips, enhancing her allure. Yes, she savored the coffee. She narrowed her eyes, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. This crimson coffee was exceptionally rare in this world, exclusive to the celestial dragons. Sherman did not spare a glance at the woman. His gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought, with expressions flitting across his face like a kaleidoscope. Sherman, I am inquiring about you, the woman declared, her patience waning. Noticing his prolonged silence, she set her cup down with a sharp clink against the tea table. The sound, clear even amidst the raging winds, indicated her irritation. You must understand that I came here to assist you. Suddenly, her demeanor darkened, as if overshadowed by the approaching storm, but I was quite content in the North Sea. Had it not been for the summons from Lord Green, I would never have deigned to assist you in capturing Shichibukai. And you, having met face-to-face for so long, have yet to utter a single word. Have you forgotten the fear I instilled in you over these 13 years? With her words, an overwhelming aura radiated from her, transforming the storm into a mere backdrop, as if the tempest itself had been rendered docile. Even the sea beneath the ship seemed to bow submissively, as if it feared to disturb the woman on board. The only constant was the clouds above, which grew more tumultuous as if provoked. All right, my esteemed sister, cease your theatrics, Sherman replied, turning to glance at the woman with an air of exasperation. I am not ignoring you. I am merely lost in thought. It is often said that women are unpredictable. Upon finally hearing Sherman speak, the woman's frown vanished instantly, and she returned to her poised demeanor, lifting her coffee once more. With her expression shifting, the atmosphere returned to normal, as if the earlier tension had been but an illusion. The woman was named Gallo Lilith, a year Sherman senior. They had grown up together and later joined the Knights of God, making their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. However, after 13 years apart, Lilith felt somewhat unfamiliar to Sherman. It was this sense of estrangement that rendered him at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lilith remained as temperamental as ever, allowing him to grasp a semblance of familiarity. I must say, ever since you departed Marioa 13 years ago, I wonder what experiences have shaped you into someone so drastically different. Different? Sherman tilted his head to scrutinize Lilith. I do not feel particularly altered, of course. You wouldn't. Change is often imperceptible to oneself. Lilith retorted, taking a delicate sip of her coffee before returning to her earlier inquiry. By the way, you still haven't informed me if that little rascal named Shizhou, whom you have been pursuing, is truly as formidable as they say, she spoke. She set her cup down and licked the blood-red coffee from her lips, casting an alluring spell upon her demeanor. If he were not exceptional, would he have managed to escape the combined efforts of the three marine admirals, the legendary Garp, Sengoku, and myself? Although Lilith exuded the beauty of a ripened peach, Shareman regarded her with indifference, so he is indeed that impressive. We must arrange a meeting soon. Upon hearing Sherman's words, Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than fear. Do not rejoice too soon. Had Sherman been aware of Lilith's character, he would not have been the least surprised by her interest in Shizhou. The stronger the individual, the more exhilarated Lilith became. This had been the case since her childhood, a fact Sherman had long since grown accustomed to. He shook his head, leaning back in his recliner, and gazed up at the clouds above, stating, "This journey to Amazon Lily is merely a conjecture based on the possibility of Shizhou being there. It does not guarantee his presence. Moreover, even if he truly were there, he is not someone we could apprehend easily. Point 1. Must consider that Rayleigh is the most likely individual to be found in that location." Rayleigh. Upon hearing this name, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lilith's eyes. She had heard he was also a formidable force. Indeed, this man was once the first mate of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, and is known by the moniker Dark King. Although their era is now a distant memory, one can still perceive their might through figures like Garp and Sengoku. Thus, despite Rayleigh's advanced age, his strength should not be underestimated. With this, Lilith set down her teacup, her right hand stroking her chin in contemplation, and remarked, "So, on our expedition, we might encounter not one, but two of the world's top-tier powerhouses." Yes, Sherman nodded in agreement. However, dealing with Shizhou alone is already a formidable challenge. Adding a teammate would complicate matters further. Despite our numerical advantage, if we cannot subdue Shizhou upon first contact, allowing him to seize an opportunity would spell doom for us. Indeed, caution is warranted, Lilith mused. Though she was typically carefree and unafraid, she was not foolish. Upon departing Marineford, Lord Green had repeatedly advised her to exercise vigilance. Now, witnessing Sherman's grave demeanor, she truly comprehended that this mission was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. "Do we require the Navy's assistance?" she inquired. "No," Sherman replied, shaking his head. "The Navy is currently undergoing a significant upheaval with the admiral succession. The only help we could receive would come from a rear admiral. Yet, even those rear admirals would be no more than fodder before Shizhou, merely serving to replenish his strength." Replenish. Lilith's face reflected her contemplation. She had hurried back to Marineford from the North Sea. Thus her understanding of Shizhou was somewhat limited. Indeed, he is akin to sustenance and restorative agents, Sherman mused, his gaze directed skyward as his thoughts drifted back to the Paramount War. That individual is a true enigma. He possesses the ability to manipulate time, rendering himself seemingly immortal. Even if his body were to be torn apart, as long as a fragment of consciousness remains, he can instantaneously restore himself to his former state. Although there are limitations, his usage of time is a form of self-debt against his own future. He can also siphon time from others to compensate. Just this fact alone dictated that capturing or killing him would necessitate a select few, all of whom must be exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, this individual possesses capabilities beyond that. He can absorb not only the time of others, but also their haki, utilizing it to strengthen his own body and enhance his own haki. This, undoubtedly, is his most terrifying attribute. At this point, Sherman's expression grew serious once more. He paused briefly before continuing. If he were merely a human endowed with special abilities, it would be manageable. While formidable, he would still possess limitations. He cannot transcend humanity to a point beyond our comprehension. As long as he remains human, he can be slain, for we have never feared being outnumbered. However, with this ability, the situation changes drastically. Given time, he will inevitably surpass human limits, reaching heights beyond our understanding. At that juncture, with his deep-seated hatred for the world government, it would indeed herald our apocalypse. This is precisely why I must eliminate him, and why the five elders and Lord Green have sent you. Upon hearing Sherman recount Shizhou's full capabilities, Lilith comprehended the true magnitude of the threat he posed, reflecting upon her own abilities. She finally understood why Lord Green had urgently summoned her from the North Sea. If Sherman's assertions held true, she alone within the world government might possess the means to capture Shizhou. In stark contrast to the gravity of Sherman and the others, life on Amazon Lily appeared far more carefree. Following the Paramount War, Luffy had indeed been pursued by Hancock, who invited them to Snake Princess Island. In the subsequent days, Rayleigh and Shakky also arrived, a decision reached mutually by both. The revelation of Shizhou's abilities and strength astonished even them, let alone the world government. For the world government, the apprehension surrounding Shizhou would inevitably lead them to investigate his past. Thus, even though Shizhou was not intrinsically linked to them, their distrust of the world government's integrity, coupled with concerns for their own safety, prompted them to abandon the bar and flee. Consequently, Rayleigh's encounter with Luffy occurred earlier than depicted in the original narrative. Moreover, due to Ace's rescue, Luffy did not suffer the mental breakdown portrayed in the original tale. Although his body remained on the brink of death, under Law's exceptional medical care, he revived with vigor within mere days. Upon meeting Rayleigh, Luffy remained true to his nature, eager to reunite with his companions. However, after experiencing the Paramount War and witnessing the chasm between himself and the world's true powerhouses, he heeded Rayleigh's counsel and resolved to remain for 2 years of training. Subsequently, reflecting on the separation from his friends scattered across the globe, he felt compelled to return to Navy headquarters to convey his intentions. Yet, due to Shizhou's influence, the waters surrounding Navy headquarters were currently inaccessible. With navigation rendered impossible, approaching the Navy headquarters was out of the question. At this moment, Luffy yearned to create a world-shaking headline. But aside from Navy headquarters, no other target presented itself. Thus, in his frustration, Luffy was left with no choice but to wait. It was not until 3 weeks later that he learned from Shakky of the Navy's lifted blockade. Upon this revelation, his impatience surged, prompting him to implore Rayleigh and Shakky to escort him away to deliver his message to his comrades. Rayleigh acquiesced, yet Shakky opted not to accompany them. Whether this parting was fortuitous or disastrous remains to be seen, as time will ultimately unveil the truth. On the other side, there lay a deserted isle nestled between the doldrums and the Grand Line. Though modest in size, it flourished with verdant trees and vibrant flora, boasting mountains, waterfalls, and lakes in abundance. The pleasant climate rendered it a veritable paradise, an idyllic sanctuary. The island's center, a flat area nestled beside a waterfall on a mountainside, was adorned with flowers. These blossoms were a deep crimson, with their petals arranged in delicate strands, coming together like an embroidered orbs. The wind rustled through, countless petals swayed, releasing a fragrant aroma while producing a gentle, rustling melody. Amidst this floral expanse stood a small, quaint pavilion, its presence somewhat abrupt, yet harmoniously integrated within the landscape. Suddenly, the door of the pavilion creaked open, the sound piercing the tranquility of the floral sea. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his attire impeccably arranged, emerged slowly from within. He paused at the threshold, inhaling deeply the fragrance of the blossoms. Then, stooping slightly, he clasped his hands behind his back and ambled leisurely into the floral realm. At that very moment, a bipedal otter, donned in clothing and trousers, nonchalantly stepped out. Mirroring the old man's actions, it tilted its head back to take a deep breath before hastening to walk alongside him. "How long have I slept?" The voice was gentle, imbued with age and the rasp of long silence. Stepping forward, Jiu tilted her body and extended her paw towards Shizhou. 5 days. Shizhou nodded, offering a gentle smile in return. Not too bad. At least it was not the 1 or 2 months he had initially anticipated. At the end of the path lay a pavilion, and beyond it, an imposing cliff. Gazing down from above bestowed a sensation akin to standing amidst the clouds, floating in the sky. For the faint-hearted, merely standing there would induce trembling. After all, the clouds were indeed adjacent to and beneath the pavilion. However, neither Shizhou nor Jiu seemed to regard the height with any concern. Jiu. Entering the pavilion, Jiu assumed the demeanor of a host, perching herself on a stone bench. She pointed to the fruit platter and roasted meat on the stone table, softly calling out to Shizhou, who sat across from her. I'm indeed hungry. Shizhou chuckled heartily, unabashedly reaching for the roasted meat on the table and taking a generous bite. Observing him, a human-like expectation flickered across Jiujiu's face. Thank you, Jiujiu. After swallowing the morsel, Shizhou extended his right hand, giving Jiujiu a thumbs up. Delicious. Truly, you have outdone yourself. Continuing, he took another bite, chewing as he spoke. You are more than ready to venture out. Your roasted meat is truly on par with mine. Laughter erupted from Shizhou, and upon witnessing his mirth, a blend of satisfaction and pride illuminated Jiujiu's features. She grinned widely, extending her paw to grasp a fruit resembling a kiwi, albeit significantly larger, and without peeling it, she bit into it like an apple. The crunch echoed, and the juice flooded her mouth, prompting her to squint her eyes in delight. Once satiated, Jiujiu produced a teacup and teapot, first brewing a cup of tea for Shizhou before preparing herself a cup of coffee. She comfortably leaned against the pavilion's pillar, sipping while squinting her eyes, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Shizhou lifted his teacup, rising to his feet, and walked to the pavilion's edge, gazing out over the railing at the horizon where the clouds met the sea. Captivated by the rising crescent moon, momentarily lost in thought. Such beauty was a luxury he had never before experienced in his previous life, in that past existence, although he appeared leisurely and unburdened. He was but a tool for others, incapable of truly navigating the world as a normal individual. When alone, aside from physical training, he had little else to occupy his time but novels, movies, and anime. This, perhaps, elucidated his profound understanding of this world. While characters in dramas seem to revel in a life of indulgence amidst darkness, one must not be deceived. The true dark world is often steeped in solitude. Only through extreme loneliness can one cultivate a heart that dances on the precipice of death. As for familial love, romantic affection, and friendship, these notions are mere trifles to those who have genuinely entered the shadows. After all, one knows their own circumstances. Should such feelings truly exist, it signifies an unsuitability for darkness and heralds an impending demise. Raising his hand, Shizhou gently blew on his teacup before bringing it to his lips for a sip. This world diverged significantly from his previous one, in that former life. The distinctions between black and white were starkly defined, governed by the predominance of the ordinary, where individual differences were minimal and rules were established. Consequently, the world presented itself as predominantly white. In contrast, this world was a tapestry of chaos, devoid of clear demarcations between light and dark. Leaning heavily towards the latter, to be frank, Shizhou found himself rather fond of this place. In his previous life, he felt like a fish ensnared in a net, constrained in every endeavor, utterly uncomfortable. Yet here, he experienced a newfound sense of freedom. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He could pursue any desire he wished. Initially, his aspirations had been quite different from his current mindset. Upon his arrival, he was merely an ordinary individual, having been an orphan in his past life. Entering this world and basking in the rare warmth of maternal love naturally fostered a sense of attachment within him. Once a person develops such attachments, they inevitably become bound. Thus, his initial thoughts revolved around growing up well and training diligently, at least to the point of being able to protect those he cared for. Ideally, he aspired to join the Navy, as it seemed a far more stable profession compared to the perilous life of a pirate, fraught with the constant threat of death. However, life often unfolds in unexpected directions, hurtling towards unforeseen destinies. At the tender age of 4, he witnessed the darkest side of this world. This darkness struck him like a blinding light, shattering all illusions of beauty he had harbored. Moreover, upon becoming an orphan, he truly encountered the depths of human malice, a malevolence far surpassing anything he had previously known. Though he had been an orphan before, his existence had leaned towards the light. He was taken in by an orphanage at a young age, thus his solitude had not inflicted much harm. Yet here, things were starkly different. After losing his family, the coldness of humanity created an insurmountable chasm between him and the world to which he did not belong. Subsequently, he was betrayed by someone who had watched him grow, sold to human traffickers. Though he managed to escape, his youth and lack of support left him perilously vulnerable. Eventually, he fell into the hands of traffickers once more, ultimately sold to the celestial dragons, plunging him into a true hell. The name Bayan was one he had bestowed upon this island, inspired by the crimson sea of flowers behind him. Lowering his hand, Shizhou refrained from looking back, raising his gaze to the moon once more. At this moment, the moon had fully emerged from the sea. The sky transformed into a dichotomy of orange and silver, as if the ocean itself were cleaved in two, one half tumultuous and the other serene as a lake. Shizhou widened her eyes, gazing curiously at Shizhou's silhouette. Joe, any news from the old man and the others? During his time in Marineford, Shizhou had scarcely found the opportunity to bid farewell to Rayleigh. In truth, he had underestimated the situation and acted somewhat recklessly. He had presumed that even if he could not reach the utmost limits of humanity, he would be close. However, overconfidence in Whitebeard's Shakky led him to forego hunting down pirates and naval commanders, resulting in an early confrontation with admirals and the likes of Sengoku and Garp. His original plan had been to gain sufficient power during the upcoming Marineford War to establish himself as a figure beyond the reach of the world government and the Navy. To become someone they could not contend with, he had indeed achieved part of his goal, instilling a sense of trepidation in the world government and the Navy, as well as the entire world. Yet, as for his strength, to speak frankly, it is somewhat awkward. Retaining even one or two admirals is certainly out of the question now. After all, despite his strength being comparable to that of an admiral, the peculiarities of his abilities evidently elevate his potential far beyond that of an admiral. However, the Navy is certainly not going to allow just one or two admirals to deal with him, and the world government is even less likely to send only Shareman. Thus, in the future, unless he resorts to stealthy ambushes, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to enhance his own prowess through the Navy or the world government's CP0. Moreover, at his current stage, the enhancement he could gain from the Shakky of just one or two individuals is negligible. This is determined by the quality of Shakky. After all, his own Shakky is akin to steel forged through countless trials, and it cannot truly be refined by a hammer made of mere iron or refined. It must be steel of the same caliber, or perhaps through the persistent principle of water eroding stone. Hence, unless the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, it will be quite challenging for him to continue to improve. Furthermore, seeking another location in this world that could gather so many Shakky masters, akin to the Marineford War, presents a daunting challenge. Aside from the Marine headquarters in Marineford, are there any other places? The new world, Shizhou's gaze transcended time and space, landing amidst the greatest whirlpool of this world, in the realm of One Piece. The perspective of the anime has always followed Luffy and his crew, and thus the islands they have encountered represent merely a small fraction of a new world. The new world is distinct from the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate factions there are far more territorial, and aside from the likes of Whitebeard and the other emperors, there are others who refuse to bow to the four emperors, dreaming of one day usurping their positions. These individuals are defiant. Yet due to the abundance of resources and the unique geographical locations in the New World, they have long been divided among the four emperors, leaving them to crowd into various pirate towns. These towns, reminiscent of Blackbeard's Hive Island 2 years hence, are teeming with pirates. And are these not the fire and hammer that Shizhou needs? With this thought, a cruel smile crept upon Shizhou's lips. However, to venture into the New World, he must first ascertain the whereabouts of the old man. He harbors no concerns regarding the battle between the old man and Zephyr. Yet, he does harbor some apprehension about the developments following the conclusion of the Marineford War. After all, his strength has yet to reach a level that would instill fear in the world government, rendering them hesitant to act against Rayleigh, especially with Shakky in the picture. This is also a source of his current regret. Not for having participated in the Marineford War, but for his unwavering fixation on Whitebeard. Had it not been for his desire to send Whitebeard off one last time, he could have surely slain many more Shakky masters. Alas, reflecting on this now is futile, and Shizhou can only let out a sigh. That moment. Shizhou approached him, coffee cup in hand, gently patting his shoulder with her left hand, chirping, "Did you not find it?" Shizhou turned his head to glance at Shizhou, then returned his gaze, lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip. It is perhaps for the best that he did not find it. It seems they also comprehend the gravity of the situation and departed immediately after the war concluded. He truly feels a tinge of guilt towards them. Lowering his right hand, Shizhou's pupils slightly dilated. The old man and Shakky should currently be in Amazon Lily Daughter's island lies deep within the calm belt, a place that ordinary individuals are utterly oblivious to and cannot access. Although Shakky was once the queen of Amazon Lily, she has not returned even once in all these years. Therefore, Shizhou has never set foot on Snake Princess Island. And if he were to attempt to go there now, he would find himself utterly lost. After all, the calm belt is not a mere stream, but a vast ocean. Expect him to locate a small island amidst the boundless sea without any sense of direction is akin to chasing a dream. Thus, even knowing the current locations of the old man and Shakky, Shizhou finds himself unable to go there. In truth, as long as he knows they are not in the Shambody archipelago, Shizhou can rest easy. The ancients often say that the more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it, and the more one cares about it. Initially, Shizhou did not comprehend these words. After all, he was merely an orphan. But upon arriving in this world, he gained an understanding. From the outset, he enjoyed the maternal love he had never experienced in his previous life, though this affection was stripped away by the world government. Yet it remained deeply buried within his soul. After enduring numerous trials, he encountered Rayleigh and Shakky, and under their attentive care over time, he gradually transferred that buried yearning for familial bonds to them. Although he recognized this early on, he did not flee. Rather, he embraced it and found solace in their presence. This, in turn, has anchored him in this world. Once a person has attachments, they possess vulnerabilities. Shizhou is acutely aware of this. In his previous life, he witnessed many who, due to various ties, found themselves ensnared, ultimately being drained of their last vestiges of value by the true masters of the dark world, only to be cast aside and condemned to hell. He, in turn, was the blade that dealt with such individuals. A blade. He had no right to know the past of his prey, yet through frequent slaying, he gradually came to discover. The more he uncovered, the clearer it became. Despite the numerous drawbacks, the essence remains. The less one possesses, the more one seeks. Regarding familial bonds, had Shizhou never experienced them initially, it might have been better. Thus, he would not have felt the familial warmth from Rayleigh and Shakky. It is precisely because he has gone through such experiences that he yearns for them with such intensity. Even if he is ensnared by this familial bond, he does not hesitate. In his previous life, he, as a blade, had mocked countless individuals who had attachments yet dared to step into the dark world. Yet he never anticipated that he would one day become one of those he once derided. Although the world is not the same, nor the circumstances, that yearning remains unchanged. Luffy should also be there, right? Shizhou's left hand stroked his chin as he thought of Luffy. After rescuing Ace, he had not paid attention to Luffy since. That fellow was in a dire state at the time, relying on unwavering will and Ivankov's devil fruit ability, prematurely exhausting his life to save Ace. Once Ivankov's ability waned, that guy would collapse like a building stripped of its foundation. Though he did not spiral into despair as he did originally due to Ace's death, without a formidable doctor, unexpected events could still arise. Has Law arrived? Shizhou rubbed his thumb against the stubble on his chin. Pondering deeply, if he recalled correctly, he did not sense Law's presence while he was harvesting his prey. This means that the fellow was not present at that time, but of course, it is also possible that he was lurking at a distance, waiting for the opportune moment. If that were the case, it would be understandable that he could not sense him. However, Shizhou did not concern himself with Luffy's fate. If Luffy were not the protagonist, he wouldn't even be contemplating it now. Turning around, Shizhou plopped down onto the bench by the railing, leaning against the post, propping his feet up, completely settling into the bench, with his left hand resting on the railing and the back of his hand supporting his head. He admired the breathtaking scenery that he could never tire of, accompanied by the fragrant smoke of tea. The old man and Shakky should be safe in Amazon Lily. As for himself, he could only remain here and go nowhere. To be honest, the physical aging is indeed quite uncomfortable. Yet there is little that can be done. Here, on this deserted island, even if he wished to recover, there is no one to assist him. His abilities can only be fully unleashed at the brink of death, allowing him to absorb the time of all things. However, once his body has recovered to a certain extent, this power dissipates automatically. He has attempted this before, yet even among primates, he found himself unable to absorb their time. This led him to contemplate whether the world possesses consciousness, aware of his transference from another realm. And though merely a soul, it still placed upon him a seal. This seal only breaks free when he is on the verge of death. However, these are merely his conjectures, lacking any substantiation. The other shore is actually not far from Marineford, merely a day or two's sailing distance. Yet, nestled within the great route and the doldrums, coupled with the chaotic currents surrounding it, it has remained undiscovered by outsiders, even the Navy. Shizhou guided him back from the depths of the sea, resulting in a slightly prolonged journey. What should have taken merely a day and a half took them around 5 days to return. In truth, he cannot recall the exact duration, as he plunged into a semi-comatose state the moment he departed from Marineford. Had it not been for the occasional appearances of Navy warships along the way, stimulating him, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness much sooner, rather than waiting until he reached the other shore. The Navy and the world government have completely sealed off this expanse of ocean in their search for him, which is why he currently cannot venture out in his present state. Should he be discovered by the Navy or that fellow, Sherman, it is uncertain whether he could escape, but one thing is certain, it would not bode well for him. Furthermore, there exists the risk of exposing the other shore in Shizhou. While everything else could be managed, he would not permit the exposure of Shizhou under any circumstances. Over the years, despite Shizhou spending most of her time on the other shore, their bond has remained unblemished in this world. The few relatives he can trust completely are precious to him, and he will not allow anyone to harm them. Shizhou quietly savored his leisurely time on the other shore. 3 weeks had passed since the summit war, leading them to the doldrums and to Amazon Lily. The departure of Rayleigh and Luffy had no impact on Amazon Lily. It remained a constant, like an unwavering anchor in the sea, perpetually tranquil. Yet on this day, the arrival of a warship shattered the calm. Amidst the cacophony, Amazon Lily entered a state of alert. At the forefront, Hancock stood with her 2 younger sisters on the flat ground by the port, her expression grave as she gazed at the approaching warship. The vessel was modest in size, yet its flag and the imposing aura reminiscent of an ancient behemoth rendered the entire island of Amazon Lily momentarily silenced beneath an inexplicable pressure. The world government, the 3 sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, moved closer to Hancock, their once formidable stature now appearing vulnerable and pitiable. What could induce such a reaction from these two, second only to Hancock in strength within the Amazonian realm? The answer lay in the emblem displayed on the ship, a circular motif flanked by 3 elongated triangles above and 1 below, resembling the footprint of some colossal creature from a distance. It was precisely the sight of this emblem that transformed the 2 sisters on this island. Aside from the ancient monarch, Giroliosa, no one knew what they had endured, and one comprehended the depth of their visceral fear in response to that symbol. Hancock placed a reassuring hand on her sisters, signaling them to remain calm. She then stepped forward onto the soft grass, addressing the now stationary warship with a commanding voice. World government, this is the territory of the 7 warlords. What is your purpose here? Oh, the 7 warlords, you say? At that moment, a striking figure clad in crimson armor emerged from the unseen deck of the warship, with her long, ponytailed hair matching the color of her armor. She leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at Hancock with a playful expression. In oh wonder you are hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. It's not just men. Even I feel an impulse to take you under my wing upon seeing you. Lilith, naturally an immensely captivating woman, exuded an aura of charisma, particularly accentuated by her armor, which revealed a fierceness atypical of ordinary women. Spare me the flattery, Hancock replied, her gaze slightly lowered, a sharp focus in her eyes. If your visit is merely to praise me, then I accept your compliments. You may take your leave now. After all, Amazon Lily does not welcome outsiders. Outsiders? Lilith chuckled derisively. Who do you think I am? Boa Hancock? With that laughter, she lowered her gaze, her demeanor turning cold as she looked down upon Hancock. And you? What makes you so significant? A mere 7 warlord. You think I would regard you highly? Her tone and question prompted Hancock to realize that Lilith's arrival was likely not a mere coincidence or a simple visit. The seven warlords do indeed hold a certain status within the world government. But Hancock retorted, "Yet you still require our assistance to stabilize the situation in these waters, do you not?" Presumptuous, Lilith scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Hancock before shifting her gaze deeper into the island. She held no desire to engage in a debate with Hancock, speaking to her solely out of interest in her title as the world's most beautiful. Is that so? Lilith's brow furrowed slightly. Her observation hockey was at its peak, yet she sensed no formidable presence on the island, save for Hancock beneath the ship. "Shareman, didn't you say Rayleigh was here?" "Indeed, he is." Shareman stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lilith. His gaze not directed toward the depths of the island, but rather toward the port gate, where a woman clad in a spider-patterned attire and draped in a blue coat leaned elegantly against a pillar. Smoking a cigarette, "Shakky, come forth," Shareman called out to the woman. While Lilith had never encountered Shakky and thus could not discern her aura, Shareman was well aware. Following the incident with the celestial dragons at Sabeti Archipelago, he had investigated everyone on the island. Had Shizhou not been at the other shore then, he might have been recognized, as Shareman would surely have identified him. Fate had merely allowed Shizhou to slip through Shareman's search. Otherwise, given Shizhou's current strength, he might have found it challenging to contend with Siherman in that case. Escape would have been his only option, precluding his participation in the Summit War and delaying his ascent in strength once again. Yet, this world does not entertain such hypotheticals. With events already transpired, no opportunity for change remains. Even if Shareman were to regret it later, it would not alter the fact that Shizhou had become a significant thorn in the side of the world government. Rayleigh, Shakky, Shareman and Lilith's conversation startled Hancock. After her initial surprise, tension set in her mind. If they had come for Rayleigh, it could only mean one thing. It had to be related to Luffy. In this place, the only one being pursued is Luffy. She herself is one of the seven warlords, and her bounty has long since become a relic of the past. As for Rayleigh and Shakky, Shakky has been retired for 40 years. The fact that she was once a pirate has likely been buried in history. Known by no one, Rayleigh, too, has been retired for over 20 years, and after all these years of living in seclusion, it seems improbable that he would choose this moment to emerge. Thus, the only plausible target remains Luffy to not be alarmed to that moment. Shakky, who had approached Hancock unbeknownst to her, seemed to sense Hancock's anxiety and gently patted her shoulder. "They have come for me and the old man." Hancock is unaware, but how could Shakky be oblivious? To capture Luffy, there is no need for the world government to take matters into their own hands. Do not speak, do not act impulsively. Regardless of what occurs, remain composed. You are, after all, one of the seven warlords, and as long as you do not engage them, they will not harm you. Just as Hancock began to speak, she was interrupted by Shakky, who stepped forward and whispered, "You are no match for them. Even if it meant sacrificing the entirety of Amazon Lily, you would still stand no chance. Therefore, remain calm. Hancock, consider the citizens behind you." However, there is no buts in this matter. Hancock wished to voice her thoughts, but was once again cut off by Shakky. This time, though, she remained silent and stood at the water's edge, first casting a glance at Shareman before fixing her gaze upon Lilith. She had seen Shareman before. That very man had appeared around her tavern a few days prior, seemingly investigating something. However, at the time, she had not thought much of it, merely assuming Shareman was probing due to the incident involving the celestial dragons. Such trivial matters she had chosen not to share with Rayleigh or Shizhou. Little did she expect that upon encountering Shareman again, it would be amidst the chaos of the Marineford War. Only then did she realize that Shareman had come specifically to seek Shizhou. "You are here to find Shizhou, are you not? You seem to be well informed. Since you know, do enlighten us about his whereabouts." Lilith gazed down at Shakky, her tone unyielding. "Where has that fellow disappeared to? Searching for a child?" Hancock watched Shakky's silhouette with a look of confusion, tinged with complexity. In that moment, a multitude of questions lingered in her mind. She wished to inquire about Shakky's relationship with the child, why the child had participated in the Marineford War, and even if the child, like herself, had fled Marineford during that fateful incident 13 years ago. Yet, despite the myriad of questions, The timing was far from opportune, and they remained unvoiced within her heart. To be honest, if you wish to know his whereabouts, I am equally eager to find out. Shakky raised her right hand, inhaled deeply, and then shrugged in resignation. I always thought he had been buried in Marineford. Lowering her hand, Shakky looked through the smoke with sincerity, saying, "Truth be told, you may have mistaken the person you seek, although he has lived beside me. To me, he is merely a neighbor. As for my concern regarding his fate, I might show a slight interest, but to say we share a profound connection would be an exaggeration, not jest." Shakky, Shareman stared intently at her, his tone grave. "Do you think we have come here without reason? While we may not know the nature of your relationship with Shizhou, we are well aware of your connection to Rayleigh and his ties to Shizhou. Do not presume we are ignorant." Pausing for a moment, Shareman continued, "Would you say I am correct? The former king of Amazon Lily, the previous captain of the Kuja pirates, once pursued by Garp, only to later fade into obscurity. The notorious pirate known as Black Spider Shakky." The revelation struck those present like a gust of astonishment. The younger generation of the Amazon Lily stared at Shakky in disbelief, unaware of her past. However, many elders displayed expressions of nostalgia, for it was not only Hancock and Granny who recognized Shakky's identity. Numerous veterans of the Kuja pirates were also in the know. Yet, even with this revelation, it did not signify much. In response to Shareman's allusion to her past, Shakky neither nodded nor shook her head, but maintained a calm gaze upon Lilith. "I have been retired for 40 years, and the Kuja pirates are sanctioned by the world government as 7 warlords that in strict terms, I am merely an elderly woman now. To be honest, our purpose here is to locate that old rascal Rayleigh." Shareman fixed his gaze on Shakky and slowly began, "But who could have imagined your connections to both Rayleigh and Shizhou? Thus, we must trouble you to accompany you. Is this how your world government operates?" At that moment, Hancock could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, confronting Shareman with a stern expression. "Is it truly so arbitrary to apprehend individuals without cause?" Lilith, with a hint of amusement, looked down at Hancock, her lips curling into a smirk. "Do not be so self-assured. 7 warlords, do you truly not know who we are?" As Hancock met Lilith's gaze, an involuntary jolt surged through her heart. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, her expression shifting dramatically, even prompting her body to instinctively recoil a couple of steps, teetering on the brink of losing her composure. Had it not been for Salome, the massive python that constantly accompanied her, her current state would surely have drawn the attention of all the Kuja pirates. Exposing her vulnerable side to her crew and citizens was something she had always strived to avoid. Thus, with Salami's support at her back, she endeavored to stand tall and lowered her head, concealing her expression from all. She should have anticipated this, as the emblem of the celestial dragons would not casually appear in this world. When it did surface, it often signified the arrival of the celestial dragons. Her earlier reluctance to consider this was due to an innate resistance, an unconscious dismissal of the thought. However, with Lilith's deliberate provocation, her thoughts were drawn back into alignment. "It seems you have come to understand our identity." Lilith was unfazed by Hancock's reaction upon deducing her identity. After all, she had witnessed such responses countless times. Yet, she had not anticipated that Hancock, not merely an ordinary civilian, would react in such a manner. It was, in truth, more a reflection of the deep-seated shadows cast by the celestial dragons during her years in hell. As Lilith's attention shifted away from Hancock, a hint of impatience flickered across her face. "Let us proceed. Shakky, if you wish to avoid our interference, it would be wise for you to come willingly." With those words, she turned and gradually vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Shakky, as anticipated, did not resist. After hearing Lilith's brazen and unapologetic command, she merely turned her head, shook it gently at Hancock, and then leaped onto the bow of the warship. Her gesture held multiple meanings. Firstly, it served as a reminder for Hancock to remain composed. As she had previously warned, impulsive actions could spell doom for the Amazon Lily. Additionally, it implied that it would be best not to inform Rayleigh or Shizhou. She did not wish for their safety to be compromised due to her involvement. "Let us return, my lady." The warship swiftly departed under the watchful gaze of all, until it entirely disappeared beneath the horizon. Only then did the oppressive atmosphere that had accompanied this peculiar worship finally dissipate. You all return and reassure the citizens. I wish to be alone for a moment. A flicker of anguish crossed Hancock's face. She refrained from turning back, merely issuing commands to her two younger sisters. Then let us return first. After pondering briefly, the sisters deemed it best not to disturb their elder sister. Thus, after acquiescing to Hancock's directive, they silently escorted the members of the Kuja pirates away from the scene. Before long, she found herself utterly alone. That moment, Hancock finally relinquished the facade of unwavering resolve she had maintained. Collapsing against Salome, in truth, aside from the psychological trauma inflicted by the celestial dragons, she harbored no fear of Shareman and Lilith. Even if Lilith was stronger than she, it mattered not as Shakky had articulated. She was not alone. Behind her stood the entirety of the Amazon Lily. She could stake her life in a desperate struggle against Lilith, yet she could not gamble the fate of her entire nation. She was neither capable of winning such a fight, nor could she afford the risk. Thus, she harbored an immense resentment towards herself for witnessing her savior being taken away. She loathed her own impotence, resenting why she could not possess the strength of Shichibukai, despite her relentless training over the years, which had failed to elevate her power to the pinnacle of the world. Clenching her fists with fervor, her nails pierced her skin, blood flowing freely until the sharp pain jolted her back to reality. Subsequently, she stared vacantly at the sea, her obsidian pupils reflecting a myriad of ungraspable thoughts. You truly comprehend what it means to take me away. On the deck of the warship, Shakky exhibited no semblance of captive. Instead, she sat leisurely in a chair, smoking and preparing tea for herself, as though she were of the same caliber as Lilith. Oh, what does it signify? Lilith cast a sidelong glance at Shakky, slowly setting down her coffee cup, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Given your evident apprehension of Shichibukai, to the extent of resorting to hostage-taking, have you not truly sought to understand him, to comprehend his character? We are certainly aware of his character. But what of it? A flicker of nostalgia danced in Sherman's eyes as he envisioned Shichibukai's emotionless gaze once more. That fellow was indeed cold, almost devoid of humanity, yet having shared over half of his life with you, I refuse to believe he could remain indifferent. As he spoke, he turned to Shakky, reflecting that even raising pets over the years had fostered some degree of affection, let alone for a fellow human. Am I not correct? You misunderstand my intent, Shakky replied slowly, elegantly resting her right hand in the air. She exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, have you considered that with his capabilities, he might resort to similar actions in return for your capture? At this juncture, Shakky finally raised her gaze to Lilith and Shareman, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable intensity, perhaps even more volatile than you could imagine. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today. Are you prepared to face the tempest unleashed by the world's most unhinged individual? Shakky's tone, devoid of any threat, nonetheless instilled a sense of trepidation in Shareman. Though Lilith had never truly engaged with Shichibukai, Shareman had been in dealings with him for some time. It dawned on him that in this world, leveraging the family or loved ones of an adversary as leverage was often futile. For the adversary would likely reciprocate. Particularly among the world's apex powers, such maneuvers were almost impossible. Capturing Ace could indeed provoke Whitebeard due to his well-known prioritization of his son above all else. But would seizing one of Kaido's subordinates or one of Charlotte Linling's children yield the same result? It was implausible. And Shichibukai, he was a being even colder than Kaido or Charlotte Linling. Shareman felt a pang of self-reproach for having failed to consider such implications. Initially, he had not contemplated much beyond the possibility of Shichibukai being present in Amazon Lily. Upon arriving, he realized the truth of it. Acting in accordance with the world government's standard procedures, he had sought to capture Shakky, believing her proximity to Shichibukai would yield some advantage. Yet now, the prospect of killing her was a folly he would not entertain, as it would serve only to further incite Shichibukai's wrath without any tangible benefit. Release her was equally untenable. Setting aside Lilith, the very flag fluttering above and the celestial dragons aboard the ship forbade such an action. Damn it, Shareman lamented, furrowing his brow, his hands pressed against his forehead, his thumbs swirling against his temple. In this light, It appeared that this woman had indeed become a proverbial hot potato. Moreover, as she had pointed out, he had to be wary of Shichibukai's potential volatility. It was evident that this individual held no regard for human life whatsoever. In the naval base, amidst the myriad of naval installations, it was uncertain where he would strike next. One also had to remain vigilant regarding Sabeti Archipelago, the celestial dragons, and the scattered CP0 agents across various nations. Merely contemplating this left Shareman with a splitting headache. Had they not captured Shakky? He was confident that Shichibukai's pride would prevent him from attacking the lower echelons of society. Yet now, what troubles you, Shareman? As Shareman pondered these matters, Lilith, untouched by adversity and unfamiliar with Shichibukai, could not fathom such complexities. She found Shakky's words utterly perplexing. What appeared to be a threat struck her ears more as impotent rage, eliciting derision rather than any significant impact. Shareman gazed at Lilith, opening his mouth to articulate something. Yet words evaded him. Nothing, he finally muttered, unable to express his thoughts. What was he to say? I feel uneasy. Let us release this woman. Would that not be an act of self-sabotage? After all, he was a celestial dragon, one of the 20 members of the God Knights. Although his strength did not place him in the top tier, he ranked fourth among them. For him, to utter such sentiments would be a profound affront to the world government. The celestial dragons and the Knights of God, he represented the pinnacle of authority and power in this world. In this world, the winds never cease, particularly along the Grand Line. Without it, this magnificent epic of maritime routes would not exist. The other shore, a gentle breeze stirs the bright moon, caressing the morning sun. As the moon sets and the sun rises, heralding the dawn of another beautiful day, accompanied by morning DWS daybreak approaches. Shizhou, holding a fishing rod and stooped in posture, arrives at a precipice before an island. Adorned with a straw hat, a floral shirt, and matching floral shorts, his feet clad in flip-flops, he appears not as a formidable figure feared by the world government, but as an ordinary citizen, an elderly man, a fisherman. The moon has just dipped below the horizon, and with the tide just rising, it is the perfect moment to fish. Once settled, Shizhou grips the fishing rod with both hands, raises it overhead, then swiftly swings it back before casting it forward with force. With a whoosh, the reel on the rod spins, releasing line like water bursting through as the hook, laden with a weight, plunges into the churning sea. Shizhou raises the fishing rod with his right hand, while his left grasps the reel as handle. He gently turns it until the fishing line is taut, then slowly bends his knees and sits down upon the cold stone. The bait he uses is the wild boar liver that Zhu brought back yesterday. These robust wild boars provide the favored bait for the carnivorous fish of these waters. It has been nearly 3 weeks since returning to the other shore. And today, his spirits are high as he indulges in his passion for fishing. Just as he settles into a cross-legged position, before he can relax, the fishing rod suddenly dips. The small bell attached to the rod begins to ring urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizhou leaps to his feet, gripping the rod firmly and pulling upward with determination. He then swiftly cranks the handle with his left hand, reeling in the line quickly. Thus, time flows rapidly between his pulls and retrieves. As the morning light breaks, Shizhou's effort culminates in the final moments of the catch. Bathed in the piercing golden rays that penetrate the world, he lifts the rod with all his strength. A fish, sleek and black, glimmers with golden hues due to the sunlight and seawater, is hauled ashore by Shizhou. Simultaneously, as if drawn by the scent, a water otter unexpectedly emerges from the bushes behind him, standing upright. This otter, resembling a human, not only walks bipedally, but is also clad in attire identical to Shizhou's, matching shirt and shorts. Even the straw hat and flip-flops are the same. Zhu emerges from the thicket. Witnessing the entire process of Shizhou's catch, It raises its hands above its head, shielding its eyes, gazing at the shimmering fish in the morning light, swallowing hard. Then, quickening its pace, it ascends the cliffside and stands beside Shizhou. Zhu exclaims excitedly, pointing at the wriggling fish on the flat stone surface, while hastily lowering the backpack it carries. Well, what luck! I didn't expect to catch so quickly today, Shizhou remarks, focusing on the flailing fish. and swiftly delivers a decisive blow to its head. Standing up, he takes a breath, then proudly declares to Shizhou, "This black sea bream will suffice for our breakfast." The world of One Piece is indeed a planet with an oceanic expanse larger than that of his previous life. Here, the variety of fish is not only greater, but also larger in size. For instance, this black sea bream, which Shizhou knocked out with a single punch, would have measured no more than 30 centimeters in his former life. Yet in this world, it reaches an astonishing length of 1.5 meters. Moreover, this is not even the largest black sea bream Shizhou has caught. The two busily prepare the fish in the morning light until the sun fully ascends above the horizon. They clean the fish and place it on the grill, leisurely basking in the warm sunlight, sipping tea and coffee, allowing themselves to unwind. Shizhou did not accompany Shizhou to prepare the fire and grill. Over the years, Shizhou has assimilated into Shizhou's way of life, not only adopting human-like behaviors, but also sharing a similar diet. Being a water otter by nature, it has developed a particular fondness for fish, with black sea bream being its favorite. The fish, marinated with Shizhou's unique blend of spices and grilled over charcoal, glistens enticingly, rendering it utterly irresistible and mouth-watering. Once tasted, it presents a delightful contrast of crisp exterior and tender interior, a flavor experience that reaches its zenith. Consequently, every time Shizhou goes fishing, Shizhou is always the most enthusiastic participant. "Shizhou, have there been any updates from the outside world?" Shizhou inquires, lifting his teacup for a gentle sip, directing his question to Shizhou, who is stationed by the grilled fish. Typically, Shizhou's subordinates do not appear before them, as they have their own territories and homes on the other side of the island, facing the calm belt. Though occasionally, sea kings may pass through, the presence of these creatures often drives schools of fish out of the calm waters, providing a continuous source of food for the otters, thus eliminating any possibility of famine. Naturally, they must remain cautious of the sea kings trailing behind the fish schools, as those creatures care not for one's origins. Once one crosses into the ocean, they become prey. Prior to Shizhou's arrival, the otters had been in a constant battle of wits with the sea kings. Despite their abundant food supply, the disparity in individual strength prevented their population from growing significantly over the years. This may very well be nature's wisdom, ensuring no one species becomes overwhelmingly dominant over the ocean. Of course, humans are the exception to this rule. Following Shizhou's arrival and Shizhou's ascendance, the otter population has flourished. Once a nightmare for the otters, the sea kings have now become a source of sustenance, effortlessly dealt with by Shizhou. Shizhou does not consume them, as the meat of the sea kings is not particularly palatable. Being tough and lacking sweetness, it is far too muscular. While firm, it lacks the tenderness they prefer, such as the fish caught by Shizhou. Freed from the threat of the sea kings, the otters have flourished on the other side of the island. They now completely dominate that area, and due to Shizhou's influence, many have evolved, exhibiting signs of rudimentary intelligence. These intelligent otters, acting as the vanguard of their kind, have significantly elevated their community before departing his dwelling. Shizhou encountered one of Shizhou's subordinates, prompting his current inquiry. Shizhou paused momentarily, then, as if recalling something, swiftly turned and retrieved several newspapers from its backpack. It opened the paper and extracted a sheet the size of A4. Approaching Shizhou with it, tearing the paper apart with both hands, and shouted excitedly, "A bounty notice!" Shizhou raised his gaze to the bounty poster before him, which bore his likeness. To be honest, it looked quite handsome. The stark black pupils, surrounded by flickering red arcs, and his sharply defined features might lead one to mistake him for a world-renowned celebrity rather than a criminal. His dark hair is tied back with a black strip of cloth, adding a touch of gallantry to his austere visage. However, what draws the most attention is not his appearance, but the aura emanating from him.